She was furious at Zia Jianhua's unreasonable actions, and now wanting Lin Feng gone was something she couldn't accept. "You beast, get out, or I'll chop you both." Zia Jianhua, already with a swollen face from the beating, roared back in anger. The Wang Weifan paid no heed and continued to beat Zia Jianhua. Zia Jianhua held a kitchen knife, whether intentionally or not, and it cut Wang Weifang's arm, causing a deep and bloody wound, spurting blood. "Ah, Zia Jianhua, you damn beast! Ah!" Wang Weifang screamed in agony, never expecting Zia Jianhua to dare to hurt her, and so severely at that. "Mom!" Zia Ruoxu's face changed drastically. She exclaimed in shock, hurriedly went over to check the situation, looking as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Wang Weifang's hand, already strong and sturdy, was bleeding profusely. Truly a terrifying sight. Zia Jianhua was a bit dumbfounded, trembling, at a loss. "Let me see." Lin Feng hurried over, grabbing Wang Weifang's wrist and using his abilities to heal her directly. Lin Feng used to dislike Wang Weifang the most, but now, he no longer harbored any dislike for her. Instead, he felt hatred towards Zia Jianhua, grinding his teeth in anger. With Lin Feng's swift input of power, Wang Weifang's wound quickly healed, soon returning to normal. If not for the large pool of crimson blood on the ground, along with Wang Weifang's sleeve stained red with blood, she would have looked as if she hadn't been injured at all. Wang Weifang was completely shocked. Only through personal experience did she realize how terrifying Lin Feng's abilities were. A wound as large as that, healed completely in a matter of seconds, with no trace of a scar. It was truly miraculous. Wang Weifang completely acknowledged Lin Feng. From now on, Lin Feng was her son-in-law. With Lin Feng around, no one, not even the King of Heaven, could drive him away. Wang Weifang said to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, from now on in the Zia family, you are our family member. No one has the right to drive you away. Anyone who tries to do so will have to step over my dead body." Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Thank you, Wan Auntie. I will take Ruoxu out for a walk now." Lin Feng was quite relieved to receive full approval from Wang Weifang. Zia Ruoxu looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of tenderness. Lin Feng was truly amazing. Just now, she was worried to death, but with Lin Feng around, the problem was resolved effortlessly. Wang Weifang laughed and said, "Go out for a walk. Give me a call in advance. When you're coming back, I'll have delicious food ready for you." Zia Jianhua, however, put a kitchen knife to his own throat, shouting loudly, "Ruoxu, you can't go anywhere. Today, Ma Xiao is coming for a blind date with you. If you leave, I will die in front of you." Wang Weifang coldly looked at Zia Jianhua, then turned to Lin Feng and Zia Ruoxu, saying, "Lin Feng, Ruoxu, go. I want to see if that scum dares to harm himself. He deserves to die." Zia Ruoxu felt conflicted, but was deeply disappointed in Zia Jianhua as she had never been before. Regardless, Zia Jianhua was still her father. Zia Jianhua owed 40 million, while Zia Ruoxu had 41 million. Zia Ruoxu looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, can you help resolve my father's issues with the money we have? After all, he is my father. You make the decision, but your father is definitely not telling the truth. I'm afraid that after giving away this 40 million, there will be a continuous demand for money in the future." Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to the 40 million but would support Zia Ruoxu. However, he didn't feel it was worth it. If Zia Jianhua could explain everything clearly, he would help to handle it, but if he didn't, it wasn't that simple. Zia Jianhua also said, "Ruoxu, I don't want your money. Even if I have money, I don't want it. I promised the other party to take you on the blind date today. I can't go back on my word. So we have to go on the blind date. If it doesn't work out, we can discuss the money." Zia Ruoxu looked at Zia Jianhua, frowned, and said, "Dad, I will never go on that blind date. I'm telling you, I like Lin Feng. Whether or not you want the 40 million is up to you. And now, I believe in Lin Feng, not you. What's the deal here? If you still have hidden things, I won't bother dealing with your problems in the future. If you want the 40 million, call me, but I will only help you this one time. Lin Feng, let's go." Zia Ruoxu also turned ruthless. Zia Jianhua had truly disappointed her. How could she believe in Zia Jianhua like this? Why should she care about his promises and backtracking? Zia Ruoxu wasn't foolish. It was clear that Zia Jianhua was hiding something yet refused to speak. "If you leave, I will die in front of you," he yelled, his hands trembling. If you have the guts, then just die. No one will stop you. Xia Ruoxu retorted, not believing that Xia Jianhua would really die in front of her. Having said that, she left with Lin Feng. Xia Jianhua fell to his knees and wept. He didn't have the courage to harm himself now that he saw Lin Feng recover his memory, and Xia Ruoxu had changed significantly. Before, Xia Ruoxu always listened to him, but now she had become more independent. What was he going to do with this new development? Am I good for nothing? Wang Guifang cursed before returning to her room, paying no heed to Xia Jianhua. Though Xia Jianhua had taken a swing at him, he didn't retaliate, out of some lingering sentiment. After some consideration, Xia Jianhua concluded that taking Xia Ruoxu to meet Ma Xiao was now impossible. He had to accept the 40 million first, pay off his gambling debts, and then see how much the other party was willing to pay to delete the video. Xia Jianhua immediately contacted Ma Xiao, saying, Ma Xiao, here's the situation. There's an issue with Ruoxu on my end. I want to return the 40 million to you first. As for the video, let me know your price, and I'll figure out a way to raise the money. Oh, that works. You have the 40 million, return it first, and then we can discuss the video issue. Surprisingly, Ma Xiao readily agreed. Alright, send me the account number, and I'll sort it out within 10 minutes. Xia Jianhua promised, then immediately contacted Xia Ruoxu. Lin Feng let Xia Ruoxu drive, while he opened a small box to see what was inside. After opening the box, there was a small red bead inside, about 1 centimeter in diameter. Damn! Yuanqi stone. Lin Feng was shocked, his eyes bulging. This Yuanqi stone can only be condensed in places with extremely rich elemental energy. It contains a very concentrated elemental energy, and after a practitioner obtains it and absorbs it through practice, their strength can rapidly increase. Although it was a small bead, it was enough to help Lin Feng recover from early stage 1 level to mid stage 1 level. Lin Feng had no idea where Chu Wanzhen got this Yuanqi stone from. Yuanqi stones are extremely precious and rare. Lin Feng didn't care about that though. He immediately started practicing and absorbing the Yuanqi stone. In less than a minute, the Yuanqi stone disappeared completely, and Lin Feng had successfully restored himself to mid-stage 1 level. At that moment, Xia Jianhua called. After listening to Xia Jianhua's words, Xia Ruoxu frowned slightly, feeling some pain. The 40 million had just reached her hands, and she was reluctant to give it away just like that. Lin Feng was in a great mood and said, warmly, Ruoxu, transfer the money to your father. Money is external, it can be earned again. Just like you said, helping once is enough. If your father doesn't tell the truth and solve the problem thoroughly, I can't help anymore in the future, or else it will lead to more serious consequences. Okay. Xia Ruoxu nodded and parked the car on the side of the road, transferring all 40 million to Xia Jianhua's account. Upon receiving the 40 million transferred by Xia Ruoxu, Xia Jianhua was extremely shocked. It seemed he had underestimated Lin Feng. Lin Feng's terrifying ability far exceeded his imagination. This 40 million was undoubtedly related to Lin Feng. Just 2 days ago, Xia Ruoxu couldn't even come up with 10 million, let alone 40 million. Xia Jianhua immediately transferred the money to Ma Xiao, but Ma Xiao said he would personally bring it to the Magic City. Ma Xiao, how much do I need for the video issue? Xia Jianhua cautiously asked. You need another 40 million for the video. After all, you turned against your word, so I must charge you some interest. If Xia Ruoxu can be brought to my bed, I won't take a cent. I always detest people who go back on their word. Heaven! Ma Xiao, can you ask for less? Where am I going to get another 40 million? Xia Jianhua's face instantly turned green. He couldn't accept it, feeling unstable as if the ground was shaking beneath him. That's your problem. You figure it out. I will be in Magic City this afternoon, and I will go directly to your house. If you can't come up with 40 million and can't bring Xia Ruoxu to me, then be prepared for the consequences. Ma Xiao. Beep beep beep. Xia Jianhua wanted to say more, but Ma Xiao had already hung up, and when he called back, Ma Xiao didn't answer. Xia Jianhua was trembling all over, unable to stand steady, so he leaned against the wall trembling as he called Xia Ruoxu. Ruoxu, help Dad out one more time. The other party took 40 million and still wants interest, another 40 million. Just help me through this difficulty. Also please ask Lin Feng for help. As long as Lin Feng can help me get through this, I will never stop you two from being together again. Please. After receiving Zia Jianhua's call and hearing his words, Zia Ruoxu, Lin Feng, and Su Jingwen could imagine that Zia Jianhua must be in a pitiful state at the moment. Su Jingwen felt very distressed. She had experienced such situations not once or twice and understood the dreadful nature of it. Although the amounts she dealt with were smaller, the essence of the situation was no different from Zia Jianhua's plight. What? Dad, at this point, are you still not telling the truth? Are you trying to ruin our whole family? Zia Ruoxu erupted in anger, her breathing becoming rapid. She and Lin Feng had earned this 40 million only to give it all away. She now had only 1 million in hand. How could she possibly give another 40 million to Zia Jianhua? Even if she could, it wouldn't be possible. Lin Feng's prediction had come true. This was an endless pit. Things were not as simple as they seemed. Without fully resolving the situation, even giving another 40 million might not work. Ruoxu, I really told the truth. I didn't lie. Giving another 40 million can solve the problem, otherwise they will come to our house today, and it will be the end of our family. Zia Jianhua was still crying and not telling the truth. Unable to tell the truth, revealing the truth would likely tear the family apart, and he would be utterly disgraced. Dad, I can't help you. I have no money left. You figure it out yourself. Zia Ruoxu took a deep breath, hung up the phone directly, turned off her phone, and decided not to get involved anymore. There was no way to help. With any amount of money in this situation, it probably wouldn't be enough. Lin Feng said to Zia Ruoxu, Ruoxu, it's okay. Don't think too much. If they come to the Zia house, we will go and meet them to see what's going on. Zia Ruoxu nodded, feeling much lighter seeing Lin Feng's warm smile. With Lin Feng around, everything seemed fine. At the North family's side, when the North Lord heard that Bei Qingfeng had also been disabled in one hand, he was furious. I continued to send the strongest practitioners of the northern family to head to the Magic City, while also giving Chu Wanzan a precious treasure. On the side of the Cultivator Association, at this moment, it is only now known that the 3 cultivators sent to the Magic City are missing. The 4 cultivators brought to the Magic City by the North family met tragic deaths at the hands of Lin Feng. Bei Qingwan woke up and also reported to the Cultivator Association. The hired cultivators are also missing. When someone is missing, it generally means they are dead and cannot be found. This has caused greater losses for the Cultivator Association. The Cultivator Association continues to send strong individuals to kill Lin Feng in the Magic City. The hired cultivators are missing, and Bei Qingwan received 90% compensation, rehiring a yellow-ranked Grand Perfection cultivator and urgently heading towards the Magic City. Chu Yumlong learned that the 4 hired cultivators from the North family, 2 in the late Che training stage and 2 in the Grand Perfection stage, all died at the hands of Lin Feng. Immediately, he dismissed the hired cultivators and rehired a yellow-ranked Grand Perfection cultivator, choosing urgent delivery to arrive within 4 hours to kill Lin Feng. Bei Qingfeng similarly hired a yellow-ranked Grand Perfection cultivator and urgently headed towards the Magic City. The old man from the North family, the Cultivator Association, Bei Qingwan, Bei Qingfeng, Chu Yunlong, and others, all have Lin Feng as their target. They swear not to stop until Lin Feng is dead. Huaxia's guard general Liu Shennan was directly alarmed. The leader of the intelligence network, Qin Yishan, also received the news at the same time. Even Lin Feng's senior sister, Yi Qingcheng, found out. Lin Feng and his 3 senior sisters all have the same goal, which is to protect Lin Feng. Only Lin Feng is still unaware of all this, leisurely and carefree, bringing Zia Ruoxu and Su Jingwen to meet up with Su Jingwen's classmates and teachers for an outdoor excursion. Upon arriving at the school, there were quite a few people present. The trio of Lin Feng became the focus of everyone's attention. Su Jingwen is also here. Who are the 2 people Su Jingwen brought with her? Wow, that girl is really beautiful. Yeah, Su Jingwen is already a popular school beauty, but that girl is even more beautiful, or equally beautiful, but the mature beauty she exudes is incomparable to Su Jingwen. Who is that guy? Why does he look like a loser? He's even holding hands with a goddess. Isn't it like the good cabbage is being stolen by the pig? The crowd was abuzz with discussions, all eyes focused on Lin Feng and the others. At this moment, a dark-skinned short male student with a crew cut walked over, looking honest and loyal, furrowing his brow and saying to Su Jingwen, Jingwen, you should have told me before you came. Who are these 2? With me here, I'll protect you. Let them go. Su Wei, these are my brother and sister. It's none of your business. Su Jingwen replied directly, clearly a little upset. Su Wei was her classmate who had been pursuing and protecting her. Although she didn't like Su Wei, she was still grateful for his presence. Su Wei claimed to be from the imperial capital, but she had never met Su Wei's family. Su Wei seemed mysterious. Lin Feng also noticed Su Wei and was surprised upon closer inspection. Su Wei was not simple at all. He was actually a cultivator with considerable strength. Even at the mid-level of the yellow rank, where he had currently recovered, his strength surpassed expectations. This made Lin Feng have to truly admire him, as looks can be deceiving. The problem was that Su Wei was also a young man, which was overturning Lin Feng's perception. The cultivators Lin Feng had encountered had mostly been seniors, with only him and his senior sisters being young. Su Wei was the first young cultivator Lin Feng had encountered. Su Wei looked at Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu, saying, "You guys go, I'll protect Su Jingwen." "Su Wei, I told you it's none of your business. Let us be." Su Jingwen frowned and said, her tone already not very good. She knew Su Wei had always liked and protected her, but she truly had no feelings for Su Wei. She had never thought to ask for Su Wei's help in times of difficulty. Su Jingwen couldn't accept Su Wei trying to drive away Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu. Why should he? Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Su Jingwen invited us to join her for the outdoor excursion. It's none of your concern. Why do you need to chase us away?" Lin Feng was also feeling annoyed. Su Wei was too overbearing, and his status was indeed not simple. However, in front of him, what was he acting so arrogantly for? "Su Wei, I told you to leave. Didn't you hear me?" Su Jingwen growled, standing in front of Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu. She was well aware of Su Wei's temperament. Whenever there was a different gender around, Su Wei would intervene. Many young masters from influential families had been beaten by Su Wei, and no one dared to annoy him. But she absolutely could not let Su Wei harm Lin Feng. Su Wei sneered and said, "Jingwen, move aside. You know my temper. If they don't leave, don't blame me for being ruthless." Xia Ruoxu couldn't stand by and said to Su Wei, "Are you out of your mind? Whether we stay or leave, it's none of your business. You want to make a move on us." Su Wei was being aggressive from the moment he arrived, making Xia Ruoxu truly angry. "Then don't blame me for being impolite," Su Wei said with a cold smirk, his fists already clenched, ready to bypass Su Jingwen and attack Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu. "What are you doing? Everyone is here, ready to start?" At this moment, a crisp voice came from behind, sounding like the chirping of a thrush, very pleasant to the ears. Lin Feng and the others followed the sound with their eyes. They saw a woman wearing white-framed glasses, slender figure, wearing a tight white tank top showcasing her attractive figure, carrying a large water bottle, walking towards them. This woman had her hair in a bun, looked very young, with a beautiful face, definitely a beauty with elegance. The large water bottle she was carrying seemed somewhat out of place, filled with 3 liters of water and red dates. Lin Feng suspected that besides red dates, there might also be brown sugar soaked in there. "Hello, Teacher Dongfang." Su Wei, Su Jingwen, and others greeted. Dongfang Zuer, the most beautiful teacher, 30 years old. Dongfang Zuer nodded, looked at Su Wei, and said, "Su Wei, what are you up to again? Not studying well and planning to fight again?" Su Wei lowered his head slightly and remained silent. In school, Su Wei did not care about the principal, but every time Dongfang Zuer appeared, he behaved as docile as a sick cat. Dongfang Zuer smiled and said to Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu, "I am Jingwen's homeroom teacher, Dongfang Zuer. Who are you two?" "We are her older brother and sister. I'm Xia Ruoxu, and this is my boyfriend, Lin Feng." Xia Ruoxu introduced with a smile. If Dongfang Zuer had not shown up, she really wanted Lin Feng to discipline Su Wei. He really did not know his place. Dongfang Zuer then looked closely at Lin Feng, just judging by his appearance, without looking at his face. He was quite ordinary. One could even say he looked a bit disheveled, not even changing into clean clothes. He was wearing a tracksuit, sloppy, but looking at his face, Lin Feng was quite handsome. Dongfang Zuer reached out to shake hands with Xia Ruoxu, then extended her slender hand to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not reach out. He wouldn't even touch another woman, not even as a gesture. He didn't want to. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Su Wei frowned, stared coldly at Lin Feng. Not expecting him to be so impolite, he even wanted to start a fight. But with Dongfang Zuer present, he didn't say anything for the time being. After all, he just loathed Lin Feng. Lin Feng had to defuse the awkwardness and warmly said, "Teacher Dongfang, are you trying to replenish your blood by carrying such a large water bottle?" Dongfang Zhu nodded and replied with a smile, "You have sharp eyes. During certain days of the month, I feel a bit weak. According to the elderly, eating more red dates and brown sugar helps with blood replenishment." Lin Feng chuckled and said, "Teacher Dongfang, forgive me for being blunt, but this way is not effective at all. For every 100 grams of red dates, there's only 2.3 milligrams of iron. And for every 100 grams of brown sugar, there's 2. An adult woman needs 20 milligrams of iron per day. Calculating this, one would need to consume at least over 2 pounds of red dates and brown sugar daily to supplement 20 milligrams of iron. My goodness, are you a doctor? Then what should I do?" Dongfang Zhu was surprised. Following Lin Feng's calculation, she'd have to consume over 2 pounds of red dates and brown sugar. How could she manage that? Xia Ruoxu and Su Jingwen were also surprised. They believed that consuming more red dates and brown sugar during those days could help with blood replenishment, but now they realized it might not be effective. Especially Xia Ruoxu was intrigued and hoped Lin Feng would suggest a better solution. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "It's simple. For every 100 grams of beef or lamb, there's 15.6 milligrams of iron. For every 100 grams of pork liver, there's 22.6 milligrams of iron. For every 100 grams of duck blood, there's 30.6 milligrams of iron. For every 100 grams of dried wood ear mushrooms, there's 97.4 milligrams of iron." When faced with such a situation, why not go enjoy a hot pot feast? With just a few simple sentences, Dongfang Zhu looked at Lin Feng with newfound respect. It seemed that Lin Feng indeed had some skills. Dongfang Zhu now felt like going to have hot pot with that large water bottle, making herself quite a comical sight. Xia Ruoxu smiled sweetly, feeling warm inside. Lin Feng was indeed a miracle doctor, very knowledgeable. It seemed that in the future, whenever faced with problems, they could turn to Lin Feng directly. "Thank you. It looks like I need to have a hot pot soon. After the outdoor excursion, I'll treat you all to hot pot. All the classmates seem to be here. Let me count the number of people before we leave." After a brief exchange, Dongfang Zhu went to attend to some matters. Meanwhile, Sui coldly moved to the side to make a phone call and said, "Lao Nan, today we're heading for an outdoor excursion, and there's a scumbag I despise. Now, I'll give you the route. You arrange for people to ambush him halfway and give him a good lesson. Remember, he is the only one wearing a tracksuit. Also, that scumbag has a girlfriend. Just take her away." The situation on the car was chaotic for a moment. The majority of people were wearing seat belts, so nothing serious happened, just a few minor injuries. No one had figured out what was going on when they heard banging on the doors. "Be careful, someone has stopped our car. They look malicious. Don't confront them directly. I'm calling the police." Dongfang Zhu, sitting in the front, saw the bus being forcefully stopped by a dozen people and sensed that something was wrong. Those guys were wearing black hoods and holding steel pipes and knives, looking fierce. After Dongfang Zhu spoke up, the atmosphere on the entire bus tensed up, with most of the tens of passengers becoming scared. Xia Ruoxu wasn't too concerned since Lin Feng was there. Dealing with these bandits would be easy. However, in this situation, it was not wise to act rashly. With too many people around, even if Lin Feng could handle them, it wouldn't be good if the ruthless bandits hurt others. "Dang! Open the door! Damn it, open the door!" The people outside yelled and banged on the door so hard that the driver had no choice but to open it, feeling overwhelmed. After driving for so many years, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. "Robbery! Everyone, hand over your valuables. We only want money, not lives. But anyone who resists will face death." 7 or 8 masked men approached, led by a man with a large machete, shouting loudly. "Give it to them first," Lin Feng whispered to Xia Ruoxu. They felt that something was off about these highway robbers. It was indeed inconvenient to resist on the bus. They handed over their possessions without much resistance, with more passengers terrified, obediently putting their phones, wallets, and even jewelry in the robbers' bag. When it came to Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu, Su Wei, who was sitting further back, had a more sinister smile. However, after handing over their items, the robbers with the machetes did not harm Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu but proceeded to the rear. Su Wei frowned. According to his instructions, the most important thing was to teach Lin Feng a lesson. As long as no one was killed, It was fine. Next, they needed to take Xia Ruoxu away. Why weren't they bothering Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu? Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Hand over everything you have on you. When it was Su Wei's turn, he was still frowning, but the man with the machete shouted at him. Su Wei was quite unhappy. He frowned and signaled with his eyes. Are you deaf? Can't you see? Hurry up and hand it over to me. The masked man next to him holding a machete got instantly angry and slapped Su Wei in the face with the blade of his knife, making a crisp sound. Su Wei was caught off guard and couldn't defend himself. He never expected his men to turn against him. His face was scratched by the blade, causing a painful cut. Do you want to die? Do you know who I am? Su Wei instantly became furious and stood up. But for now, he tried to stay calm, winking his eye. I don't care who you are. Fed up with your attitude. Huh? The masked man holding the machete was obviously very hot-tempered and stabbed at Su Wei. Without any defenses, the knife went straight into Su Wei's abdomen, piercing his dantian exactly. As a cultivator, if their dantian was damaged, their power would quickly diminish. To restore strength, the dantian needed to be repaired first. Damn it, Su Wei yelled in pain, clutching his stomach. Many people on the bus screamed in shock. These people were so vicious, one word and they turned violent. More stabbings came, leaving Su Wei dizzy and severely weak. The consecutive stabs on his already injured dantian caused significant harm, making Su Wei suffer greatly. He was beaten so badly that he lost consciousness. The people at the back cooperated, handing over their belongings. The robbers didn't harm anyone else and left with their loot, leaving the bus. Su Wei was recovering at this point, his face green with anger at how he was handled. He was supposed to teach Lin Feng a lesson, but that wasn't the case. He was injured and defeated instead. Su Wei was fuming, quite literally. Stay on the bus and wait for me. I'll go get our stuff back, Lin Feng said, and jumped out of the window. The robbers had 3 Mercedes blocking the road ahead. They needed to get their belongings back before the robbers left. At Lin Feng's speed, it would be impossible to catch up to the Mercedes if they escaped. Dongfang, you go back. Leave it to me. Lin Feng saw Dongfang Zur also coming out and immediately instructed her. After speaking, Lin Feng felt that something was off. Why would Dongfang Zur, a delicate woman, come down at this moment? Doesn't she know how dangerous this is? As Lin Feng observed Dongfang Zur carefully, he was startled. Dongfang Zur gave him a sense of vastness. This feeling proved that Dongfang Zur was also a cultivator. Beyond Lin Feng's perception range, she was probably unfathomable. Lin Feng couldn't believe that Dongfang Zur was also a master. It seems that the school where Su Jingwen is located has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Dongfang Zur quickly said, I'll leave it to you. If you have good skills, take the things back. Don't let them take it away. Lin Feng's decision to come down also made Dongfang Zur feel uneasy. However, she didn't know if Lin Feng was also a cultivator. She decided to let Lin Feng try first, and if he couldn't handle it, she would intervene. Stop right there. Either leave the things behind or leave your lives. There were 5 or 6 people on the other side, already in the car. Lin Feng shouted loudly. He couldn't be bothered with Dongfang Zur. He didn't want to have close interactions with her either. Lin Feng couldn't figure out Dongfang Zur's background. At the same time, Lin Feng was puzzled by the fact that these robbers were driving Mercedes cars worth hundreds of thousands. How could they afford luxury cars for robbery? Hey, little rabbit, didn't you see blood just now? You dare to come down and ask us to leave the things? Laoju, go give him a slash. The masked man holding a big knife chuckled, ordering Laoju to give Lin Feng a slash like he did to Su Wei earlier. Got it, bro. Laoju rushed towards Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng unmoving, Laoju thrust the knife towards his stomach. Before the knife could reach Lin Feng, he slapped Laoju hard, knocking him to the ground. Lin Feng was feeling dizzy and disoriented. Hey, this little rabbit still has some moves. Brothers, let's take him down together and kill him. The leader of the masked men was surprised by the situation, but didn't take Lin Feng seriously. With a dozen or so people, they got out of the car, knives in hand, and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's faint smile turned into a grin as he charged forward. The swift sounds of blows were heard, and the masked men felt a gust of wind. A powerful force hit their faces, causing them all to fall to the ground in a daze. They were no match for Lin Feng despite their numbers and weapons. In the eyes of Dongfang Zur, Lin Feng seemed even more mysterious. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng was also a cultivator. His strength seemed to be at the initial stage of chair refining. Oh, Su Jingwen's brother is really powerful. Yet, he looks ordinary, except for being handsome and good at fighting. I admire him. People in the car discussed. Su Wei, sitting pale with his hand over his stomach, was trying to recover from his injuries. Although his dantian was damaged and his strength temporarily lost, his physique was still strong. He suppressed the bleeding and focused on recovering from his injuries. He was unaware of the situation outside but was filled with rage. He was determined to make Lao Non pay. Outside, there were screams resembling that of a slaughtered pig, coming one after another. Wherever Lin Feng went, there were continuous cries of agony. Everyone who came across him ended up with broken limbs. These were desperate criminals that Lin Feng needed to teach a lesson. After incapacitating all of them, he kicked them off the road to prevent any traffic disturbances. They writhed in pain and quickly passed out. Lin Feng found the snakeskin bag, then got back in the car and parked the 3 Mercedes cars by the roadside. Just as Lin Feng was about to get off the car, he noticed a small box inside. The color of the box looked familiar, similar to the one Chu Wanzhen gave him in the morning. Lin Feng took the box and pocketed it, intending to check its contents later. Facing Dongfang Zhuo, Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head, not saying much. Dongfang Zhuo's words seemed strange. She was obviously stronger than him, yet she didn't intervene earlier when he could have used help. Everyone was grateful to Lin Feng for retrieving their belongings. Lin Feng glanced back at Su Wei, smiled, then held Xia Ruoxu's hand with a glint of killing intent in his eyes. Lin Feng had noticed the signals Su Wei had been giving him earlier. It seemed Su Wei had set up the robbery, assuming Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu were his targets. However, the robbers just now were not Su Wei's men, who were most likely still on the way. Lin Feng pondered on what Su Wei's true intentions were and how extreme his actions might be. If Su Wei went too far, Lin Feng wouldn't spare him. Despite appearing honest, Su Wei was a strong cultivator with a malicious mind. Lin Feng used his other hand to take out a small box and opened it to look inside. There was a small red bead, 1 centimeter in diameter, full of vitality. With a snap, Lin Feng immediately closed the box. His eyes were filled with shock because inside was actually a vitality stone. The reason Lin Feng hurriedly closed the box was to prevent the vitality from escaping and being sensed by Dongfang Zhuo. But in just that moment, Dongfang Zhuo had already sensed it, giving Lin Feng a surprised look. However, she didn't know what it specifically was, only feeling a strong surge of vitality that appeared and then dissipated clean. Lin Feng decided to keep this vitality stone for now and wait for an opportunity to use it to restore his strength. Lin Feng, you seem very happy? Xia Ruoxu asked, to which Lin Feng smiled warmly and replied, nothing, I'm just happy when I'm with you. His main reason for happiness was the unexpected gain. These robbers were definitely escorting this vitality stone to someone in the City of Magic. But on the way, they wanted to make a profit but encountered him. Dongfang Zhuo had already called for help, and someone would come to take these people away. Everyone continued forward. Originally, Dongfang Zhuo wanted Su Wei to go to the hospital, but Su Wei disagreed. Dongfang Zhuo didn't say much either. She knew Su Wei's situation well. Su Wei had temporarily lost his strength from being injured, but was not in mortal danger. Now everything is fine. Everyone don't need to be afraid. Su Wei has a strong recovery ability. There's no need to worrying about him. Thank you, Mr. Lin Feng, for helping all of us. The teacher feels that Mr. Ling not only fights well but also has a good mentality. He is still smiling warmly now. Please say a few words to everyone. Mr. Lin. Dongfang Zhuo walked over and handed the microphone to Lin Feng. She was already curious about Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Xia Ruoxu. Xia Ruoxu smiled gently and said, Great hero, why don't you say a few words to everyone? Everyone is still quite scared right now. Help ease everyone's tension. Lin Feng nodded. He felt really good and took the microphone, saying, Let me tell you all little legend about Su Dongpo. Legend has it that Su Dongpo worked in Guozhou, in the north of the Yangtze River, where he often discussed Zen with the abbot of Jinshan Temple across the river, Master Foying, and they got along well. One day during a Zen session, he was inspired and impulsively wrote a verse, Salute the sky outside the sky, shining light to the vast universe, the 8 winds cannot move, sitting upright like a purple lotus flower. After telling the story, everyone applauded in amazement, never having heard this story before. Dong Fangzhe seemed lost in thought, amazed by Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng looked quite ordinary, when he spoke, you could feel his extraordinary qualities. Su Jingwen couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lin, what is a verse?" Many people also looked at Lin Feng, sharing the same curiosity. Lin Feng smiled and explained, "A verse, also known as a chant, refers to the Sun verses in Buddhist scriptures. Each verse has different lengths, usually for lines. Typically, it refers to the eternal poems of the Buddhist school. It seems that from now on, the teacher will have to teach you more knowledge outside the textbooks." Dong Fangzhe continued, expressing her trust in Lin Feng's broad knowledge. However, Su Wei sneered. He was most annoyed by these things. Now everyone thought Lin Feng was a great hero, which made him even more unhappy. He had just received information that the people who had attempted to rob them earlier and had caused him to lose strength were waiting near Panjiuan arranged by Lo Nan. Thinking about this made him furious. The car stopped, and an old man with a mask blocked the car below. "Open the door. Open the damn door for me." Another masked old man came over and banged on the car door, yelling at the driver to open the door. "Driver, should I open the door?" The driver asked. Click. Before the question was finished, the car door was ripped off. The driver shut up on the spot, heart pounding with fear. He thought the two old men were nothing special, that anyone who could rip off a car door with such force. How was that possible? Many people in the car also screamed in terror. It was hard to imagine how the other party had done it. Lin Feng, however, remained very calm, and just sat there. The other party were cultivators, both not weak, in the later stage of Che cultivation. Such powerful cultivators were definitely arranged by Su Wei. "Everyone in the car, you have 1 minute to get out, otherwise the fate of the car door will be your fate too. I'll tear each and every one of you limb from limb." After getting out of the car fare, the old man just yelled and didn't bother coming up. They received a call from old Nan, who was very angry and cursed them out. He said Su Xiao had been disabled, and they had to perform well to please Su Xiao. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to walk away unscathed. Lin Feng and the others got off the car one by one. Even the driver followed suit. Many people couldn't help trembling. Despite the other party being old men, they were truly terrifying, and no one dared to act rashly. Line up. Cooperate well, then no one will be hurt. But if you don't cooperate, limbs will be broken. Everyone lined up, and it was quite long. Lin Feng took a glance at Dong Fangzhe, who was very calm, and didn't seem to have any intention of making a move, as if she was waiting for him to make a move. "Look up. Don't make a sound. Grandpa likes men, so I'll pick a young and fresh one and break his limbs so he can move. Take him to the bed." The tall old man yelled. Many women breathed a sigh of relief, but then heard the short old man shout, "Grandpa likes women. Find a pretty girl to take to the bed. The one chosen better cooperate, otherwise the consequences will be severe." The two old men found a random excuse, targeted one male and one female. Lin Feng smiled. It was clearly aimed at him and Xia Ruoxu. As expected, the two old men started searching from the beginning and quickly locked onto Lin Feng in sportswear and Xia Ruoxu with him. "I want that little beast in sportswear, and I want the beauty next to him. Indeed very attractive. You two, come out." Once Lin Feng was targeted, the two old men didn't waste any more words and got straight to the point. "Lin Feng, these two old beasts are really out to get us." Xia Ruoxu looked at Lin Feng and said directly. She was angry. Both old men were dressed in robes, obviously cultivators. These cultivators were truly lawless. Fighting against them without the ability was really unthinkable. Su Wei smiled brightly. Now Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu were trapped. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Why are you two old beasts targeting us? Who ordered you? Asterisk, you little beast. Dare talk to Grandpa like that. If Grandpa doesn't crush your limbs, I won't be able to ease my anger." The tall old man shouted coldly, walking towards Lin Feng in anger. "Dong Feng, what should we do?" Lin Feng was not in a rush. Looking at Dong Fangzhe, I don't know. Dong Fangzhe had no intention of making a move. She wouldn't act unless absolutely necessary. She wanted to continue being a teacher and didn't want her students and their families to know how strong she really was. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, feeling disappointed. If he didn't have the strength to protect himself and Xia Ruoxu, and even Dong Fangzhe didn't make a move, the outcome would be very bleak. "Little beast, dare speak to Grandpa like that. No one can protect you." The tall old man sneered and reached out to grab Lin Feng's neck. That as the skinny hand of the old man reached out, Lin Feng swiftly grabbed the old man's wrist. WTF, you can still grab Grandpa's, ah. The tall old man was shocked. Before he could finish his sentence, he screamed in pain. Lin Feng exerted more force, and with a snap, crushed the old man's wrist, then kicked him in the stomach and let go of his hand. Ah! With a bang, the old man screamed and was kicked meters away, landing on the road like a dead dog. What the hell? The short old man's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart sinking. He couldn't believe that the tall old man, as strong as himself, had his wrist snapped and was kicked away in an instant by Lin Feng. What's more, Lin Feng, so young, was also a cultivator. The moment he made a move, the strength he displayed was on par with theirs. With equal strength, the tall old man couldn't beat Lin Feng. The short old man thought the tall old man had underestimated Lin Feng. After all, he never imagined Lin Feng was also a cultivator. Dongfang Zhu's eyes were filled with astonishment. She had thought that if Lin Feng couldn't handle it, she would have to take action. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng had shown even greater strength than before. How did Lin Feng do it? From her realm of cultivation, when Lin Feng made a move, it leaked out spiritual power, and her strength couldn't be concealed. How strong she was, one glance was enough to see, but she actually misjudged. How is that possible? Su Wei squinted his eyes, also shocked, and could not have imagined that Lin Feng was actually a cultivator. You little beast, you may have some skills, but in front of Grandpa, you are nothing. Since we are of the same kind, then Grandpa won't let you live. Go die. The short old man shouted, charging forward and striking towards Lin Feng's chest with full force. He gave it his all, not daring to hold back at all. He absolutely couldn't be careless like the tall old man. After all, they were both cultivators, and one misstep could lead to an immediate demise. As the short old man rushed forward, Lin Feng used a big roundhouse kick, directly striking the short old man in front of him, causing a loud bang that seemed to shake the ground. Many people watching were shocked and terrified. This is impossible. Su Wei, also trembling with fear, was astonished. Under equal strength, logically speaking, the fighting power should be similar, but the two experts under him really couldn't create any ripples in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's fighting power is probably unmatched among peers of the same level and stage. What is Lin Feng's background, after all? Ignoring the dazed short old man for now, Lin Feng approached the tall old man whose 7 orifices were bleeding, still not reacting. Lin Feng first went up to the tall old man, stepped on his head, bent down, and asked with a smile, "Old beast, who ordered you? Why target me and my girlfriend? Speak up, I might spare you. Don't speak, and I will crush your dog head with this kick." Although he knew it was Su Wei, Lin Feng still needed evidence to act. Dongfang Zhu was here. If he didn't present evidence and went straight after Su Wei, who was Dongfang Zhu's student, who knows if this woman Dongfang Zhu might interfere? No one ordered, "If you are capable, just kill me." Despite the blood oozing from the corners of the tall old man's mouth, he still refused to betray Su Wei. Su Wei was currently disabled and hadn't recovered. If he betrayed Su Wei might end up dead at Lin Feng's hands. Then his entire family would be finished. He could die, but his loved ones had to continue living. Lin Feng continued to smash the right hand and foot of the tall old man, who was writhing in pain, experiencing dizziness and fear washing over him. Lin Feng said warmly, "Who instructed you? If you say it, I'll let you go." No one instructed. "If you want to kill, do as you please." Trembling, the tall old man spoke a few words but still would not betray Su Wei. Seeing this, it seemed that the other party was not going to incriminate Su Wei. Lin Feng wondered why these cultivators were so loyal. Till death, they wouldn't betray their employer. This was quite frightening. These cultivators were like dedicated warriors. Lin Feng said with a warm smile, "Well, I don't dare to kill arbitrarily after all. We all follow the law. Each of you, 1 million each. Transfer the money immediately. Once the money is received, you can leave. If you don't pay, sorry, I'll have to disable all your limbs and turn you into eunuchs. You vicious old beasts." "Okay. Thank you." Both old men agreed immediately. With 1 million each, they had saved their lives. Ruo Zhu, give them the payment information. Collect the money. Lin Feng beckoned to Xia Ruoxu, who nodded in excitement. She only had 1 million left on her, really needing the money. She had some money before, which could have been used to repay her loans in advance and still have some left, but she had given it all to Xia Jianhua. Following Lin Feng out, she instantly gained 2 million. The speed of making money was so fast. After transferring the money, the two old men fell silent. The short old man supported the tall old man and prepared to leave, thinking that Lin Feng wouldn't bother them anymore. But as they turned to leave, Lin Feng jumped up and kicked both of them in the back, sending them flying. You lie. You aren't trustworthy. The two old men coughed up blood, despair evident in their eyes. Lin Feng said with a warm smile, I never keep my word with scoundrels like you who have no respect for the law. Farewell, no need to see you off. Lin Feng walked up and stepped on both of their heads, crushing their skulls. With one kick, he took both of them away. Lin Feng kicked their bodies aside, not bothering to care. Don Fangzur looked at Lin Feng with a significant change in her eyes. Lin Feng was indeed decisive and ruthless, but Lin Feng's actions were fundamentally correct. In the world of cultivators, when one cultivator kills another, no one cares. However, the matter of cleanup was generally handled by the Temple of War. She called the Temple of War and asked them to come and collect the bodies. Damn it, Lin Feng, you're good. If I don't kill you today, I won't believe in justice. Sui clenched his fists and cursed a few times through gritted teeth in his mind. He would definitely not let Lin Feng live past today. These two cultivators are also hired by him. If they're killed, if they die, he has to compensate the Cultivators Association. That's not all. It's just that he can't stand Lin Feng. And now he took out his phone again, sent a message, contacted Lao Nan. Let Lao Nan bring people over directly. The speed must be fast. Strive to kill Lin Feng directly before entering the wildlife park. He can't stand this indignation. Lao Nan is very powerful. If he moves directly, even if Lin Feng has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will definitely die without a doubt. Lin Feng glanced at Sui and saw Sui quickly typing with his head down, and smiled. Sui, this beast, will definitely continue to harass him, but he is not in a hurry. He'll just wait. As long as this beast continues to call people, there will always be a chance to completely kill this beast. Big brother Lin, have you received a message on your phone? Sitting down in the car, everyone continued on their way. Su Jingwen turned around from the front and said to Lin Feng. She sent a message to Lin Feng, but Lin Feng seems different from others. Others are basically always holding their phones, swiping back and forth. Lin Feng does not have this situation. When sending him a message, he may not even know. Lin Feng took out his phone, put his arm around Xia Ruoxu's shoulder, and the two leaned together to look at it. He has never wanted to hide anything from Xia Ruoxu. If the opposite sex sends him a message, they will look at it together so that Xia Ruoxu doesn't get suspicious. Big brother Lin, I have a feeling that the two old men behind us were called by Su Wei to deal with you. Su Wei's background is very mysterious. No one can afford to provoke him at school. Regardless of the other party's background, Su Wei can't be provoked. But Su Wei has always protected me, likes me, but I have never agreed, and he has never laid a hand on me. I am very wary of him, but he does have feelings and righteousness towards me. I hope Big Brother Lin, please don't continue to fight with him. Also because I am worried about Big Brother Lin, hoping that Big Brother Lin can give me face. Su Jingwen is very clever. Her analysis is not wrong. But these words made Lin Feng angry. He hasn't offended Su Wei, but Su Wei is deliberately targeting him. Why should he let Su Wei off the hook? Regardless of how mysterious Su Wei's background is, Lin Feng has never been afraid. If Su Wei wants to harm Lin Feng, he will not give in to Su Wei or harm Xia Ruoxu. Lin Feng put away his phone without responding to Su Jingwen. After a while, Dong Fanzur came over again, holding a small microphone and smiling. Mr. Lin mentioned Su Shai earlier. Now we invite Mr. Lin to tell us about the poet Saint Li Bai. What do you all think? Great. Most people began to clap and cheer. Nowadays, many people admire Lin Feng very much, and many girls are moved by him. Lin Feng is dressed in ordinary clothing, very handsome, cultured, and capable, which makes him very attractive to them. Only Su Wei is very upset, sarcastically saying, "Isn't it just the alcoholic Li Bai? What's so great about him? Just erase him from history. It doesn't make any difference. What's to talk about?" Lin Feng didn't want to say anything more. He was also unhappy with Dong Fangzur. But when he heard Su Wei's words, Lin Feng took the microphone and said, "Ignorance is truly laughable. Without Li Bai, would it not affect us? The entire Tang dynasty poetry would be diluted. Students would have to memorize fewer Tang poems and use fewer idioms, talking about childhood without childhood sweethearts. talking about love without deep affection, talking about enjoyment without family happiness, talking about heroism without lavish spending. Life is like a dream, without pride and joy, celestial grandeur. These words would not exist. Ants challenging trees, brilliant strokes of the brush, earth-shattering events, would all disappear without a trace. Without Li Bai, our lives would lose a lot of encouragement. When faced with difficulties, not being able to say, though it's hard for great waves to arise without winds, the sailing boat becomes a gift to flying waves. When the career is not going well, not to be able to say, laughing at heaven and going out, we are not lowly grass. In adversity, not being able to say, by heavens will did I a special function receive. Losing money, not being able to say 1,000 gold pieces scattered, tens of thousands return. Not to mention the lie, the great Peng ascends with the wind at dawn, soaring 90,000 miles. Without Li Bai, the land of China would also become blurry. Not knowing where the water of the Yellow River comes from, how high the Lushan waterfall is, how big the Yanshan snowflakes are, how deep the waters of Peach Blossom Lake are, and how difficult the Shu Road is. The fame of Beidacheng, Yellow Crane Tower, and Donding Lake would all be slightly diminished. The landscapes of Huangshan, Tiantai Mountain, and Mi Mountain would also pale a bit. Even if there is a Huaxia person without any culture or education, even if he doesn't like Tang poems at all, when he hears the bright moonlight on the bed, it feels like frost on the ground will reflexively say, "It's like frost on the ground." A great poet like Li Bai has already become a kind of gene that has merged into the blood of the Chinese. Now you're telling me that erasing Li Bai from history would have no impact. You've read from a prestigious university, yet you're embarrassing yourself, you send sculpture thing. Lin Feng said, in one breath, angrily retorting Su Wei, this shallow beast. But everyone was shocked, directly stunned by his words. No one expected Lin Feng to speak so well, with such depth. Many people realized their own ignorance and the greatness of Li Bai through Lin Feng's words. Even Don Fangzur was shocked and trembling, her awareness refreshed by Lin Feng's profound knowledge. Xia Ruoxu smiled very sweetly, her eyes full of love when she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng is truly outstanding. When Lin Feng spoke, his charm was infinite. Su Wei was left speechless, red-faced and embarrassed, not expecting Lin Feng to be so articulate and knowledgeable. Attention everyone! There's another sand sculpture blocking the car. The carriage fell silent for a while. Everyone was in shock, but the driver's shout broke to silence. The driver was furious, but still slammed on the brakes at top speed. In all his years of driving, this was the first time he didn't reach his destination and encountered 3 times of people flagging down the car for who knows what purpose. This kind of situation had never happened before. In front, 5 old men linked hands to form a human barrier, directly blocking the road. It was truly enraging. This time, they didn't even cover their faces. There was no need to. They came openly, but only Su Wei recognized them. Others did not. The main reason was the driver was driving too slow, causing the car door to be ripped off, and when speeding up, the wind was too strong. They were supposed to switch cars, but Tan Fangzhu insisted and said she would take responsibility for repairing the car. Damn it! Kill the beasts who killed my 2 brothers, bring your girlfriend, and get off to meet your doom. I'll give you 20 seconds to come down. If you don't blame me for being impolite. I'll come up and kill you. Lao Non roared from below. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. Observing the opponent's strength, he was taken aback. Lao Non had already reached the peak of the yellow stage, and the weakest of the other 4 was at the beginning of the yellow stage. Lin Feng was currently at the middle of the yellow stage, feeling he couldn't beat Lao Non. Mainly because he had just recovered to the yellow phase, he couldn't use boxing or kicking techniques yet. When Lin Feng recovered to the point where he could use his techniques, his combat power would be even more terrifying. As the opponent didn't have those techniques, Lin Feng would be invincible at the same level. However, Lin Feng hadn't even used his Cha Explosion Ball at the yellow stage yet. The stronger his strength, the greater the power of the Cha Explosion Ball. So Lin Feng quickly condensed the Cha Explosion Ball, not going down. Lao Non and the others were waiting below. Don Fangzhu glanced at Su Wei's direction, her eye slightly icy. She knew these people were called by Su Wei, but Su Wei was really outrageous. Lin Feng hadn't really offended Su Wei, yet Su Wei sent people to kill him. Why was it so excessive? Lin Feng was now afraid to go down, but not going down was definitely not an option. Soon the old men would come up and forcibly take Lin Feng down. Little bastard, not coming down huh? Then don't blame me for being impolite. Lao Non roared again. He had been waiting for Lin Feng for almost a minute and still didn't see him coming down. He had already exceeded the time he had given, so he went directly up to find Lin Feng. But Dong Fangzhu was standing at the door, saying, "Everyone upstairs are my students and their relatives and friends. What are you trying to do? Do you know the rules?" The rules Dong Fangzhu mentioned were that cultivators couldn't harm ordinary people. Rules? I only know, an eye for an eye. It's only fair. Step aside. I don't fight women. Lao Non sneered and responded, not daring to rush up. He knew how terrifying Dong Fangzhu was. He could only wait for Su Wei's orders. Su Wei was in the car. How should they proceed? Su Wei would give him a hint. Su Wei furrowed his brow, not expecting Dong Fangzhu to step up and protect Lin Feng. With Dong Fangzhu there, how could Lao Non and the others possibly be opponents? Helpless, Su Wei sent a message to command Dong Fangzhu to step aside. Soon, Su Jingwen's phone rang. "Jingwen, is your big brother Lin okay? He's encountered a bit of trouble." "Mom, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. Your big brother Lin has been kind to us. If your big brother Lin gets into trouble, remember to ask teacher Dong Fan for help." Su Shumai quickly said and hung up. This left Su Jingwen feeling puzzled. Why would Su Shumai suddenly say such things? Su Wei waited for a long time, watching Dong Fangzhu. As she didn't answer the phone, Su Wei could only suggest, "Dong Fang teacher, why don't you check your phone? Staring at an old man isn't really interesting, right?" Su Wei guessed that a message had been sent to Dong Fangzhu. If she hadn't read it, she wouldn't know. "I'm not looking. Don't feel like it. These old phobies are too lawless. I don't know who's behind them." Clueless, Dong Fangzhu's voice was cold, reminding Su Wei not to cause further trouble. Su Wei sneered and continued to send a message to above, to command Dong Fangzhu to move aside. Lin Feng smiled, stood up. The Cha explosion ball was ready, holding Xia Ruoxu's hand. They walked out. Dong Fangzhu blocked Lin Feng, saying, "Mr. Lin, please sit back down. Don't worry. With me here, no one would dare come up. No one on the car would be harmed." Lin Feng warmly said, "It's okay, teacher Dong Fang. It's nothing serious. They're here for me, right? I'll go down and see. It's pointless to keep standing here, ruining everyone's mood for a day out. How can they have fun? If you're really capable, you go down and knock down those stubborn old people. If you can't, then stop talking." Lin Feng's words sounded warm, but there was no politeness in them. It also showed his displeasure towards Dong Fangzhu. If Dong Fangzhu believed she was powerful, she could just go down and act directly. Waiting here wasn't really the solution. "Teacher Dong Fang, that person wants to go down. People have their freedom. Can't lock them, right?" Su Wei stood up, a smile on his face. He didn't expect Lin Feng to insist on going down to his doom, putting him in his place. "You're looking for trouble on your own. Don't joke around. Hurry back." Dong Fangzhu's face was stern, her tone cold, also becoming anxious. East Zhuir found that Lin Feng was really clueless. Originally, Zhuir had always admired Lin Feng, but now that he stepped forward to face danger on his own, it was truly foolish. With Lin Feng's limited strength, any random old man outside could easily slap him to death with one hand. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Teacher Dong Fang, I suggest you step aside. Su Wei is right. I have personal freedom, and you have no control over me. You are, after all, a woman, timid and afraid of trouble, and will never achieve greatness. Fine. If you seek that, then go ahead and roll down." This remark angered East Zhuir, making way for Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng was being so foolish, there was nothing she could do to stop him. "Teacher Dong Fang, please do not let big brother Lin go down. It's too dangerous." Su Jingwen gathered her courage and shouted. Previously, Su Shumai had just called, and she didn't know if asking for Dong Fangzhuir's help was even effective. Dong Fangzhuir failed to stop Lin Feng, but decided to go down together with Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu. Since Su Jingwen spoke up, Dong Fangzhuir would surely help. But she really disliked Lin Feng and wanted him to taste the power of those old men to teach him a lesson. Su Jingwen also hurried down, feeling nervous. Su Wei chose to come down to watch too, wanting to witness Lin Feng's limbs being broken and watch him suffer unbearably. 5 old men stood opposite Lin Feng. Lao Non chuckled, preparing to make his move. Dong Fangzhuir also came down, feeling a bit wary, determined to give Lin Feng a profound lesson before Dong Fangzhuir intervened, at least to cripple Lin Feng's legs. As Lin Feng calculated which spot to target, he pushed the exploding energy ball towards them. Lin Feng aimed to defeat all 5 opponents at once. It was impossible to take down one individually, and with for more, it would be troublesome. Lin Feng was not relying on anyone for help now. Instead, relying on himself was more effective, just like building a skyscraper from the ground up. Lao Nan was in no rush to attack, smiling and saying, "Kid, kneel down and call me grandpa. Count out 10 times before talking." He never took Lin Feng seriously, as Lin Feng didn't dare to come down so far. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "To be honest, I just want to know who is behind you old folks, targeting me in this way. Can't you just say it? In any case, I'm about to die, so let me die with some peace of mind, won't you?" Lin Feng already sensed a subtle relationship between Su Wei, Su Jingwen, and Yi Suir. Without solid evidence, he hesitated to act against Su Wei. If he did, Yi Suir might step in. "Brat, nobody is directing us. Do you have any last words?" Lao Nan refused to betray Su Wei. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "Honestly, if all of you old folks attack together, I still wouldn't care. It's too easy to kill you. If someone reveals who is behind all this, I might let him live. Of course, I won't ask for it now. I will spare your lives before I knock you down. Be prepared." "Ha ha ha, oh, Grandpa is so scared." "Yeah, I'm terrified, scared to death. Ha ha ha." The 5 old men burst into laughter, but it was all mockery and disdain. "Die." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng waved his hand, and the energy ball exploded, hurling into the group of 5 old men as he embraced Xia Ruoxu's delicate body and swiftly retreated. Doom! A deafening explosion, like a bomb detonating among the 5 old men. A terrifying shockwave swept through the area, sending them flying in all directions. Ah. The old men's miserable cries filled the air. Su Jingwen was pushed back a few steps by the powerful shockwave, nearly falling. Seeing the old men crashing onto the ground, blooded and torn clothes, though still alive, unable to rise due to severe injuries and bleeding profusely. You sneak. Puh. Lao Nan struggled to speak, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was definitely a sneak attack by Lin Feng, but no one could understand how he did it. It was incomprehensible, a miraculous feat. Oh my god, how could this be? Yi Suir was dumbfounded, unable to fathom the technique used by Lin Feng. In the moment Lin Feng threw the energy ball, she also felt a surge of energy sweeping over her. But she couldn't understand how this powerful move was triggered. Su Wei was dumbfounded, watching in shock. Without expecting Lao Nan to fail even with his personal intervention, Su Wei now faced a worse situation, unable to defeat Lin Feng, especially when he had not fully recovered. Feeling aggrieved, he vowed to hire skilled individuals from the Association of Practitioners. He couldn't rely on his family's experts and his weakened state. He couldn't defeat Lin Feng. Su Wei, go to the side directly, start operating that mobile phone, and hire stronger people to come over. If Lin Feng is not killed today, he swears to be nobody. Lin Feng directly let Xia Ruoxu give him the payment came in front of an old man, warmly smiled and said, "Seeing that you're an old man with many descendants, I really can't bear to kill you. Transfer however much money, then get lost." The old man hesitated for a moment, but Lin Feng immediately stomped out, directly crunching the old man's thigh. "Awoo. I'll give. The old man screamed on the spot, hurriedly took out his phone and transferred all the money. The first old man obediently made money, and the next 4 old men cooperated much more. Before Lin Feng even went there, he had his phone ready, preparing to stay alive. Thinking that Lin Feng wouldn't investigate who was behind it, they breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't die, they were all cultivators, and their recovery abilities were quick, so they would fully recover in no time. Leaving a green hill behind ensures there will be wood to burn. Among the 5 old men, Lin Feng received a total of more than 9 million. Lin Feng discovered that each of these cultivators really had at least 1 million in assets. Not simple at all. Now, treading on old Nan's head, Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Will you reveal who's behind the scenes? If you do, I'll spare your life." "Damn it, didn't you say you gave money? Old Nan was furious on the spot, but before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng stomped down, crushing old Nan's skull. Old Nan immediately, and still, staring with wide eyes, the expression in his eyes quickly fading. The other 4 old men, seeing this, were filled with fear. Two of the old men were so frightened and they peed themselves, desperately crawling to the side, blood continuously flowing from their mouths. Betrayal was impossible, but Lin Feng's ruthlessness exceeded their imagination. Thinking they could live by giving money, little did they know, they had been deceived by Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with so many details, asking each person only once, and if they hesitated, he stomped them to death without giving them any chance. Lin Feng would not show mercy to cultivators. After easily dealing with them, Lin Feng kicked them to the side and didn't even glance at Dongfang Zhu, holding Xia Ruoxu's hand, and returned to the car. While walking, he smiled and said, Ruoxu, print out the payment code for the future, carry it with you at all times, and collect money conveniently. You're so bad. Xia Ruoxu punched Lin Feng, glared at him, but her eyes were full of love. By Lin Feng's side, she seemed accustomed to such things, unlike Su Jingwen, who shivered and was scared to death. Xia Ruoxu truly felt happy. By Lin Feng's side, she had just given away 40 million, and now had over 12 million on hand. It had all happened in a little over an hour. Everyone got into the car and continued on their way. Dongfang Zhu, smiling sweetly again, looked at Lin Feng with a different look in her eyes and said, Mr. Lin, could you tell everyone why in ancient China, the Tang dynasty and the Song dynasty were the wealthiest dynasties, and what important significance poetry had in the Tang and Song dynasties? Why can't we return to the most prosperous era of Tang poetry and song lyrics nowadays? Although it was said to let Lin Feng speak to everyone, she actually wanted to hear more from him, and everyone needed to lighten up after facing 3 consecutive robberies. Without a break, many people's moods would be greatly affected. Their view of Lin Feng changed once again. Lin Feng glanced at Dongfang Zhu, smiled, and said nothing. Great hero, please speak. I want to listen to. Xia Ruoxu leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder, sweetly smiling. Looking at Lin Feng's eyes, she really admired him. The days by Lin Feng's side seemed to be his happiest days, the most joyous times. Lin Feng then took the small microphone, smiled warmly, and said, the flourishing of the Tang dynasty and the prosperity of the Song dynasty were naturally attributed to the diligent governance of the rulers. But Tang poetry and song lyrics also had a profound impact. The reason we can't return to the era of Tang poetry and song lyrics nowadays is mainly, as technology advances, humans become more miserable. Because technology affects our brains and our spiritual perception. We now live in a world ruled by the brain. The heart wants comfort, the brain wants duty. If the body and soul have a small bed, the brain demands a luxurious villa. Before technology developed, we all relied on spiritual perception to understand the world. When were children happier? Back then or now? Everyone started applauding all at once, making the atmosphere feel intense. Only Su Wei remained indifferent, with a disdainful expression, even letting out a cold laugh. The experts he hired were in urgent status, given for hours to reach the wildlife park. By then, if Lin Feng didn't die, Su Wei would have the same surname as him. Quickly arriving at the wildlife park, after everyone got off the car, they first went to the rural restaurant to eat, then continued to explore. Planning to come out around 3 in the afternoon, Su Wei had a poker face as he sat at a table with Lin Feng and the others. He had his own injuries and couldn't eat, only able to drink water. He could have stayed in a cooler place, but he chose to stay and coldly watch Lin Feng. Dongfang Zhu treated everyone to hot pot. They ordered some stir-fried dishes and the restaurant even gave them oranges. Xia Ruoxu preferred eating prawns, and Lin Feng ordered a large plate for her, quickly peeling them and asking her to eat slowly, ready for another plate if needed. Lin Feng, I want to eat oranges. After eating almost enough, Xia Ruoxu wanted Lin Feng to give her an orange placed a bit far from her reach. Lin Feng quickly brought it over, peeled it, and fed it to her. Everyone envied Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu's relationship, so sweet and loving. Su Wei smirked and said, eating prawns and oranges together. Do you know it can be poisonous? Having food poisoning just because you didn't search it up. Ridiculous. Those words were obviously directed at Xia Ruoxu. Hearing what Su Wei said, some people quickly searched online and, indeed found that doctors advised against eating prawns and oranges together due to potential food poisoning. This revelation startled Xia Ruoxu. If that was true, she wondered if she couldn't eat a few oranges. Lin Feng glanced at Su Wei and warmly reassured Xia Ruoxu. Don't listen to that idiotic blabber. He doesn't know anything but thinks he's always right. Su Wei stood up angrily and demanded an apology. Lin Feng's words deeply offended him, and he vowed that even if the emperor were present, he wouldn't allow Lin Feng to live. Lin Feng then explained the logic behind the potential toxicity of eating prawns and vitamin C together. After Lin Feng's clarification, Xia Ruoxu felt reassured. With Lin Feng by her side, she felt safe. There were many things she didn't understand, but Lin Feng did. Indeed, Lin Feng was very knowledgeable, and if there was a poisoning incident, she believed Lin Feng could handle it. Having such a perfect boyfriend like Lin Feng was incredible. Su Wei was so enraged that he couldn't utter a word. In the end, he had to admit that Lin Feng knew more than he did. He even searched online and found out that his grandmother's advice was incorrect, and it was okay to eat them together. This only fueled Su Wei's hatred towards Lin Feng. Concluding their meal, as they were about to leave, a few burly, drunk men with bare chests approached them. In their group of beauties were 3 women, Xia Ruoxu, Dong Fangzhou, and Su Jingwen, who had caught the attention of these men. Seeing a chance to confront them, the lead man loudly invited the women over for drinks. Su Wei, already irate, confronted them, but the situation escalated quickly. If he still had his power, he could have easily handled them. Having Lin Feng and Dong Fangzhou by his side gave him confidence. The men, targeting Su Jingwen and Xia Ruoxu, made Su Wei believe Lin Feng wouldn't intervene. The situation grew tense, and Su Wei felt cornered, prompting his outburst. The lead man then proceeded to hit Su Wei across the face, sparking anger and frustration. Although tempted to retaliate, Dong Fangzhou trusted that Lin Feng would handle the situation. Infuriated by the physical assault, Su Wei demanded Lin Feng's help. However, Lin Feng calmly declined, stating he wasn't someone strong, which only enraged Su Wei further. Following an altercation, Su Wei was pushed and tripped over, instigating a brawl suggested by the leader. Su Wei was directly beaten up, crying out in pain, especially his stomach, just starting to recover a bit. Now the wound has split open again, fresh blood gushing out. Stop! Don't hit him anymore. You might kill him. Dong Fangzhou had been waiting for Lin Feng to step forward, but Lin Feng was just holding a cup of tea, leisurely sipping, completely unmoved, so she had to step out herself and roar. If they kept hitting, Su Wei's life would really be in danger. Despite being tough, at this moment Su Wei's Danshan had not recovered, his strength had not returned. He really wasn't a match for these guys. Alright, brothers, stop for now, that's enough. Didn't expect this brat still had injuries in his stomach, can't really let it escalate to taking a life. The leader of the group finally made them stop, and walked directly towards Dong Fangzhou, with a very lecherous smile, saying, I just love teachers, Teacher Kang, Teacher Bo, Teacher Jies, all great teachers. Finally met one in real life today. Dong Fangzhou still wasn't planning to take action, and just hid behind Lin Feng, saying to Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, please do something, these guys are going too far. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, I dare not act, each of these brothers looks fierce. Who dares to provoke them? Xia Ruoxu quickly grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said, Lin Feng, stop joking. Don't let Dong Feng teacher get hurt, she is also Ruo Lan's teacher. Lin, please help, don't let them harm Dong Feng teacher. Even Su Jingwen quickly said a few words, asking Lin Feng for help. Both of them had no idea how terrifying Dong Fangzhou could be, and were worried for her here. Kid, you seem pretty tough, everyone's asking you to come out, so why don't you come out and show us how tough you are? The leader of the group was now curious about Lin Feng. Everyone was pinning their hopes on Lin Feng. Could it be that Lin Feng really had some ability? In this situation, Lin Feng had no choice but to act. Dong Fangzhou was really crafty, capable, that not taking action, asking Lin Feng to take over could mean trouble. The other side had such audacity. They must have some backing, maybe not insignificant. Lin Feng stepped forward and smiled warmly, saying, Big brothers, I'm very scared. Knowing that you guys are not to be messed with, can you tell me who's behind all this? The group leader came over and tried to slap Lin Feng's face to tell him who was behind them, but unexpectedly Lin Feng stepped back, avoiding the hit. This made the group leader instantly furious, kicking towards Lin Feng's stomach and shouting, Dare you dodge my attack? Lin Feng dodged the kick, moved to the side, then with a powerful punch swept past, hitting the leader directly in the face. The leader was sent flying, crashing into a table and laying on the ground twitching, blood flowing off his nose and mouth. The sight shocked the other lackeys. Their leader had been punched so far away and was twitching like that, it seemed like he might not survive. However, Lin Feng still showed restraint, not killing him, but the punch was indeed heavy. "Kid, who are you exactly? Do you know we are from the Su family?" a middle-aged man said with a trembling heart, not daring to take action. Lin Feng was really frightening. They couldn't afford to offend him, but they were from the Su family, one of the top 3 elite families in the magic capital. Revealing their background might intimidate Lin Feng. If Lin Feng didn't surrender, they would definitely make him pay for hitting their leader. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Oh, so you are from the Su family. How would I have known if you didn't tell me? Alright, now that I know you're from the Su family, what do you want to do?" Upon hearing it was the Su family, Lin Feng knew he was in trouble again, that there was no way he could let someone trample over him, right? It's simple. Kneel down now and let us break your legs, pay for our leader's medical expenses. If our leader is willing to forgive you, then it's fine, otherwise we'll call our people. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "That won't do. If you break my legs, wouldn't that leave me disabled? Alright, let's not talk nonsense. I'll take you down first. I'll continue to play in the zoo. If you call someone, come find me anytime. That's it. No, don't fight. Let's talk it out. Let's talk it out." Hearing Lin Feng speak this way, the remaining people became nervous, yelling and soon crying out in pain. Lin Feng went over, throwing punches left and right, making them all fly up and crash to the ground, limbs twitching straight, blood constantly flowing from their noses and mouths. Each of them was really beaten up, with hardly any teeth left. Wow, so domineering, so majestic, so cool. Oh, my heart can't handle it. Seeing Lin Feng knocking down all these tough guys, many girls' hearts were racing, with feverish excitement in their eyes. Lin Feng's demeanor had captivated them. Just watching Lin Feng take action was truly exhilarating, even more so than watching a movie. Lin Feng's heavy punches were just so dominating. Lin Feng was not in the mood to wait here. Since he was already here, he might as well go around and have some fun. Su Wei was beaten quite badly, but Don Fangzhou asked him to go to the hospital, yet he refused. He had bruises all over his face, but still followed along. His hatred towards Lin Feng grew deeper, believing that if Lin Feng had acted earlier, he wouldn't have been beaten this way. Despite limping, he still followed. When his hired hands arrived, he vowed to give Lin Feng no place to be buried. After Lin Feng and the others left, the team leader regained some strength and immediately called for help from above. He requested skilled individuals to come and seek revenge for the humiliation they suffered. "What do the people who attacked you look like?" asked a white-haired elder on the other end of the phone. The elderly man in white robes had a cold expression, with a dozen injured individuals lying in front of him, groaning in pain. These dozen individuals had their limbs broken, and they hadn't been taken to the hospital yet. They were all under the command of the white-robed elder. Inside the wildlife park, a caretaker who belonged to the Su family unexpectedly found a life essence stone and had just dispatched someone to deliver it to the Su family. Before they could reach the Su family, these dozen thugs under his command, on a sudden whim, decided to ambush and rob the delivery. Instead, they encountered a powerful adversary. Not only were these dozen individuals disabled by having their limbs shatter, but the life essence stone meant to be escorted to the Su family had also gone missing. It was highly likely that the stone had fallen into the hands of the other party. According to the accounts of these dozen men, the other party was a young man in sportswear accompanied by students, teachers, and some students' family members who were traveling in a bus, presumably there for an outing. Up to that point, the white-robed elder dared not report this matter to Su's old man. Upon receiving a call from his subordinates, who had been beaten again, he quickly inquired to see if they were looking for the same people. The team leader directly described Lin Feng's appearance. The white-robed elder's eyes turned even colder, saying, "Very well, send people to track them, and I will personally bring a team." This surprised the team leader. He had not expected that the old man would personally come, showing such concern for their group. Currently, they were rotating shifts in 3 groups, day and night, searching the wildlife park to see if they could find the treasure. They were unaware that what they were looking for was a small red sphere, about a centimeter in diameter, resembling a red crystal, Very beautiful. The white-robed elder breathed a sigh of relief and arranged for the injured individuals to be taken to the hospital. He hastened with his team to the wildlife park. Under any circumstance, the life essence stone must be recovered. It was extremely beneficial for cultivators, and those knowledgeable knew the stone's value, which was exorbitant. It cost at least $1 billion to purchase one. The instantaneous loss of $1 billion was substantial. Moreover, Sue's old man had specifically requested the life essence stone, emphasizing its importance. If they failed to retrieve the stone and messed up, Sue's old man would definitely not let them off the hook. Lin Feng and the others boarded the sightseeing vehicle in batches. In areas with fierce beasts, they had to be cautious, but in other areas, they could walk around, take photos, and explore. Even if they were in the tiger area, they seemed unafraid. With Lin Feng present, everyone felt that even if a tiger pounced, he could defeat it just like Wu Song. At present, they arrived at the tiger's territory, where a large tiger was basking in the sun up ahead. Seeing Lin Feng holding Xia Ruoxu's hand, approaching closely, others followed, feeling both nervous and scared, quickly taking photos. Normally, to see tigers, one had to go to the zoo, but tigers were caged there, making it impossible to see them up close. This close encounter caused an unprecedented shock. Even Xia Ruoxu couldn't help but say, "Lin Feng, that tiger looks so majestic. How wonderful it would be to touch it." Lin Feng warmly replied, "You can touch it, why not? Come, I'll take you over." Roar. Tilde tilde. The tiger slowly began to roar when it saw Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu approaching, fixating its gaze on them, exposing its fangs and letting out a deep growl. It was at that moment that Lin Feng and the others noticed that one of the tiger's legs was drooping on the ground, clearly broken, though they weren't sure how it had happened. Lin Feng released a bit of his power, causing the tiger to retreat slightly in fear. He could sense that this human, Lin Feng, was extremely powerful, a force not to be messed with even by the king of beasts. Lin Feng chuckled warmly and said, "Little tiger, don't be afraid. I won't harm you. Let my girlfriend touch you, and I'll heal your leg. Is that fair?" Having grown up in the mountains, Lin Feng had been in contact with various wild beasts since he was young, fostering a sense of kinship with them. He understood that many wild animals were quite intelligent. Even if they couldn't understand, they could comprehend certain human thoughts. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the big tiger obediently lay down and remained still. It seemed to truly understand what Lin Feng was saying, astonishing the onlookers. However, despite their amazement, they dared not touch the tiger, recalling the adage that one should never touch a tiger's backside. Xia Ruoxu was also quite nervous, but with Lin Feng by her side holding her hand, she felt a bit calmer. Once they approached, she was hesitant to reach out at first, but Lin Feng took the initiative to hold her delicate hand and guide it to touch the head of the big tiger. After a few touches, her excited heart was trembling, but she finally dared to touch it confidently. The fur of the big tiger felt really comfortable to the touch. Xia Ruoxu even wanted to hug the big tiger. If she were to have a pet, she thought, it would be a tiger like this one, so cool. "Lin Feng, this big tiger's leg is broken. If you can, please don't joke around. Seriously consider finding a way to treat this big tiger. It is quite pitiful." Xia Ruoxu touched the big tiger and saw its leg hanging limply on the ground, feeling sympathy. Lin Feng warmly replied, "Don't worry, Ruoxu. I promised earlier that I will treat this little tiger and mend its leg. I will do as I said. You're calling this big tiger a little tiger. In my eyes, it's a little tiger." They exchanged a few words with smiles, and once Xia Ruoxu was no longer scared, Lin Feng began to check the big tiger's leg. The leg had not been recently broken. It had been at least 3 years since the injury occurred. It had been directly bitten off by another fierce beast, severing the nerves and tendons, causing the disability. For Lin Feng, this was not difficult. He could easily heal the injury. Even though the nerves were severed, he could reconnect them forcefully. With a few manipulations, he fixed the tiger's leg. The big tiger looked back at Lin Feng and knelt down in gratitude. "Oh my, the tiger actually kneeled down. Unbelievable, Mr. Lin. You fixed the tiger's leg in just a few moves. How terrifying." Many people were surprised and started discussing. Dong Fangzhou couldn't help but feel her heart racing. It was evident that the tiger's leg had been broken for quite some time, but miraculously, Lin Feng had managed to heal it without even appearing to do much. This only proved the terrifying nature of Lin Feng's medical skills, completely subverting everyone's expectations. Lin Feng, thank you. Seeing the tiger restored, Xia Ruoxu looked at Lin Feng with loving eyes and smiled sweetly. Little tiger, get up. Since you are so grateful and there's no need for you to thank me, my girlfriend will ride you as her mount for the day. How about that? Lin Feng jokingly said to the tiger. It was clear that Xia Ruoxu liked the big tiger very much. Who wouldn't? The question was whether one was capable and brave enough to like it. Xia Ruoxu was thrilled to hear Lin Feng's suggestion and could hardly believe how much he understood her. With the tiger back on its feet, it gently rubbed against Xia Ruoxu, displaying affection towards her. Ruoxu, go ahead and ride the tiger, and let this little tiger guide you around on the upcoming journey. Lin Feng, I'm scared. How about you accompany me? Xia Ruoxu indeed felt scared as her heart was fluttering. The tiger was truly massive, definitely a fully grown adult tiger. It would be no problem for both of them to ride together, but she didn't have the courage to do it alone. Lin Feng warmly replied, okay, he agreed, then lifted Xia Ruoxu like a princess, jumped onto the tiger's back, and began slowly moving forward with Xia Ruoxu nestled in his arms as they rode the tiger together. Xia Ruoxu's stunning beauty flushed with happiness. She felt an unprecedented sense of joy and couldn't help but take out her phone to take a few photos and record a video. Riding on a tiger and exploring the surroundings, she had never dreamed of such an experience in her life. Others were incredibly envious, but Su Wei, on the other hand, was consumed with jealousy, his eyes almost spewing fire. Mr. Lin, may I also take a photo while riding the tiger? Dongfang Zhu expressed her envy. Don't bother. This is my girlfriend's exclusive mount. Dongfang Zhu smiled convincingly, but Lin Feng didn't give her any face. She might be powerful, but she was still cautious and hesitated to take real action. Lin Feng was still annoyed with Dongfang Zhu. Though she was excited at first, she was soon intimidated by the tiger's presence and didn't dare to approach. She attempted to display her strength, but after releasing her aura, the tiger was scared off. Although she was angry, she had no choice in the matter. She didn't ask for Lin Feng's help. Lin Feng only had eyes for Xia Ruoxu. He appreciated Dongfang Zhu's beauty, but he didn't show any special favoritism towards her. Suddenly, a group of about a dozen people approached, each holding tranquilizer guns, searching the area. One middle-aged man among them shouted, "Who let you in? Get out! The wildlife park is closed to visitors recently." Oh my, they were even riding tigers. Am I seeing this correctly? Nobody had stopped Lin Feng and the others from entering earlier. The main thing to know is that the people from the Su family were all beaten by Lin Feng, so they dared not provoke easily and let Lin Feng's people in. The other side was quite shocked, never expected that someone could ride on a tiger's back. This time, no one spoke. Lin Feng was the bravest. If anyone was to speak, it would be Lin Feng. Su Wei was beaten badly before and now dare not even make a sound. Lin Feng too was too lazy to say anything. Just stopped, jumped down from the tiger's back. Let Xia Ruoxu continue to ride on the tiger's back. Xia Ruoxu was quite scared and quickly got down too. Lin Feng was curious. What were these people looking for here? Were there treasures here? The leader of the group came over. Only then did they realize that there were quite a few people with Lin Feng. However, there were also many beauties, especially Xia Ruoxu, Dongfang Zhu, and Su Jingwen. But with the task at hand, they could only watch and not get involved. Get out, all of you. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being rude, shouted the group leader. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "We entered by buying tickets. It hasn't been long. How could we leave so soon? If you want us to leave, you should refund our tickets, at least half of it. We are reasonable people. It's not fair otherwise," continued the group leader. "If you want us to leave, you can, but you must refund our tickets, at least half of it. Everyone here is reasonable. We can't just leave like this, can we?" The group leader shouted again, "If you don't leave, I will count to 3. If you're still here, don't blame us for being rude." Lin Feng did not expect the other party to still be so aggressive and unreasonable. Lin Feng didn't move, and neither did the others. They were indeed angry. Why should they just leave like that? 3, 2, 1. The group leader quickly reached one and charged towards Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's skill, if he were to be knocked down, wouldn't the others be scared off too? "You talk too much. I'll take you down first." said the middle-aged man as he flew in and kicked Lin Feng's stomach. With his skill, he could kick Lin Feng 3 meters away, and he wouldn't be able to get up. Lin Feng was in a great mood originally, that's why he spoke nicely to the other party. But he didn't expect the other party to be so unreasonable and resort to violence so quickly. Did they really think Lin Feng was an easy target? Lin Feng dodged the kick to the side, then gave the man a big slap in the face, sending him flying backwards and crashing to the ground, knocking him out cold. What? This kid can fight? The other dozen people were amazed and shocked. Their leader was a retired boxing champion. But how could he be easily knocked down by Lin Feng? It was truly unbelievable. Don't bother. Since even we dare to act, this kid is already sentenced to death. Let's all attack him together. But the dozen or so people were not afraid at all. They charged at Lin Feng together. However, all they could hear were the continuous snapping sounds as each man who rushed forward was sent flying, twitching and writhing in pain, screaming in agony. Regardless of who it was, all of them suffered severe facial injuries, with several even passing out. Lin Feng approached the leader, grabbed him by the hair, lifted him up, and asked with a smile, "I'm curious, what are you looking for here? What sort of power or family force do you have behind you? Tell me, and I can make your life a bit easier. You little bastard, you're dead." The group leader spat blood at Lin Feng, who dodged it, weakly mumbling that his voice was feeble and he wanted to fight back but was completely powerless and dazed. When Lin Feng let him go, the group leader fell to the ground again. Lin Feng raised his foot and stomped on the leader several times, and with a cracking sound, broke all the leader's limbs. The leader screamed and convulsed a few times before passing out. The others were too terrified to even shout, trembling with fear, and some even wet themselves in fright. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so ruthless. Lin Feng looked at them and said with a smile, "Speak, all of you, or have one person speak up. Tell me, what are you looking for here? What power do you have behind you? After you tell me, I'll make sure you keep all your limbs intact. We are from the Su family, searching for something here. We don't know what it is, just that it's a small red ball, 1 centimeter in diameter. We found one before, took it back, but Mr. Su asked us to continue searching." A bald man immediately spoke truthfully. "Looking for a Yuanqi stone? There's a Yuanqi stone here?" Lin Feng was slightly surprised. It seems that the first wave of people who robbed them were from the Su family, and they were still carrying the Yuanqi stone in their pocket. Dongfeng Zura and Sui also recognized the Yuanqi stone, and were similarly surprised, as it was rare and extremely valuable. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Su's family would definitely arrive soon. Before the loss of the Yuanqi stone, they would not let them go. Perhaps the people from the Su family were already on their way. Lin Feng wasn't very familiar with the Su family either. They hadn't encountered anyone from the Su family causing trouble these past 2 days, and didn't expect to confront them today. But now that he had the Yuanqi stone, there was no way Lin Feng would give it back. The remaining people thought Lin Feng would spare them, but Lin Feng still broke one hand of each person to teach them a lesson. Then, riding on a tiger with Xia Ruoxu, he continued forward with everyone. Dongfeng Zura caught up quickly, furrowing her brows and saying, "Mr. Lin, you mentioned Confucius's virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. As you should know, you clearly stated that you wouldn't harm anyone who mentioned seeking something here, preserving their limbs intact. Why did you harm them? They are all ordinary people. Can you be a man of your word, instead of being fickle?" Dongfeng Zura couldn't stand Lin Feng's capricious behavior, as he had promised not to harm anyone in exchange for money, but ended up stepping on them. Those were cultivators, that was understandable, but now, these were not cultivators. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "Since you mentioned Confucius, his virtues, and morality, let's discuss. In your eyes, is Confucius an ordinary person?" Dongfeng Zura nodded and said, "Of course, a great scholar of his time, naturally an ordinary person." Lin Feng continued with a warm smile, "You are mistaken. You are a teacher, yet you seem unaware of history. Confucius was born into a military family, stood 9 feet 6 inches tall, similar in height to Yao Ming today. Confucius taught his disciples the 6 arts. Do you know the 6 arts? They are rites, music, archery, chariot driving, calligraphy, and mathematics. Archery refers to martial arts. In the state of Lu, present-day Shandong, Confucius served as the grand superintendent and led troops to quell rebellions. From this analysis, It proves that Confucius was not an ordinary person, possessing martial skills. If you observe modern depictions or statues of Confucius, and your eyesight is clear, you will see that he is always depicted carrying a sword. Let me tell you, when Confucius served as the Grand Superintendent in Shandong, he executed the top local villain within a month, while still teaching him about benevolence and morality. Benevolence and righteousness are essential, but they must apply appropriately. When it's necessary to kill, one must do so, and when a lesson is needed, it must be taught. Even the Buddha, who saves all beings, can only save those destined for it. Don Fangzhou was left speechless by Lin Feng's words, feeling both impressed and bewildered by his vast knowledge. Lin Feng continued with a warm smile. Now, tell me, what defines a gentleman? I don't know, Don Fangzhou admitted, unsure of what to say. Though she had her own understanding of a gentleman, she was reluctant to speak, feeling that she could not debate with Lin Feng. Which school did you graduate from? Lin Feng asked. Tsinghua University, Don Fangzhou replied. Lin Feng immediately retorted, since you graduated from Tsinghua University, you should be aware of its motto, self-improvement, persistence, and thick ethics for bearing the world. Graduating from Tsinghua University and not knowing what defines a gentleman is quite laughable. Are you telling me to act like a gentleman? Go back and study more. As Confucius said, a gentleman should embody the 6 arts. Without the 6 arts, how can one be a gentleman? Don't lecture me so readily when you are not qualified. Lin Feng dismissed further discussion and continued forward, pondering what these people were truly learning. Despite living in the mountains and having a cave filled with countless books from ancient times to the present, he was baffled by the lack of wisdom inherited from their ancestors. Even without formal education, he had learned a great deal by reading in the cave since childhood. Don Fangzhou was left in awe and speechless, realizing she had much to learn. Xia Ruoxu asked, Lin Feng, how did Tsinghua University's motto come about? Following Lin Feng, Xia Ruoxu seized the opportunity to learn, feeling that being around Lin Feng was more enlightening than years of study. Lin Feng warmly replied, in 1914, Yuan Qichao delivered a speech at Tsinghua University, quoting self-improvement, persistence, and thick ethics for bearing the world, which later became the university's motto. These phrases come from the Book of Changes, a brilliant gem in our ancient Chinese literary treasure trove. Throughout its long development, Confucius had a significant influence on the Book of Changes. The records of the grand historian documented that Confucius enjoyed studying the Book of Changes, including the sequence of hexagrams, connections, images, judgment of the hexagrams, and the commentary. This laid the foundation for the Book of Changes as a crucial classic in Confucian and Taoist studies. Unfortunately, while the Book of Changes originally comprised Lianshan, Guidanzhen, and Zhouyi, only Zhouyi has survived to this day. Xia Ruoxu found Lin Feng's explanation somewhat perplexing whenever he delved into topics like hexagrams and interpretations. She expressed an interest in learning but found it challenging. Lin Feng warmly reassured her, if you're with me, I'll slowly teach you. Focus on gaining wisdom as a person. Let's start with the Qian hexagram from the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes. Qian is the only hexagram where all lines are auspicious, lacking any sign of misfortune. One must be modest as a person and avoid arrogance. Lin Feng then discussed the Tai hexagram and the Pi hexagram. The 11th hexagram is Tai, signifying the departure of the mean and the arrival of the great, an auspicious passage. However, the 12th hexagram is Pi. There's a saying, turning misfortune into great fortune. But why does Tai come before Pi? There's a reason for this. When one flourishes, grows powerful, one must avoid arrogance, disdain for others, and recklessness, for beyond Pi lies disaster. Those who rise in prosperity, power, wealth, but belittle others and act recklessly will meet a terrible end. Xia Ruoxu nodded understandingly after listening to Lin Feng's teachings, feeling deeply impressed and enlightened. She realized all the arrogant and reckless people they had encountered had met grim fates. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from behind, interrupting their conversation. Several off-road vehicles sped towards them, with an old man in white robes standing on the roof of the first vehicle with hands crossed behind his back, emanating a commanding presence. Everyone was angry this time, especially Xia Ruoxu, Don Fangzhou, and Su Jingwen. They were all following Lin Feng, listening to him explain the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes with great interest. Just as they were absorbed in learning and absorbing the essence of it, someone interrupted. This annoyed Don Fangzur so much that she wanted to slap the person interrupting into pieces. Don Fangzur truly felt that Lin Feng could be her teacher. From that moment on, Don Fangzur looked at Lin Feng with much more admiration. She even felt her heart racing at the charm and charisma of a man like Lin Feng. He was much more attractive than those wealthy playboys, capturing everyone's attention. Everyone stopped, and Lin Feng dismounted from the tiger's back. If he guessed correctly, these people from the Su family had come here to chase after the vital energy stone. Lin Feng immediately sensed the strength of the old man in white robe standing on the car roof. After sensing it, Lin Feng smiled. The old man was indeed formidable, but only at the completion stage of the Che cultivation realm. After a dozen off-road vehicles arrived, Lin Feng and the others were surrounded. Dozens of people came down from the vehicles and continued to encircle them, determined not to let anyone go, regardless of who it was. They had already decided that if they couldn't get the vital energy stone without taking down Lin Feng, then they would search everyone until they found it. The old man in white robes jumped down from the car roof, and with his long hair flowing, he swiftly walked over. His gaze quickly locked onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng, in his sportswear, stood in front. Except if one was blind, it was clear to see. The old man stared at Lin Feng, pointing at him with a face full of anger and coldly shouted, "You, little beast, are the one who injured the people from my Su family, aren't you?" Lin Feng looked around and saw 10 cultivators in gray robes standing with the old man in white. They were all at the Che cultivation level. It seemed that the Su family was quite powerful. Any random group of people they sent was formidable, giving off a stronger feeling than the Tang family. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Sir, isn't this a misunderstanding? Do I look like someone who can fight? I'm as weak as a chick." "Nonsense." Don Fangzur couldn't help but laugh and gave Lin Feng a glare. She even wanted to kick him out in one go. With a single punch, one could send a person flying 5 or 6 meters away. How could he claim to be powerless? "Not you." The old man in white furrowed his brows, looking somewhat puzzled. Had they found the wrong person? They needed to quickly retrieve the vital energy stone. If they got the wrong target and couldn't find the stone, it would lead to more trouble. "It's not me. Absolutely not me," Lin Feng said with another smile. There was no rush. He would play with this old man slowly. "Maybe it's not you, little beast, still not honest. Men, break his legs, break his hands, and search him." The old man in white thought for a moment and still decided it was Lin Feng. Up until now, they hadn't figured out who the other party was. All they knew was that the person in sportswear hadn't revealed his name or origin, so everything was unclear. "Can you stop being so overbearing? What's going on? Can you explain clearly first? Why do you have the authority to mutilate people without giving them a chance to explain? Is there no law or justice anymore?" Lin Feng asked calmly. "We are the law. We are justice. Take action." The old man in white roared and waved his hand, and 2 young men immediately rushed towards Lin Feng with steel pipes. Lin Feng didn't move a muscle. He just released his initial yellow rank strength. These small fries were nothing to him now. "Stop. Yellow rank. Are you a cultivator?" The old man in white perceived Lin Feng's strength and was shocked. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Feng was stronger than him. In their eyes, someone at the yellow rank initial stage was invincible. Capturing Lin Feng was now impossible. They had underestimated him, and never imagined that a young man like Lin Feng could be so powerful. The 2 young men stopped and retreated. They didn't know if Lin Feng was a cultivator, but after hearing the old man in white say so, they were frightened. Ordinary people like them were nothing when faced with cultivators. Don Fangzur frowned. Why couldn't she see through Lin Feng? No matter how much power he unleashed, others couldn't discern it. How was that possible? The old man in white took a deep breath and calmly said, "Since we are of the same path, I won't make it difficult for you. Is the vital energy stone in your possession? If it is, give it to us, and this matter can be settled. Your strength is not weak. I admit it. Even if I make a move, I'm not your match, but we are from the Su family. Offending the Su family, I believe you know how severe the consequences can be." The old man in white definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. Once he got the vital energy stone, he would immediately call the old master Su and arrange for a strong person to deal with Lin Feng. A person like Lin Feng couldn't be kept alive. So young yet so powerful, If allowed to grow, who could control him? Definitely have to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng really hurt a lot of them this time. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Old guy, didn't you just say that you are the righteous ones, the law? How come you are so quick to back down? I don't buy it. Kneel down, pay for your lives. Cultivators, 1 million per head. Non-cultivators, 100,000 per head. Pay up. Spare your lives." With that, Lin Feng walked straight toward the old man in the white robe. But they couldn't just leave it at that. These guys were too arrogant. Lin Feng was now filled with righteous anger. Once encountering cultivators, if they were arrogant, Lin Feng would make sure to kill them. These kind of people, aiding the tyrants, lawless, were too dangerous for ordinary folks. Little brother, it's better to settle than to create enemies. Do you really want to go against our Su family? The old man in the white robe seemed a bit timid now, but he couldn't show weakness, glaring coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Don't talk nonsense with me. Did I provoke you guys first? Always wanting to cripple me, thinking you are the law and order. Even if you are the heavens, I won't spare you. Will you kneel or not?" Lin Feng had already reached the old man in the white robe, who gritted his teeth, saying, "Absolutely not kneeling. Do what you will, I'll listen." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Feng raise his fist, and with a crack, he knelt in front of Lin Feng, completely cowed. They really had no courage to face Lin Feng. Though only one minor level difference, it was a huge gap in practice levels. Others, seeing the old man in the white robe kneel, followed suit, not daring to look up. Originally full of hot blood, ready to make a move, defying gods and devils, but never imagined that before they could flex their muscles, they now dared not even lift their heads. Countless girls, seeing this scene, were deeply moved, looking at Lin Feng's eyes shining. Dozens of people all knelt before Lin Feng, not daring to raise their heads. This scene was truly awe-inspiring. "Ruozu, bring out the payment code." Lin Feng beckoned to Zhao Ruozu, smiling warmly. Zhao Ruozu immediately came over and brought out the payment code. The old man in the white robe was the first to transfer 1 million. As cultivators, others also transferred 1 million each, but each of them felt a pang of pain, finding it hard to bear. This loss was all their own money. This made countless girls envy them even more. To be a woman by Lin Feng's side was truly blissful. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Zhao Ruozu received more than 10 million. In total, Zhao Ruozu's both now reached over 25 million, nearly 26 million. The old man in the white robe gritted his teeth, knelt there with clenched fists, his eyes red with hatred. Lin Feng had gone too far, making them kneel, taking the money. He couldn't bear this resentment. As soon as Lin Feng let them go, he would immediately call Mr. Su and send experts over. They would definitely make Lin Feng pay, no matter how. But they heard Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "As cultivators, once you meet me, you have no chance of survival. Others, either cut off an arm yourselves, or I'll do it for you. You figure it out." "Damn, you're so untrustworthy. Can't you have some integrity?" The old man in the white robe was furious, standing up instantly, eyes wide with anger, roaring. They knelt, paid the money. Why did Lin Feng still want to kill them? This was intolerable. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "With scum like you, I've never believed in integrity. You die first." These cultivators were all sent by the Cultivators Association. Lin Feng secretly swore that as he grew stronger, he would uproot the Cultivators Association. Cultivators had their own world. In the future, he wouldn't allow cultivators to meddle in the affairs of ordinary people anymore. "You've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death. Let's go. Kill him together." The old man in the white robe couldn't take it anymore, pushing both palms toward Lin Feng's chest, putting all his might into it. They had to try their best, even if it was a fight to the death, a last stand. The other 10 cultivators also followed the old man, moving to surround and attack Lin Feng. Indeed, as Lin Feng had indicated, he made them kneel, take their money, and now wanted to kill them. How could they just sit back and wait for death? If they all worked together, perhaps there was a chance. The first old man in the white robe to realize the horror of Lin Feng was struck by a huge fist before he could reach Lin Feng, landing a blow on his temple, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters away. A pit appeared on his head. When he hit the ground, he lay still like a dead dog. Lin Feng dealt with the remaining 10 cultivators with a fierce onslaught, sending them flying in all directions with powerful punches. They didn't even have a chance to scream. Falling to the ground, They were motionless, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, most of them dead. Lin Feng didn't let the others go either. Swiftly, he went over, cracking each of their hands. They each rolled on the ground, wailing in pain. Once they were finished, Lin Feng and Xia Ruozu got back on the tiger and continued forward. Lin Feng took out the origin stone and started cultivating, absorbing its energy. In case stronger experts came from behind, if he couldn't handle it, and the origin stone was taken back, it would be a waste. But as soon as he took out the origin stone, the big tiger turned its head to look at Lin Feng, emitting a low growl. It seemed to recognize this origin stone. Lin Feng also felt strange. This big tiger was behaving very out of the ordinary. It kept staring at him, seeming to fixate on the vitality stone in his hand, continuously growling softly. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Little tiger, do you recognize this thing? Do you know where to find it?" Roar. The big tiger let out a roar, nodded its huge tiger head, and all of a sudden, swiftly ran off in a certain direction at a fast pace. However, Lin Feng was a cultivator. He held Xia Ruozu close, clasped his legs tightly around the tiger's belly, and managed not to be thrown off. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been flung away long ago. Dong Fangzhou and the others didn't chase after them either. They got on a sightseeing car and continued forward. Dong Fangzhou was very eager to go and see. When the tiger saw Lin Feng take out the vitality stone, it carried Lin Feng and Xia Ruozu and ran in a certain direction. There must be something good hidden in that direction. But upon consideration, they decided against it. They really didn't know where Lin Feng came from. He was too mysterious. The big tiger ran for about half an hour before finally coming to a stop outside a small cave. By this time, Lin Feng had absorbed the vitality stone completely, and his strength had been restored to the later stage of the Yellow Realm. The cave was small, with a diameter of only about 30 centimeters, oval-shaped. Only someone thin like Lin Feng could crawl inside. Lin Feng held Xia Ruozu and jumped down from the tiger's back. He could already sense the aura of vitality emanating from the cave, indicating the existence of a vitality stone inside. Roar, 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 roar. The big tiger let out a series of roars and used its paws to scratch at the cave entrance, constantly turning its head to look at Lin Feng. It seemed to want to tell Lin Feng that the same kind of vitality stone that he had taken out earlier was inside, but it couldn't speak, looking very anxious. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Little tiger, don't worry, I understand what you mean. Is there a treasure inside? The cave entrance is so small and dark, but I have to crawl in and take a look. You protect my girlfriend, and don't let other wild beasts harm her." Lin Feng had to take a look inside. If there really was a vitality stone, it would be a huge opportunity, but they didn't know if there were snakes or other wild beasts inside. The cave entrance was smooth, like there might be a snake inside. If there was a snake inside, it definitely wasn't a small one, given the size of the cave. Lin Feng's only goal now was to restore his strength. Even if it meant going into a dangerous situation, he would do it. "Be careful, Lin Feng," Xia Ruozu said nervously. She was worried about Lin Feng going into the small cave. Going in was fine, but getting out could be tricky. The confined space and darkness made her fearful of the unknown inside. Lin Feng nodded reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Wait for me here, I'll go take a look inside." With that, Lin Feng took out his Supreme Royal Phone, turned on the flashlight, and slowly crawled into the cave from the entrance. The space inside was indeed small, and he could even smell a faint stench, making it difficult to progress quickly. But as he crawled further in, the cave twisted and turned, and the space actually became larger. After 5 minutes, it was spacious enough for Lin Feng to stand and walk. It resembled a tunnel, extending underground and gradually widening. What on earth is in here? Lin Feng frowned in confusion as he walked further in, feeling an increasing sense of dread. There seemed to be an intangible yet powerful aura that was very frightening, but the aura of vitality was also becoming more concentrated, drawing Lin Feng further in. In search of wealth and risk, Lin Feng braved the dangerous situation. He had already condensed an energy explosion ball in his hand. If there was any danger, he could respond in time. After another 5 minutes, the area where Lin Feng arrived suddenly brightened. It was as if someone had turned on a bright light in a pitch-black room, making it difficult for Lin Feng to see his surroundings momentarily. But then, He heard a rush of air and smelled a strong odor. This foul smell was like stepping into a primeval forest where leaves had decomposed over time, causing a nauseating stench. This moment, Lin Feng was suddenly alarmed. He sensed the danger immediately, but instead of throwing the energy explosion ball, he activated his defenses. The next moment, he felt a chilling wind enveloping him, making him feel as if he had plunged into an ice cellar, causing his hair to stand on end. Lin Feng's heart was pounding with fear, his full strength protecting him, yet feeling unable to breathe due to the constriction. The pressure was increasing, his bones cracking, almost causing him to spit blood. Damn it! Lin Feng gritted his teeth in pain and cursed. At this moment, he could finally see clearly the situation in front of him. It was a huge underground palace, very smooth. In the middle, there was a bead emitting a bright light, shining like a night pearl. A black giant snake with a triangular head, as large as Lin Feng's waist, was coiling around him. Its bright red forked tongue hung in the air above Lin Feng, constantly spitting out venom. The snake also had two extremely sharp white teeth, each about 20 centimeters long, extending down from the corners of its mouth. Very frightening. Lin Feng felt a strong aura emanating from the glowing bead, and now he was certain that it was not coming from an aura stone, because once inside, the aura was incredibly concentrated, definitely not something that could be emitted by just one aura stone. Lin Feng played dead, closing his eyes tightly, holding his breath, not moving at all. Most snakes have poor vision and rely mainly on their tongue or heat sensors to perceive the world around them. Even as the black snake constricted him, causing Lin Feng's mouth to bleed continuously, he remained motionless, still hiding all of his breath. Old Wei Suo once said that many fierce beasts, after living for a long time, become extremely powerful and intelligent. Even cultivators might not necessarily be their match when encountering such beasts. Today, Lin Feng finally encountered one of these fierce beasts. Playing dead, Lin Feng, after some time, was released by the black snake, which coiled back around the white bee. The palace once again fell into darkness. Lin Feng dared not move, unable to escape. His breathing became extremely weak as he continued to play dead. However, Lin Feng was already preparing an explosive energy ball. Even in this darkness, he could still lock onto the black snake's position. Once the energy ball was ready, Lin Feng would strike directly, refusing to play dead forever. The white round bead was no ordinary object, and Lin Feng was determined to obtain it. After 2 minutes, the energy ball was ready. In a flash, Lin Feng sprang up, hurling the energy ball directly towards the direction of the black snake. Just then, the black snake, sensing that Lin Feng was still alive, quickly whipped its tail towards him. Surprisingly, the tiny human had deceived it by playing dead. Doom! The energy ball exploded with a deafening sound, cutting the snake's body into 2 segments and sending it flying to the side. Although not completely severed, the snake was severely wounded. The chamber once again became incredibly bright. The power of the energy ball was considerable, especially now that Lin Feng had advanced to the later stages of the Yellow Realm, increasing its destructive force. Lin Feng didn't dare approach, mindful of the fact that the huge black snake, now split in 2, was still alive and vigilantly watching him before the white bead. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Little black snake, how about we become friends? I only injured you out of necessity. I can heal your injuries in exchange for the bead. If I don't help you, you will surely perish." Clack, clack, clack. The scales on the enormous black snake's body rustled, emitting a low, unfamiliar sound. Lin Feng continued with a warm smile, "I'll take that as a yes. Just wait for me to recover a bit, and then I'll come to heal you. Rest assured, I won't harm you." Determined to acquire the treasure, Lin Feng would not give up, but he needed to be bold and cautious. Once he had reached the later stages of the Yellow Realm, Lin Feng once again conjured an energy bomb and slowly approached the black snake. The huge black snake revealed its sharp teeth, making a rattling sound and preparing to attack. Lin Feng shouted, "I advise you not to act recklessly. I have a hidden ace up my sleeve. I nearly split your body into just now, and I can do it again. If you provoke me, you'll only get hurt even faster." With confidence and courage, Lin Feng moved closer. The black snake dared not move, fearful of Lin Feng's power. After assisting the snake with its injuries, Lin Feng believed that it would not harm him again. The difference between wild beasts and humans was significant. Humans were cunning. Several minutes later, the black snake had fully recovered but made no move to harm Lin Feng. Despite appearing calm, Lin Feng was actually in a panic, with cold sweat running down his back. If the black snake were to attack him now, he would have no idea how he would die, as most of his strength had been used to heal the serpent. Suddenly, the black snake opened its large mouth, aiming at Lin Feng, about to strike. Holy cow! This is bad! This is bad! This is bad! In this instant, Lin Feng was terrified, almost scared out of his wits. Helpless and awaiting death, but he appeared calm and composed, not a hint of nervousness. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are in the hands of fate. Lin Feng also gave up struggling. If he's going to die, then so be it. Struggling is futile. But the giant black snake didn't swallow Lin Feng. Instead, after opening its gaping mouth, it directly spit out a green snake gall, the size of a child's fist. With a crisp sound, it dropped in front of Lin Feng. Millennium Snake Gall! Lin Feng exclaimed. The Millennium Snake Gall is a supreme tonic. Once ingested, it can also help Lin Feng regain a bit of strength at a lower level. Lin Feng clasped his fists in gratitude to the black giant snake, warmly saying, "Thank you, little one. I will graciously accept this gift." Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He picked up the Millennium Snake Gall. The ground was smooth and clean, without any dust. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He directly put it in his mouth and swallowed it. However, this Millennium Snake Gall, while rich in energy, also contains a deadly poison. As soon as Lin Feng consumed it, his face turned green, then red, then black, constantly changing color, his whole body trembling, black blood oozing from every orifice. But Lin Feng's physique was very special. His strength was steadily recovering. The poison was slowly being absorbed by Lin Feng's body, merging with him. It didn't kill Lin Feng outright, but made him immune to poisons. However, this discovery would only come later for Lin Feng. As minutes and seconds passed, Lin Feng's skin turned black, his whole body completely numb, and he passed out. Over an hour later, Lin Feng stood up. His strength had once again recovered and reached the peak of the latter stage of the Yellow Realm. Lin Feng clasped his fists in gratitude to the black giant snake once again, saying with a warm smile, "Thank you, little black one. Could you please give me that shining white pearl?" Lin Feng truly didn't know what that thing was, but he was sure it was extraordinary. The giant black snake, with its huge head, shook it, its scales rattling, making a clattering sound. What was it trying to say? Lin Feng couldn't understand, but it seemed to be a refusal. If Lin Feng still wanted it, he would have to continue fighting the black giant snake. If he were to gather his energy to create an explosion ball now, its power would be even greater. If he could explode it on the giant snake's head, it would probably be killed instantly. However, the black snake naturally became more cautious. If he chose to fight and failed to defeat the black giant snake, he would undoubtedly die. Snakes hold grudges dearly. Lin Feng once again clasped his fists in gratitude, warmly saying, "All right then. Thank you, little black one. Let's part ways here." Lin Feng didn't force it. What was his would eventually come to him. What wasn't his, no matter how much he wanted it, he wouldn't obtain it. When he became stronger in the future, he would come back to see. Lin Feng retraced his steps, looking quite disheveled, but when he crawled out of the small cave entrance, he smiled brightly. This trip was not in vain. At least his strength had slightly recovered. Lin Feng. Xia Ruoxu saw Lin Feng finally crawling out, helped him up, waited for almost 2 hours, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and let go of the suspended whirring in her heart. Seeing Lin Feng looking quite roughed up, Xia Ruoxu was just relieved that he was safe. "It's all right, Ruoxu. Let's go. Let's meet up with the others." What exactly was inside? Why do you have traces of black blood on your face that you didn't clean up? There was a black millennium snake inside. Very big, as thick as my waist, about 10 meters long. Oh my god. That's so terrifying. Did you kill that black snake? Xia Ruoxu was shocked and taken aback at the mention of the giant snake. She had an inexplicable fear of snakes by nature, and she had never seen a 1,000-year-old snake before. A snake as thick as a waist was even scarier. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "No, how could I possibly kill it? All things have spirits. As long as that black giant snake doesn't come out to harm the world and eat people everywhere, there's no need for me to kill it. Instead, I acquired a millennium snake call that helped me recover a bit." Only then did Xia Ruoxu nod, and suddenly asked, "By the way, when will you teach me cultivation? I've checked your physique, there's nothing major, but you need to take a special herbal marrow cleansing liquid to open up all your meridians before you can practice. Don't worry, I'll arrange the marrow cleansing liquid for you. Lin Feng had already decided that once he returned, he would call the old wretched pervert and have him prepare a batch of marrow cleansing liquid herbs and have someone deliver it to him. Other herbs could be purchased in the Magic City, but the one he needed was a vein-opening grass that only the old wretched pervert had. Vein-opening grass was extremely rare. Lin Feng had only seen 3 plants in the old wretch's herb garden, which he tended to like a treasure, always watering and fertilizing them. At this moment, Lin Feng's phone rang, and he checked it. It was a call from Su Jingwen. Lin Jie, where are you? Something is wrong. We've been surrounded by the Su family's people. They want you to show up quickly, or they will be rough with us. As soon as he picked up, Su Jingwen spoke these words. What about Dongfang Zur? Is she safe? Lin Feng asked directly. Professor Dongfang is also very scared. She also wants you to come quickly. I found Lin Ji's phone number and a WeChat ID. I've already added you as a friend. Lin Jie, please accept it. I'll send you the location. Lin Feng hung up the phone, opened WeChat, accepted the request, and Su Jingwen had already sent him a location. Lin Feng opened WeChat for the first time and saw only a few people on it. Besides the newly added Su Jingwen, there were only 8 friends, all of whom were beautiful women with youthful and stunning profile pictures. However, there were no chat records left as they had all been deleted by Yi Qingchen. Lin Feng guessed that these 7 were his 7 senior sisters, with one unknown person. Lin Feng added Xia Ruoxu as a friend while on the move, and didn't bother with the rest. Meanwhile, Su Jingwen and the others were surrounded by dozens of people led by an elder in black robes. There were also over a dozen elders in long robes. The Su family had mobilized a significant number of cultivators, but had still suffered great losses, with 11 cultivators killed. The elder in black robes threatened to break the limbs of those who didn't make a phone call to hurry Lin Feng. As Lin Feng and Ruoxu approached riding a tiger, the elder and his group were amazed at the sight as none of them expected it. The elder immediately commanded his cultivators to attack without hesitation. Lin Feng was furious that they didn't even give him a chance to speak, so he swiftly and effortlessly defeated the elders who rushed at him, leaving them incapacitated on the ground with chest imprints from his powerful kicks. The onlookers were amazed at Lin Feng's strength as he quickly disposed of the elders. However, the members of the Su family were terrified as their reinforcements were swiftly defeated by Lin Feng. East Sur was shocked by Lin Feng's power, realizing he had achieved the initial stage of the Huang realm. Su Wei, on the other hand, remained unfazed, confident in his own hired experts. The elder in black robes was astonished and alarmed by Lin Feng's prowess, regretting sending his cultivators to battle as they all fell to Lin Feng's might. Before, 11 cultivators died, and the Cultivator Association had to pay quite a sum of money in compensation. Now, more than 10 more have died, requiring another large sum to be paid out. On top of that, the elemental energy stones have not been found yet. With all these losses added up, the Su family absolutely cannot ignore it. If Master Su knew about it, he wouldn't let it go. The matter has not been reported to Master Su yet. Their hierarchy is strict, and information moves up layer by layer. If an issue can be resolved directly, there is no need to alarm Master Su. Up to now, Master Su still does not know about all these events. Xia Ruoxu feels quite regretful. She has not even received the money yet. Lin Feng then looked at the black-robed old man. This black-robed old man's strength is quite strong, but he is only at the early stage of the Yellow Realm. Lin Feng has already reached the peak of the late stage of the Yellow Realm. The early stage of the Yellow Realm means nothing to him. However, the threat to ordinary people from Emma is extremely significant. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, Old man, quite fierce, aren't you? I've just arrived, and you're already planning to attack without a word. The black-robed old man sneered and said, You little beast, you killed so many cultivators from the Su family and injured so many people. Why waste words with you? Hand over the elemental energy stone, and I can give you a swift death. The black-robed old man perceived Lin Feng's level of strength to be similar to his own, and believed he had Lin Feng under control. After all, he believed that his combat experience was richer than Lin Feng's. Moreover, he had many subordinates, and he planned to let them attack first, seizing the opportunity to sneak attack Lin Feng. Just now, if he had joined in the rush, he believed he could have found an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Lin Feng. However, he did not expect Lin Feng to be so strong, not resorting to sneak attacks. Why are you still so arrogant in front of me? Lin Feng yelled, charging forward, no longer in the mood to waste words with the old man. Attack together, kill him. Seeing Lin Feng charging over, the black-robed old man roared, commanding dozens of underlings to attack first. However, these underlings were not stupid. Seeing Lin Feng kick a cultivator to death with a single blow, it wouldn't be a wise move for them to charge at him and seek their own deaths. Instead of advancing, they all began to retreat, even parting to make way. Why aren't you attacking? All of you attack me, or I'll kill you all. The black-robed old man continued to roar, feeling a bit intimidated by Lin Feng's fierce approach. However, it was futile, as by now, Lin Feng had reached the black-robed old man. With a swift slap, he struck the old man in the face. I'll send you on your way. The black-robed old man shouted, kicking towards Lin Feng's stomach with full force. Yet before his foot could connect, Lin Feng landed a resounding slap on his face. The cracking sound echoed, and the old man's body spun in the air before crashing to the ground. Dazed and battered, he struggled to get up again but was swiftly knocked down by another powerful slap from Lin Feng. With 2 consecutive slaps, the old man had no idea where he was. Realizing the vast gap in strength between them, the black-robed old man knew he had been gravely mistaken. He thought he could defeat Lin Feng with equal strength, but the reality was starkly different. He dared not attempt to stand up again, immediately falling to his knees, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Old man, still feeling arrogant? No. I was wrong. How much money do you have? Let me see if it's enough to buy your life. More than 2 million ... just a bit. All right, 2 million it is. Transfer it immediately." After a brief exchange, Lin Feng gave the old man Xia Ruoxu's account number, and trembling, the old man initiated the transfer. "Young man, Before the old man could finish asking Lin Feng to spare him, a slap landed on his face, sending him crashing to the side. His face continued to bleed, convulsing a few times before becoming motionless. With dozens of underlings present, none needed Lin Feng's instructions. One by one, they knelt down, trembling in fear. Today, they learned the meaning of true ruthlessness, understanding that Lin Feng was the real deal. For those who wish to live, transfer all your money to this Alipay account. Those with less than 10,000, don't even think about surviving. Lin Feng bellowed, emphasizing Xia Ruoxu's account number multiple times to ensure they remembered. No one dared to defy Lin Feng. If the powerful black-robed old man could be slapped to death, the intimidation was too strong. After Xia Ruoxu had received all the money, Lin Feng proceeded to fulfill his promise, personally breaking one hand of each individual to leave a lasting impression. The area resounded with cries of agony. Xia Ruoxu couldn't help but check her total assets, stunned to see they had exceeded 3.25 million. She was thrilled to be nearing her previous fortune of 4.1 million. Cultivators were indeed wealthy, with at least 1 million to their name each. As they continued forward, there was one last stop on their journey. Looking at Lin Feng atop the tiger's back, Dong Fangzhe couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, why do you appear so disheveled? Where did you go with the big tiger earlier? Did you gain anything? That's none of your business." Lin Feng replied curtly, feeling annoyed by Dong Fangzhe's persistent questioning. The stronger one's power, the greater the responsibility. However, Dong Fangzhe seemed oblivious to such concepts, still behaving like an ordinary cultivator. Suddenly, a bone-chilling scream pierced the air. "Snake, snake, snake. There's a snake." Following closely behind, many girls started screaming. Lin Feng, who was a bit higher up, looked back and saw Sui fall to the ground, not daring to move. Holding his leg, his face turned pale. It was apparent that Sui was the one bitten by the snake, and Lin Feng started laughing. Sui was truly in a pitiful state now. With strength, a regular snake wouldn't be able to bite and harm someone. Without strength, being bitten by a venomous snake could be very dangerous. "Mr. Lin, please come down quickly and help Sui. He's been bitten by a venomous snake." Dong Fangzhe hurriedly called out to Lin Feng. She knew the seriousness of Sui being bitten by a poisonous snake. Lin Feng was very skilled in medicine, capable of easily healing even a tiger's leg that had been broken for some time. Lin Feng also had more knowledge about medical practices to at least save Sui's life. Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu went down to take a look. Many people were too scared to approach. Sui didn't dare move, shivering and feeling colder at the moment, with his right leg starting to go numb. No matter how he pressed on the wound, blood kept flowing out non-stop. "Mr. Lin, please help Sui. Dong Fangzur was extremely nervous, the snake still not far away. Lin Feng glanced at the snake, its body pattern resembling a triangle, with a sharp mouth curved slightly upward. He warmly smiled and said, "So it's the sharp-snouted pit viper, a nationally endangered species and also known as the five-step snake. This snake's venom is very potent, even more so than a cobra. If a cobra bites, there's a chance of survival, but if bitten by this sharp-snouted viper, it's as good as hosting a funeral banquet with a surna. Once bitten, the venom circulates in the blood, leading to unstoppable bleeding. Normal compression and bandaging cannot stop the bleeding, and it can cause widespread hemorrhaging throughout the body. It's a common belief that when bitten by a five-step snake, one can only take 5 steps before succumbing to the poison. You can see how terrifying its venom is." Damn. Sui, upon hearing this, was close to wetting himself, trembling even more. Does this mean he's done for? Sui was currently experiencing unprecedented fear, sweating profusely. He really didn't want to die. Dong Fangzur didn't doubt Lin Feng's words. She believed that Lin Feng was not exaggerating. Nevertheless, no matter what, if Sui dies this time, while out on a wild excursion, as she was the one in charge, it would be her responsibility. Additionally, Dong Fangzur was well aware of Sui's background, and if he were to die like this, she wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Sui had no choice but to beg Lin Feng, knowing that only Lin Feng could save him now, or else he was doomed. So Sui addressed Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, what should I do in this situation? Please save me. I'll pay whatever amount. Just name it, and I'll transfer the money to your account." Although Lin Feng was still smiling, seemingly enjoying Sui's plight, he felt no anger and made no unnecessary comments. Lin Feng, smiling warmly, said, "It's not about money. In your condition, find a cool place and lay down." "Will lying down in a cool place detoxify me?" Dong Fangzur inquired. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile again. He had to admit that Dong Fangzur's intelligence was close to zero at that moment. He chuckled and said, "It won't detoxify you. This poison can't be neutralized. Finding a cool place and lying down will only delay the decomposition of the body." Others laughed at this, truly amused by Lin Feng's words. Xia Ruoxu couldn't help but chuckle as well, playfully punching Lin Feng's arm and giving him a stern look. Could Lin Feng not be serious for once? This was a matter of life and death, even though she found Sui very unpleasant. But since Lin Feng was a doctor, his duty was to heal the injured. Dong Fangzur couldn't find it in her to laugh. She felt that Lin Feng had a solution but was unwilling to help. Why should Lin Feng help Sui? Sui had previously instructed others to deal with Lin Feng and had caused trouble repeatedly, yet Lin Feng hadn't sought revenge. But Sui truly couldn't die. His face had turned green, and he seemed unable to hold on much longer. With an almost pleading tone, Dong Fangzur slightly bowed, saying to Lin Feng, "Mr. Lin, please save Sui. He really can't die. I'll be grateful for anything you can do to save him. Mr. Lin, please save me. Will you help me? Shall I kneel down to show my sincerity?" Sui, trembling, knelt down and knocked his head against Lin Feng. At this point, even if he had wanted to harm Lin Feng, he had to show utmost respect. Otherwise, he couldn't say if Lin Feng would avenge himself, and surely, Sui would be the first to suffer. Sui felt like giving himself a big slap. There was a dry branch on the way, and in carelessness he had kicked it only to discover it was a 5-step snake, biting him near a blood vessel with a significant amount of toxin already in his system. It was truly unfortunate. When things go wrong, they seem to compound. As a powerful cultivator, he had been stabbed by a small fry and lost all his strength. Later, he was severely beaten, and now he had been bitten by a venomous snake, directly threatening his life. Who could he cry to in such a situation? "Brother Lin, please help Sui. It seems like he's not doing well." Su Jingwen also approached Lin Feng, as Sui had always protected her. She owed him for that. Su Jingwen couldn't bear to see Sui die like this. "Lin Feng, if you can help, please take a look. A doctor should have compassion." Xia Ruoxu couldn't help but say a word. Currently, it seemed that besides Lin Feng, no one could help Sui. To send him to the hospital, not to mention if he can be saved, it's far to the hospital, and by the time he arrives after a few hours, Sui might have already passed away. With a warm smile, Lin Feng said, "Okay, since everyone has so much confidence in me, I can give it a try. Sui, I'll be frank with you. In your current situation, if you don't receive treatment within half an hour, You will definitely die within 6 hours. Let me ask you, how much are you willing to pay for me to let you live one more day? Sue weakly reply, 10 million. With that, he quickly transferred 10 million to Xia Ruoxu's account. Xia Ruoxu now had over 42 million. When the 40 million disappeared earlier, she felt like she lost a part of herself. Now, that part was restored. Scooping up some wild flowers and grass around him, Lin Feng formed a wet lump with his saliva and applied it to Sue's ankle. He tore a strip of cloth from his sportswear to bandage Sue. Everyone was stunned by this. Can this really detoxify him? But Lin Feng had infused his own strength into these wild plants, which had a suppressive effect on the toxin. However, it didn't mean that the toxin was completely neutralized. He only promised to give Sue one more day to live, not to detoxify him. Mr. Lin, can you really save him and detoxify him like this? Dong Fangshu asked with a furrowed brow. But Sue indeed felt much better, with sensation returning to his legs. Lin Feng warmly replied, Miss Dong, don't underestimate the roadside plants. If you know them, they are medicines. If you don't, they are just plants. He can live one more day now, but I didn't promise to detoxify him. You can start counting down from this moment. If within 24 hours he dies, you can hold me responsible. Dong Fangshu let out a sigh of relief after Lin Feng spoke. Many medicinal herbs were unfamiliar to her. By Lin Feng's words, Sue could probably live one more day, but they needed to rush him to the hospital. Lin Feng was being crafty, taking 10 million from Sue, making them agree to 3 conditions. If they don't find a way to detoxify Sue quickly, he is still doomed to die. Sue knew Lin Feng was cunning. Lin Feng could definitely solve the problem directly, but chose not to. He quickly sent a message to the practitioner he had hired, sharing his location. The practitioner was on the way. Sue had secretly vowed that Lin Feng must not leave this place alive today. He couldn't let him witness the moon tonight. Classmates, parents, let's go back. Sue suddenly got into this situation. We need to help him quickly, or his life will still be in danger. Teacher Dong Fangshu immediately said a few words to everyone, and they all got on the sightseeing car and rushed back. Goodbye, Big Tiger, until we meet again. Xia Ruoxu waved her hand at the tiger, feeling a bit sentimental. Saying farewell to the tiger, Xia Ruoxu leaned against Lin Feng's shoulder, feeling incredibly happy. This trip was more joyful than going to Paris or the Maldives for her. However, just after 10 minutes of driving forward, a car blocked the road, and an old man in gray robes stood in their way. Sue smirked. This time, Lin Feng was doomed to die. The tour bus was forced to stop. The gray-robed old man standing in front had a thunderous voice and directly roared, Everyone get off the bus. If you're still on the bus in 3 minutes, I'll kill you on the spot. No mercy. After speaking, the old man quickly approached the tour bus, grabbed the door, and pulled it forcefully. There was a sharp, piercing sound as the locked door was ripped off and flung away. Everyone out. Following that, the old man shouted loudly at everyone inside the bus, with a voice that was extremely loud and piercing. Many people started to feel afraid. This old man exuded a majestic aura. Lin Feng took a glance and understood the old man's strength. His power had exceeded the peak of the Yellow Realm and entered the Mysterious Realm, reaching the peak of the Mysterious Realm. In other words, he was more powerful than Lin Feng by at least 1 level. Lin Feng didn't have confidence even in forming a condensed explosion ball with his elemental energy, but he had to give it a try. If he couldn't handle it, he would have Eastern Zur step in. She owed him 3 conditions and could repay 1 now. If Eastern Zur didn't take action, then he wouldn't spare this woman either. He had an ultimate move called Blood Burst, where his own strength would vanish completely once used, similar to when his memory was restored previously. 3 years ago, when he saved Xia Ruoxu, he must have been hit to heart, triggering the blood burst in his body, causing him to start his cultivation from scratch 3 years later. The blood burst could be automatically activated when his life was severely threatened or initiated by himself. By reversing his cultivation method, he could become even more powerful and successfully trigger the blood burst. Activating the blood burst could elevate his strength by at least 2 levels and allow him to defeat his opponent in seconds. However, truth be told, Lin Feng would never use the blood burst easily unless it was a matter of life and death, where not using it would mean certain death. After everyone got off the bus, seeming accustomed to the situation, they were not overly worried, believing that Lin Feng could handle this old guy. They also hoped that Lin Feng could deal with the situation because this old guy was simply too arrogant and overbearing. Mr. Lin, it seems this is aimed at you again. Be careful and don't die. Sui walked past Lin Feng, smiling and patting his shoulder, his smile full of meaning. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He waited for everyone to get off first to buy some time to form the elemental energy explosion ball. Eastern Zur, aware of the old man's strength, still felt concerned for Lin Feng. She truly couldn't see through Lin Feng, who was currently displaying only the initial stage of the Yellow Realm. However, his opponent had already reached the peak of the mysterious realm, way too strong. Eastern Zur came over to Lin Feng and whispered, I owe you 3 conditions. Eastern Zur, keep my word. If you need help, just tell me. Don't try to handle everything alone. Now, that sounded more like it. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, feeling more at ease with Eastern Zur's assurance. Hurry up, don't dawdle. If anyone doesn't get off, I'll make them meet their maker on the spot. The old man barked outside. Lin Feng quickly took off his tracksuit top, placed it on the seat, and held Xia Ruoxu's hand to walk out. This old man was definitely summoned by Sui, who had just made a cryptic remark to him earlier. Obviously, Sui was scared and didn't want to admit that he had called this old man. So for now, Lin Feng decided to go down first and see how this old man would expose Sui. Everyone got off the bus and lined up. Sui, seeing Lin Feng had taken off his tracksuit top, frowned and sent a message immediately. But the old man didn't look at his phone, and instead checked each person one by one. With his icy gaze, as Sui had instructed, the old man located the only person wearing tracksuit pants, dragged him out, broke his limbs first, and then killed him brutally. When the old man came to Lin Feng immediately went forward and whispered to him, I'm Sui, your employer. The other guy changed into my tracksuit. He injured his foot and wrapped it in a piece of the tracksuit. That guy is very cunning. Don't let him off easily. Lin Feng also speculated that this old man was hired from the Cultivator Association and probably didn't know Sui personally. Sui was pretending and hiding his true identity, refusing to reveal himself. So, Lin Feng disguised himself as Sui, whispering crucial information. With their voices low, the old man couldn't discern the truth and had witnessed Sui fiddling with his phone all the while. It seemed this old man had no clue about Sui's actual voice. Pretending to be stern, the old man bellowed, Step back, I'm not looking for you. Don't chit-chat with me. After receiving his phone number, Sui indeed had been exchanging messages with him all along. He explicitly told the old man not to disclose Sui's identity unless absolutely necessary. Although Sui did not know Sui's reasons behind this secrecy, he naturally had to obey his employer. This time, the old man checked their feet. Was he blind? Sui cursed inwardly, feeling extremely frustrated. Although Lin Feng had removed his tracksuit top, he was still wearing the tracksuit pants. Apart from Lin Feng, nobody else was wearing tracksuit pants. How could the old man not recognize Lin Feng? What did Lin Feng say to the old man that made him continue searching? Sui sent several messages in succession, but before the final one could be delivered, the gray-robed old man was already in front of Sui. Upon seeing the strip of cloth around Sui's foot, the same cloth that had been torn off the tracksuit, the old man instantly focused on Sui. What the hell? What am I doing? Sui was still a bit puzzled, also thinking about how to quickly inform the old man, Lin Feng, about who he really was. Lin Feng was truly cunning, actually taking off his jacket. You little bastard, I'm looking for you. At the next moment, Sui was grabbed by the hair by the old man, Lin Feng, and pulled forward, causing Sui to fly out. I can't believe it. Sui landed like a dog eating shit, letting out a scream and a curse. Even Don Fangzur was stunned. How could this be about settling scores with Sui? Shouldn't it be settling scores with Lin Feng? What in the world is going on? Could it be that Sui is staging a play of acting weak and luring someone to attack him first before targeting Lin Feng, to avoid suspicion that he was the one who sent someone to attack Lin Feng? How dare you curse at grandfather? Grandfather sees that you are living impatiently, the old man in a gray robe coldly said, moving forward and stomping on Sui's legs meticulously, continuously shattering the bones in Sui's legs. Starting from the soles of his feet, he crushed upwards. Sui's screams were terrifying, gradually weakening in the end. His whole body was convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and rolling his eyes back. It looked like Sui was about to die. Stop. It was at that moment that Dongfang Zhu finally sensed that something was wrong and roared loudly. Simultaneously, she released her strength at the peak of Zhuan rank, appearing equally powerful as her opponent. Of course, her true strength was much more than that, but she only wanted to intimidate the other party. Dongfang Zhu finally realized that this was definitely not a staged attack. If it were, it would be enough to teach Sui a lesson. Sui was foaming at the mouth, convulsing there. If they continued, his life would be in jeopardy. Sui wasn't stupid. He wouldn't have used a staged attack to play himself to death. There's actually a master. The old man paused, furrowing his brow. Even now, he was very puzzled. According to Sui, the other party was called Lin Feng and was a cultivator. But this guy had his legs broken by him, and was almost killed by him. Yet there was no hint of any strength emitting from him, which was truly strange. Dongfang Zhu coldly roared, "Why are you trying to kill Sui? What has he done to offend you?" "Sui? This guy trampled as Sui. Then who is that guy?" The old man suddenly pointed at Lin Feng. The old man's heart was now trembling slightly, fearing that if he had mistaken his employer and was actually attacking him, he would be in grave danger. According to the rules of the Cultivator Association, one must completely obey the employer and avoid harming the employer. Failure to abide by this rule is unforgivable and will also involve the entire family of the perpetrator. "He is Lin Feng," Dongfang Zhu blurted out. Damn it, she was speaking without using her brain. Lin Feng chuckled and muttered to himself inwardly. Dongfang Zhu did have some problem with her brain. At this moment, by saying that he was Lin Feng, the old man would definitely realize that a mistake had been made and then target Lin Feng. "What the heck, you are Lin Feng?" The old man widened his eyes, roared in disbelief, feeling as if his head was about to split. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "No, don't get it wrong. I am your employer. Be careful not to bite the hand that feeds you." The old man was almost going crazy. He just noticed that Lin Feng was wearing sports pants, and the cloth pieces wrapped around Sui's feet were indeed pieces from a sports jacket. He took out his phone to look at the messages. Upon checking his phone, he found several unread messages, all from Sui. Now he completely understood that he had been deceived by Lin Feng. "Ah, I'll kill you." The angry old man rushed towards Lin Feng in a fit of rage, determined to dismember him and grind his bones to ashes. Lin Feng smiled, then directly threw the energy explosion ball in his hand towards the old man. Delaying until now, the energy explosion ball had just accumulated. Boom! A loud explosion. The energy explosion ball detonated in front of the old man's face. The terrifying shock wave sent the old man flying backward, crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The old man scrambled to get up, his face covered in blood, one eye blinded, his current appearance incredibly ferocious. The old man was instantly dumbfounded, unable to figure out how he had been blown away. Dongfang Zhu was also shocked, seeing Lin Feng for the second time, using this mysterious move. The power was too terrifying, but still, it was unclear how it was activated. Lin Feng came directly in front of Dongfang Zhu and said, "First condition, get rid of that old bastard." It was now certain that the energy explosion ball was incapable of taking down that old man. Not good. Dongfang Zhu hadn't completely regained her senses. Lin Feng's eyes turned icy in an instant as he lowered his voice. "If you mutter one more word, see if I won't get you to fly out with a big slap. If it weren't for you betraying me, that old bastard wouldn't even know who I am. Why are you saying this to me now?" Lin Feng was no longer polite with Dongfang Zhu. He was indeed tempted to slap Dongfang Zhu and make her fly away. This brainless woman. They must not have much interaction in the future, preferably no interaction at all. It was bound to cause trouble sooner or later. Fine. Dongfang Zhu was startled, fully coming to her senses, nodding, not expecting Lin Feng's anger to be so terrifying. "You little bastard, I'll kill you." The old man, aside from losing one eye and looking somewhat ragged, didn't seem to be affected much. He roared furiously and continued to charge towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood in front of Xia Ruoxu, ready to explode in blood at any moment. It all depended on whether Dongfang Zhu would make a move or not. If Dongfang Zhu didn't act, Lin Feng would have to resort to the blood explosion, even if the consequences were severe. He absolutely could not allow himself to die at the hands of this old bastard. "Stop. Don't touch him, or I won't be polite to you," Dongfang Zhu shouted, standing in front of Lin Feng. "Get out of the way, woman. You must stand in front of him, or I'll kill you along with him." The old man roared, filled with uncontrollable anger in every cell of his being. But considering Dongfang Zure's strength was equal to his own, he hesitated to fight with her. For now, the most important thing was to kill Lin Feng. "You better back off, I won't go easy on you," Dongfang Zure said coldly, refusing to budge, and releasing an even stronger aura. You are so powerful to this extent." The old man was instantly frightened, took a few steps back, and felt a cold chill run from head to toe. He completely did not expect Dongfang Zure to be so terrifying. It seemed killing Lin Feng was no longer possible. "Kurian takes away to the hospital. He is dying. You must pay with your life," Dongfang Zure said, relieved that she didn't have to resort to violence. "Okay." The old man nodded, moved to the side, pointed at Lin Feng, and coldly yelled, "You wait." Then he picked up the unconscious Su Wei, got into the off-road vehicle, and instructed the driver to accelerate away. Lin Feng smiled at Dongfang Zure and said, "Thank you, Dongfang teacher. Without you, I would have been in real danger. We are even now, and I will cancel the other two conditions." Lin Feng's heart was very cold. He no longer cared to look at Dongfang Zure, and he would never had any contact with this woman in the future. He couldn't even make normal friends. It was like talking to a brick wall. It was best to keep away from each other. If Dongfang Zure ever fell into his hands in the future, he wouldn't show mercy. Such evil, lawless cultivators should be eliminated. "Dongfang Miss, are you going to blame me for not killing that old man?" Dongfang Zure asked cautiously. Lin Feng shook his head and replied warmly, "No. Why would I? It was all just a joke. No need to take it seriously." Ioto finished speaking, held hands with Xia Ruoxu, and followed everyone onto the car. "Lin Feng, in the future, please do not have any contact with that woman." Xia Ruoxu couldn't help but remind Lin Feng. Though Lin Feng seemed polite to Dongfang Zure all of a sudden, canceling to conditions and drawing boundaries, Xia Ruoxu still felt uneasy. Dongfang Zure was not an ordinary person. She was a powerful cultivator, much more formidable than Lin Feng. Her seemingly merciful act might bring trouble soon. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded and smiled in agreement. "Through this incident, do you have anything to teach me?" Xia Ruoxu sweetly asked, wanting to maintain a humble and open-minded attitude for learning. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "There is something to be said. Our ancestors had a saying, a man with a soft heart remains poor. A woman with a soft heart loosens her belt. Soft-hearted people tend to compromise their own principles and boundaries, allowing the unscrupulous to take advantage. Not saying that soft-hearted people cannot have friends, but on my path, I cannot be friends with soft-hearted people. Otherwise, I would be in danger sooner or later." Xia Ruoxu was kind-hearted, but she was not a cultivator, just an ordinary person. Since becoming a cultivator, she needed to understand her responsibility, which was completely different. Lin Feng would guide her along the way. What was Dongfang Zure supposed to be? Lin Feng had no interest in educating Dongfang Zure. Xia Ruoxu nodded sweetly, feeling slightly uncomfortable with Lin Feng's words, but they made sense. Dongfang Zure approached with a microphone, chattering and wanting to have some fun with everyone. However, Lin Feng closed his eyes, leaned on Xia Ruoxu, pretending to sleep, ignoring Dongfang Zure. Realizing Lin Feng was dissatisfied, Dongfang Zure approached Su Jingwen and whispered, "Su Jingwen, give me your brother Lin's phone number." She needed Lin Feng's contact information to communicate more, learn more, and build friendship. However, Su Jingwen shook her head directly, refusing to give out Lin Feng's number without his permission. She pointed out that Lin Feng was there and Dongfang Zure could directly ask him, if needed. Realizing that Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu did not want to be friends with her, let alone share the phone number, Dongfang Zure forced a smile and left. With Su Wei already sent for treatment, Dongfang Zure suggested they have something to eat before leaving, insisting on treating everyone. The group happily agreed. Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu shared a smile, understanding each other without words, and certainly not staying to eat with Dongfang Zure. Outside, in the square, Lin Feng and the others saw a red-haired young man sitting on a large chair. He was sharpening his nails with a sharp dagger. Behind him stood 10 old men, all wearing red robes and dyed red hair, with hands behind their backs, standing with necks raised. Except for the red-haired young man, all of them were cultivators with strong abilities. The opponent's attire and hair color were uniform, creating a strong presence. When Lin Feng and the others emerged, the red-haired young man smiled, gestured lightly, and 10 elderly men, of which 9 rushed towards Lin Feng and the group, blocking their way. Everyone became tense again, as today's encounters were quite overwhelming. However, all eyes turned to Lin Feng, as it seemed that having him around made everything feel less worrying. Lin Feng first assessed the strength of the 10 practitioners on the other side. Damn, they were so powerful. Sensing that out of the 10 practitioners charging towards them, 9 were in the complete yellow stage, and 1 was at the early profound stage standing beside the redhead young man, who remained still. Lin Feng was truly shocked inside. Without a doubt, these were members of the Su family, but the number of practitioners from the Su family was indeed overwhelming. Previously with the Chu family, Lin Feng had only encountered a few. However, the Su family had dozens of members, with a dozen or so appearing each time. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder about the origin of the Su family. At that moment, a Maserati drove up to the square, and a woman sat on top of it. This woman, dressed in ancient white robes, was exquisitely beautiful, but had a sharp and commanding gaze. She was the war god of Huaxia, the hall master of the war god temple, Lin Feng's third martial sister Liu Shengnan. Liu Shengnan had received consecutive reports that over 20 of the Su family's hired practitioners had died, all at the zoo, prompting her to come and investigate. It was almost certain that this was the doing of her junior martial brother, Lin Feng. The principle of the War God Temple was that members of the Practitioners Association could go to the city, but were prohibited from harming ordinary people. If they did, there would be no mercy. However, Liu Shennan's principle was that while she abided by the rules, she would show no mercy to anyone who dared to harm Lin Feng. Recognizing her junior martial brother, Liu Shengnan decided to assess the situation first. The red-haired young man stood up slowly, took a few steps forward, glanced at Lin Feng and the others, and with a sly smile, said, "Come out. Anyone who dares to mess with my Su family, or tries to take our element stones will die if you don't show up." Everyone. Don Fangzur, who was near Lin Feng, whispered to him, "Mr. Lin, give me your phone number, and I'll scare them off for you." Lin Feng didn't even look at Don Fangzur and treated her as if she were invisible. Don Fangzur's words were truly a joke. Scaring them off would solve the problem. Only someone with severe brain damage would say something like that. Lin Feng stepped forward, warmly smiling, and said, "The Su family is the most arrogant family I have ever met. Threatening to kill everyone without hesitation, aren't you despicable?" Lin Feng's decision to step forward naturally meant that he was ready to take action. Being at the peak of the yellow stage later phase, Lin Feng was confident in taking down 9 complete yellow stage practitioners in a 1-against-9 scenario. Facing opponents of lower levels was manageable for him. The only threat to Lin Feng was the early profound stage practitioner among them. However, once Lin Feng had the opportunity to free himself and gather an elemental explosion sphere, he could easily blast the practitioner to death. Despite the level difference, the being was only 2 stages higher than Lin Feng. The power of the elemental explosion sphere could definitely deal with him. The redhead young man chuckled and said, "You're right. My Su family is truly fearless. In this city of demons, our Su family is the divine ruler. You must be the mastermind, aren't you? Quite courageous to come forward. Hand over the element stone, and I can promise you a quick death. I heard your girlfriend is quite pretty. Don't worry. Once you're gone, I'll take good care of her." Lin Feng smiled. Wasn't the Su family too arrogant? Lin Feng only knew about the Yi family as the most prominent family in the city of demons. So far, he hadn't encountered anyone from the Yi family as audacious as these people. Lin Feng smiled warmly and responded, "What element stone? I've never heard of it." "Well, it seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Send any old man up there to break his 3rd leg and limbs. Let him become a eunuch first before anything else." The redhead young man pointed his right index finger forward. "I'll go." A gruff voice came from the elder directly across from Lin Feng. He rushed towards Lin Feng, punching him in the chest. Understanding that Lin Feng was a practitioner, the elder held back to avoid killing him with a single blow. Lin Feng stood still, awaiting the elder's advance. As the elder reached him and threw his fist, Lin Feng clenched his right hand into a fist, exerted all his strength, and struck back. The exchange resulted in a muffled bang. The elder was pushed back a few steps, gasping in shock, feeling a tearing pain in his fist. Looking down, he noticed the bones in his knuckles had been shattered, blood oozing out. Undeterred, Lin Feng seized the opportunity delivering a kick to the elder's chest while he was still reeling from the shock. The elder flew backward and landed in front of the redhead young man, grimacing in pain. The elder struggled to stand, experiencing excruciating pain in his chest, his face contorted in agony and horror. Lin Feng's strength was obviously weaker by one small level. How could he fight like this? The old man's heart was pounding wildly, feeling some fear. Liu Shengnan, getting off the car, was also very surprised. This junior of hers, although his strength was too low, his combat power was quite something. Indeed has some skills. Let's go together. The red-haired young man smiled and said, waving his hand. Along with the injured old man, 10 old men charged towards Lin Feng, thinking that any old man could easily take care of Lin Feng, but since Lin Feng could fight, they must attack together. Damn it! Lin Feng's heart sank abruptly. The strongest Chuan-level early-stage old man, the first to charge forward. Lin Feng had no confidence, but with the arrow on the bow, he had to release it. Lin Feng quickly rushed up and collided head-on with the opponent, exchanging a blow. Dang! A muffled sound. The old man stepped back, but Lin Feng was sent flying backward, his whole arm dislocated from the impact. Before Lin Feng could hit the ground, the old man quickly dashed over. Waiting for Lin Feng to land, he intended to deliver the final blow. Lin Feng's combat power was indeed strong. He could feel it when their palms clashed. Damn it! Lin Feng fell to the ground, unable to defend against the old man's palm that was coming straight for him. In this situation, Lin Feng didn't have time to gather his energy for an explosion ball, so he had to resort to reversing his technique and use blood explosion. Using blood explosion could last for a minute. Within that minute, it was enough for Lin Feng to take care of all the cultivators present. At the critical moment, Liu Shengnan didn't hesitate any longer. With a tap of her foot, her body floated up, leaving behind a snow-white lingering shadow as she moved behind Lin Feng. She wrapped her arm around Lin Feng's waist, spun around, and collided her palm with the old man's approaching hand. Dang! A loud bang. The old man was sent flying, his arm compressing backward like a spring. With a crisp sound, bones, meridians, nerves, everything shattered. Swish! The old man flew backward at a fast speed, creating a whistling sound. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into the surrounding wall 10 meters away, embedding himself in the wall. Blood oozing from his mouth, his breath extinguished. There were still 9 old men, who were now frozen in shock. Their minds were blank. They couldn't imagine how powerful this woman in ancient attire was. At this moment, Liu Shengnan glanced at them. Her body trembled, and a terrifying wave of energy swept out. Dang! A wave of invisible arc barrier spread out, colliding with the 9 old men, sending them flying backward. When they hit the ground, they convulsed a few times, blood continuously flowing from their mouths, but then they lay motionless. The scene was eerily quiet. Even Don Fangzur was dumbfounded. Liu Shengnan was far more powerful than her. Lin Feng was still being hugged by Liu Shengnan, his heart pounding, as he had already recognized her. She was his 3rd senior sister, Liu Shengnan, the war goddess of the Huaxia town, so domineering. Dressed in a snow-white long dress with a ribbon around her waist, draped in light green gauze, with shoulders like a blade and a slim waist, skin like condensed fat, and hair like a fragrant orchid. Exquisite and graceful, radiating a seductive charm. Her features were sharp, but her brows carried a hint of murderous intent. Dressed like a fairy, in white robes, she exuded unparalleled beauty. Are you okay? Liu Shengnan asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly distanced himself, no longer letting Liu Shengnan hold him, and said, "Thank you. Follow me." Liu Shengnan instantly grabbed Lin Feng's hand and tried to leave. "Where are we going?" "Wait. I didn't say I would go with you. I don't know you. What's going on?" Lin Feng shouted. "Who are you? Let go of my boyfriend." Xia Ruoxu suddenly realized, shouting fiercely as she rushed over, blocking the two of them. She then held Lin Feng's hand, snuggling close to him. Xia Ruoxu knew that this was probably another senior sister of Lin Feng's, and all of Lin Feng's 7 senior sisters needed his help. But that didn't mean they could be so overbearing. Lin Feng was her boyfriend, and with these senior sisters appearing out of nowhere, were they just going to take him away? "Is your master the old man of Tianji? Do you have a blood jade on you?" Liu Shengnan stared directly at Lin Feng, questioning. Liu Shengnan was also puzzled. She could understand Lin Feng not recognizing her, but why did she feel like Lin Feng wasn't her junior brother? Lin Feng immediately shook his head, saying, "Who's the old man of Tianji? I don't know what you're talking about. and I don't have any blood jade. The feeling this Liu Shengnan gave him was even more frightening than Yi Qingchen. He had to keep his distance. Let me check. Liu Shengnan was still suspicious. She pushed Xia Ruoxu aside and tore Lin Feng's clothes off, but she didn't find any trace of the blood jade on him. She still wasn't convinced and moved to rip Lin Feng's pants. That's enough. I have no idea about any blood jade or old man of Qianji. What are you trying to do in front of everyone? Lin Feng shouted angrily. You crazy woman. Have you no shame? Xia Ruoxu also shouted and held Lin Feng's hand, but her palms were sweating coldly. Xia Ruoxu also felt that this ancient beauty was more terrifying than the elegant lady from last night. This woman came on strong, making it hard to deal with her. This woman was definitely one of Lin Feng's senior sisters, but Lin Feng clearly didn't recognize her. Nevertheless, she stood by Lin Feng's side, with her heart beating nervously. Lin Feng also truly dared to not reveal his identity. Liu Shengnan, compared to Yi Qingchen and Qin Yishan he encountered, was even more dominant. Once his true identity was known, he would definitely be taken away directly, like a despot forcing his desires, solving the problem of breaking the chains of cultivation by force. Then tell me, who exactly is your master? Liu Shengnan asked again. Lin Feng directly said, my master is the old fiend Qingming. Lin Feng casually mentioned a good friend's name, the old fiend. The old fiend didn't have many friends, but Qingming was definitely one of them, coming to drink with the old fiend every year, once a year. So, you are a disciple of Qingming old fiend. My apologies, I mistook you for someone else, excuse me. Liu Shengnan believed it to be true, clasped his hands, and quickly left. Unlike Qin Yishan, the leader of the intelligence network, who had thoroughly investigated Lin Feng. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he could immediately ascertain Lin Feng's identity. However, Liu Shengnan, despite being the war god of Huaxia town, other than focusing on the Guild of Cultivators, had no time to pay attention to the intelligence aspect. Nor was she like Gu Haitan, who had planted upon beside Yi Qingchen. The information she controlled was the most accurate. Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu glanced at each other, both heaving a sigh of relief. Liu Shengnan exuded a powerful aura, and Lin Feng felt immense pressure. But Lin Feng admired Liu Shengnan. The war god of Huaxia town was truly deserving of his reputation. Looking at Dongfang Zhuo, with all her strength but of little use, dealing with cultivators required the imposing aura like that of Liu Shengnan, decisive and ruthless. Xia Ruoxu, on the other hand, was determined to become a cultivator, to become stronger. Otherwise, compared to Lin Feng's senior sisters, she indeed had little advantage. At this moment, the red-haired young man could no longer remain calm, his face turning dark. He couldn't understand the situation. This unexpectedly appearing ancient beauty was truly not to be trifled with. He thought she was with Lin Feng, but it seemed not, as she mistook him for someone else. But damn, now that she had made a mistake, and taken out his men, who could he turn to for help? How could he deal with Lin Feng? Lin Feng approached the red-haired young man, who suddenly turned and ran. Could he escape from Lin Feng's hands? Lin Feng quickened his pace, kicked the red-haired young man in the back. The red-haired young man fell embarrassingly, his head stepping on by Lin Feng's foot. Don't touch me. I am Su Yaowei. My father is Su Qingshan. My grandfather is the patriarch of the Su family, Su Qianlong. If you touch me, you will undoubtedly die. Su Yaowei immediately screamed, not wanting to die at the hands of Lin Feng. If I wasn't considering you an ordinary person, you would already be a cold corpse. But this is a one-time offer, no exceptions. I'll start by disabling one of your hands, and if it happens again, you won't escape. Drive my car and go to the Magic Academy in the city. No. Please, I won't do it again. I dare not. Please spare me. Su Yaowei pleaded heartbreakingly, trembling in fear. Lin Feng still crushed Su Yaowei's right hand with a kick, taking a car key from Su Yaowei. Without letting Su Yaowei call for help, the number and strength of the cultivators in the Su family made Lin Feng somewhat wary. This time, if Liu Shengnan didn't intervene, Lin Feng feared he might have to resort to his ultimate killer move, Blood Burst. Consequently, Lin Feng became even more vigilant, always condensing a ball of elemental energy explosion in his palm, ready for any potential need. But if the Su family continued the conflict, Lin Feng would not back down. Jingwen, come with us. Let's go back. Lin Feng held Xia Ruoxu's jade hand, calling Su Jingwen to be an upright person. he had to safely return Su Jingwen home. "Mr. Lin, I invite you for dinner." Seeing Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu leaving hand in hand, taking Su Jingwen along, Dongfang Zhu immediately caught up. "Thank you. No need." Lin Feng didn't even turn around. Several cars were parked ahead. He unlocked one, found a Lamborghini driven by Xia Wei, and drove away. Dongfang Zhu sighed. As Lin Feng didn't give her face, there was nothing she could do. After a while, Su Jingwen suddenly asked, "Big brother Lin, what is your educational background?" "I have no education. Never went to school." Lin Feng replied. He had been taught by the old fiend when he was little. "I don't want to study anymore." "Why do you have this idea?" "I feel that studying is useless. I already know enough words, so I want to go out into society, gain experience and learn with you." Many people finish university, even go to postgraduate or doctoral studies, but their lives aren't much better. Yet, you, brother Lin, never attended a single day at school and still thrive. Su Jingwen truly did not want to continue her studies. Lin Feng calmly said, "Silly girl, among 1,000 with doctorates, as long as one fails, people will say studying is useless. Among 1,000 without diplomas, even those with only a primary school education, as long as one succeeds, people will say not studying is impressive. But everyone overlooks a problem. The remaining 999 doctorates are all outstanding, earning a minimum of 20,000 in the city, while the remaining 999 without diplomas or with only primary education become laborers, doing the most exhausting work, living at the bottom of society. You are still too young. Don't look at things with blinders on. Don't generalize, never haggle about minor details. Education is almost the only chance for children of poor families to change their destiny. Don't think too much now, just study well." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Jingwen was deeply impressed. With just a few simple words, Lin Feng made her sincerely respect and accept his advice. Her own thoughts were indeed a bit too rash, and at that moment, Xia Ruoxu's phone rang. Upon answering, she heard Xia Jianhua's tearful voice saying, "Ruoxu, come back quickly, Boss Ma is here." Before he could finish, a scream rang out, and Xia Ruoxu heard a smack. Apparently Xia Jianhua was smacked by someone. Upon hearing that Xia Jianhua was beaten, Xia Ruoxu still felt very distressed. After all, he was her father. Although this time, Xia Jianhua was in the wrong, the bond of blood kinship made Xia Ruoxu tear up instantly upon hearing her father was beaten. Her heart ached, and she became anxious, saying, "We will rush back immediately. Just come to room number at the Hilton Hotel. I met Ma Sha and was brought here by him. Please come and save me. You come alone. Do not let Lin Feng follow." Xia Jianhua said a few more words. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruoxu was slightly surprised as she thought the other party had gone to the Xia family, but it turned out they had brought son Jianhua to the hotel. Without a doubt, he immediately realized what kind of danger he would face if he went there. If Lin Feng is not allowed to go, and Xia Ruoxu goes, wouldn't it be like offering herself up for slaughter? "I understand. I will be there within an hour and a half." Xia Ruoxu responded, hung up the phone, thinking it impossible to keep Lin Feng from such a dangerous situation. Xia Ruoxu was now extremely confused, realizing that Xia Jianhua had not told her the whole truth. Allowing her to go for the rescue would clearly mean the other party had targeted her and intended to harm her. As a father, for him to do such things to his daughter, he was worse than a beast. Lin Feng glanced at Xia Ruoxu and said, "Ruoxu, don't worry, I'm here for you." Those simple words slightly eased Xia Ruoxu, grateful to have Lin Feng by her side. If Lin Feng were not there, she dared not imagine what would happen next. "Lin Feng, I must cultivate," Xia Ruoxu said to Lin Feng again. Her desire to become stronger was growing stronger. If her strength was great enough, she would truly fear no danger, deception, or manipulation. "All right, help me dial a few numbers. I'll call my master." The call went directly to Wang Gawu's phone in the village, as everyone else in the village used cell phones except for the elderly man. "Hello, is this Aunt Wang? It's Lin Feng. Little Feng." "Oh, Little Feng, it's you. It's been years since I saw you. I heard you went out to explore the world. How are you doing now? Have you found a wife?" Lin Feng asked Wang. "Aunt Wang, let's not talk about that now. I'm calling to speak with my old man. Can you please give him the phone?" "Thank you, Aunt Wang." "Sure. I'll get him the phone." Lin Feng was now a bit excited, not having heard the old man's voice in 3 years. Soon, the old man's voice finally came through. "Ha ha, you little rascal, you're still alive. It's been 3 years, you didn't pull back. I thought the grass on your grave was 3 meters high. Damn, you old Randy, these 3 years, you couldn't send someone to find me. I almost died. Luckily I met my girlfriend, and she took care of me for 3 years. Oh, the little rascal has some skills. You found a girlfriend? You little virgin, little newbie, little puny guy. How long can you last with a girlfriend? Don't embarrass me. I'll have some tonics prepared and sent to you. When you have time, bring her back to me to see you." "Shut up. This time I'm calling to ask you to prepare a set of bone cleansing and hair removing herbs for me. I don't have vein clearing grass, and only you have it." "All right, you puny guy. I'll have someone bring it to you in a few days. F***CK, in a few days. Prepare and deliver it to me right away. I need it urgently. Listen up. I'm going to tell you the address. F***CK. You wait. I'll get ready and bring it right away. In consideration of my future daughter-in-law, give me the address, and I'll deliver it immediately." Lin Feng hung up the phone and saw the strange gazes of Xia Ruoxu and Su Jingwen. The phone was connected via Bluetooth in the car, so their conversation was loud and clear. Xia Ruoxu and Su Jingwen found it hard to understand as the two seemed to disrespect each other rather than a disciple and master relationship. Xia Ruoxu whispered, "Is his master like this with everyone?" She couldn't bear it if Lin Feng's master treated everyone like that. She would have to visit the house often in the future if she married Lin Feng, especially during festivals. Also, calling someone a dirty old man gave a negative impression, and Xia Ruoxu didn't feel good about it. "Only with me. Just now I didn't tell him you were here. Otherwise, this old man would have changed his tune immediately," Lin Feng explained, realizing that his master was only informal with him, being very friendly and amiable to everyone else. Suddenly, an old man appeared on the road ahead, as if out of nowhere. "Be careful. There's someone." Xia Ruoxu screamed in fear. Suddenly, a person appeared, and it was really scary. Lin Feng's eyes widened in an instant, but a fervent look appeared in his eyes. He slammed on the brakes with all his might. Squeak tilde, the tires rubbed against the ground, making a piercing sound, leaving to black brake marks directly on the road. The tires even started to smoke. Just in time, the car stopped in front of the old man. A perfect stop. Xia Ruoxu and Su Jingwen had their seatbelts fastened. They were safe and sound. However, their hearts were still pounding, unsure if they had hit the old man. Somewhat calmer now. Upon closer look, the old man was still ahead. The old man was tall, with a bag on his back, dressed in a snow-white robe, like a celestial being. The old man also smiled kindly, with white hair and beard flowing in the wind. A long beard with a radiant face, few wrinkles on his face, giving off an aura of a sage. "Ruoxu, come down with me. This is my master, the old man of divine coincidence," Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly, although it seemed unbelievable. He had to believe it. He didn't expect the old man to show up immediately. He would recognize the old man even if he turned into ashes. "Is he your master?" Xia Ruoxu was immediately shocked. They had just called on the phone. How did Lin Feng's master appear here? How did he know they were here? Could it be that Lin Feng's master was truly a celestial being? She had thought Lin Feng's master looked quite unsightly, but now, upon seeing him, it completely overturned her imagination. Su Jingwen was equally puzzled. "Yes, one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. I don't even know my parents' names. He's equivalent to my father. Now let's go down and meet him. Declare your identity as my girlfriend to him, and get his approval." Lin Feng nodded, then smiled and said a few words. He had always felt that the old man was not ordinary. He couldn't beat him. He might have been deliberately letting him win. Now it seemed, he couldn't figure out the old man at all, and realized he had been letting him win before. The old man's level of formidable was definitely beyond his imagination. Xia Ruoxu became nervous. This was like meeting Lin Feng's parents for the first time. There was no mother in sight. She wondered if the old man would accept her. After all, she was not a practitioner, unable to compare with Lin Feng's senior sisters. Lin Feng got off first. Xia Ruoxu opened the car door, hesitated to get out. Lin Feng came over, took her jade hand, and they walked towards the old man. Arriving in front of the old man, Lin Feng released Xia Ruoxu's hand, knelt down straight, bowing respectfully, saying, Disciple Lin Feng pays respect to master. Talking and joking aside, Lin Feng's respect for the old man was truly sincere and profound. When they were together, curses would fly everywhere. But whenever there was an outsider, Lin Feng and the old man would both transform into different people. However, Lin Feng could not kneel on the ground because there was an airflow supporting his legs, preventing him from kneeling down completely. Xiao Xiao, it's been 3 years. Master really missed you. Let's not talk about anything else. Quickly introduce her. Who is this girl? The old man's smile was extremely kind. His voice sounded very gentle. It was totally different from his voice over the phone. Lin Feng nodded, holding Xia Ruoxu's hand. Smiling at the old man, he said, Master, this is my girlfriend, Xia Ruoxu. Ruoxu, this is Master Qianji. You can call him Elder Qianji, or call him Master along with me, or call him Uncle. Xia Ruoxu, pay respects to Elder Qianji. Xia Ruoxu slightly bowed, extremely nervous. She wanted to call him Grandpa, because Elder Qianji appeared to be quite old. Calling him Grandpa was definitely appropriate. Elder Qianji stroked his beard, smiling and said, Good, very good, indeed a good girl. Lin Feng is lucky to have found you as his girlfriend. It is truly a blessing in this lifetime. Elder Qianji overpraises. Xia Ruoxu was still very nervous and excited. Had Elder Qianji approved of her? Lin Feng said with a smile, Master, you are truly a celestial being. How can you be so fast? Forget it. Let's not discuss this. Ruoxu is now your daughter-in-law. It's the first time meeting the daughter-in-law. Won't you give her a gift? Setting aside the medicinal herbs you brought, you need to give her something special. Elder Qianji patted Lin Feng's shoulder, kindly smiling and said, Of course, I don't have anything else here, but there is a jade bracelet. Let's give it to this young lady. Saying that, he took out a snow-white jade bracelet, transparent and beautiful, and handed it directly to Xia Ruoxu. Xia Ruoxu was embarrassed to accept the gift, knowing that a gift from Elder Qianji must be extraordinary. However, Lin Feng took it, knelt on one knee, lifted the jade bracelet, and said very seriously, Ruoxu, will you marry me? This scene left Xia Ruoxu stunned. She hadn't expected that Lin Feng would propose to her now, but her heart was beating rapidly, a rush of happiness flowing through her as she finally said, Yes, I do. Inside Xia Ruoxu's heart, she had 1,000 yeses. Being by Lin Feng's side made her truly happy and content. Lin Feng gently took Xia Ruoxu's hand, put the bracelet on her wrist, and warmly said, From now on, you are my wife. Tomorrow, let's go get the certificate. Ah, it's too fast. I have to work tomorrow. Let me be your fiancée first. Xia Ruoxu blushed, feeling it was moving too quickly. She was not prepared. But she was extremely happy. With this jade bracelet, she was officially Lin Feng's fiancée. No one else could come between them. Lin Feng nodded his head, got up, and embraced Xia Ruoxu's delicate body, holding her tightly in his arms. Lin Feng smiled brilliantly, his heart beating faster, feeling a happiness he had never experienced before. He never really thought about giving up on Xia Ruoxu. Now that he successfully proposed to Xia Ruoxu, he needed to find a date quickly to get married. Xia Ruoxu closed her eyes, tears falling down her face, but she smiled sweetly. Each tear was filled with happiness and joy, overflowing from her heart. Although this proposal didn't have any family or friends as witnesses, no applause or cheers, for her, it was the happiest moment. They hugged for a long time before loosening their grip slightly. Lin Feng gently wiped away the tears on Xia Ruoxu's face, and as they looked into each other's eyes, they were full of love and smiling sweetly. In Lin Feng's eyes, Xia Ruoxu at this moment was the most beautiful woman in the world. Her lips were slightly parted, red and white, her face rosy, her eyes so tender, her beauty irresistible. Lin Feng couldn't help himself and kissed Xia Ruoxu's lips again, the two of them passionately kissing without caring about anything else. After a while, they finally separated, their hearts pounding. Xiaofeng, come over here, I want to tell you something in private. The old man Qianji smiled kindly, waving Lin Feng over. Wife, wait for me. Lin Feng said warmly to Xia Ruoxu with a smile. Okay, husband. Xia Ruoxu nodded. Her cheeks turned even rosier, but the word husband was said very softly. Lin Feng followed the old man Qianji to the side to talk. Xia Ruoxu was stunned for a moment, then parked the car on the side, and waited for Lin Feng. The smile on her face was hard to fade. Since Lin Feng proposed to her and she agreed, she knew she belonged to Lin Feng for life, and that would never change. Su Jingwen witnessed all of this. Though she smiled, her smile was somewhat stiff, tears flowing in her heart. Last night, after drinking a bit too much, she gathered the courage to ask Lin Feng to accompany her on this outdoor trip today. She thought something might happen between them, but Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu were truly deeply in love. With Xia Ruoxu present, she felt like a mere bystander, not even a supporting role. In Lin Feng's eyes, Xia Ruoxu was the only one from beginning to end, and now that the proposal was successful, she could no longer see any hope. She truly fell in love with Lin Feng at first sight. "You little brat, you're quite something. Your flirting skills are pretty impressive. Looks like you've learned a lot from me. Ha ha ha." The old man scolded Lin Feng as they were alone in a place. He punched Lin Feng in the stomach, causing him to double over, almost peeing himself. "Damn, you old man, if my strength had fully recovered, I would have knocked your teeth out." Lin Feng struggled to stand up, his face contorted in pain. "Ha ha ha. Little brat, if you want to recover your peak, you better hurry, or whenever I see you, I'll hit you." After the old man finished speaking, he kicked Lin Feng, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. Lin Feng stayed down, shouting at the old man, "Old man, just say what you want to say. I'll make you beg for mercy sooner or later." The old man laughed and said, "I'm telling you, that jade bracelet I gave Xia Ruoxu is not an ordinary item. It can enhance her abilities, the power much like your explosive Che ball. If she's in danger and lacks strength, it will automatically release power to protect her. In most cases, depending on the level of danger, if it's moderate, one infusion of power can withstand many threats, but if the opponent is too strong, it will only protect her once. Furthermore, when Xia Ruoxu's power surpasses your peak, she can establish a bond with the bracelet by giving it blood. After that, you will discover more benefits as she gradually masters it. In short, it's a treasure, so make sure she protects it well, as losing it would be a great loss." Lin Feng was amazed by the information. He never thought the item he had gifted was so valuable. He quickly got up, extended his hand to the old man, and said with a smile, "Old man, I'm your cherished disciple. You gave my wife such a precious gift. Would you not give me something valuable too? My strength is difficult to recover to its peak. It's very dangerous. Everyone wants to kill me. Please give me something for self-defense. Get as far away from me as possible, you little brat. Haven't I given you good things before? The blood jade is a fine treasure. When you reach your peak and surpass it, you can also form a bond with it. Once you bonded with it, you will know its benefits. Protect the blood jade as well as the bracelet." "All right, I won't talk with you anymore. Here are the medicinal herbs you wanted. I'll head back now. Hurry up and have some kids for me. I want to hug my grandchild. Oh, and don't call me unless I'm dead." After scolding Lin Feng, the old man waved his hand, and the bag on his back flew towards Lin Feng, hitting him several meters away and landing on the ground. "Damn, old man. Wait, what about those 7 senior sisters? What's the mission about?" Lin Feng hurriedly shouted, but when he got up, the old man had disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng respectfully knelt down, going towards the direction the old man vanished. Ceremonies can be foregone, but respect must always be upheld. Etiquette may be light, but never abandoned. This was the principle that Lin Feng always adhered to. He might exchange banter with the old man, but his respect for the old man never wavered. "Actually, Lin Feng, there are still many things I want to talk to the old man about." But the old man came and went in a hurry. "This includes the 1,000-year-old black giant snake that I encounter, the glowing white pearl that the giant snake has been protecting. I really want to ask the old man what that pearl is all about. What I most want to ask about is the situation of his 7 senior sisters. If Senior Sistery can unlock the shackles of her cultivation, reach her peak again using her extraordinary medical skills, and with her remarkable healing abilities, can she solve everything? This is what Lin Feng most wants to know. If even he can't solve everything once he reaches his peak, then his 7 senior sisters will surely not let him off the hook. They will definitely use him at all costs to break free from their cultivation restraints. All 7 senior sisters are undoubtedly beautiful and exceptional, with unparalleled charm and beauty. But in Lin Feng's heart, there is only Xia Ruoxu. He doesn't want to have any involvement with other women. Carrying his bag, Lin Feng returns to the car. Xia Ruoxu looks at Lin Feng with a sweet smile, then turns away. They both don't know what to say. They both feel a warm happiness flowing in their hearts. Wife, give me your hand. I will infuse the jade bracelet with my strength so that it can protect you in times of danger in the future. Lin Feng warmly says, pulling Xia Ruoxu's graceful jade hand and touching her finger to the jade bracelet, transferring all his strength into it. Once the transfer is complete, he can recover without any adverse effects. Lin Feng doesn't mention anything else to Xia Ruoxu. He will tell her when Xia Ruoxu's strength surpasses his peak. Lin Feng, can I start cultivating in the future? It definitely won't be a problem. When we return, I will prepare the marrow cleansing elixir for you to drink. After that, I can begin teaching you cultivation. However, the elixir requires 49 hours to be prepared, so we need to wait a bit. Xia Ruoxu is completely at ease and doesn't mind waiting a few more days. Suddenly, Su Jingwen says, Brother Lin, I still don't want to study. I want to go out and work. Lin Feng is truly puzzled by why Su Jingwen is always reluctant to study. If he had the chance, he would also want to go to school. The time spent in school is undoubtedly the best. Once in the society, one will realize how harsh and treacherous can be. Xia Ruoxu looks at Lin Feng, hoping that he can persuade Su Jingwen. Lin Feng warmly says, Su Jingwen, let me tell you a story. Do you know how polar bears are captured by hunters? Polar bears are bloodthirsty, so the hunters would fill a bucket with blood and insert sharp knives into the frozen blood. After the blood is frozen into ice, they put it in places where polar bears often appear. When the polar bear comes out and smells the blood, it will go to lick the blood in the bucket. After licking the top layer of blood, the sharp knife tip is exposed. By then, the polar bear's tongue will have frozen and lost almost all sensation. It continues licking the blood, and the sharp knife tip will cut its tongue. The polar bear, oblivious to the pain, continues to lick its blood, but all it's licking is its own blood. In the end, the polar bear collapses due to excessive blood loss and is easy prey for others to take away effortlessly. Workers are like the polar bear, and the boss is like the hunter. The rewards that workers receive are exchanged with their own blood and lives. The one who benefits most in the end is still the hunter. It's not wrong for you to want to work. That is the choice of 80% of ordinary people. There are masters in every trade, but you should know that being a successful worker is also extremely rare. What you should do now is to study well and cherish your time. If I'm not mistaken, Su Jingwen, you are absolutely extraordinary. You probably have a powerful background that you're not even aware of. In the future, you are unlikely to be just an employee or an ordinary person. Lin Feng couldn't help but say a few more words at the end. Su Jingwen always considers herself ordinary, but in Lin Feng's eyes, Su Jingwen is not that simple. Why does Su Wei protect Su Jingwen? Su Wei is such a powerful cultivator that he wants to kill Lin Feng on sight, and even wants Xia Ruoxu for himself. Despite Su Jingwen's beauty, Su Wei has always protected her unconditionally and never made any advances towards her. Coupled with the calm demeanor of Su Shumai before, it made Lin Feng sense that there was something fishy going on. After listening to Lin Feng, Xia Ruoxu is once again amazed. She feels that Lin Feng is very wise. A simple story perfectly conveys the essence of working for a living. Su Jingwen, on the other hand, is somewhat puzzled but extremely moved. That the most shocking part is when Lin Feng mentions that she is not simple. Does she really have a terrifying background? This thought ignites a fire in Su Jingwen's heart. Previously, Su Shumai mentioned that she didn't feel worthy of Lin Feng. She also seemed to be hiding something. If she truly is extraordinary, there might be a chance for her with Lin Feng after all. Lin Feng swiftly drives to the Hilton Hotel. Su Jingwen, wait in the car. After we settle things, we'll come back to drop you off at school. After parking the car, Lin Feng doesn't intend to bring Su Jingwen along. Su Jingwen nods. If Lin Feng doesn't want her to come, then she won't. Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu head straight to the front desk, book a room on the 28th floor, retrieve the room card, then take the elevator directly to the 28th floor. Without booking a room, they can't use the elevator without a card. Climbing the stairs would waste too much time. Lin Feng wants to see what kind of person Yao Duma Xiao is, and also, what exactly Xia Jianhui is hiding. Arriving at room 2828, Lin Feng first moved to the side and out of the range where the peephole could see. Xia Ruoxu pressed the doorbell only after ensuring there was no one else around, and then the person inside, seeing Xia Ruoxu outside through the peephole, carefully looked around before opening the door. As soon as the door opened, Lin Feng appeared next to Xia Ruoxu in an instant. Just as the door opened, they could hear the painful groan from Xia Jianhua. The one who opened the door was an old man in a gray robe at the initial stage of Czech cultivation. Why are there two people? Wasn't there only one person coming? The old man in the gray robe furrowed his brows and shouted directly. It felt really strange, as he had checked and confirmed that only one person was outside before opening the door. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "Whether one person or two people, since we are all here, let's discuss inside or outside. Let them in." A young man's voice came from inside. The old man then stepped aside, allowing Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu to enter, and he locked the door, standing guard outside. The room was quite spacious with a living room. Xia Jianhua was kneeling on the carpet in the living room, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After being beaten up in the morning and having difficulty recognizing him now, seeing Lin Feng also coming, Xia Jianhua turned around and shouted with his eyes bloodshot, "What are you doing here, you beast? Get out immediately. Ruoxu, tell him to leave." Lin Feng's arrival would certainly lead to trouble. He didn't want his reputation to be ruined, but he had been forced to come here by the other party and now even got beaten up. Therefore, he had no choice but to call Xia Ruoxu. The other party promised him to delete the video after getting Xia Ruoxu. "Dad, what exactly is going on? If you keep talking to Lin Feng like this, I will leave with him now and never care about you anymore." Xia Ruoxu asked coldly. Lin Feng's presence should be a good thing. They could work together to solve the problem. However, Xia Jianhua still wanted Lin Feng to leave. Was he out of his mind? Tell him to leave. Since he's also here, if he stays, you leave as well. I don't need you to intervene. Both of you, just leave now. Xia Jianhua shouted loudly, even wanting to drive away Xia Ruoxu. He knew Lin Feng's temper. He would resort to violence at the drop of a hat. While having Lin Feng here could temporarily restrain Ma Xiao, it would also lead to his own downfall, inviting further trouble in the future. "Shut up!" Ma Xiao slapped Xia Jianhua's face directly. Word and then turned his attention to Xia Ruoxu. Since Xia Ruoxu entered, he had been staring at her admiringly for a long time, finding her more beautiful, charming, and well-shaped than in the photos. Lin Feng's arrival didn't bother him as well. He could take them down together. He didn't even care about Lin Feng before, as his torn clothes made him look like a beggar, hardly worth worrying about. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "You must be Ma Xiao, right? Let's calm down and find a good solution to resolve this matter." Lin Feng had observed Ma Xiao, who was well-dressed in a suit and glasses with a pleasing appearance. Bringing only a cultivator at the initial stage of Czech cultivation, Ma Xiao was hardly a threat. Ma Xiao chuckled. "All right, you want to solve this. Xia Jianhua owes me 40 million. He paid back the interest, and now the principal and interest amount to 60 million. Pay the 60 million, and I will let him go." Xia Jianhua didn't dare to utter a word. He was now afraid of the video being exposed. Once Xia Ruoxu and Lin Feng found out, Wang Weifang would soon know, and the entire Xia family would be aware. He was truly embarrassed and felt that he had no place in this family anymore. Xia Ruoxu growled, "Ma Xiao, how do you calculate the interest? He owes you 40 million. Just paid this morning. How come it's 60 million now? Why don't you just rob a bank?" Ma Xiao adjusted his glasses, smiling. "That's right, I am robbing. I'm sorry, but it's now 80 million. If you don't pay, it will only increase further. Of course, I'll make it clear. I see potential in you. The money matter can be settled if you accompany me to my satisfaction. All debts will be cancelled. This is also your father's idea. If you don't believe me, ask him." "You shameless person." Xia Ruoxu pointed at Ma Xiao and scolded directly. She couldn't believe how far the situation had escalated. It was simply outrageous. "Hey, quite fiery temperament. I like that. Forget it. I don't want to talk to you guys anymore. Sun Lao, come and do it. Break this smelly beggar's limbs. Break Xia Jianhua's limbs. Drag them out onto the main road, and let them fend for themselves. As for Xia Ruoxu, I'll deal with her after I've had my fun." Ma Xiao, being insulted by Xia Ruoxu, instantly turned cold and rubbed his hands, smiling as he stood up. His smile was dazzling, but it appeared extremely sinister and vicious. "All right, Ma Xiao." The old man in the gray robe guarding the door agreed, slowly approaching, with a similarly bright smile. For an ordinary person like Lin Feng, there was no way he could see eye to eye with them. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "Must Ma Xiao resort to violence? Once you do, it might end tragically for you today." Ma Xiao, don't act impulsively, please. Lin Feng is a master. No one can beat him. Let's discuss this matter later. Please don't act rashly. Shut up. Zia Jianhua roared, wanting to warn Ma Xiao. Some Lao, do it. Ma Xiao then shouted again, landing a slap on Zia Jianhua's face and ordering Sun Lao to take action. As the gray-robed old man had come up behind Lin Feng, he suddenly sneered and kicked towards Lin Feng's thigh. This kick was aimed to break Lin Feng's leg directly, but Lin Feng, without hesitation, swiftly turned around and threw a big punch, hitting the old man's head with a bang. Before the old man could kick Lin Feng, he flew out with a bang. He smashed into the wall, creating a loud noise. As he fell onto the carpet, twitching a few times with blood oozing from his mouth, he was already motionless. Even in the early stages of Che training, the old man couldn't kill Lin Feng when he stood there. Tam, are you also a practitioner? Ma Xiao was shocked in an instant. Being able to instantly kill a practitioner who Ma Xiao brought with one punch, Lin Feng was undoubtedly a practitioner as well, with at least stronger strength than Master Sun, surpassing by a small level. No wonder Zia Jianhua was so nervous and didn't let him act. It turns out that Lin Feng is truly a master. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, Ma Xiao, what do you say now? Ma Xiao pushed his glasses and took a deep breath, slowly saying, since you are also a master, then let's call it quits on this matter. You all can leave. All past grievances are settled. Ma Xiao seemed calm, letting Lin Feng and the others leave temporarily, but he would gather experts later. Daring to oppose Ma Wenkai from the Ma family of the Yao Tu would be definitely a dead end. He couldn't have imagined that in the Modu district, the Zia family, a mere third-rate family, would have such a powerful young man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought only one Che training stage practitioner. Lin Feng also knew that, for now, Ma Xiao could bring practitioners, and the family was at least on par with the top-tier families in Modu. But regardless of the opponent's strength, Lin Feng had to manage this matter. After all, Zia Jianhua was always Zia Ruoxu's father, his future father-in-law. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, all right, if we want to turn hostilities into friendship, no problem, return the 4 million you owe me first. Brother, don't push your luck, accept what's good enough, otherwise it will be troublesome. Ma Wenkai pushed his glasses and smiled. I'll be damned, still daring to threaten me. Ever since you mentioned letting me sleep with your wife, you are destined for misery. Ma Wenkai thought he had Lin Feng under control, still threatening him. Who knew that Lin Feng would yell and charge directly? Smack. With a big slap, Ma Wenkai was knocked down. His glasses flew several meters away. A foot stomped on Ma Wenkai's face. Another foot crushed Ma Wenkai's left arm with a crack, shattering the bones, veins, and nerves. Ah! Ma Wenkai let out an incredibly miserable cry, writhing in pain. Beast, get lost, don't hurt Ma Xiao, get the hell out of here. Zia Jianhua cursed and lunged to push Lin Feng. Lin Feng was really angry and wanted to give Zia Jianhua a big slap, knock him out, and make him twitch on the ground. But he refrained from it. After pushing aside Lin Feng, Zia Jianhua helped Ma Wenkai up and pinched Ma Xiao's philtrum, calling out, Ma Xiao, are you okay? Don't die. This puzzled Zia Ruoxu. Had Zia Jianhua really lost his mind? Couldn't differentiate between friend and foe. Let's go. Lin Feng walked over and held Zia Ruoxu's hand, ready to leave. Zia Jianhua protected Ma Wenkai, so it wouldn't be easy for Lin Feng to ask questions or get the money back. And he couldn't fight back. After all, it was Zia Ruoxu's father. If he hit him, Zia Ruoxu wouldn't accept it. Lin Feng, you can't leave. This matter must be clarified. It must be sorted out today. If someone, for personal gain, joins hands with the enemy to harm their own relatives, then I, Zia Ruoxu, will disown them today. Zia Ruoxu said firmly, her face very serious. In her eyes, Zia Jianhua had always been tall and majestic. She had always respected Zia Jianhua, but his actions now were beyond unacceptable. Slandering Lin Feng, cursing him was one thing, but to harm her, even if the 4 million was gone, it was outrageous to lure her here and allow Ma Xiao to bully and defile her. What kind of father was this? Worse than a beast? She couldn't continue to turn a blind eye. Lin Feng didn't act against Zia Jianhua out of respect for her, but she couldn't bear it anymore. All of you get the hell out of here. Far away, Zia Jianhua yelled at Lin Feng and Zia Ruoxu. Zia Ruoxu's words didn't scare Zia Jianhua either. He understood her character and knew she wouldn't really disown him. Lin Feng, I leave this matter to you. Don't worry about my feelings. Do what needs to be done. I won't blame you. I support you. Zia Ruoxu directly said to Lin Feng. In simple terms, she told Lin Feng not to consider her feelings and not spare Zia Jianhua. If action was necessary, he should act without seeing Zia Jianhua as a person anymore. Zia Ruoxu had learned a lot following Lin Feng, even in just these 2 days, and had seen more. She had truly changed. There was a clear difference in her attitude compared to before. For Zia Ruoxu, if the matter wasn't resolved today, and her father and others conspired against her and Lin Feng, she didn't know what kind of harm they might face in the future. Lin Feng felt quite surprised by all of this. He had intended to take things slowly, but there was no way around it. Being caught in the middle was not an easy situation. However, since Zia Ruoxu had spoken in this way, what did he have to worry about? This made Lin Feng feel extremely relieved. It seemed like Zia Ruoxu never dropped the ball in crucial moments. All right, leave it to me. I will definitely give you the result you want. Lin Feng nodded and walked directly towards Zia Jianhua. This time, Zia Jianhua was afraid and shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you dare to harm me, you and Ruoxu will never have a chance together. I swear." Lin Feng, don't listen to him. It's my freedom to be with you, and no one can interfere. Zia Ruoxu, fearing that Lin Feng might soften his stance, added. Lin Feng smiled and said to Zia Jianhua, "You better step aside a bit. If I have to take action, you know it won't end well for you. You might not be able to handle it. You beast." Zia Jianhua's trembling hand pointed at Lin Feng as he kept retreating, tears streaming down his face. He was filled with despair. Lin Feng grabbed Ma Wenkai by the hair and lifted him up. Ma Wenkai, face covered in cold sweat, his facial expression twisted in pain, shivering. But he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. With incredibly cold eyes fixed on Lin Feng, he swore in his heart that as long as he was alive, Lin Feng would suffer a miserable fate. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, 40 million, not a penny less. Transfer it to my wife's account first. You have 10 seconds to prepare. After 10 seconds, if there's no action, I'll cripple your other hand first. Okay, I'll transfer. Ma Wenkai agreed and took out his phone, dialed the number Lin Feng provided, and transferred the 40 million to Zia Ruoxu's account. Lin Feng smiled warmly again and said, "Now, tell me honestly, besides this 40 million, what other leverage of my uncle Zia do you hold in your hands? Clarify it. If your answer displeases me and you fail to provide substantial evidence to prove the truth, you'll be castrated first." Boss Ma, don't say it. Please don't say it. I beg you. Zia Jianhua, scared, knelt down and kept kowtowing. However, he dared not approach as Lin Feng was too terrifying to provoke. Ma Wenkai took a deep breath and slowly said, "There's also a video in my possession." He was seen parting at a hotel and it was recorded. The video came into my possession. He couldn't resist loneliness. During the week in Strange Capital, he brought at least 2 women back to the hotel every day. The hotel happened to be under my family's ownership, and I have all the videos on my phone. But there's only one copy. No backups. We were wrong. As soon as I go back, I'll have the hidden cameras in the room removed by my family members. Ma Wenkai actually had a backup, which was in a hotel in Strange Capital. Unless he called now and instructed the hotel staff to delete it. By saying this, he wanted to calm Lin Feng down. After listening to Ma Wenkai, Zia Jianhua knelt on the ground, crying silently. He wanted to die. What? Zia Ruoxu's face changed drastically. It was hard to believe, but she couldn't disbelieve it either. She never expected Zia Jianhua to do such a thing. It was not just once or twice, not just 1 or 2. How could he face Wang Weifan like this? Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "How could there be no backup? There must be a backup. Call now and have them delete all backups. Speak carefully. If you say a wrong word, you'll lose a leg first." All right. Ma Wenkai realized he had indeed met his match this time. He obediently followed the instructions. He made sure all video backups related to Zia Jianhua were deleted and dared not say a word more. Lin Feng then took the phone from Ma Wenkai's hands, crushed it with one hand, and threw it on the ground before stepping on it. There was no need to watch the videos. What Ma Wenkai said was definitely true. Can you let me go now? This matter should come to an end. I won't do anything in the future. Ma Wenkai pleaded with Lin Feng to let him go. You can go, but I know you will cause trouble. You're an evil creature. If it weren't for you being an ordinary person, you would have met a bad end long ago. I'll start by severing your limbs. Feel free to come find me anytime you want trouble. Your family members are also welcome to come. I'll accompany them to the end. No. Please, don't sever my limbs. If you touch me, I'll make sure your body is shattered into pieces and your bones ground to dust. Ma Wenkai screamed in pain as Lin Feng threw him to the ground and broke his limbs. Such an evil creature needed a lifetime lesson. Ma Wenkai passed out from the pain, and Lin Feng called for someone to come quickly and take him to the hospital. If he died without treatment, no one would be none the wiser about it. Ruoxu, let's go. Lin Feng held Xia Ruoxu's hand, ready to leave. Dad, come with us. I won't tell Mom about this for now, but you must never make such mistakes again in the future. Xia Ruoxu walked over, helped Xia Jianhui up, clearly still caring for him, despite his evil deeds and the surveillance cameras, installing which was his own fault. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat speechless. A leopard can't change its spots. Whether it's 0 times or countless times, it's like a rabid dog that bites once it tastes blood. Xia Jianhua was definitely not doing this for the first time. Wanting him to change his ways in the future was very difficult, but Lin Feng couldn't say much about it. Xia Jianhua got up silently. Xia Ruoxu's phone rang, and it was Wang Weifan calling. Her heart trembled slightly, but she answered the call anyway. She feared what Wang Weifan might ask. However, it turned out that Wang Weifan was extremely anxious, saying, Ruoxu, hurry back with Lin Feng. The people from the Bei family have come to our house again. The people from the Bei family are causing trouble again. Xia Ruoxu immediately looked towards Lin Feng. These beasts really aren't learning their lesson. What started off as a small matter was turned into a big deal by Bei Qingguan. The Bei family has refused to back off, leading the situation to escalate. If this continues, it will be difficult to clean up in the end. They cannot back down or retreat, they can only fight. Once they show weakness or retreat, there is only a dead end. Okay, Mom. We'll be back soon. Be safe, and don't get into any trouble. Xia Ruoxu quickly responded, her eyes filled with an unprecedented determination, wanting to become stronger. Let's go. Let's hurry back. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruoxu held Lin Feng's hand and left, with Xia Jianhua following behind without saying a word. They went straight to Su Jingwen's school without sending her home. Su Jingwen stayed at school for evening self-study and would continue attending school the next day. Lin Feng left Su Yaowei's car in the school parking lot, drove his own Audi Pike Peak, and rushed back to the Xia family villa. Mom, am I just an ordinary person? Always just an ordinary person. Su Jingwen watched Lin Feng's car drive away and immediately called Su Shumai to ask. She never thought about who around her is suitable for her or deserves her. But when Lin Feng appeared, he met all her requirements and romantic fantasies. Jingwen, how should I tell Mom about this? Mom, I like Brother Lin. Even though it's been a short time, I feel like I can't miss him in this lifetime. But Brother Lin is not an ordinary person. If I am just an ordinary person, I really don't deserve him. Su Jingwen spoke frankly without hesitation. If she were truly just an ordinary person, she would give up on these thoughts. Su Shumai fell silent. After a dozen seconds, she slowly said, Jingwen, of course you're not an ordinary person. Of course you deserve him. Brother Lin is a cultivator, and having multiple partners is very common in the world of cultivators. Your happiness needs to be fought for by yourself. As for other matters, I will let you know when the time is right. Just remember, you are a pride of heaven. Su Jingwen knew this. Even the wives of great figures like the gambling king have four. Su Jingwen's blood boiled with excitement. Could it be that she has a great background? Since she was young, she didn't know who her father was. Could her father be a very powerful individual? Mom, can you tell me if I can become a cultivator? Having a big background is useless unless I become a cultivator. Su Jingwen's heart was pounding as she asked. If she couldn't become a cultivator, she felt her background would be meaningless no matter how big it was. Summer Ruoxu is an ordinary person, but Lin Feng wants to turn her into a cultivator. If it doesn't work out, she would follow Lin Feng and beg him to teach her cultivation. Of course you can. Don't rush it. Take it slow. Haste makes waste. Focus on your studies at school for now. When the time comes, you will naturally become strong. Also, keep in touch with Brother Lin. Don't cut off contact with him. Whether there's trouble or not, let him help you more. Even if you owe him, repay him if you can, and offer yourself if you can't repay him. Su Jingwen said. But mom, he only loves Xia Ruoxu. Su Shumai continued. Let me tell you this, it's not a big deal. Keep asking for his help. As long as he agrees to help you, he will invest his time and energy. Subconsciously, he will be conflicted. Why do I want to help her? Because she's lovely, kind, gentle, has a good figure, tidying. Even if you have no qualities, he will find the good points in you. If he doesn't help you, it would be stupid and absurd. The more he helps, the more he will gradually fall for you. If you don't ask for his help, he will feel uncomfortable. This is the famous Franklin effect. To make him like you, don't chase after him or help him, but let him help you. The Franklin effect was discovered this way. Franklin was often targeted by a congressman who had a rare book in his collection. Franklin sincerely borrowed it, read it for a few days, and returned it. After returning the book, they met again. Franklin wrote in his autobiography, he actually greeted me actively, saying that he was willing to help me at any time. Hearing what Su Shumai said, Su Jingwen no longer felt resistant as before. Instead, she was grateful to Su Shumai and followed her advice. And she also felt that Su Shumai was not as simple as she had previously thought, realizing she underestimated her in the past. Lin Feng was unaware of all this. As he drove into the Xia family villa, he saw Wang Guifang holding a child. The child was crying loudly, and Xia Ruolin and Xia Ruoxu were both kneeling in the yard. Both of them had a look of pain in their eyes. Their faces were swollen from being hit by each other. In front of them sat a middle-aged man in a red suit. Standing beside the middle-aged man were two elderly men in black robes. Both elderly men had the strength of Huang rank grand completion, slightly stronger than Lin Feng. Sha Fang, get up. Xia Jianhua immediately ran over as soon as he got out of the car and helped Wang Guifang up. Ruolin, get up. We're back, it's okay. Xia Ruoxu also quickly ran over and helped Xia Ruolin up, feeling pity, but more anger. Members of the Bei family are truly outrageous. They don't care about bringing trouble to their own family, and they completely disregard the code of conduct in the Jianhu world. Lin Feng had already gathered the explosive ball of energy and he couldn't contain his anger. There is a head for every grievance and a debtor for every debt. If they want to find him, they can, but they shouldn't harm others. Ruo Zhu, you all should go back home first, lock the doors, and leave the rest to me. Lin Feng would not be polite to the other party this time. Xia Ruoxu and the others immediately went back home. However, it was Xia Ruoxu who ran over first, prepared to hand over a bracelet to Lin Feng. Since the bracelet had protective functions, she hoped it would protect Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng declined and asked her to take the bracelet with her. Where is Lin Feng? Send him out or face the consequences. At this moment, an old man in a gray robe pushed a wheelchair with Bei Qingguan on it into the room. Bei Qingguan had one arm amputated, and her head was wrapped in bandages, only revealing her eyes. Despite her injuries, she was determined to see Lin Feng die before her. The gray-robed old man that Bei Qingguan brought with her was also a perfect expert in the Huang realm. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "It seems that many of you want me dead today. Don't worry, I suspect more people will come. When all of you from the Bei family are gathered, then let's start together." After speaking, Lin Feng went into the room and brought out a chair to sit on, waiting for Bei Qingfeng to arrive as well. "Sister, what are you doing here? Second brother can handle him, you should be in the hospital recovering." The middle-aged man leading the first group to attack was Bei Qingwen's second brother, Bei Qingming. "Second brother, I must see him die before my eyes, see him torn to pieces, bones shatter," Bei Qingguan said, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins and cold killing intent. "All right, then let's watch together." Bei Qingming nodded, understanding Bei Qingwen's hatred towards Lin Feng. Despite Lin Feng's warm smile, every fiber of his being was shrouded in killing intent. He had never been so angry before. He had been kind to the Bei family, but a minor incident kept escalating until they were determined to kill him, making it unbearable. Even if Bei Qingming and Bei Qingguan were ordinary people, Lin Feng would still give them a profound lesson. He wouldn't easily let them off. No one would be spared this time, not even Master Chu and his treasures. Lin Feng would teach them all a profound lesson. If provoked, he wouldn't be able to control himself and would show no mercy. These people were truly despicable. Lin Feng, you beast, today you will die without a doubt. Bei Qingming and Bei Qingwan were about to order their men to attack when a loud shout was heard from outside. An old man in white robes helped the amputated Bei Qingfeng walking. Third brother, why are you here too? Why didn't you rest and recover? Brother, Bei Qingming and Bei Qingwan immediately, and to greet him. With both his younger brother and sister losing a hand, Bei Qingming's hatred grew even stronger. Seeing his siblings each missing a hand, he couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng to pieces. Second brother, sister, I had to come. I must see him torn to pieces to ease my anger. The Zia family, every last one of them will die. None will escape death. After saying a few words, Bei Qingfeng fixed his icy gaze on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's gaze slightly hardened when he saw that the cultivator Bei Qingfeng brought was also a perfectionist in the Huang realm. All in all, there were 4 perfectionists from the Bei family who came to kill him. Although Lin Feng was only at the peak of the later period of the Huang realm, facing 4 perfectionists, he was confident. If the other side surpassed the Huang realm and reached the initial stage of the Zhuan realm, Lin Feng would have no confidence and would have to resort to the explosive energy ball. At this moment, Lin Feng stood up, clenched his fist, and warm-heartedly said, "Are the members of the Bei family all here now? If you have any more experts to call, you can do so. If not, there's no need for further discussion. Either you kill me or I will end you. Even if the Heavenly King himself comes today, I won't be polite with you." Bei Qingming coldly smiled and said, "You're quite arrogant, little beast. Do you really think we don't know how powerful you are? Any Huang realm perfectionist could kill you easily. Do you want to call for help, little beast? If you have any helpers, you can call them now. Otherwise, you won't have another chance." The 3 siblings were no longer in a hurry. If Lin Feng had any helpers, they hoped to deal with them together to avoid any future trouble. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he had vowed earlier to kill Chu Yunlong. He hadn't expected Chu Yunlong to show up so quickly, willingly offering himself up. "I'm sorry, cousin. It's mainly because of uncle, who seems to be leaning towards that little beast, so it's not appropriate for us to contact you. Since cousin is here, let's work together to crush this little beast into pieces and scatter his bones and ashes." Bei Qingming and the others went up to greet them. They had been very disappointed with the Chu family, but Chu Yunlong and his group's arrival lifted their spirits a bit. Lin Feng still didn't feel much pressure at the moment. Despite the 5 old men being at the peak of yellow stage, he still had confidence in defeating them. But Lin Feng had a premonition that today he might not escape unscathed. With more and more powerful cultivators coming his way in such concentration, Lin Feng felt like someone was about to come after him very soon. Lin Feng's intuitions had always been quite accurate. Now, he turned to Chu Yunlong and the others and said, "Since you all want me dead so badly, will you truly give me a chance to call for help?" Chu Yun sneered, "You can call whoever you want. Today, you are doomed. No matter who you call, we're giving you this chance so you can't complain later when we capture you." The siblings from the Bei family also agreed to give Lin Feng a chance to call for help. "All right, just wait here. I'll make a call." Lin Feng took out his Supreme King phone and dialed Yi Qingcheng's number. Regardless, he first needed Yi Qingcheng to come and take charge. If he couldn't handle the situation, he would ask for his senior sister's help. It was better to be prepared for any eventualities. "Hello, sister, are you free now? What's wrong? Husband, it feels strange when you suddenly call me sister. I'm at the Zia family villa. I'll send you my location. Please come and help. Someone wants to kill me, and I feel like I'm in a dead end." Lin Feng was surprised by Yi Qingcheng's response. Lin Feng really didn't expect Yi Qingcheng to arrive early. It seems that Yi Qingcheng had some suspicions about the northern family's big move. Or perhaps, the situation is really not that simple. Otherwise, Yi Qingcheng wouldn't have arrived early and waited. By the way, let me make it clear to you, your 3rd senior sister, Liu Shengnan, is the town war god of Huaxia, the head of the war god temple. Be careful. I know her temper. She likes to be tough and decisive. If she finds out that you are truly our junior martial brother, without a doubt, she will immediately capture you and use force on you. Yi Qingcheng added a few more words to remind Lin Feng. Yi Qingcheng was the first to arrive. Lin Feng hadn't returned yet, and no one from the northern family had arrived either. She had been outside, observing everything in secret. She had already noticed that not long after the northern family's people arrived, two cars came, parked by the roadside with no one getting out. Yi Qingcheng suspected that one of the cars belonged to Liu Shengnan and the other to Qin Yishan. Yi Qingcheng didn't know that Lin Feng had already encountered Liu Shengnan. At that time, Liu Shengnan had tried to take Lin Feng away forcibly. Lin Feng had not mentioned he was Liu Shengnan's junior martial brother. Instead, he had said he was a disciple of the elder King Shen. So Liu Shengnan left. Lin Feng did not suspect what Yi Qingcheng said. At that time, Liu Shengnan was indeed very domineering, even more terrifying than Yi Qingcheng. Though what shocked Lin Feng the most was that Liu Shengnan was actually the head of the War God Temple. The War God Temple was definitely not simple. When practitioners from the association heard about the War God Temple, they would be fearful. I understand. You must also not reveal my identity because I have already encountered Liu Shengnan. At that time, I said I was a disciple of Elder King Shen. With no blood jade on me, she believed it to be true and left. Lin Feng quickly responded and also told Yi Qingcheng about this to prevent Yi Qingcheng from inadvertently revealing his true identity later on, especially because Liu Shengnan was too domineering. If she knew his real identity, she might not care about anything else and would definitely try to take him away, even if it meant fighting with Yi Qingcheng. That would be a serious problem. Yi Qingcheng said, "Honey, don't worry. I'm not that stupid. I will definitely not let Liu Shengnan know that you are our junior martial brother. Thank you." Lin Feng hung up the phone, feeling a bit pressured. With 3 senior sisters arriving, he didn't know if any problems would occur. He also didn't know the relationship between his senior sisters, but based on what Yi Qingcheng had said, he felt that the relationships among his senior sisters were not that great. Over the past few days, checking Yi Qingcheng's phone, if the relationships among his senior sisters were good, they would frequently chat with each other on WeChat. However, there were no messages at all. Checking other senior sisters' moments, they were directly blocked, unable to see anything. It seemed that the other senior sisters did not want Yi Qingcheng to know about their activities. Putting these little details together, it all seemed very strange. Just a few moments after hanging up, a black-clad masked figure slowly walked in, from head to toe, all dressed in black. But one could still see that the figure was tall, slender, and graceful with a beautiful figure. Only the person's eyes were visible, behind sunglasses, and the hands were covered with black gloves. It was impossible to tell who the person was since not an inch of skin was exposed. Only Lin Feng knew that this was definitely Yi Qingcheng. The people from the northern family and Chu Yunlan also saw this mysterious black-clad masked person, but couldn't figure out who they were. The black-clad person came to stand next to Lin Feng without saying a word. "Thank you, Senior Mute, for coming to assist." Lin Feng clasped his fists respectfully and bowed. Asterisk asterisk damn it. Asterisk asterisk Yi Qingcheng glared at Lin Feng, kicking him in the butt. She didn't speak mainly because if she did, Chu Yunlan would know who she was. If Qin Yishan and Liu Shengnan also arrived, and she spoke, they would also know who she was. Did Lin Feng really think of her as a mute by calling her Senior Mute? Ha ha ha. Lin Feng, you little animal, actually asked a mute person to help? Such a weak person isn't coming here just seeking death. Is there anyone else you can call? If there is, do it quickly. If not, we won't be polite. The Disby asterisk TCH has a good figure. We'll uncover her true face later and see if she's good looking. If she is, I'll reluctantly show mercy and knock her throat hard to see if we can make her speak and cure her muteness. Chu Yunlong laughed heartily and said a few more extremely harsh words. With just those words, Chu Yunlong had been sentenced to death in Yi Qingcheng's heart. Seeking death. With a cold and low growl in her heart, Yi Qingcheng was about to go over to kill him. Senior, let me do it. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Lin Feng quickly blocked Yi Qingcheng, wanting to handle it himself, mainly because he was confident in dealing with the situation. Each time he acted was a chance for experience and growth, something Lin Feng did not want to give up. Damn, is it so lively here? It seems we've arrived just in time. Is that Lin Feng still here? Is he still alive? Don't die, or it'll be no fun. At that moment, a roar was heard. 10 old men, all dressed in yellow robes, walked in from outside. 10 old men, all dressed in yellow robes. Undoubtedly, they were all members of the Practitioners Association. The members of the Practitioners Association had arrived. Lin Feng was startled as soon as he saw them. All 10 old men approaching were at the peak of the Profound Realm. Dealing with 10 peak Profound Realm experts was something Lin Feng couldn't handle. The exploding vitality ball was useless. Only blood explosion could be effective. With blood explosion, one could surpass to major levels, kill opponents instantly, and last for 1 minute. However, Lin Feng would never resort to blood explosion unless absolutely necessary. 3 years ago, saving Xia Ruoxu had triggered the blood explosion, causing his tower to vanish instantly. Now he had recovered, essentially starting over in his cultivation. Currently, he had only just returned to the peak of the Lake Yellow Realm, still far from his previous peak. Starting over with blood explosion would be extremely painful for Lin Feng. Despite his shock, Lin Feng remained unfazed, knowing that with Yi Qingcheng by his side, even facing 10 peak profound realm experts posed no threat. North Qingming and Chu Yunlong greeted the 10 yellow-robed elders as they approached. Chu Yunlong requested to have the first go at Lin Feng, expressing their deep hatred and desire for retribution. The yellow-robed elder in charge agreed, allowing them to torture Lin Feng but to leave him alive. They presumed victory too soon, not bothering to seek Lin Feng's opinion. Suddenly, another black-robed person entered the scene. Dressed entirely in black but without sunglasses, revealing eyes that were captivating and enchanting. Lin Feng recognized her as his fifth senior sister Qin Yishan. He recalled her beauty, equipe outfit, which was captivating beyond words. When Chu Yunlong and the others saw her, they responded with even greater exuberance. As Qin Yishan approached, she focused her gaze on Yi Qingcheng. Unable to identify the black-robed person, she knew it had to be one of her fellow disciples. Most likely, it was her senior sister Yi Qingcheng from the Devil City, who had few peers. Qin Yishan remained silent, determined to ensure Lin Feng's safety no matter who the opponent was. The arrival of 10 peak profound realm experts sent by the Practitioners Association was viewed as garbage in Qin Yishan's eyes. Amid the negotiations, Lin Feng was threatened by Bei Qingming, prompting a swift entry by a woman who left behind a trail of white shadows as she approached. This woman was Liu Shengnan, who stood before Lin Feng. Liu Shengnan observed Lin Feng with a slight frown. Wasn't he the disciple she had saved from the old monster Qingming before? She considered Lin Feng from the Xia family to be her junior. However, if he was the same person as old monster Qingming's disciple, then he was not her junior. Liu Shengnan observed Yi Qingcheng and Qin Yishan, feeling a sense of familiarity regarding Qin Yishan's features. Recognizing Liu Shengnan as the master of the Hall of War, the members of the Practitioners Association showed signs of fear and shock. The presence of the Hall of War's master made them tremble, realizing the power she wielded. Steadily observing Lin Feng, Liu Shengnan calmly inquired if he was old monster Qingming's disciple or the disciple of the heavenly mechanism. She kept a close watch on his expressions, ready to detect any lies he might attempt to convey through his eyes or demeanor. However, Lin Feng will definitely not reveal any traces. Lin Feng nodded firmly and said, "Yes, senior, my master is Qingming Lao Guai, not Tianji Lao Ren. It's possible that, senior, you have mistaken the person." Liu Shengnan frowned, looked at Lin Feng for a while, then glanced at Qin Yishan and Yi Qingcheng, and asked, "You two, with hidden identities, who are you?" Lin Feng became nervous. Yi Qingcheng trusted him, but not Qin Yishan. Thankfully, neither of them spoke, and Lin Feng quickly said, "These two are assistants I've invited, a duo of mute female warriors. They both can speak. Senior, are you here to help?" Qin Yishan and Yi Qingcheng coldly glared at Lin Feng. Both of them wanted to slap Lin Feng. What nonsense was he talking about? A duo of mute female warriors, seeking death. "Since you have helpers, I don't need to help you. I'm leaving." Liu Shengnan, still not obtaining any useful information, left directly. Although she was puzzled, there was nothing she could do. How could she figure out what was going on? Could it be that her junior brother really didn't show up? With Liu Shengnan gone, members of the Practitioners Association breathed a sigh of relief. If Liu Shengnan were present and helped Lin Feng, they wouldn't dare make a move against him. Liu Shengnan, the Lord of the War God Temple, was incredibly powerful in battle, and they didn't dare to think about it. Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Qingcheng and Qin Yishan were fine, but they were truly worried that Liu Shengnan might cause trouble. "If you're going to act, do it quickly. If you don't, we will." The head of the Practitioners Association team warned Chu Yunlong and the others with a cold voice. Now that Liu Shengnan had left, they had to act quickly. What if Liu Shengnan returned? Even if Liu Shengnan returned and didn't help Lin Feng, they still couldn't harm the Xia family members. Otherwise, Liu Shengnan would undoubtedly slay them. Chu Yunlong, Bei Qingming, Bei Qingfeng, and Biking One gestured towards Lin Fun, indicating their own practitioners to growl softly, advance, but leave some room. 5 peak level Wang Realm elders advanced towards Lin Fun together, wearing sneers and unleashing their full strength. Lin Fun looked at Yi Ching and Qing Yishan directly and said, "I'll handle these 5 elders first, you two can just watch." After speaking, Lin Fun walked slowly towards the 5 elders. Yi Ching and Qing Yishan remained still for the moment. Lin Fun was so confident, so they would let him try first. As long as they were present, they would never allow Lin Fun to be killed by the opponents. They would definitely intervene at a critical moment. They also wanted to see for themselves how powerful Lin Feng's combat abilities were. This was a battle of levels and odds, and it was 1 against 5, which was something they couldn't achieve if they engaged in a battle of levels, unless their opponents were weaker in overall combat strength and lacked martial skills. It was also impossible for them to win against 5 opponents. Lin Feng clenched his fists. The power in his legs was extremely strong. Every inch of his skin was filled with vitality, exuding formidable killing power. Kill! Lin Feng roared lowly and charged directly towards the elder in front of him. The elder in front also rushed towards him, aiming a palm strike at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng stomped hard on the ground, creating a large pit, bounced upward, and kicked the elder in the chest on the way out. With a bang, he sent the elder flying. As he was in midair, the other 4 elders closed in. Using the rebound force, Lin Feng rotated his body to the side, delivering a heavy kick to the head of the elder on his left, sending him tumbling backward. When they landed, the 2 elders at the front and back simultaneously struck Lin Feng's chest and back with their palms. Ignoring the attack from behind, Lin Feng kicked the elder in front in the stomach, sending him flying. However, he also received a blow to his back, sending him flying forward and crashing into the other elder he had kicked. As he descended, Lin Feng's fist landed mercilessly on the face of the elder, smashing it and causing blood to spill all over. The other 3 elders closed in, but Lin Feng's fists moved swiftly, pounding on their heads continuously. He even used his elbow to strike one elder's forehead with force, creating a loud crack as the elder's skull caved in, killing him instantly. The 3 elders were already dead. One of them slapped Lin Feng's head with a loud bang. The impact made Lin Feng's mind go blank. But even in this dazed state, Lin Feng managed to sweep his leg back, knocking over 2 elders. Another elder's palm struck the force of Lin Feng's chest. With 2 loud bangs, Lin Feng was sent flying backward. Despite this, he grabbed the elder's wrists, taking him along as they flew backward. During this, Lin Feng did not stop, relentlessly kicking the elder's chest with repeated blows, causing his chest to cave in completely. His sternum fractured. The robes on his back burst open repeatedly. Once the elder lost his strength, Lin Feng released his grip. With one last kick, he struck the elder's chest again. The elder flew backward, crashing into the surrounding wall, leaving a deep indentation as his body embedded into it, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, dead on the spot. Since the beginning of the battle until now, in less than a minute, there was a brief pause. There were 3 old men remaining, one of them with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The other 2 old men were basically unharmed. However, all 5 old men were at the pinnacle of the yellow stage, yet unexpectedly, facing Lin Feng, who was also at the peak of the yellow stage later period. Within a minute, 2 of the old men were beaten to death by Lin Feng alive. Damn, this kid is really a bit of a weirdo. The other 3 old men exchanged glances, and their hearts trembled slightly. This situation was beyond their imagination. Lin Feng didn't look too good either, as he also spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes slightly red, his face slightly red. This kid is really a bit twisted. Qing Yishan and Yi Ching were also surprised. Lin Feng was indeed a bit twisted. Even after a heavy blow, he could still fight. Moreover, his attacks were relentless. Once he caught someone, he would beat them to death directly. Daking Wen coldly said, "Keep going. Don't stop. He's already seriously injured now, at his last breath. Don't give him a chance to recover. Keep fighting, you old beasts. What are you waiting for? We hired you and paid you to come over, not to stand and give the opponent a chance." Baking Fun also coldly shouted. Chu Yunlong was already sweating coldly. His hired experts were being beaten to death alive by them. However, Chu Yunlong quickly calmed down. Even if the experts hired by him couldn't deal with Lin Feng, there were still 10 strong ones from the Practitioners Association here, Any one of them could easily defeat Lin Feng. The 10 strong members of the Practitioners Association all wore faint smiles and did not rush to take action. They just watched. They believed that the remaining 3 old men could deal with Lin Feng. The 3 old men hadn't moved yet, but Lin Feng gave a cold smile and already rushed towards one of the old men. Lin Feng rushed towards the old man in the middle, jumped up, and kicked the old man in the chest. The old man pushed back with a palm, blocking Lin Feng's kick, but his arm was kicked back, and Lin Feng's powerful force continued to strike. 3 consecutive kicks on the old man's chest. The old man flew back, severely injured and spitting blood. The other 2 old men encircled Lin Feng from both sides. Both of them used their palms to strike at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body fell to the ground, then bounced up, kicking out to the left and right with both feet, kicking the 2 old men away, and quickly rushed towards the old man in the middle. The old man in the center had just stood up when Lin Feng bounced up, his body in the air, his legs bent, and his knees violently struck the old man's chest. 2 loud bangs. The old man was hit, smashed backward to the ground, leaving a big hole in the ground. Lin Feng continued to press his knees on the old man, then aimed his fists at the old man's brow, throwing punch after punch with all his strength, more than 10 consecutive punches landing on the old man's brow. The skull was smashed by Lin Feng's fists, crushing the old man to death. The other 2 old men also approached from behind, with one of them kicking at Lin Feng's back, causing Lin Feng to roll forward. The 2 old men continued to chase after Lin Feng to kill him. Lin Feng performed a somersault, stood up, then charged forward again, striking a fierce punch on one old man's nose, knocking him out. Lin Feng caught up, grabbed the old man by the throat, lifted him partially, held the old man's chin with both hands, and forcefully twisted to the left. A crack. The old man's neck was broken directly. The other old man kicked Lin Feng in the forehead, knocking him out again. The old man hastily chased after, pouncing on Lin Feng, aiming to beat him down. Yet, Lin Feng kicked him in the stomach, flipping him over. Lin Feng performed another somersault, stood up again, and chased after the old man. He jumped from a distance, landing with both legs on the old man's chest. 2 loud bangs collapsed the old man's chest. Lin Feng stood firmly, continuously stomping his foot on the old man's chest. The sounds of thumping continued, directly crushing the old man's chest, shattering his internal organs. Most of the old man's body sank into the pit, bleeding from every orifice, motionless. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Feng had beaten all 5 old men to death, not leaving a single one behind. Watching Lin Feng, he spat out another mouthful of blood, his forehead turning blue, looking somewhat shaky. But at this moment, Lin Feng's fighting power still appeared extremely formidable. His fists remained clenched. Looking around, and finding no more opponents, Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled, and walked back to Yi Qingcheng and Qin Yishan. This fight was truly exhilarating. These injuries were not a big deal for Lin Feng. His recovery ability was super fast. He believed that in a few minutes, he would be completely recovered. But this battle was truly thrilling. Damn, how is this possible? Daking Wen, Baking Feng, Chu Yunlong, and others were all shocked and disbelieving. Even if they were beaten to death, they could not believe how powerful Lin Feng's combat strength was. The 3 of them were also frightened and trembling. Luckily, there were still 10 strong ones from the Practitioners Association coming towards them. Otherwise, based on them and the people they brought, all 5 were beaten to death by Lin Feng. How they would die next, they had no clue. In the current situation, Baking Feng, Baking Wan, Chu Yunlong and others did not leave. With members of the Practitioners Association present, there is no need to worrying too much. Regardless, they must see Lin Feng dead in front of them, utterly without a burial site. This kid has some skills. Being able to fight beyond his level, facing 5 opponents alone and still managing to kill them all. If we don't kill him, it seems like we really can't deal with him. Once he grows up, he will indeed be a force to be reckoned with. It truly exceeds imagination. His combat power is unmatched at the same level and can even take on higher levels. So what now? Should we just pick one and take care of him? The 10 old men of the MI Practitioners Association were discussing, each one truly amazed. If Lin Feng's strength is equal to theirs, or even one level lower, perhaps they wouldn't be able to kill him. Instead, they might end up dead at his hands. That is the most terrifying aspect of Lin Feng. You're amazing, kid. Yi Qingcheng remained silent, but Qing Yishan couldn't help but give Lin Feng a thumbs up and whisper to praise. Previously, Qing Yishan had seen Lin Feng use some mysterious means to blind the eyes of an elder with a higher level, but that was surely a sneak attack. Now, relying on his true strength, Lin Feng managed to take on 5 higher-level elders and kill them all. That elder was only at the late stage of the Yellow Realm. Lin Feng couldn't kill him, and it was she who eventually took him out. But now, Lin Feng had directly surpassed to lower levels and killed 5 elders at the peak of the Yellow Realm, all in one night. Lin Feng's progress was truly astonishing. Forget it. Let's go together. There are still 2 bastards beside him. We don't know how strong those 2 bastards are. If we team up, we can take care of them together. After a few discussions, the leading elder decided that they should all attack together to quickly resolve the situation. Please, make sure that brat is dead. If you kill that brat, although you were not hired by us, I, Baking Wen, am willing to pay each of you 500,000 as a reward. I, Chu Yumlong, will add an extra 100,000 to each person. Thank you all. Let's get to it. I'll add 100,000 as well. Baking Feng, Baking Wen, Chu Yumlong and Baking Ming all spoke in a hurry. They only hoped that Lin Feng would die soon because they couldn't rest easy until he did. Upon hearing this, the 10 elders realized that they could each earn an additional 700,000. This sum seemed like a pie falling from the sky, giving them all the more reason to act. They advanced towards Lin Feng, slowly moving closer and surrounding him and his 2 companions to attack. To ladies, it's up to you now. Lin Feng didn't move a muscle, knowing he couldn't win in a fight, so he simply clasped his hands in front of Qing Yishan and Yi Cheng, leaving it to his 2 senior sisters. The 10 elders rushed toward them, but before they could react, Qing Yishan's figure shot out black shadows at incredible speed, striking each of them in the chest one after the other. Dang! A series of 10 loud thumps followed, and all 10 elders were sent flying backward. When they crashed to the ground, their bodies stiffened like rocks, motionless and bleeding profusely without a chance to close their eyes. Qing Yishan had already returned to Lin Feng's side. In less than 2 seconds, he had completely taken out all 10 elders. Holy *T. No way, no way. This is impossible. This is impossible. My God. My God. My God. Baking Wen, Baking Feng, Baking Ming, and Chu Yumlong were shocked and their expressions changed drastically as they saw this scene. They hadn't expected the 10 elders from the Practitioners Association to be stronger than the ones they had hired, but they couldn't figure out how those elders were killed. Now, with their hired help and the 10 powerful practitioners from the association all dead, lying lifeless on the ground, how could the 4 remaining ordinary people possibly contend with Lin Feng? They had already experienced Lin Feng's ruthlessness and cruelty. If they failed to kill him again and fell into his hands, the outcome would be even more tragic. Baking Wen was the first to be paralyzed with fear, her pants but from urine as her body trembled uncontrollably. Sister, don't be afraid. He wouldn't dare touch us. If he dares to harm us again, our Baking family will gather even stronger forces to ensure he dies a complete death. Baking Wen attempted to comfort Baking Ming, but he himself was shivering. Lin Feng slowly approached the 4, wearing a faint smile. Don't come closer, stay away. The 4 screamed in terror, wanting to retreat, but finding themselves paralyzed on the ground. In their eyes, Lin Feng was now like a demon, too terrifying to be near. Lin Feng's smile, in their eyes, was like the smile of a demon. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "You 4 beasts, this time, you've really gone too far. Now, I'll give you a chance. Go ahead and call for help. If you can't bring anyone here, you better think about the consequences yourselves." Eliminating these 4 beasts would be effortless for Lin Feng. However, he wanted to gain some benefits first before dealing with them slowly. He couldn't just let himself go through a dangerous situation for nothing. Lin Feng needed to quickly recover and improve. The Cultivator Association was truly terrifying. Although he hadn't provoked them, the cultivators he had killed, even though they belonged to the association, were hired by others to kill him. Yet, the association still wanted to kill him because of that. Regardless, Lin Feng was determined to confront the Cultivator Association head-on. His goal was to uproot the entire association and bring peace to the nation. He couldn't allow any more cultivators to come out and commit atrocities. However, achieving this goal was still out of reach for now. It had to be done step by step. Fine. Don't come near me. We're going to call for help now. Chu Yumlong shouted loudly. Whom could they call? Only Chu's father. Only if Chu's father came, could they potentially be saved. The northern family was in the imperial capital, and even if they called Chu's father, it would take time for him to arrive. Lin Feng couldn't give them that much time. All right, whoever you can call, do it now. I'll give you half an hour. After half an hour, if no one arrives, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Lin Feng moved a chair, had his two senior sisters sit down, and paid no further attention to Chu Yumlong and the others. At this moment, Wang Guifang, Xia Ruoxu, and others came out. They were carrying fruit platters, and Xia Jianhui even brought out a table. They needed to thank Lin Feng and the two black-cloaked masked individuals. Although they didn't know who the two masked individuals were, they had come to help, resolve the crisis, and deserved gratitude. They had been watching everything through the window from inside the house. They couldn't help but respect Lin Feng. His actions were truly terrifying, killing 5 old men without hesitation. They watched as he fought, relentlessly pursuing his enemies even when injured. However, Lin Feng was protecting them. If he were their enemy, that would be truly terrifying. Wang Guifang, thank you. For now, I'll go cook. Wang Guifang said with joy in her eyes towards Lin Feng. She had already decided that Lin Feng was the right son-in-law for her, and nothing could change her mind. Lin Feng, I apologize for my past mistakes. I hope you can forgive me, Xia Jianhui said apologetically to Lin Feng. On the other hand, things were looking grim for Ma Wenkai. However, in reality, Xia Jianhui hadn't made significant mistakes. He had been manipulated and pressured by Ma Wenkai. If Ma Wenkai caused trouble in the future, Lin Feng would handle it. Xia Jianhui just needed to be more careful. Most importantly, Lin Feng and Xia Ruolin hadn't disclosed his situation to Wang Guifang or anybody else. With the video deleted, Xia Jianhui felt somewhat relieved. Lin Feng quickly returned the bow, saying, Uncle Xia, no need to be polite. It's what I should do. Xia Jianhui, Wang Guifang, Xia Ruolin all went to help with cooking. Xia Ruoxu, however, wanted to leave but was stopped by Lin Feng, who pulled her to sit beside him. Qin Yishan and Yi Qingcheng remained silent, not touching the fruit. Although the current issue was resolved, they both lingered, each with their own thoughts, afraid that the other might take advantage of Lin Feng. They both felt grateful towards Lin Feng. When they saw the fruit, Lin Feng decided to show off a bit and enhance the flavor with his profound ability, turning the fruits into exquisite delicacies. It had been a while since he had employed this incredible power and felt it was time to do so. However, considering Chu Yumlong and the others were still present, Qin Yishan and Yi Qingcheng didn't reveal their true identities or speak. Lin Feng approached them first. Chu Yumlong and his group were trembling in fear, as they had called Chu's grandfather for help. Lin Feng slapped them, knocking them unconscious. Are you leaving? Yi Qingcheng stood up, looking coldly at Qin Yishan. Whether the first leave or not is none of your business. How about you? Qin Yishan retorted, also with a cold tone. This surprised Xia Ruoxu, realizing that one of the black-clothed masked women was Lin Feng's 5th senior sister, Qin Yishan, but she didn't know the other. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? Arrogant, seeking death. Yi Qingcheng coldly retorted before striking out at Qin Yishan. Qin Yishan retaliated, resulting in a loud clash between the two. What's going on? Lin Feng turned around, shocked to see the two fighting. Lin Feng really couldn't figure it out. What's going on with his two senior martial sisters? Are their relationship really that bad? How did it escalate into a physical fight so quickly? And both of them are truly powerful, fighting in the air with incredible strength. The sounds of their blows were like firecrackers, striking at lightning speed. Lin Feng couldn't even tell them apart. He immediately shouted, Senior martial sisters, stop fighting. What's going on? We are all from the same school, can't we talk things out? But the two women completely ignored Lin Feng, determined to assert their dominance. The terrifying aura swept over them in waves, causing Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu to feel like they were caught in a whirlwind. Their clothes and hair were blown about, creating a frightening scene. But in Xia Ruoxu's eyes, there was an unprecedented fervor. She never imagined that martial cultivators could become so powerful that they could actually fly. My goodness, if she could become that strong in the future and be able to fly, that would be so thrilling. Recalling her childhood, living near a cherry tree, she always wished she could fly out and pick cherries. How amazing would that be? Watching birds fly, she often fantasized about soaring freely in the sky like a bird, observing them carefully. It turns out that none of these were mere fantasies or daydreams. As long as she found the way, found the direction, she could achieve it one day. Xia Ruoxu was now filled with fiery determination. She was going to cultivate no matter what. Her first small goal was to reach a level where she could fly on her own. Who knows, she might even be able to fly to the moon one day. Senior Martial Sisters, fifth senior sister, please stop fighting. Give me some face, okay? Lin Feng continued to shout, truly worried that his two senior martial sisters would end up hurting each other. It was truly frustrating. If he could restore himself to his peak, he could also fly, and his combat abilities would definitely not be weaker than his two senior martial sisters. If they fought, he could intervene and make them stop. But now he couldn't even fly, so he couldn't intervene in their fight. However, the two women paid no heed to Lin Feng and continued to engage in combat, not responding to his pleas. Equally matched, as the battle continued, one of them landed a heavy blow on the other's chest, creating a thunderous impact. They both fell from the sky, landing on the ground and stumbling back 5 or 6 steps before stopping. Puff, puff. Both women spat out blood, their masks soaked in blood around their lips, but they glared at each other fiercely and quickly charged back towards each other. This time, instead of flying, they rushed from the ground towards each other. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately stood between them and shouted, if you keep fighting, then kill me first. Their speed was so fast that in an instant, they were in front and behind Lin Feng. But they didn't continue to fight, they stopped, knowing that if they made even a slight move that affected Lin Feng, his life could be in danger. Lin Feng yelled, damn it, you two crazy women, you really won't listen to me anymore. If you two women continue to fight, I won't be able to do anything. But today I'll say this right here. Anyone who doesn't listen and wants to continue fighting, I will absolutely not help you remove your cultivation restrictions, even if you kill me. As long as I'm here, if you start a fight to the death, what kind of decency do you have? Lin Feng had to show some attitude, otherwise, he didn't know when these two women would stop. They might even destroy each other in the end. Lin Feng now understood that the relationship between these senior martial sisters was probably not as good as he had thought. Why were their relationships so hostile? Lin Feng couldn't make sense of it, but for Lin Feng, this was definitely not a good situation. The old pervert had said for him to find 7 senior martial sisters to complete a major task together. What was the task? Lin Feng didn't know yet, but clearly, he had to unite with the 7 senior martial sisters. If they were against each other, they would never be able to cooperate effectively. After hearing Lin Feng's declaration, Qin Yishan and Yi Qingcheng stopped fighting. They both looked coldly at each other, both having suffered injuries from each other's strikes. Lin Feng turned and looked at each of them in turn, saying coldly, go sit down. I'll heal your injuries. As long as I'm here, if you start fighting again, my words still stand. If you want me to remove your cultivation restrictions, and you kill me, I absolutely won't help you. HMPH. Both women snorted at each other but indeed did not continue fighting. They followed Lin Feng and sat down, still glaring at each other coldly. Lin Feng first went to Yi Qingcheng and knelt down. Taking Yi Qingcheng's jade hand, he gently removed the black silk gloves she wore and held her hand, channeling his strength to heal her wounds. With Lin Feng's power flowing into her, Yi Qingcheng felt a warm stream slowly entering her body and rapidly healing her injuries, leaving her extremely surprised. Besides their master Qianji, Lin Feng was definitely the only cultivator who could heal others' injuries. In less than a minute, Yi Qingcheng's injuries were healed, and Lin Feng moved on to Qin Yishan. Qin Yishan had already extended her hand voluntarily, and looking into Lin Feng's eyes, her expression softened significantly. In another minute, Lin Feng had also healed Qin Yishan's injuries. For the two of them to heal their injuries, Lin Feng didn't want to intervene. After all, he really didn't know what conflicts existed between the two. This matter can only be resolved slowly. Lin Feng used one hand to hover over the fruit platter, infusing all the fruits with his energy before processing them. Then, Lin Feng held Xia Ruoxu's jade hand and warmly said, Senior sisters, there's no need to hide anymore. You can remove your veils and have some fruit now. Let's wait and see, and if there are no issues, we can discuss further. These fruits, after my treatment, are definitely an unparalleled delicacy that you both have never tasted before. At the same time, let me formally introduce my fiancée, Xia Ruoxu. We have met our master today, and our master has acknowledged Xia Ruoxu's existence. In the future, I hope that you both understand and refrain from damaging our relationship, senior sisters. This statement moved Xia Ruoxu deeply. Lin Feng's words had directly affirmed her identity and status. What was even more surprising was that the fruits, when first brought out, did not have a strong aroma. But now, the captivating fragrance was very intense and alluring, making it hard for anyone to resist. Xia Ruoxu, Yi Qingcheng, and Qin Yishan couldn't help but salivate. They had never experienced such an appetite-inducing scent before, completely subverting their previous perceptions. Yi Qingcheng and Qin Yishan remained silent. Lin Feng ignored them, picked up a bunch of grapes, and fed Xia Ruoxu one by one gently, saying, "Ruoxu, let me feed you." Xia Ruoxu opened her jade-like lips and could no longer resist, eating one grape, which instantly exploded with flavor in her mouth, leaving her in shock. She had never tasted such a delicious grape in her life before. Just one grape immersed her in a world of exquisite flavors. Her mouth kept salivating, and her heart fluttered. Despite having tried exotic delicacies before, even at the Huiting restaurant with Lin Feng, none of those could match the grape he presented. "Quick, I want more." Xia Ruoxu rapidly chewed a few times, swallowed, and opened her lips again, her body trembling slightly. Lin Feng continued feeding grapes to her as he observed her reaction, with a sweeter smile. He had been too busy lately, but now he had given Xia Ruoxu a taste of his extraordinary abilities. Overwhelmed with emotions, Xia Ruoxu had never tried such a divine delight and was at a loss for words. Unable to resist the urge, Yi Qingcheng and Qin Yishan removed their veils. Yi Qingcheng picked an apple and Qin Yishan grabbed a big pear. After sniffing the fragrant fruits, they couldn't resist and started munching. They ate voraciously, tears welling up in their eyes. The delicious fruits almost brought them to tears, their bodies shivering, and their hearts pounding as if about to burst. They had never imagined such heavenly fruits existed. Soon Xia Ruoxu also felt that having Lin Feng feed her one grape at a time wasn't satisfying enough. She grabbed a large bunch of grapes from Lin Feng and gnawed on them greedily, unreservedly indulging in the unmatched flavor. The 5 fruit plates were quickly devoured by the 3 of them, and Lin Feng didn't even get a bite. They were breathing heavily, their hearts racing as they licked their lips and fingers, savoring the sweetness and craving for more. "Senior sisters, please have a seat, I'll bring more fruits," Xia Ruoxu said, collecting the plates and going to get more fruits. With plenty of fruits at home, they were determined to feast until they were fully satisfied. Yi Qingcheng glanced at Lin Feng with a trembling voice, saying, "Darling, what kind of miraculous technique is this? No matter what, you have to come back with me. I'll buy a lot of fruits for you to process, and I'll eat only fruits from now on. My dear, don't listen to her, come with me. Whatever you wish for, I'll grant it. Just process the fruits from me." Qin Yishan immediately added. Lin Feng felt quite speechless. He had already made it clear to both of them that Xia Ruoxu was his fiancée. Yet, they still called him darling. How would Xia Ruoxu feel hearing that? Lin Feng shook his head and said with a smile, "If you don't change your ways, you'll never taste such divine flavors again. My fiancée Xia Ruoxu will also be trained by me as a cultivator. She will be able to cultivate just like us, and there will be no difference between us. Please, stop having ideas about us." Qin Yishan retorted, "So what? Don't you know what the world of cultivators is like? Polygamy is common." Yi Qingcheng added, "I don't care how many wives you have, but I'm definitely one of them. You can't refuse me." Lin Feng was overwhelmed by Yi Qingcheng and Qin Yishan's beauty and charm, causing confusion in his heart as he entertained unconventional thoughts, quickly dismissing them. Just then, Chu Wanzhen and Mulal entered, prompting Yi Qingcheng and Qin Yishan to hastily put their veils back on. Chu Wanzhen's face looked very ugly. This time the problem was quite serious. 3 people from the Bei family, as well as his son Chu Yunlong, were in Lin Feng's hands, and he only had one treasure in his possession, which could only save one person. So who would he save? On the side of the Bei patriarch, they agreed to send 3 vital energy stones. The problem was, it wouldn't be so quick. And this time, they had once again provoked Lin Feng, which might not be easy to resolve. Even if he offered up the treasure, Lin Feng might not spare the lives of the 4 people and the dog. However, this time, Mulao had truly reached his limit. Although Lin Feng did nothing wrong, Constantly causing trouble like this was unbearable for both the Bei and Chu families. As Chu Laoyi, who had spent a lot of money hiring cultivation guards, he felt he was failing his conscience every time by not taking any action. Mu Lao pushed Chu Laoyi towards Lin Feng. As soon as he entered, he saw Chu Yunlan and others lying on the ground, their lives unknown, but he had no mood to attend to them. He helped Chu Laoyi up. Chu Wanzan bowed to Lin Feng and handed over a box, saying solemnly, "Little divine doctor, I apologize. I didn't expect a few blind fools to come and provoke you again." Lin Feng did not take the box and warmly said, "Chu Lao, how can you say that? Giving one treasure to 4 people was definitely not enough." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Chu Wanzan knew that he would not easily let this matter go and said, "Little divine doctor, I ask you to give me, this old man, some face. Spare the 4 fools, but within 4 hours, 3 treasures must be delivered." Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Chu Lao, I will definitely give you face. But this time, I must make it clear. They can live, but in the future, they can only lie down." Chu Wanzan's expression became even more grim upon hearing this. Chu Yumlong was his second son. If he could only lie in a wheelchair in the future, how could Chu Yumlong continue? So Chu Wanzan found it hard to agree to this condition. Chu Wanzan respectfully said, "Little divine doctor, whatever you wish, I only hope that my son will be safe. Little divine doctor, please state your conditions, and I, Chu Wanzan, will do my best to fulfill them and satisfy you." Lin Feng shook his head, smiling warmly. "Chu Lao, I'm sorry, but this time the problem is too serious. I can't agree to your request. Allowing them to live is already the biggest concession I can make." Chu Wanzan still felt uneasy. After thinking for a while, he took out his phone, preparing to call Yi Qingcheng. He must ask Yi Qingcheng to plead with Lin Feng on his behalf. However, at that moment, Mu Lao couldn't bear it any longer and said coldly, "You little fool, how many treasures has Chu Lao given you over the years? Every time you use people as leverage, demanding treasures. Now that Chu Lao has said these things, you still won't compromise. Do you think no one can kill you in this world? Let me tell you, to get rid of you would be as easy as blowing a speck of dust. Now, listen to me. Either accept the treasure and release Chu Yunlan, or you die." Chu Wanzan's expression turned even uglier. He tried to slap Mu Lao, but he had no strength left. The slap was weak. Chu Wanzan coldly growled, "Mu Lao, apologize to the little divine doctor and kneel down. If you refuse, I will report to the Cultivator Association immediately, revoke your position, and reclaim all the rewards you have received over the years." Chu Wanzan was sly and couldn't stand on the same side as Mu Lao at this moment. Firstly, if he sided with Mu Lao and Mu Lao couldn't resolve the issue, the Chu family would suffer even more. Secondly, by not standing with Mu Lao, if the situation couldn't be resolved, Lin Feng wouldn't blame him either. He had to show his attitude. In his heart, he also hoped that Mu Lao would teach Lin Feng a lesson. This time, he truly didn't want his son to end up bedridden. Mu Lao helped Chu Wanzan onto a wheelchair and set him down, laughing and saying, "Chu Lao, we have been like brothers for so many years. I can't bear to see this anymore. No matter how you punish me or report to the higher-ups, I must step in this time. I cannot tolerate this little imbecile repeatedly oppressing you and your family. You old imbecile. How dare you go against the heavens? Apologize immediately to the little divine doctor and stop making mistake after mistake." Cough. Chu Wanzan shouted a few words, then spat out a mouthful of black blood. After spitting out the blood, Chu Wanzan looked like he was going to pass out, unable to say another word, breathing heavily. Mu Lao ignored Chu Wanzan and looked at Lin Feng, sneering, "You little fool, I'll ask you one last time, if I give you a treasure, will you release Chu Yumlong?" Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "You old imbecile, you really don't know your place. Do you think I'm the type to pick fights with them? They've always tried to kill me, and I have to let them do as they please. Now you, a doddering old fool, want to bully me. Let me tell you, if you dare to make a move, today is your death date." Lin Feng was no longer polite. Mu Lao, at the peak of the profound stage, truly couldn't handle him. The with 2 senior sisters accompanying him, who could touch a hair on his head. Today, no matter who comes, Lin Feng must teach those 4 beasts a lesson. Except for one person, Yi Qingcheng. The first senior sister Lin Feng found was Yi Qingcheng, And Yi Qingcheng was really good to Lin Feng. If Yi Qingcheng speaks, Lin Feng will definitely listen. Lin Feng looked at Mu Lao and said, I advise you, old man, don't court death. If you don't court death, you won't die. As a cultivator, if you court death, you will immediately become a cold corpse. If you don't believe me, try it. I'll see how you make me die. Mu Lao's face turned cold, no longer polite. His strength burst out directly, and he slapped towards Lin Feng. At this moment, Chu Wanzhen pretended to still be catching his breath. His hand trembled as he raised it, unable to speak. He felt uneasy and anxious. He didn't know what the result would be when Mu Lao took action. He hoped Mu Lao would take down Lin Feng. He also hoped Mu Lao wouldn't. It was a dilemma, but the moment Mu Lao took action, Chen Yishan also acted. With a wave of his hand, a palm struck towards Mu Lao without even touching him. That the force of the palm hit Mu Lao's chest, leaving a large palm print. Mu Lao was sent flying backwards. With a loud crash, he smashed through the surrounding wall and landed on the main road outside. So strong. Mu Lao was still bleeding from his mouth, unable to express himself clearly. He convulsed a few times and then went completely still. In his final moments, Mu Lao realized that Lin Feng had not deceived him. There were two black-clothed masked women beside Lin Feng. He had noticed them as soon as they arrived, but couldn't sense their strength and didn't pay much attention. He didn't expect to die the way he did, but he was certain that Lin Feng was not responsible for his death. Seeing Mu Lao being knocked away, Chu Wanzhen couldn't see who had made the move clearly. With tears streaming down his face, he called out and spurted out blood. Lin Feng was truly not to be messed with. Chu Wanzhen was now crying, his body trembling uncontrollably. Mu Lao was like a brother to him, and today he had definitely died, being hit and thrown more than 10 meters away, crashing through the wall and flying out. He couldn't possibly still be alive. What Chu Wanzhen hated even more was himself. If he had insisted on stopping Mu Lao, he could have done it. Although he had stepped forward and said some intimidating words, it was not enough. He shouldn't have held hope for Mu Lao. Chu Lao, what do you say now? Do you want to keep fighting? Lin Feng could see that Chu Wanzhen was trying to test him by using Mu Lao. In an instant, Chu Wanzhen regained his calmness, always composed as an old hand. Chu Wanzhen then handed a box to Lin Feng, respectfully saying, with this incident, I hope the little divine doctor won't blame me. I am also powerless. Please accept this gift, and 3 more gifts will be delivered within 4 hours. As for how the little divine doctor handles them, it's up to you. Chu Wanzhen now harbored a deep hatred towards Lin Feng. Mu Lao's death was a big blow to him. Losing a lifelong companion was something he could hardly bear. He no longer asked Lin Feng to spare Chu Yunlong. It didn't matter how Lin Feng handled him. He would go back and carefully think about what to do next. At this moment, Yi Qingcheng reached out and tugged on Lin Feng's sleeve, pulled out her phone, quickly typed a message, and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the phone and saw the message. Husband, I suggest you spare Chu Yunlong. Firstly, Chu Wanzhen has a deep relationship with my grandfather. Secondly, you may not know that every top-tier wealthy family, or every clan that possesses billions of wealth, had the opportunity 20 years ago to send a member with good talent into Kunlun Mountain to learn martial arts. Sending a member required a fee of 10 million. 20 years ago, 10 million was equivalent to 10 billion now. At that time, the Yi family did not send a member to learn martial arts because the old man Tiaji came to take me, his disciple, and took me away. Among the top-tier wealthy families 20 years ago, there were members who went to Kunlun Mountain to learn. Each top-tier wealthy family had at least one member go. I followed Tiaji to learn martial arts, and I came out in 10 years. Others who went to learn at Kunlun Mountain for 20 years have not yet come out. Once they do, they would likely be very strong. What I know is that Chu Wanzhen's younger daughter was also sent to Kunlun Mountain to learn martial arts. If possible, please spare Chu Yunlong for now. However, this is the last time. If Chu Yunlong causes trouble again, you must not spare him. Yi Qingcheng spoke at length, informing Lin Feng of all these details. She understood Lin Feng's character well. He was capable of handling things on his own. Lin Feng's strength had not yet fully recovered, and once Chu Wanzhen's daughter emerged from Kunlun Mountain and returned to the Chu family, it could pose a significant threat to Lin Feng. If she were not constantly by his side to protect him, there could be trouble. Coupled with Chu Wanzhen's relationship with her grandfather, she truly hoped that Lin Feng would temporarily spare Chu Yunlong and give Chu Wanzhen some face. Yi Qingcheng is indeed a bit worried. mainly because in the past 10 years, his strength has not improved and he has encountered constraints in his cultivation. Without removing these constraints in cultivation, he cannot progress further. If 20 years ago, those who entered Kunlun Mountain to learn martial arts all come out with stronger abilities than him, then it's over. There's no way he can continue to compete. Lin Feng, upon reading this content, was also shaken. He couldn't believe that such a thing had happened 20 years ago. However, Lin Feng was not afraid. If it was his fault, he would retreat. If he was wrong, he would admit it. But what was his fault? If both parties were not going to back down, he had no reason to retreat. However, with Yi Qingcheng's words, it seems that the northern family also have someone who was sent to Kunlun Mountain to learn martial arts, maybe even two. Regardless, Lin Feng decided to give Zhuan Yuan Qingcheng some face. Chu Yunlong could be left alone for now, but the three people from the northern family would have to lie in bed in the future. The next time they fell into his hands, he would simply render them immobilized, or even send them directly to meet the King of Hell. Lin Feng handed the phone back to Yi Qingcheng, walked over, and crippled Bei Qingwan, Bei Qingfeng, and Bei Qingming, breaking their limbs or 3 limbs. He spared Chu Yunlong, then turned back to Chu Laoyi, smiling, and said, "Chu Lao, I will spare Chu Yunlong this time. Please have someone come and take away the bodies and take them all with you. You have 3 treasures to deliver within 4 hours, and I'll be waiting for you. Many thanks, little miracle doctor." Chu Wanzhen respectfully said to Lin Feng as he made a call. Chu Wanzhen couldn't help but glance at Yi Qingcheng. He felt that Chu Yunlong's ability to retain his limbs was definitely due to Yi Qingcheng's influence. Although Yi Qingcheng didn't speak, she handed the phone to Lin Feng to take a look. Lin Feng chose not to harm Chu Yunlong, yet he couldn't identify Yi Qingcheng. He decided to set it aside for now and think about it later. In reality, Chu Wanzhen still had over 10 pieces of vitality stones that remained unused, all kept as treasures. The main reason for keeping them was to give them to his little daughter when she returned, as various millennium-old herbs are indeed useful for cultivators. However, their efficacy pales in comparison to vitality stones. Not everyone, like Lin Feng, could consume millennium-old herbs directly and immediately rise in power. Others would have to brew them into medicine and drink them to have any effect, but it would not be as terrifying as even one small level of increase. Vitality stones were different. Each stone could grant a small level increase in power. What happened? At this moment, Xia Ruoxu and Xia Ruolin had just finished washing the fruits and brought them out. Noticing that something was amiss, a large hole had been punched in the wall. Lin Feng warmly reassured them, "It's nothing. We will find someone to repair the wall later." After finishing processing the fruits, Lin Feng saw Yi Qingcheng and Qin Yishan, each carrying 2 plates, who left without saying a word. With things mostly resolved now, Lin Feng decided not to go with them. Reluctant to leave, they had no choice but to depart first. Lin Feng tried to persuade them to stay a little longer, but in the end, they had to let them go. Lin Feng still felt somewhat regretful. He had wanted to ask Yi Qingcheng or Qin Yishan to help input power into Xia Ruoxu's storage ring, which would enhance its protective abilities. However, the two had left too quickly for Lin Feng to even mention it. Consequently, Lin Feng didn't concern himself with Chu Laoyi, Xia Ruoxu, or Xia Ruolin. He simply tidied up the table and chairs before heading home. Opening the small box right away, Lin Feng found a vitality stone inside. Without hesitation, he used the vitality stone to raise his power by 1 level to achieve the pinnacle of the yellow tier. It was already around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After having dinner, Lin Feng also inputted strength into Xia Ruoxu's jade bracelet to enhance its defense capabilities and then began preparing medicine for Xia Ruoxu. The concoction required to be simmered for 49 hours straight, a total of 4 days, without interruption. The temperature had to be carefully controlled, with water promptly added if needed, and the fire never allowed to go out. It required constant attention. Lin Feng used a large pot to put all the herbs in, added water, and began simmering. Suddenly, Wang Weifang rushed over, looking anxious, and said to Lin Feng, "Something bad has happened." Lin Feng, Qian Xiaodai took people to the hospital and took Zhang Lan and Wenjing away. He also brought them to the Jiushan bar and wants us to go there to ransom men. They've given us only half an hour. If we don't make it in time, Zhang Lan and Wenjing will lose a hand. Wang Guifan had just received a call and looked very distraught. Xia Zhanglan was still recuperating in the hospital, with Su Wenjing taking care of him. They never expected that Qian Faihu would find the two and kidnap them. That scoundrel Qian Faihu had been dealt with by Lin Feng previously, but now he had come back to cause trouble. Lin Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this. He needed to stay here to keep an eye on the medicinal concoction. It was crucial to control the cooking process, ensuring there was enough water, maintaining the right temperature, and attending to it non-stop, as any mistake would render the medicine useless. Adding water was a delicate process. The temperature inside had to be maintained, and the addition had to be gradual. Lin Feng couldn't entrust this task to others who may not understand the intricacies involved. Currently, Lin Feng really can't leave. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said to Wang Guifang, "Call then, and have Qian Shao come directly here to solve it. I am preparing medicinal materials for Ruo Zhu, and for the next 4 days, I can't leave." "Okay." Wang Guifang nodded, only able to make the call. However, the other party disagreed and insisted that Lin Feng and the others go over. Lin Feng really couldn't leave unless someone with excellent medical skills who values this matter, understands the crucial points, and helps watch over the situation. Perhaps only Lin Feng's second senior sister, Gu Haitong, could achieve this level. "Aunt, please go, Sai. I will make a phone call." Lin Feng could only take out his phone and call Yi Qingcheng. "Husband, what's wrong?" Qingcheng, Xia Ruoxu's brother, Xia Zhonglong, and his sister-in-law have been taken by Qian Faihu from the Qian family. "Please send someone to deal with it from me. I can't leave. I am currently preparing the marrow cleansing and hair removing liquid. It must be watched constantly, or else all previous efforts will be wasted. Let the other party come to the villa, but they refuse to come. I'm getting a headache. I'm busy right now. Don't bother me with trivial matters, but if you call me wife, I can send someone to help you." "Qingcheng, don't be like this. Please help me out. In the future, if you want to eat exquisite delicacies, they are on me. Calling me wife is out of the question. Just call me wife. I won't kill you." Lin Feng felt speechless, but the matter must be resolved. With so many recent troubles, he truly had no time to watch over everything constantly. It was crucial to find an assistant to take turns with him. When there's nothing happening, he watches, but when there is, the other person should take over. Lin Feng directly said, "Qingcheng, can you tell me what is the phone number of second senior sister, Gu Haitong? I will call her directly to come handheld. 49 hours, 4 days and 2 hours. I don't have time to keep watching like this. Just message her on WeChat." Gu Haitong's WeChat name is Big Fish Haitong. After saying this, Yi Qingcheng hung up. Such trivial matters were not worth her attention unless Lin Feng was in need. Lin Feng opened WeChat, found the WeChat name Big Fish Haitong, and made a voice call. After a while, the call was picked up, but the other party didn't speak. Lin Feng had to start the conversation. "I am Lin Feng, a disciple of the elder Qianji. Are you second senior sister, Gu Haitong? Are you the junior brother? I thought it was the senior sister. What's the matter? Why are you looking for me?" Gu Haitong was instantly excited upon hearing Lin Feng's voice. She was currently in Shanghai and was considering how to meet Lin Feng. She didn't expect Lin Feng to call her first. Hearing Gu Haitong's voice for the first time, Lin Feng found it very pleasant, soft, and soothing. "Second senior sister, I need to prepare the marrow cleansing and hair removing liquid. It requires someone to constantly watch and monitor the temperature and water level, with very strict requirements. I am too busy to manage it myself. I would like to ask you to come and help." Lin Feng straightforwardly explained the situation, needing Gu Haitong's assistance. Gu Haitong said, "Okay, send me a location. I am in Shanghai, and I can arrive within 20 minutes. Feeling comfortable hearing Gu Haitong's voice, Lin Feng sent the location and waited for her to arrive. Once Gu Haitong arrived, she would watch over everything, and then he would go deal with Qian Faihu. The previous incident was not adequately resolved. This time, it had to be handled properly. 15 minutes later, a Volkswagen Passat arrived at the Xia family's villa. Lin Feng had already been waiting outside. When the car stopped, a young woman got out. She walked directly towards Lin Feng after getting off the car, extending a jade hand and smiling. "You must be the junior brother. Finally, we meet. I am Gu Haitong." Gu Haitong's smile was infectiously warm, with shallow dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. Her demeanor was very friendly and gentle, similar in height to Xia Ruoxu but seeming more delicate, always making Lin Feng want to look at her more, as if he could never get tired of it. "Second senior sister, I am a bit busy now. Let me brief you on how to watch over, then I'll leave it to you. Lin Feng introduced Gu Haitan to Xia Ruoxu and the others, then took her straight to the kitchen. Junior brother, leave it to senior sister. You go about your business. Gu Haitong sat there watching, still smiling charmingly. Lin Feng asked her for a silver needle kit and provided Gu Haitong with some strength through Xia Ruoxu's jade bracelet before taking Xia Ruoxu to the Nine Heaven bar without bothering to bring the others along. In the private room, Xia Zhonglan was lying on the ground, being kicked and groaning continuously. Xia Ruoxu can't stand this situation. At a glance, she feels her anger rising, her heart twisting like a knife. Xia Zhonglan is about to be discharged from the hospital, but now he has been seriously injured again. The main thing is that Su Wenjing was directly insulted and bullied by the other party. Qian Faihu, this beast, is really going too far. Lin Feng now has a Cha explosion ball in his hand, but he puts it away directly. He has seen that there are over a dozen people here, including 4 retired mercenaries, which is not surprising. There are also 2 old men in gray robes, one in the early Cha refining stage and one in the middle stage, which is also nothing to fear. Qian Faihu sneered. Finally here. If you don't show up soon, this bastard Xia Zhonglan will be beaten to death by me. Lin Feng looked at the retired mercenaries who were trampling on Xia Zhonglan and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Although the other party was over 6 feet tall, slightly taller than Lin Feng flipped sideways and delivered a big roundhouse kick to the head of the retired mercenary. With a loud bang, the retired mercenary was kicked out, hitting the floor with a loud crash, cracking the floor and convulsing a few times before lying still, courting death. The remaining 3 retired mercenaries instantly drew sharp knives and charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already taken out their brother, so without instructions from Qian Faihu, they had to avenge their brother themselves. The 3 of them used their most vicious techniques to attack Lin Feng, but they felt a gust of wind pass by and were immediately taken care of by Lin Feng. Wow, kid, I underestimated you. Qian Faihu took a sharp breath, squinting his eyes. He thought that with 4 retired mercenaries, he could handle Lin Feng, but in Lin Feng's eyes, they were nothing. Fortunately, he was prepared, otherwise, he would have suffered a lot today. Lin Feng helped Xia Zhonglan up and saw that his injuries were quite severe. He held Xia Zhonglan's wrist, infused his strength, and healed all of Xia Zhonglan's injuries. No need to go to the hospital again. At this time, Su Wenjing also struggled out of Qian Faihu's arms and ran over to hug Xia Zhonglan. The 2 of them cried bitterly. Lin Feng looked at Qian Faihu, smiling warmly, and said, "What are you still stunned for? Let the others come at me. Last time, you didn't learn your lesson. This time, I must teach you a profound lesson." Qian Faihu slowly stood up, his smile cold as he said, "Do you know what a cultivator is, you little brat? Today I brought 2 cultivators here, who can easily defeat you." Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Cultivators, are those the 2 old men in gray robes you brought? Watch how they will act next." After speaking, Lin Feng released his late Cha refining stage aura. Late Cha refining stage. My god. How can he be so powerful? The 2 old men in gray robes sensed Lin Feng's aura and were shocked, their hearts beating wildly. They were definitely not opponents in this situation, both trembling slightly and looking at each other, quickly kneeling down not far from Lin Feng. "Little brother, please don't kill us. Don't hurt Shan Shao. We were wrong." As they got closer to Lin Feng, they felt the rich intensity of his aura and trembled even more. Qian Faihu, seeing the 2 cultivators he brought kneeling down, widened his eyes in shock. In an instant, he felt a chill run down his spine, from head to toe. Without a doubt, Lin Feng was also a cultivator, and more powerful than the 2 he brought. How could he compete with Lin Feng? Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "With your kind of goods, bringing 2 old trash cultivators with you, do you think you can deal with me? You're too naive, little brat." After speaking, Lin Feng casually clapped his hands and hit the heads of the 2 old men in front of him. With 2 loud bangs, the skulls of the 2 old men were shattered. Blood gushed out of their noses, ears, and mouths, and they fell flat on the ground, motionless. Oh my god. The remaining 7 or 8 thugs, as well as Qian Faihu, had their faces completely changed at this point. They were filled with an unprecedented fear, their hearts almost jumping out of their throats. Qian Faihu instantly realized that he had messed up again. He never thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful. He thought he could handle it this time, but now he was really in trouble. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "How about it? Qian Shao, what do you say now?" "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Qian Fai, who knelt down in front of Lin Feng, trembling and sweating profusely, frightened and realizing that he had peed himself unknowingly. The other thugs, all trembling, knelt down as well. "Next, I don't know how miserably they will die. Lin Feng is too terrifying." Lin Feng walked over and directly slapped Fei Hu on the ear with a loud crack. Fei Hu's head leaned to the side, half of his face, instantly feeling slightly numb from the intense pain. The intense pain also entered his mind, buzzing in his ears, seeing stars in front of his eyes. Lin Feng struck again with another slap, turning Fei Hu's head, and coldly said, "Get someone to call for me. If you can't, you won't live today. It's best to have your father call. I want to see what kind of beast would produce such a despicable creature like you." Lin Feng no longer showed any mercy towards Fei Hu. To be this cruel, if he didn't have some ability, it would be a real tragedy. These beasts, each one lawless, for each one Lin Feng encountered, he would teach a lesson. If they didn't obey, they would be eliminated. Fei Hu, in a daze, heard Lin Feng as if asking him to call for help. Shaking with fear, he took out his phone, the numbers on the screen appearing blurry. After a pause of about 10 seconds, he could see clearly and dialed his grandfather's number. The head of the Qian family was his grandfather. His grandfather had to personally come, or else Fei, who wouldn't know how he would be taught a lesson by Lin Feng. "Grandfather, I'm going to die. I'm going to be killed. Please, come save me. Who the hell dares to eat bear heart and leopard gall and wants to kill you? You little brat, where did you go to stir up trouble? Give the phone to the other person. I'll talk to them." When Fei Hu's grandfather heard this, he became furious. Who dared to kill his grandson? Fei Hu trembled as he ended his phone to Lin Feng. Without taking it, Lin Feng put it on speaker and warmly said, "Mr. Qian, come save your grandson. He has committed a grave mistake, been lawless. If you don't come, he won't have it easy today. Prepare some millennium herbs or energy stones, otherwise your presence will be useless. If you come, we'll clean you up together, like grandfather like grandson." I really don't know how the Qian family educates their descendants to let a beast like Qian Fei Hu exist. Lin Feng was not polite in his speech. He had to be firm now, otherwise these beasts wouldn't understand. Didn't Ma Wangi have a few more eyes? "Tam, who the hell are you, being so arrogant?" When Qian's grandfather finished listening to Lin Feng, he shouted angrily, the sound echoing loudly even through the phone. In the whole city, the Qian family was only afraid of the top 3 prestigious families. Apart from them, not even other top clans were taken seriously. But even towards people from the top 3 families, Qian's grandfather had some connections. "Go to hell, who do you think you are? If you don't come soon, your grandson will have no one to collect his corpse." Lin Feng heard this outburst and shouted back in anger. If the other party could have a civil conversation, it would be fine. But if they were this aggressive, did they really think he was easy to bully? Fei Hu, who is the other party? Are they from one of the top 3 prestigious families? Tell Grandpa. Qian's grandfather shouted again, getting breathless with each shout. Few dared to speak to him this way in the city. Even the smallest of people shouldn't dare to scold or shout at him. Qian Fei Hu could only say in a low voice, "Grandpa, they are not from the top 3 prestigious families. Please come quickly to save me. I don't want to die, Grandpa. I don't want to die. You worthless brat, disgracing the Qian family. You wait. Grandpa is bringing people over right now. Old man, listen to me. Bring millennium herbs or energy stones with you. Otherwise, you'll come but it's useless. I'll still beat you to a pulp. If that doesn't work, I'll send you on your way." Lin Feng shouted again, reminding them of this requirement. Some benefits had to be taken. Without any, he would be even less polite. "Bring something. Afraid this little brat can't handle it." Qian's grandfather shouted again, increasingly furious. "Hurry up, old man. I'm waiting for you. You know 9 Heavens Bar, right?" Lin Feng shouted, losing patience. Qian Fei Hu quickly told his grandfather the specific room number and immediately his grandfather brought the strongest cultivator and bodyguard of the Qian family, rushing over by car. As for the Millennium Treasure or energy stones, Qian's grandfather didn't bring any. In his view, bringing the Qian family's strongest cultivator would suffice to easily deal with Lin Feng. "Both of you go home first. Leave this to me and Ruozu, Lin Feng said to Zia Zhonglong and Su Wenjing. The two were also helpless, encountering a beast like Chen Fei Hu. There was nothing they could do. Okay. Thank you. The two thanked him and quickly left. They couldn't participate in such a situation. They just hoped that Lin Feng would be safe. They were all acting to save him if something happened to him. What would they do? Lin Feng and Zia Ruoxu sat down hand in hand, waiting patiently. Qian Faihu and others continued to kneel, continuing to tremble. Zia Ruoxu looked at Lin Feng, feeling extremely grateful towards him. Without Lin Feng, they would have faced tragedy once again. Lin Feng, after becoming a cultivator, I must be like you. When encountering lawless beasts, I must deal with them properly, educate them. Absolutely cannot tolerate their continued misconduct and lawlessness, Zia Ruoxu suddenly said firmly. This was followed by a provocation from Old Master Qian. Originally, the fault lay heavily on Qian Faihu's side, yet Old Master Qian behaved even more lawlessly, showing no awareness of his grandson's mistakes or that he should educate him. People like this, if not disciplined, truly made it difficult to calm the anger within. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, if you truly cultivate and become a cultivator, always remember one thing. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Cultivation is for strengthening the body, protecting oneself and family, not for misconduct or lawlessness. With great power comes great responsibility. To establish principles for the heavens and earth, to guide people's destinies, to inherit the wisdom of the ancients, to bring peace for all generations. This quote is from the famous Neo-Confucian philosopher and leader of the school of principle in the Northern Song dynasty, Zhang Ziyai, also known as Master Henku. It's a crucial statement for cultivators to remember. Guard against the intentions of others, never have malicious intentions, always have a heart that benefits others. Lin Feng spoke these words very seriously, truly hoping that Zia Ruoxu would remember them. Once she became a cultivator, her abilities would surpass those of ordinary people, her combat power exceeding that of ordinary people. The stronger she became, the more she would encounter the weaker ones. If her mind was not firmly resolved, even a hint of evil would cause it to grow and eventually lead to lawlessness. Zia Ruoxu nodded and said, don't worry, I will remember these words deeply. Lin Feng didn't say much more, but he knew that in the future, he would spend more time with Zia Ruoxu, guiding her to grow and strengthening her martial arts spirit. 20 minutes later, with a loud bang, the door of the private room was kicked open. Old Master Qian and an old man in green robes rushed in angrily. Is that little beast still here? Damn it! Living has become unbearable. Get the hell out! Old Master Qian roared as soon as he entered. His fury had not dimmed in the least. Upon entering, he saw 6 bodies lying on the ground, all employees of the Qian family. Meanwhile, Qian Faihu and others knelt on the side, trembling with fear. Lin Feng stood up directly and walked towards the old man in the red tang suit. Grandfather, it's that little beast. Have one catch him and dismember him on the spot. Kill him. By now, Qian Faihu had quickly climbed up, rushed towards his grandfather, hid behind him, and pointed at Lin Feng, shouting loudly, it's your little beast, right? When? Take action. Kill him directly. Old Master Qian didn't waste any words. Seeing Lin Feng, whom he didn't know, he immediately ordered the martial cultivator bodyguards he had brought along to act. In Old Master Qian's eyes, as long as they weren't from the top 3 powerful families in the magic capital, he could have anyone killed. Lin Feng didn't think much of the martial cultivator bodyguards Old Master Qian brought with him. They were only at the Chair Refinement Grand Completion level, whereas Lin Feng was already at the Yellow Stage Grand Completion. It would be effortless to kill someone at the Chair Refinement Grand Completion level. Little beast, daring to provoke the Qian family, today is your day to die. Next year on this day will be your anniversary. In your next life, be more alert, don't provoke people you can't afford to offend. Go to hell. The old man in green robes came up to Lin Feng, smiling benignly, but with a heavy tone, and then fully released his strength and pushed towards Lin Feng's chest with one hand. Without giving Lin Feng a chance to speak, he intended to kill Lin Feng directly. Lin Feng, also fully releasing his power, punched towards the old man's face. With a deafening bang, the old man's head burst open, blood splattering everywhere, and his body flew backward. With a loud thud, he landed in front of Old Master Qian, instantly dead. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Old Master Qian's sinister smile froze on his face. In an instant, his face lengthened, and his heart trembled vigorously. Killing old Master Qian, Lin Feng had truly surpassed his expectations in strength. Mother, Qian Fai, who was once again scared stiff, starting to cry and kneeled down, trembling. He had thought that his grandfather could deal with Lin Feng. Never did he expect that the Qian family's top expert among the hired hands would be killed with a single punch by Lin Feng. How could this game continue? It couldn't. Mr. Qian is trembling now, for real. However, he still refuses to back down. Mr. Qian, with cold eyes fixed on Lin Feng, said, "You do have some skills, but my Qian family is definitely not someone you can provoke. My granddaughter and grandson are also cultivators. They are just not at home right now, but will be back soon. If you dare to continue provoking me, as long as you can't kill me, your ancestors up to the 18th generation will all die." Mr. Qian is so arrogant mainly because his granddaughter and grandson, 20 years ago, went to Kunlun Mountain to study martial arts. According to what was said at the time, it would take about 20 years to complete the training and return home. Now that 20 years have passed, his grandson and granddaughter are probably going to be back soon. Perhaps they will come back tomorrow, or it may not be long before they return. After training at Kunlun Mountain for 20 years, when they return, they will definitely be formidable cultivators. Dealing with Lin Feng, this small fry, is definitely not a problem. If Lin Feng hadn't heard from Yi Cheng about the wealthy families sending people to Kunlun Mountain to study martial arts 20 years ago, he might not have believed it. Now that Mr. Qian is saying this, Lin Feng knows that it must be true. However, Lin Feng is even more angry. Even if people are sent to study martial arts and return as accomplished practitioners, they still cannot act lawlessly. For example, Chu Wanzhen sent his daughter to study martial arts and never disclosed a word about it. If everyone acted so arrogantly and lawlessly, wouldn't chaos reign in this world? Qian Feihuo furrowed his brow, feeling shaken. His older brother and sister, when they were 5 and over 3 years old 20 years ago, didn't they pass away? How come now it sounds like they were sent to study martial arts at Kunlun Mountain? Qian Feihuo really didn't know about this, and even the people in the Qian family knew little about it. At the time, everyone from Kunlun Mountain emphasized the need for secrecy. Those taken to study were reported to have passed away directly. Qian Feihuo suddenly felt a surge of excitement. If his older siblings were indeed sent to study martial arts, and returned as accomplished cultivators, who would dare to provoke them? What's Lin Feng worth in comparison? A warm smile spread across Lin Feng's face as he said, "Old livestock, the more of your kind, the more they need to be dealt with. Can you still call for help? You can't call anyone, so today I will make you. This old livestock, lie here." Mr. Qian was really starting to get scared. He never expected that Lin Feng would not be intimidated. With no effective means left, it was too late to hire stronger cultivators. Just then, Mr. Qian's phone rang. He took it out and glanced at it. It was an unknown number, and he chose to answer to hear who was calling. "Hello, who is this? Are you Mr. Qian? We are Qian Feilong and Qian Feifei's personal bodyguards. We are no longer qualified to be their bodyguards and have become their subordinates. Qian Feilong and Qian Feifei will be back soon. Let us return to the Qian family first. If there is anything, let us help you solve it. You are subordinates of Feilong and Feifei." Mr. Qian was taken aback, his eyes widening suddenly, feeling his heart pounding. Hearing that Feilong and Feifei were coming back and sending their skilled guards to take charge temporarily, he realized he needed skilled individuals right now. This was like falling asleep just as a pillow was being handed to him. A tremendous stroke of luck. "Yes, Mr. Qian. We are currently in the city. We are not sure where the Qian family is located. Please add me on WeChat, send me your location, and we will come immediately. From now on, we will follow your orders." "Great, I'll add you. Please come quickly." The Qian family patriarch's face turned red with excitement, a rare show of emotion. Cautiously, he asked, "I would like to ask you something. Can you handle an accomplished cultivator of the chair refining stage?" Before calling them over, he needed to be sure they could handle it. Mr. Qian, to defeat an accomplished cultivator of the chair refining stage, one would typically need to be at least in the early Huang tier. In our eyes, those at the early Huang tier are nothing special. Is Mr. Qian in trouble now? The response made Mr. Qian burst into laughter. Relief. If that were the case, what could Lin Feng possibly do? You know what? Come over quickly. I will send you my location. I need your help urgently. Once you address the matter, I will make sure you are properly rewarded. Mr. Qian, no need to be so polite. We will come over as quickly as possible. With that, the call ended. Lin Feng had been listening nearby the whole time, his brows furrowed slightly, feeling extremely surprised. He couldn't believe that those who went to study martial arts 20 years ago were almost back. It seemed like they were more focused on martial skills and moral values. Sending skilled individuals back first upon their return was aiding and abetting the Qian family's unjust cause. This situation made Lin Feng truly unable to bear it. However, he had no idea about the level of the skilled individuals coming over, and the pressure was starting to weigh on him. The other party didn't say anything about how strong they had become, just brushed off the initial stage of the Huang realm. In the early stage of the Huang realm, Lin Feng was also brushed off. The one point that can be confirmed is that initially, they were just Qian Feilong and Qian Feifei's bodyguards. Now they have become subordinates, in other words, lackeys. Clearly Qian Feilong and Qian Feifei have become even more powerful. So how strong are these bodyguards? Grandpa, is it true that my older brother and sister didn't really die and went to learn martial arts on Kunlun Mountain? Mr. Qian, with blood boiling, was so excited that he trembled slightly. Qian Fai, who was likewise excited, standing up and grabbing his grandfather's hand, starting to inquire directly. Mr. Qian, with a brilliant smile, said, "Yes, your older brother and sister didn't die. 20 years ago, they were sent to learn martial arts on Kunlun Mountain, but at the time, the other party collecting people said that it was best to keep it confidential and not tell anyone. 20 years later, it's not too late to talk about it. So none of you knew. There were only a few members of the Qian family who knew. I can tell you this now. Your older brother and sister returning this time means they are invincible. Our Qian family is going to soar directly this time. Ha ha ha. My goodness, that's really amazing. Grandpa, why didn't I have the opportunity to go learn martial arts on Kunlun Mountain 20 years ago? 20 years ago, Qian Fai, who was already over 2 years old, but his older sister was over 3 years old. Why wasn't there an opportunity for him? If he could have learned martial arts, he would have been able to dominate the world 20 years later. They were selected. The selection was very strict. At that time, only your older brother and sister from the Qian family met the criteria. If there were more who met the criteria, they would have been selected, and naturally, I would have sent you all, no matter the cost. Okay. There's nothing to be done about it, but my older brother and sister are truly amazing this time. They're back to protect me, which is enough. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, our Qian family is going to be amazing. This is great. Mr. Qian and Qian Fai, who, excitedly holding hands, faces flushed with excitement, laughing heartily. At this moment, they were truly carried away with joy. Lin Feng, what should we do now? Or, should we ask your senior sisters for help? Xia Ruoxu, having heard the whole process, stood beside Lin Feng, her heart trembling slightly, whispered to Lin Feng. Seeing Mr. Qian and Qian Fai who so ecstatic, she was truly worried that skilled individuals would arrive soon. If Lin Feng couldn't resolve it, she couldn't help but fear the consequences. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Feng lightly patted Xia Ruoxu's hand, comforting her with a smile, but inside, he was a bit unsure. However, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Feng would not ask those senior sisters for help. He had to rely on himself. Why should I rely on those senior sisters my whole life? For what reason? Seeing Qian Faihu and Mr. Qian in such high spirits, Lin Feng smiled and suddenly shouted, "Hey, what's there to be happy about? Have you forgotten you two are still in my hands? Why all the excitement? Forget that you two beasts are still under me. What's there to be gleeful about? I can make you lie down at any moment. Now, kneel before me." Wow. This loud shout startled Qian Faihu and Mr. Qian. They were suddenly a little more awake. Indeed, at that moment, they were still in Lin Feng's hands. Although their positions had been exposed and skilled individuals were rushing over, it was unknown how long it would take them to arrive. Before the experts arrived, Lin Feng could still control them at any time. Mr. Qian now felt more confident, albeit somewhat afraid of Lin Feng, but he still sneered and said, "Bo, you are about to die soon. Why are you still acting so arrogant? Why not run now? I can give you a chance to run. Let's see how far you can go. If you run now, you'll live a little longer. As soon as the experts here on my side arrive, They'll annihilate you within minutes and leave no remains. Before the experts arrived, Mr. Qian could let Lin Feng run. This way, they were not in any danger. When the experts arrived, Xian Faihu would surely know Lin Feng's details and directly chase after him. If they couldn't find Lin Feng, they would expose the people around Lin Feng and threaten his appearance. This time, Lin Feng couldn't escape. Smiling warmly, Lin Feng said, "Run? I've never thought about it. Since you two won't kneel, I'll start by breaking your lackey's legs first." With Qian Faihu and Mr. Qian in his hands, not to mention others, even if Qian Filong and Qian Faifei's subordinates came, Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid. Lin Feng walked directly toward Mr. Qian and Qian Faihu. Qian Faihu and Mr. Qian, frightened, both exclaimed, "Don't come any closer, we kneel." After their words, they obediently knelt down. They dared not be arrogant with Lin Feng again. To be crippled would be very painful. By taking out Lin Feng, they would not recover quickly. After the two individuals knelt down, they dared not look at Lin Feng. They were truly afraid of what Lin Feng might do to them. But Lin Feng smiled, then didn't intend to let them go, walking directly towards them. Mr. Qian screamed in horror, "We've already knelt down. What else do you want from us? We can count out to you as much as you want." A real man can be flexible. Mr. Qian couldn't care less at this point. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "You two beasts truly deserve to die, never showing remorse and growing more and more arrogant. If I don't deal with you, how would that look? Please? No. We were wrong. We were truly wrong. Please don't harm us. We can count out to you. We're sorry." Mr. Qian continued to scream, trembling uncontrollably. They started kowtowing, banging their heads. Qian Faihu also followed suit, but his hatred towards Lin Feng only deepened. They had to keep Lin Feng at bay until the reinforcements arrived. Lin Feng had already reached the two individuals, smiled coldly, swiftly kicking them in the face twice. With a bang, both of them screamed in agony, tumbling backward. Their noses and mouths were bleeding, the world spinning, darkness enveloping them. Lin Feng moved closer, swiftly kicking Qian Faihu's limbs, leaving him bedridden. Qian Faihu's pitiful screams were heart-wrenching, convulsing violently until he passed out from the pain. Mr. Qian, startled by the screams, began to recover slightly, moving backward. He hysterically pleaded, "Please don't touch me. Please, I can do anything you want. I can give you whatever you want. Please, please." Mr. Qian had even wet himself out of fear. Lin Feng was truly terrifying, knowing that there were reinforcements on the way. But he showed no hesitation in acting, instilling fear in Mr. Qian. However, the deep-seated hatred towards Lin Feng in his heart was indescribable. Once the reinforcements arrived, if Lin Feng fell into their hands, he would surely make Lin Feng's life a living hell. Lin Feng smiled warmly and asked, "Old beast, tell me now, how many millennium herbs and how many chest stones does your Qian family possess?" Lin Feng needed these to restore his strength. The pressure was mounting, and he had to get stronger to cope. As of now, Lin Feng could deduce that these major families likely had chest stones, just like the Su family, who collected them diligently. Although the Su family didn't have cultivators, they hired them. The meticulous collection of chest stones was done in anticipation of the return of their family members who went to Kunlun Mountain 20 years ago to train, to enhance their strength. Therefore, other families who sent members to Kunlun Mountain to train must have made similar preparations. In our family, we only have one chest stone. We don't have millennium herbs, Mr. Qian said, but he had collected 5 chest stones. However, he only mentioned having one stone, and was willing to send one over if Lin Feng requested it. This was to prevent Lin Feng from knowing they had more, fearing he might try to take them by force. "You hesitate. Clearly you are lying. You are not honest. I will break one of your legs." No. No. I didn't lie. I didn't lie. Ah. Lin Feng smiled, then with a snap, he broke one of Mr. Qian's legs. After Mr. Qian's cries subsided, he was shivering, sweating profusely while his body convulsed. Lin Feng then asked with a smile, "Now, tell me, how many? If I am unsatisfied with your answer, I will break your other leg." No. No, I have collected 5, only 5. I'm not lying. I swear to the heavens, if I lie, I will be struck down by lightning. Mr. Qian didn't dare lie this time. He could only tell the truth. The excruciating pain made him feel like he was losing half of his life, his heart palpitating and blacking out intermittently. If Lin Feng delivered another kick, he might pass out for good. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Very well, I am quite satisfied with your answer. Call your family now and have them deliver the 5 chess stones at the fastest speed possible. Remember, not 1 stone less, they all must be sent. Be careful with your words. If I sense any deceit, I will still break your other leg." 5 chess stones were indeed a substantial amount, enough to restore 5 minor levels. Lin Feng needed them no matter what. It would be perfect if the Qian family sent the chess stones. Their experts had yet to arrive, giving Lin Feng a chance to continue to recover and gain an edge. No matter what, Lin Feng must be careful and absolutely not careless. Okay. I'll make the call now, right now. Mr. Qian agreed and quickly made the call, not daring to play any tricks. He had his eldest son, Qian Feihuo, rush to his study. He opened the safe, took out 5 vitality stones, and quickly sent them over. They needed to be delivered as fast as possible. When his eldest son asked what was going on, Mr. Qian didn't say anything except that they must be sent over immediately. Feeling anxious with Lin Feng watching closely, Mr. Qian was on edge at all times. After sorting out the matter, Mr. Qian breathed a sigh of relief and Lin Feng didn't bother him anymore. But Mr. Qian couldn't help but tremble as he said, "Please, can you take us to the hospital? I feel like I can't hold on much longer." Mr. Qian's face was green now, truly scared of dying on the spot. Being an old man with a broken leg, he didn't dare move a muscle. The intense pain continued to assail him, making him weak and trembling all over. He felt as if the breath of death was looming over him. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Don't think about it. Old man, you'd better hold on, or if you die here, I won't care about you." After saying that, Lin Feng didn't speak further and went back to sit down. The bursting vitality balls had already been prepared, but Lin Feng still had doubts in his mind. He remained worried that powerful adversaries might arrive and he wouldn't be able to handle them. If he failed to handle the situation, other problems would arise. Lin Feng felt he needed to turn all these people at the scene into vegetative state, ensuring they couldn't expose him. Xia Ruoxu, Xia Zhonglong, Su Wenjing, Qian Filong and Qian Feifei might return to the Qian family at any moment. Once they knew about the situation, they would definitely come looking for him. Lin Feng prepared himself, ensuring to handle the situation well. By the time Qian Filong and Qian Feifei returned, they wouldn't be able to uncover the truth so quickly and hold him accountable. This way, he would have more time to become stronger. Therefore, Lin Feng brought out his silver needles and directly incapacitated the henchmen, using his incredible 9 reverse needles technique to turn them into vegetative state. After incapacitating the henchmen, Lin Feng approached the unconscious Qian Feihuo. Mr. Qian, witnessing Lin Feng's actions on the henchmen, was terrified when Lin Feng inserted a silver needle directly into their heads. Seeing Lin Feng approaching Qian Feihuo, he couldn't fathom what Lin Feng intended to do. But Mr. Qian shouted, What are you doing? Don't touch my grandson. Let's talk things out." Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "I'm just turning him into a vegetative state, so he won't cause trouble in the future. Dealing with his lawless existence is justified. Fortunately for him, he's just an ordinary person, or he would already be a lifeless body." Upon hearing this, Mr. Qian was shocked. Turning him into a vegetative state, how is that any different from just killing him outright? This sounded absurd to him, but as a cultivator, Mr. Qian had no choice but to believe it. One must prepare for the worst-case scenario. If he truly turned into a vegetative state, Qian Feihuo would effectively be dead. Mr. Qian immediately pleaded, "Please, don't do this. We were wrong. We'll properly discipline him when we go back. Please give us a chance. Please spare him. Show mercy." Ignoring Mr. Qian, Lin Feng inserted a silver needle directly into Qian Feihuo's head. Lin Feng showed no mercy. Having witnessed the malicious nature of this beastly man, he was determined to make him a vegetable for life. Moreover, this state of vegetative wouldn't last long and would essentially die out in about a decade. After dealing with Qian Feihuo, Lin Feng went back to sit down and continued to wait. Now it was a matter of whether it was the people of the Qian family who arrived first or the subordinates of Qian Filong and Qian Feifei. Of course, the surveillance needed to be taken care of. Lin Feng directly called Yi Qingcheng and asked her to handle it. At the Night Heaven Bar, Yi Qingcheng managed to destroy all surveillance videos, cut off the power source, and stop monitoring. The oncoming people rushed in anxiously. The inevitable had arrived. There was no escaping it. However, The one who rushed in was a middle-aged man, accompanied by two tall, strong men. Lin Feng focused on the three of them in an instant. He needed to quickly determine whether they were cultivators, how strong their abilities were, to have a clear understanding. After a quick glance, he realized that all three were ordinary people, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man was holding a square, medium-sized purple-red box in his hands. Lin Feng smiled. "Dad, Xiaohu, what's going on with you guys?" The middle-aged man rushed in and saw Mr. Qian and Qian Feihab lying there, as well as many others lying inside. His face suddenly changed, looking shocked. He thought some big shot was doing business with his dad, wanting to buy 5 pieces of chess stones. Who knew it was this situation? Did they provoke someone they shouldn't have provoked? "Have you brought the 5 chess stones?" Mr. Qian asked directly. It was very uncomfortable for him, feeling like he wanted to vomit blood but couldn't. He kept thinking, if Qian Feilong and Qian Feifei's men had arrived first, that would have been great. But now, it was his son who arrived first, which was bad. It was feared that his son and his men might also be turned into vegetative people. Lin Feng, "I've brought them, Dad. What's going on here?" The middle-aged man asked, also noticing Lin Feng and Xiao Huaxu. However, he was still puzzled. Did Lin Feng and Xiao Huaxu really beat Mr. Qian and the others like this? Lin Feng, as a man, didn't seem like someone to mess with. Dressed in sportswear, what was so special about him? Give the box to that young master and leave quickly after delivering it. Don't linger. Don't tell anyone what's happening here, Mr. Qian anxiously ordered. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows and said directly, "Dad, who would dare provoke our Qian family? Are they tired of living? Even in the Demon City's other 3 top-tier families, our Qian family can still have a say. What's going on? Who dared to beat you and Xiaohu like this? Even if it's the big boss, I will make them pay a painful price. You listen to me. Listen to me. Mr. Qian was so worried he could hardly speak. They couldn't afford to confront Lin Feng head-on anymore. The consequences were unimaginable. They could only stabilize Lin Feng first and deal with the problem once their experts arrived. The middle-aged man couldn't get any information from Mr. Qian. Bringing 2 burly men with him, he approached Lin Feng and coldly said, "You little animal, what's going on? Explain it truthfully. Do you know how precious the 5 chess stones are? Why do you have them? Who are you? What qualifications do you have to take things from my Qian family?" The middle-aged man was not stupid, but no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see anything remarkable about Lin Feng. He couldn't help but underestimate Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng had some skills, he couldn't possibly be a cultivator. Cultivators were either training on Kunlun Mountain 20 years ago or being nurtured elsewhere by strong individuals. There was definitely no one like Lin Feng, a notable figure, in the entire Demon City. "Dehuo, stop being reckless. Put down the box and leave now. Leave now." Mr. Qian shouted frantically, as if torn apart inside. Dehuo looked down on Lin Feng, so he had no idea what would happen next. When he arrived, he also underestimated Lin Feng. As a result, the cultivator he brought was killed, and he himself had his leg broken. What was Dehuo worth now? Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "You are too arrogant. I didn't want to teach you. If you weren't so conceited and were kinder and more humble, you might have a better life ahead. But now, with your behavior, you'll end up as a vegetable for the rest of your life. Get lost, you little animal. Do you think highly of yourself? Kill him alive. And if there's trouble, I'll take responsibility." Dehuo became even angrier when he heard Lin Feng's words. Originally furious that his father and son were in such a state, now he was even more infuriated. He signaled and 2 retired mercenaries rushed toward Lin Feng. They also pulled out very sharp knives, aiming for Lin Feng's heart and throat with lightning speed. Dehuo said he wanted to beat Lin Feng to death, but in their eyes, it wasn't necessary. They were accustomed to swiftly killing their targets. All it took was one move to take out Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng acted instantly. The 2 retired mercenaries thought their speed was fast, but Lin Feng was even faster. He quickly grabbed their wrists, twisted them backward, and with 2 cracking sounds, their strong arms were broken. With a swift motion, he then directed the 2 knives held by them back into their own hearts. The 2 let out a miserable cry, took a few steps back, and fell to the ground, motionless. What's going on? Dehuo was directly frightened. In an instant, he was dumbfounded, staring in fear and shock. Lin Feng now, is really tough on these retired mercenaries. Every one of these guys has extraordinary skills. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be taken down swiftly by them. They strike directly at the opponent's vital points. It's too ruthless. Oh my. No, 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 Mr. Qian wailed in despair, feeling frantic, with tears streaming down, but helpless. Lin Feng slowly approached Qian Dehua, who trembled in fear. He handed the box to Lin Feng, his voice shaking, saying, "I'm sorry. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Here are 5 chess stones. I hope you can spare us a way out. If you need more money, just name your price." Lin Feng took the box, smiled warmly, and said, "Forget about the money. In your eyes, money makes the world go round, right? In my eyes, money is no use." After saying that, Lin Feng kicked Qian Dehua in the stomach. With a bang, Qian Dehua was sent flying and crashed into a huge LCD screen. The screen shattered, and Qian Dehua fell to the ground, writhing in pain, unable to get up. Lin Feng walked over, stepped on Qian Dehua's head, crouched down. With a silver needle in his right hand, he instantly pierced Qian Dehua's head. Qian Dehua's screams disappeared in an instant, twitched a few times, and then lay still. Lin Feng put away the silver needle and hurried back. Sitting down, he opened the box and indeed found 5 chess stones. Lin Feng was not polite at all. He held the chess stones in his left hand and grabbed the other 3 with his right hand, closed his eyes to concentrate, started absorbing rapidly, and restoring his strength. No, 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 Dehua, ahhh. Only Mr. Qian was still there, crying out in agony, feeling unbearable pain. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Feng stopped. The chess stones in the palm of his hand had disappeared completely. D4. Lin Feng had already recovered to the perfection of the Huan tier. Now, he directly recovered 5 minor levels, reaching the perfection of the Zhuan tier. Lin Feng was too busy to be happy, nor did he have the mood for it. Immediately, he took Xia Ruoxu's hand, inputted his strength into the jade bracelet, then waited for his strength to recover and immediately started condensing the Che explosion ball. He made all the necessary preparations, waiting for Qian Filong and Qian Feifei's subordinates to arrive. However, as a precaution, Lin Feng walked over, lifted Mr. Qian and Qian Dehua, held their throats tightly, and stood in the box, waiting. Xia Ruoxu had been very worried all along. She came to stand behind Lin Feng, watching his figure. Although this figure could shelter her from wind and rain, she had a sense of ominous foreboding. This time, it was extremely dangerous. She was afraid that Lin Feng couldn't handle it. Lin Feng, now at the perfection of the Zhuan tier, the condensed Che bursting ball could at least instantly kill someone at the early and mid stage of the Earth tier. For the late stage of the Earth tier, it might not be possible to kill them instantly. After all, it was crossing a great level. But if Lin Feng used Blood Burst, he could jump to major levels to kill his opponent. Even if the opponent was at the perfection of the Heaven tier, using Blood Burst would still be lethal. Unless the opponent broke through the perfection of the Heaven tier, then Lin Feng would be truly in danger. Practitioners, cultivating Che is the foundation, the starting point. Breaking through Che cultivation marks the official entry into cultivation. The first from major levels are the Huan tier, Zhuan tier, Earth tier, and Heaven tier. These for major levels are further divided into early stage, mid stage, late stage, peak stage, and perfection, totaling 5 minor levels. This time, Lin Feng did not ask any senior sisters for help. He had already prepared to use Blood Burst. Regardless, he must face the opponent head-on. He must not back down, as once he hesitated, it would quickly lead to terrible consequences. Lin Feng, what if something happens? What should we do? Xia Ruoxu finally asked, increasingly worried and fearful. Lin Feng turned to look at Xia Ruoxu, smiling warmly, and said, "Ruoxu, don't worry too much. Trust me, even if the sky falls, I will bear it. Nothing will happen." Xia Ruoxu nodded, wanting to say more but finally stopped. In fact, she wanted to tell Lin Feng that if things got really bad, she should leave first. This way, Lin Feng could let go and not worrying about her. But this time, Lin Feng didn't let her go, so she stayed. Whether alive or dead, she chose to face it with Lin Feng. In less than 2 minutes, Qian Filong and Qian Feifei's subordinates finally arrived. A total of 10 elderly people in gray robes, 5 old men in gray robes, and 5 old women in gray robes. These 10 people were the personal guards of Qian Feifei and Qian Feilong before they surpassed them in strength, and then they became their followers. The 10 people entered the box one after another. Upon entering, they furrowed their brows. The scene before them indeed shocked them. Those lying on the ground in long robes were definitely practitioners. One wonders who Mr. Qian had offended this time. The fact that the practitioners had died indicated that the other party was not simple. However, no matter how formidable the other side may be, once they encountered them, it would be a dead end. Shortly after, the 10 old men and women looked towards Lin Feng's direction, full of confusion. They saw Lin Feng holding the throat of a middle-aged man and an old man, wearing a light smile. Behind Lin Feng stood a woman. Her skin was fair as snow, tall with long legs, and her curves were exquisite and beautiful, radiating an otherworldly charm. Although the woman also gazed firmly in their direction, it was clear she was very afraid, her delicate body trembling slightly, her eyes filled with fear. Lin Feng, at that moment, focused on the 10 old men and women. After sensing their strength, he was surprised and his expression changed slightly. The 10 old men and women were truly powerful, all reaching the peak of Qianji. Their strength was so great that Lin Feng immediately retracted his energy explosion ball. There was no use in using the energy explosion ball. It wouldn't even scratch a hair on their heads. If he really wanted to defeat them, he would have to use Blood Burst. However, Lin Feng felt relieved. If Blood Burst could take down the opponents, that would be enough. What Lin Feng feared the most was that even if he used Blood Burst, it wouldn't work, and then he would be in real trouble. Ow, ow, ah. Mr. Qian struggled in Lin Feng's grasp, trying to speak, but his face turned red and he could only make unintelligible sounds. Lin Feng kept a tight hold on his throat, letting him breathe only barely, making it extremely difficult for him to speak. Who is Mr. Qian? Is he Qian Feilong and Qian Feifei's grandfather? Asked the leading old man. He felt that if they hadn't entered the wrong private room, Mr. Qian might be the old man being held by Lin Feng on the left. However, it was better to clarify. If they had made a mistake, they would have to quickly make a phone call to find out where Mr. Qian was and rush to help him there. When Mr. Qian answered their call earlier, he was excited and appeared unharmed. The old man in Lin Feng's hand was trembling, his leg drooping, his face and mouth covered in bloodstains, a clear sign that he had been brutally beaten. If it was indeed Mr. Qian, knowing that they were coming over and still daring to beat him like this, it was truly reckless of them. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, Mr. Qian is in my hand. You have come from Kunlun Mountain, right? As cultivators in a world of cultivation, you should know. What is your intention for coming to the city? What the hell? You are holding Mr. Qian in your hand. Is it really Mr. Qian? The 10 old men and women were shocked. They were sent out in advance by Qian Feilong and Qian Feifei to assist the Qian family, especially to protect the members of the Qian family. If Mr. Qian, M.I. Qian, had been beaten like this, Qian Feilong and Qian Feifei would be furious when they found out. They carefully observed Lin Feng and found that this young man was nothing special. He did not appear to be a cultivator, and they did not sense any aura of power from him. Mr. Qian continued to struggle and nod, trying to speak. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, Yes, this is indeed Mr. Qian, the grandfather of Qian Feilong and Qian Feifei. And the other person I'm holding, if everything goes as expected, is most likely Qian Feilong and Qian Feifei's father, Qian Dehua. It's best for you to explain why you have come to the city. I also want to know, since you are from Kunlun Mountain, which sect or clan do you belong to? How much longer until Qian Feilong and Qian Feifei come out? Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to use Blood Burst, as it could resolve the situation with the opponents. He tried to extract as much useful information as possible. He considered himself lucky to have obtained 5 energy stones, allowing him to recover to the peak of the profound realm. Otherwise, Blood Burst would have been useless. Lin Feng realized that he needed to keep a low profile in the future, as the city was becoming more complex. What? You insolent brat! How dare you act so recklessly? Several old men and women furiously shouted as Lin Feng spoke. They were enraged at the situation they suddenly found themselves in. If they had come out a day later, wouldn't the Qian family be doomed? You brat, release Mr. Qian and Qian Dehua immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape punishment. We will wipe out your entire clan, leaving none alive. Another old man roared. The old men and women gradually surrounded Lin Feng, seething with rage. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "You 10 old animals better not act rashly. The lives of these 2 creatures in my hands are entirely at my mercy. If you take 1 step forward, I will immediately crush them. You can try taking 1 more step forward if you don't believe me." Hearing this, the 10 old men and women paused in their steps. Some of them were breathing heavily, their murderous intent palpable. I really wish I could immediately dismember Lin Feng into 10,000 pieces. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Can we have a good chat now? Where do you all come from and what sect do you belong to? When will Qian Fi Long and Qian Fai Fai come out? How strong are they? Why did you come out? Are you here just to play around and then leave, or are you planning to make a big move?" An old man growled, "You little beast, you are not qualified to know these things. I advise you to immediately release Qian Laoyi and Qian Dehuo, or you will soon know what it means to suffer a fate worse than death. And the woman behind you will also be taken by us. The 5 of us will make her suffer, and in the end, die alive." Lin Feng realized that it was very difficult to get these old folks to reveal their intentions and sect affiliations. Since that was the case, Lin Feng didn't bother saying much anymore. He would ask about the rest later. These 10 old beasts came out like bullies, and Lin Feng would never let them live. Even if it meant losing all his strength in a bloody battle, he would kill them. Then he would keep a low profile and start over. Once he regained his strength, he would slowly deal with these matters and uncover the truth. Lin Feng released Qian Laoyi slightly to allow him to speak. He wanted to hear how Qian Laoyi would respond. If Qian Laoyi still wanted to kill him, Lin Feng would make sure the other party took action to kill him. He wouldn't show any mercy, and he would turn Qian Laoyi into a vegetable in the future. "Ow, how strong are you all exactly?" Qian Laoyi finally could speak, and his first words were to inquire about the strength of the 10 old men and women. It seemed that Lin Feng was still fearless. It was necessary to determine the opponent's strength level. Although Qian Laoyi was not a cultivator, he was familiar with the strength levels of cultivators. Just by hiring cultivators from the Cultivator Association, he had a clear understanding of their strength levels. "Qian Laoyi, we are all at the Supreme Tier Perfection level. You don't need to worry. The Supreme Tier Perfection level is extremely powerful. Basically, we can walk anywhere with ease. Dealing with this little beast is a piece of cake. We will definitely ensure your safety and rescue you unharmed from this little beast's hands. We will not let any harm come to you." The leader of the group quickly and respectfully reassured Qian Laoyi, stabilizing him for the moment. In this situation, it seemed unlikely that Lin Feng would release the hostages. They had to forcefully move forward and quickly resolve Lin Feng. They must not give Lin Feng a chance to harm Qian Laoyi and Qian Dehua. As strong Supreme Tier Perfectionists, they were confident that they could swiftly kill Lin Feng like lightning, save Qian Laoyi and Qian Dehua, and ensure their victory. Xia Ruoxu watched nervously from behind, her delicate body still trembling. Upon hearing that the opponents were all at the Supreme Tier Perfection level, Qian Laoyi was completely reassured. He directly commanded, "Quickly take action and subdue this little beast. Don't kill him, but make sure he suffers immensely. Don't worry about any repercussions from me. Even if he has a chance to kill me, let him do it. You must subdue him, make him suffer, and eliminate all the people around him. Wipe out his entire family as a reprisal for our grievances." Qian Laoyi knew that the stronger a cultivator's strength was, the faster their speed. Even if they were only at the Chet refinement stage, their speed was so fast that Qian Laoyi couldn't see clearly, let alone at the Supreme Tier Perfection level. With such overwhelming strength, they could move in an instant in front of Lin Feng and deal with him in one move, leaving him with no chance to react. By saying this, he didn't really want to die or let Lin Feng kill him. He wanted to instill fear in Lin Feng. If he wasn't afraid to die, Lin Feng would be even more hesitant to act. They were Lin Feng's life-saving trump card at this moment. If they were killed, Lin Feng would suffer even worse consequences. As soon as Qian Laoyi spoke, Lin Feng smiled. It seemed that he really had to turn Qian Laoyi into a vegetable. Such a regular person really didn't value human life. Typically, wanting to exterminate everyone around him, his whole family, was outrageous. It wouldn't be excessive to directly kill Qian Laoyi. If Lin Feng wanted to use Qian Laoyi and Qian Dehua to threaten the opponents and ensure he and Xia Ruoxu could safely leave, that was also achievable. As Lin Feng prepared to make a move against Qian Laoyi and break a leg or cause more significant harm, the opponents would be even more reluctant to act recklessly. However, Lin Feng had to deal with the 10 old folks. He didn't even consider escaping with his life intact. Lin Feng immediately began to reverse his cultivation method, his face quickly turning red, his eyes also becoming red. However, only his pupils were red. His pupils shone bright red, like purple hot iron, looking extremely terrifying. Using blood explosion, risking it all in a last stand. Seeing Lin Feng's skin turn red and his eyes also reddening, the 10 old men and women exchanged a glance and were slightly surprised. They didn't know what was happening to Lin Feng. They hadn't heard of any cultivation methods that could cause such a condition. But at that moment, Lin Feng's strength was revealed. He was merely at the profound tier perfection level. In their eyes, the profound tier perfection level couldn't stir up any waves or pose any real threat, no matter how strange it seemed. The other 9 old men and old women all looked towards the leader of the group of old men. Any one of them could easily solve the problem if they took action, but they needed to decide on a single person to do so. If all 10 acted together, it would be difficult for Lin Feng alone to handle them all. Just at that moment, Lin Feng released his grip, and Qian Dehui and Qian Luoyi instantly fell to the ground. Qian Luoyi let out an extremely miserable cry, the pain reaching his shattered leg, tearing at his heart and lungs, truly unbearable. What's going on? Is this little rascal surrendering? The 10 old men and women were slightly surprised. Seeing Lin Feng's eyes turning red and looking quite intimidating, they thought he was preparing for a desperate struggle. Who knew that Lin Feng would actually let the people go? Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "Come on, you 10 old animals. I have already burst with blood. Since that's the case, I will send you to the afterlife." After the blood burst, Lin Feng's strength was still at the peak Xuan rank. However, the energy within his body skyrocketed, and every inch of his skin was filled with the power of energy. At that moment, Lin Feng felt his strength was unprecedentedly powerful. This was the first time in many years that he had used the blood burst. He hadn't used it before because once used, he would have to start over. Even though he knew he could use the blood burst, he couldn't use it easily. This time, using the blood burst, Lin Feng really wanted to test how strong his combat power was. Could he truly, as the old pervert said, leap across to major ranks and kill his opponents in seconds? With a 1-minute time limit, a minute of blood burst time was enough for Lin Feng to deal with these 10 old folks. Even if there were 100, 1 minute would be enough. Ha ha ha, is this little rascal suddenly having a brain malfunction? Blood rushed to the head, causing red eyes and speaking nonsense. Only at the peak Xuan rank dares to speak to us this way. This is truly unprecedented. The first time I've seen this. Ha ha ha, this little rascal is really ridiculous. Truly ignorant of the heights of heaven and earth, right? With this level of strength, he really isn't even qualified to hold our shoes. How could he be so arrogant? Still thinking about who should go up and quickly take down this little thing to ensure Qian Luoyi and Qian Dehui are safe. I didn't expect this little thing to suddenly lose his mind, letting people go, and wants to confront us with peak Xuan rank power. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die from laughter. With just this kind of little thing, I don't have the urge to take action. Whoever wants to, go directly and break his limbs. The 10 old men and women burst into laughter. Each of them truly breathed a sigh of relief. In the current situation, it would truly be effortless to kill Lin Feng. Anyone could step up and do it. You damn it, stop laughing. Quickly take this little rascal down. First, break his bones one by one. Don't laugh anymore. Do you know how painful I am right now? Qian Luoyi, slightly recovered, saw the 10 old men and women still not taking action and immediately shouted hysterically, extremely angry. Earlier, he was still afraid that Lin Feng would keep him under control, worried about potential problems if he tried to save him. Now that he was safe, and the 10 old men and women were still laughing, not taking action. What are they playing at? Do they not know how deep his hatred for Lin Feng runs? How badly he wanted Lin Feng to suffer? Even for 1 second more, it was unbearable for him. Hearing Qian Luoyi speak this way, the 10 old men and women stopped laughing instantly, all withdrawing their smiles. Qian Luoyi was their master now. Laughing now without considering Qian Luoyi's feelings was truly inappropriate. Let me do it. I'll crush this little rascal's limbs one by one. A senior lady stepped forward, volunteered, shouted, and directly rushed towards Lin Feng. Inside her heart, there was truly no ripple, completely dismissing Lin Feng. After rushing over, the senior lady slapped directly at Lin Feng's head. She aimed to first make Lin Feng kneel on the ground, then slowly deal with him. She didn't use much force, for fear that a slap would directly burst Lin Feng's head open, leaving no room for play. When the senior lady's hand was about to hit Lin Feng's head, Lin Feng's right hand burned like fire, his skin all bright red, an unprecedentedly enormous power. He threw a punch at the senior lady's chest. The senior lady's speed was not as fast as Lin Feng's. Before she hit Lin Feng's head, Lin Feng's punch struck her chest. Dang! A huge sound, extremely deafening. Lin Feng's punch hit the senior lady's chest, instantly puncturing it. The bones in her chest and the organs inside were crushed into a cloud of blood mist, spurting out backward. The fist even went through the senior lady's body from the back. After Lin Feng's punch, he quickly retracted his fist. The senior lady stood in front of Lin Feng, her hand hovering above his head, but not moving a muscle, with a big hole in her chest straight through. My God! The senior lady felt something was very wrong. Looked down at her chest. Shocked, she opened her mouth to speak, but before she could say a few words, blood kept gushing from her mouth. Suddenly, her vision went dark, and she didn't know anything. She fell straight down, motionless. Lin Feng smiled brightly, his heart pounding with excitement and his blood boiling. It felt truly exhilarating. This power was indeed overwhelming. It seemed that the old man was right. Using Blood Burst, he could easily kill opponents to ranks above him without difficulty. However, using Blood Burst was not something to be taken lightly. If he wanted to use it, he could do so at any time, which was really satisfying. But by using it now, Lin Feng would have to start over. It was exhilarating, but starting over was quite painful to think about. Whoa, what the hell? What's going on? Dead. The other 9 old men and women stared in disbelief, their smiles frozen on their faces, unable to comprehend. Their hearts raced with shock and disbelief. They had thought that the old woman could easily handle Lin Feng, but who would have thought that she would be punched through the body and killed by Lin Feng? Wasn't Lin Feng a Zhuan rank Dachang? The old woman was a Che rank Dachang, to rank superior to Lin Feng. How could it be possible for Lin Feng to punch her to death? It was truly unimaginable and difficult for them to understand. Even Mr. Qian, with a forced cold smile on his face, was frozen in shock. He was also taken aback. Mr. Qian was now thinking, could it be that these old folks were not Che rank Dachang after all? If they were truly Che rank Dachang, how could Lin Feng have punched one of them to death? Mr. Qian was trembling even more. He had thought that his grandchildren's subordinates could easily deal with Lin Feng. If they couldn't, then it was over, truly over. He might even end up in a vegetative state, no different from being dead. Mr. Qian dared not speak or let the other old men and women go up. With the situation unclear, he was filled with fear and his heart trembled constantly. This fear occupied his mind, making even a broken leg seem no longer painful. Good Lord! Even Xia Ruoxu was dumbfounded, unable to understand why Lin Feng had suddenly become so powerful. Initially afraid of not being able to defeat Lin Feng, as the other party was undoubtedly much stronger, she had not taken Lin Feng seriously. But the results had truly surprised everyone. In this situation, Xia Ruoxu felt somewhat relieved, but still extremely shocked and amazed. It seemed that her previous worries were unnecessary. Lin Feng himself was confident. It's just that Xia Ruoxu did not yet realize how powerful and domineering Lin Feng had become now, how satisfying it was. But all the hard work of the past 2 or 3 days to regain his mastery of Zhuan rank was now in vain, and he had to start over. Lin Feng beckoned with his finger, smiling warmly as he said, "You 9 old beasts, come at me together. Stop standing there. Come on up and let me practice. It's rare to have such a satisfying time. If you don't come, then I will have to take the initiative." The 9 old men and women trembled even more upon hearing Li Feng's words. They really couldn't understand what was going on with Lin Feng. It was too mysterious, too powerful. The head of the group, Eldery, took a deep breath and waved his hand, saying, "Let's all go together. I don't believe that the 9 of us, all Tierang Dachang, can't kill him together. Don't let him keep his life. Don't give him any chance." The other old men and women nodded. In this situation, they had to act. If they didn't go up, Lin Feng would chase them. If Lin Feng was truly very strong, then his speed must also be very fast, and they might not be able to escape. even if they could escape. What about Mr. Qian and Mr. Qian Dahua? When Mr. Qian Filong and Mr. Qian Feifei returned and learned about the matter, they would be in deep trouble and might even die a tragic death. The 9 old men and women were now very serious, unleashing their full strength and not taking any chances. The leader of the group was even more cunning. His target was not Lin Feng, but Xia Ruoxu, who was not far behind Lin Feng. He was uncertain whether the 9 of them could defeat Lin Feng together, so he took the opportunity, while the other 8 elderly men and women dealt with Lin Feng, to catch Xia Ruoxu. Using Xia Ruoxu, he planned to force Lin Feng to surrender. Lin Feng could bring a woman with him. That woman must be very important to him, a weakness to exploit. Otherwise, if they really couldn't beat Lin Feng and had no leverage, they would all end up in a hopeless situation. Attack! The leader of the group waved his hand, roaring loudly, and along with the other 8 elderly men and women, swiftly charged towards Lin Feng. However, the leader's speed, while not slow, did not charge directly at Lin Feng, but came at him from the side, obviously trying to bypass Lin Feng and go after Xia Ruoxu. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and charged right at them. Lin Feng was not worried about Xia Ruoxu, as the old man had given her a jade bracelet that could protect her like his exploding energy sphere in times of danger. Lin Feng believed the old man's words, as he would not deceive him. If someone really tried to harm Xia Ruoxu, it was a good opportunity to test how powerful the protection function of the jade bracelet really was. A fierce battle was about to begin. Lin Feng rushed forward, leapt up, and delivered a side kick directly to the chest of an elderly woman in front of him. With a loud bang, the elderly woman's chest caved in, leaving a large footprint. She was sent flying, crashing into the wall with a thud. As she fell to the ground from the wall, blood spewed from her mouth, and her limbs twitched uncontrollably. After a few twitches, she lay still. Meanwhile, Lin Feng didn't stop there. After kicking the elderly woman away, he landed on the ground, bounced back up, and executed a high-level spinning sweep kick, launching 2 elderly men who charged at him, flipping through the air and crashing into the distance. With 2 loud bangs, they hit the ground, twitching and bleeding profusely from their facial orifices, eventually becoming still. As Lin Feng landed on the ground again, 2 more elderly men rushed towards him. Clenching both fists, Lin Feng stepped forward and leaned, unleashing a powerful punch that pierced straight through the chests of the 2 men, propelling them explosively away. When they crashed to the ground, they didn't even have a chance to twitch. Blood oozed from their mouths, and they lay motionless. 2 elderly women moved behind Lin Feng, both palms striking forcefully at his back. Sensing the strong palm strikes from behind, Lin Feng swiftly lowered his body and executed a low sweep kick, sweeping both women off their feet, causing their legs to break as they crashed to the ground. Quickly getting up, Lin Feng jumped and stomped down with both feet. Each foot landed on the chest of one of the elderly women, cracking their rib cages and shattering their internal organs, leaving large footprints. The 2 elderly women convulsed on the spot, blood flowing from their mouths before eventually becoming motionless. At this moment, 2 remaining elderly men realized the danger and hastily retreated. They no longer dared to approach, but the leader among them managed to evade Lin Feng and charge towards Xia Ruoxu. With a cold sneer, he reached out towards Xia Ruoxu's neck. Ah! Xia Ruoxu instinctively screamed in terror. The elder's speed was astonishing, catching her off guard. However, just as the elder's hand was about to touch Xia Ruoxu's neck, the jade bracelet on her hand emitted a bright white light. A snow-white light shield instantly enveloped Xia Ruoxu, expanding outward rapidly. With a bang, the shield expanded so swiftly, that in an instant, the elder's hand was disintegrated into a mist of blood. His body also collided with the expanding shield, exploding into a bloody mist with a deafening noise. The elder was a peak heavenly stage expert, but in the blink of an eye, he was obliterated by the light shield without a trace left behind. Xia Ruoxu was stunned, clueless about what happened, standing in shock. Lin Feng, witnessing the elder explode into a mist of blood, was equally shocked and overwhelmed. He couldn't believe the incredible defensive power of the jade bracelet. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit regretful at that moment. If he had known about the bracelet's protective capabilities, he would have stuck closer to Xia Ruoxu. When the adversary advanced and engaged, they might have been able to unleash their powers explosively without the need for a blood burst. However, these were just passing thoughts, and Lin Feng didn't dare to take that risk. As for the 2 remaining elderly men, they were dumbfounded having witnessed their leader explode. They thought Xia Ruoxu was tremendously powerful, leading to the elder's demise. Although they had witnessed strong opponents, seeing someone disintegrate into a mist of blood instantly was beyond their comprehension. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the trembling pair of elderly men, who had lost all composure, expressing no desire to escape. They knelt before Lin Feng, shivering on the ground, not understanding why they had provoked such a terrifying presence. It was unimaginable to them why they had offended someone so formidable. Initially thinking that the Qian family's presence would secure their dominance, they now found themselves in a desperate situation without even encountering the Qian family. This is really unfortunate. As soon as they came out, they died without any chance. Lin Feng doesn't have time to ask them anything else. They couldn't waste another minute, swiftly went over and didn't give the two old men a chance to beg for mercy. One punch each shattered their skulls and knocked them down directly. Then, quickly came over, took out a silver needle, and took advantage of his current strength to insert it into the brain of Mr. Qian, turning Mr. Qian into a vegetable. Ruoxu, help me quickly. With these settled, just when 1 minute passed, Lin Feng weakly said a sentence. In an instant, the world spun around. All the power in his body seemed to have drained away, and he collapsed weakly. The aftermath came, not only losing all his strength, but his body was also extremely weak. Lin Feng, are you okay? Don't scare me. Xia Ruoxu just realized and quickly came over to support Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng's pale face, continuously sweating, she was very worried, not knowing what was happening. But Lin Feng's condition seemed very bad. Lin Feng smiled weakly and said, "Don't worry. Just help me back, rest a bit, and it will be fine." This time, in order to smoothly deal with these 10 old guys, I directly used frightening means. I lost all my strength and have to start over again. However, it's okay. If the green hills remain, there will be wood to burn. Starting from scratch is fine. But in the future, we should be more discreet. The situation in this magic city is unpredictable, full of changes. It feels like a storm is coming, so it's better to be cautious. The two slowly walked out, and Lin Feng explained his situation in detail to Xia Ruoxu. Indeed, they needed to be more discreet in the future. It was necessary. This time, it was really too dangerous, almost ending Lin Feng's life here. Xia Ruoxu nodded and said, "As long as you're okay, we'll be more discreet in the future and try to be more tolerant. But don't be too tolerant, letting the other party trample on us. When you can't bear it, there's no need to endure any longer." Being discreet and tolerant are two different things. Being discreet means acting discreetly, concealing oneself, not simply enduring. Lin Feng immediately responded to Xia Ruoxu. Being discreet does not mean being tolerant. Then Lin Feng continued, "Ruoxu, after we go back, help me buy some other clothes. You can't wear sportswear anymore. Now, wearing sportswear all the time has attracted attention. Also, trim my hair a bit, it's too long. Time for a change." Okay. The two left directly and returned to Xia's house. After the cleanup, Yi Qingcheng sent someone over to take care of Lin Feng, and Lin Feng couldn't care less. Seeing Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu return safely, Xia Zhanghua's family breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Zhanglan and Su Wenjing came over again to thank Lin Feng deeply. This time, without Lin Feng, who knows what the final outcome would have been, but it would have been very tragic for sure. Lin Feng warmly said, "It's nothing. We're all family." But this time, the problem was indeed quite serious. Although I successfully resolved it, it's also led to my loss of strength. So, in the future, you all need to be more discreet. Don't tell anyone about my situation. This point Lin Feng had to make clear to Xia Zhanghua's family. Don't think he's invincible and can solve any problem. Go out bragging everywhere, causing trouble, thinking he can resolve it. This absolutely couldn't happen, even if he hadn't lost his strength. Xia Zhanghua and the others nodded, choosing to listen to Lin Feng. Hearing that Lin Feng was once again without strength, they still didn't underestimate him or look down on him again. Gu Haitong walked over with a worried expression and asked Lin Feng, "Junior brother, how will you recover?" Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Senior sister, I need Millennium Herbs or Vitality Stones to recover. Otherwise, I can only rely on my own cultivation, but doing it that way is too slow." Gu Haitong nodded slightly and continued, "Junior brother, stay with me here for now. I'll call home immediately and have someone send over the Millennium Herbs and Vitality Stones I have. They'll be delivered tomorrow to help you recover. I have 3 copies of the Millennium Herbs and a total of 15 Vitality Stones. Let's send them over first to help you recover. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Feng immediately thanked her. Gu Haitong gave him the best feeling. She didn't call him her husband or exploit him to solve the shackles of cultivation. She didn't even mention that matter at all. Instead, she was very kind to him. With a senior sister like her, Lin Feng was truly touched. Next, Lin Feng asked Gu Haitong to help him input some strength into Xia Ruoxu's jade bangle to continue protecting Xia Ruoxu. Lin Feng and Gu Haitong focused on refining the herbs, but Gu Haitong asked Lin Feng to rest while she kept watch. Lin Feng didn't leave. He stayed on the side to rest and practice cultivation, ready to switch with Gu Haitong at any moment. At this moment, 4 hours were about to pass. Outside, Chu Wanzhen and Mr. Bei had arrived. Chu Wanzhen was being pushed in a wheelchair by Chu Yunshan, bringing him over. Mr. Bei had brought to grey-robed old man whose strength was extremely powerful. Lin Feng, you little animal, come out and die. Mr. Bei didn't even bother knocking on the door, just shouted outside. The elder Mr. Bei has now fallen out with Chu Wanzhen. They have cut off all family relations. Upon hearing that Bei Qingfeng, Bei Qingning, and Bei Qingwan have had their limbs disabled, they can only lie in bed from now on. But Chu Wanzhen's son, Chu Yunlan, is unharmed, just hit once with no major issues. The elder Mr. Bei was furious, believing it to be Chu Wanzhen's fault. He blamed Chu Wanzhen for not helping protect the 3 siblings, Bei Qingfeng, Bei Qingning, and Bei Qingwan. Also, Chu Wanzhen owed him a treasure, so the elder Mr. Bei personally hired stronger bodyguards from the capital, but did not give Chu Wanzhen the promised treasure. Originally, Chu Wanzhen promised Lin Feng to send 3 treasures over, but he also did not give them to the elder Mr. Bai. Chu Wanzhen could only bring over 3 Qigong stones himself. He cannot break his promise to Lin Feng and needs Lin Feng to save his life. He truly does not have many days left. Not to mention others, Lin Feng's side is indeed formidable. Now, Chu Wanzhen's family has not been greatly harmed and they can completely let go of this matter. If the elder wants to sever ties with him, let it be. He doesn't care. When Wang Guifan and others heard this, they were shocked and immediately turned on all the lights in the courtyard to make it as bright as day, but did not dare to go out, all gathering with Lin Feng and Gu Hedong. Second senior sister, accompany me outside. Lin Feng opened his eyes, stood up, and said to Gu Hedong that going out for a few minutes would be fine. Gu Hedong nodded, took out a snow-white silk handkerchief, folded it, and covered her face. She is recognized by many people, so if she goes out directly and someone recognizes her, it will cause trouble later when dealing with Lin Feng. So she went out masked to see what was happening. Anyone who dares to harm Lin Feng, she would deal with them. The 2 went outside. Even though it was bright as day, they couldn't see clearly. Chu Wanzhen and the elder Mr. Bei both know Gu Hedong but did not recognize her. Lin Feng, although has lost his strength, his perception is still very strong. He instantly felt that the 2 men in grey robes next to the elder Mr. Bei have the power of the high-level Great Circle of Earth, clearly intending to kill him. But Lin Feng didn't know that it was the elder Mr. Bei, just guessed it was him. After all, the outline is somewhat similar to Bei Qingwan and the others. Chu Yunshan pushed Chu Wanzhen forward to face Lin Feng. Little divine doctor, I have brought the treasures I promised. Please accept them. Chu Wanzhen raised his hands, passing a purple-red box to Lin Feng, containing 3 Qigong stones. Chu Wanzhen, you old scoundrel, facing 1,000 cuts, still acting in cahoots with others. If I knew you were like this, I would never have let my sister marry you, old scoundrel. Seeing Chu Wanzhen's actions, the elder Mr. Bei directly cursed, unable to contain his anger. Chu Wanzhen did not respond to the elder Mr. Bei. Thank you, Chu elder. Lin Feng thanked and took the box. Opening it, he saw 3 small red beads, each a centimeter in diameter. Under the light, they radiated a bright red light, and the Qigong was also very strong, indeed 3 Qigong stones. This made Lin Feng look at Chu Wanzhen in a different light. He felt that Chu Wanzhen was actually quite a decent person. The 3 treasures promised before were on behalf of the elder Mr. Bei. But since the elder Mr. Bei personally brought people here to kill him, he could not give the treasures. It seems that Chu Wanzhen took out these 3 Qigong stones from his own pocket. Chu Wanzhen and Chu Yunshan stepped aside, and did not rush to leave, wanting to see what would happen next. They hoped that nothing would happen on either side. One was a relative and the other was a divine doctor who could save the elder Mr. Chu's life. It wouldn't be good for either side to have a problem, but there was no way they could intervene in such matters. Lin Feng looked at the elder Mr. Bei warmly, smiling and saying, "Sir, who are you? Why do you come here calling for violence as soon as you arrive?" The elder Mr. Bei just sneered and growled, "You little scum, pretending in front of Grandpa. You disabled my son and daughter. This enmity is irreconcilable. Today I came to make sure you have no place to die." Lin Feng smiled warmly again and said, "So it is the elder Mr. Bei. Old grievances are best resolved rather than carried forward. I believe you have long heard of the situation and are well aware of it. From the beginning, I did not provoke the Bei family. It has always been you picking on me, trying to kill me, each time more outrageous than the last. I really have no choice. I can't just surrender and let your people kill me, can I? If the elder Mr. Bei could step back, then we can let this matter go. Otherwise, I will surrender, and you can kill me." Lin Feng said this mainly for Gu Hedan to hear. He felt Gu Hedan was quite good, but did not know what she was thinking. If Gu Hedan is the same as the previous Oriental Zuer, then it would be troublesome. So, if Lin Feng wants Gu Hedan to act, he must have a solid argument. Thinking of Oriental Zuer, Lin Feng is still full of anger now. He never expected there to be a cultivator like Oriental Zuer. She is not worthy to be a cultivator. Gu Haitan is a gentle and virtuous woman, also known as the top healer in Neichuazia, saving lives. As a formidable individual, her approach towards cultivators will be tested this time to see if she can make decisive decisions. If Gu Haitan cannot handle it, Lin Feng will have to quickly call Xia Ruoxu for help. Who dares to touch anyone hiding behind Xia Ruoxu? The imposing voice of the elderly man from the north rang out coldly. "You little beast, it has always been us, the northern family, bullying others. No one has dared to bully us. It is perfectly justified for us to bully you and crush you to death. If you dare to harm anyone from my northern family, you are doomed to a dead end." Gu Haitan couldn't tolerate it and coldly snorted, saying, "The northern family? Ha! What great prestige! Just a third-rate family in the imperial capital dares to act so arrogantly. Just living is unbearable." Gu Haitan lowered her voice, her tone turning icy cold, making it hard to discern her original voice. There had been some interaction between the elderly man from the north and Gu Haitan, but not much, and Gu Haitan's voice felt somewhat familiar. However, Chu Wanzan suddenly furrowed his brow, feeling startled. Gu Haitan had once treated him, and they had exchanged a lot. Hearing that voice, Chu Wanzan quickly concluded that it was Gu Haitan. Upon closer observation of the expression in Gu Haitan's eyes, Chu Wanzan was even more in shock. It really was Gu Haitan. Chu Wanzan's heart trembled slightly. He hadn't expected that the top healer of Chuazia had a connection to Lin Feng. It seemed she was on Lin Feng's side, possibly helping him. With this realization, he felt that his illness might be curable. Gu Haitan and Lin Feng were friends, standing on Lin Feng's side. Anyone who could be friends with Gu Haitan must have deep medical expertise, possibly even greater than hers. Hearing Gu Haitan's words, Lin Feng felt reassured. Having said that, was enough. However, the elderly man from the north furrowed his brow and coldly said, "You wench, who are you exactly? What background do you have?" Aware that the northern family in the imperial capital was only a third-rate family yet spoke so arrogantly, it was clear that Gu Haitan's origins were not simple. Nonetheless, the elderly man from the north still didn't regard Gu Haitan highly. So what if she had a strong background? If they truly couldn't afford to provoke Gu Haitan, they would not act against her but focus on eliminating Lin Feng today. The northern family had 3 descendants of the elderly, who went to Mount Kunlun to study martial arts. The 20-year limit was almost up, and they were about to return. This was why the elderly from the Bai family possessed such confidence. Once the 3 descendants of the northern family emerge, their overall strength would skyrocket. This third-rate family might soon become a first-rate family and even have the potential to reach the ranks of top families. Dare to curse at me? Very well. Based on just your words, today, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Come on. I want to see how strong you are. Gu Haitan smiled again and muttered a few words under her breath, not mentioning the fact that they were bullying Lin Feng, who they intended to kill. It was indeed due to the elderly man from the north having insulted him that he would not have an easy time today. This wench really doesn't know her place. Make her die, and kill that little beast too. Attack. The elderly man from the north, no longer polite, shouted and waved his hand. The two peak-level grandmasters he had brought with him instantly unleashed their full strength and lunged towards Lin Feng and Gu Haitong. In a flash, Gu Haitong appeared in front of Lin Feng. As the two old men charged towards them, Gu Haitong took a step forward, gripping both of their throats with her jade hands. The speed was astonishing, as swift as lightning. The two old men had already made their move but had not even touched Gu Haitong before she had them in her grasp. Damn. In the next moment, the two old men felt a chill shooting straight to the top of their heads, their bodies cooling from head to toe. A sensation of death enveloped them. However, they couldn't do anything, not even scream. There was a crisp cracking sound as Gu Haitong crushed both of their throats directly. As she let go, the two old men collapsed lifelessly on the ground, blood trickling from their mouths, their breath extinguished. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. He couldn't help but give Gu Haitong a thumbs up. His second senior sister was truly amazing, feeling much better than the other senior sisters, gentle and decisive when facing cultivators, especially since his second senior sister had none of the powerful aura possessed by people like Yi Qingcheng, Qin Yishan, and Liu Shengnan. She was approachable, with a very sweet smile and a pair of dimples. Although Gu Haitong's beauty was not inferior to that of Yi Qingcheng and others, Lin Feng felt that she was like a big sister next door, without any airs. Damn. You wench, how can you be so powerful? Who are you really? The elderly man from the north was taken aback, shouting in shock as his heartbeat trembled slightly. Nevertheless, he remained brazen, his confidence overflowing. The fact that his 3 grandchildren had gone to study martial arts at Mount Kunlun truly made him feel somewhat inflated. In most cases, other families typically only send 1 or 2 people to study, but the northern family had sent 3, which was truly remarkable. Chu Wanzhen smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. He felt a little uncomfortable inside. The old man from the northern family was really asking for trouble. In such a situation, how could he still dare to scold others? Just an ordinary old man from the northern family, how could he possibly contend with Lin Feng and Gu Haitong now? She also understood why the old man from the north was so arrogant. Wasn't it because he had sent 3 grandsons and granddaughters to Kunlun Mountain to learn martial arts? But those who were sent to learn martial arts had not returned yet, so they were not here. Time would tell. When they truly emerge, then they could speak. If people were not out yet, and he was so arrogant, risking his life senselessly, what was the point? Old bastard, I see that you are really tired of living. Today, I will send you on your way. Gu Haitong couldn't take it anymore. She charged forward, intending to deal with the old man from the north. She couldn't care less about who the other party was or whether they were an ordinary person. Anyone who dared to speak to her like that deserved to die. Sister. Wait. Lin Feng quickly shouted. The main reason being that the old man from the north definitely had many elemental stones on him. Lin Feng wanted to get his hands on them, but killing the old man from the north like this would be letting him off too easily. Stop, you despicable person. If you touch me, I will wipe out your entire clan. I have 3 grandsons and granddaughters who have been studying martial arts at Kunlun Mountain for 20 years, and they are about to come out. The old man from the white family also roared at the same time, scaring everyone to deathly silence. However, the old man believed that as long as he said this, he would surely be able to intimidate the other party. The other side was so powerful, they must know about these things. Gu Haitong stopped and turned to look at Lin Feng. The words of the old man from the north did have some deterrent effect on Gu Haitong, but she was not afraid at all. Even if the north family had 30 people studying at Kunlun Mountain, they were not here now. In front of her, what was there to be arrogant about? Didn't they know the word death? Lin Feng walked over slowly. In just a short while, Lin Feng had absorbed 3 elemental stones, restoring his strength to the later stage of chair refining. He approached Gu Haitong and said warmly, "Sister, let me handle the rest." "Okay. Don't let this old bastard off lightly. I'll go check on the progress of the herb concoction." Gu Haitong nodded and didn't continue with anything else, quickly heading back to watch over the herbal concoction, checking the temperature and adding water slowly if needed. Outside, now that Lin Feng had everything under control, there were no more cultivators around. "You brat, I'll say it to you again. My north family has 3 grandsons and granddaughters who have been studying martial arts at Kunlun Mountain for 20 years. They are about to come out. You better not touch me, otherwise, you will die a very miserable death. The old man from the White family sneered coldly at Lin Feng. Just now, he had almost peed his pants. He thought Gu Haitong would have killed him. He had never expected that Lin Feng would be afraid and stop Gu Haitong. Now, he probably wouldn't have any problems. If he scared Lin Feng a little more, Lin Feng definitely wouldn't dare to touch him again. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Old bastard, no matter how many grandsons and granddaughters you have sent to Kunlun Mountain to study martial arts, if they are not here now, it's all nonsense. I'll cut straight to the chase. You, this old bastard, need to bring me 10 elemental stones within 4 hours. Of course, you can choose not to bring them, but then I will break all your limbs. I'm not joking with you. I will break one of your legs now. Do you dare? Do you dare try to touch me?" The old man from the north was so scared that he retreated, trembling with fear. But Lin Feng stepped forward quickly. In an instant, he was in front of the old man from the north. His right hand raised and a big slap landed on the old man's face. With a crisp sound, the bones in the old man's face shattered. His teeth were knocked out. The old man fell to the ground. Ow! The old man from the north was still screaming in agony, his head buzzing. Lin Feng raised his foot and stomped on the old man's left leg, making a cracking sound as it broke into pieces. Of course, the flesh and skin were still connected. Ow! The old man from the north's screams became even more pitiful, with convulsions and tremors. His face turned pale rapidly, with white foam starting to come out of his mouth. Chu Wanzhen couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for the old man. Why did he have to be so arrogant? Wasn't it good to live well? He didn't have many days left to live, and no matter what he did, he still had to be cautious and nervous. After waiting for the old man from the north to recover slightly, Lin Feng looked at him with a warm smile and said, "North Elder, how about it? Will you have someone bring 10 elemental stones to me within 4 hours? You can stay silent, but I'll give you only 10 seconds to answer. If you don't answer, or if I'm not satisfied with the answer, then I'm sorry. Even if the King of Heaven is here, you old bastard will not survive. You will be meeting the King of Hell." Lin Feng really needed a large number of elemental stones to recover quickly. There was no room for joking, especially after hearing that those who had gone to study martial arts at Kunlun Mountain were about to come out. The pressure on Lin Feng was huge. Although Lin Feng will try to keep a low profile and lock down information as much as possible, there are always some places that cannot be fully sealed off. Once those guys come out from Kunlun Mountain, Lin Feng will definitely be in big trouble. "I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Don't touch me. I'll call right now." The old man from the north was breathing very heavily, speaking in gasps, and quickly agreed. He had no choice. Lin Feng was really not afraid, no fear of heaven or earth. No matter how he threatened, it was useless. "Why didn't you say so earlier? It would have been better." "No. Hurry up, 4 hours, remember, only 4 hours. If the goods are not delivered in 4 hours, then you, old bastard, get ready to spend the rest of your life without limbs, lying in bed." Lin Feng smiled warmly, then turned and went back to the villa. He didn't care about the old man from the north. He believed that no one would dare take the old man away now, not even Chu Wanzhen. "Yunshen, go and move the bodies of the 2 dead old men into the car. Drag them back and find a place to bury them. We'll head back first." Chu Wanzhen immediately told Chu Yunshen, knowing there was no need to stay here any longer. They hurried back to prepare and bring the treasures with them to seek Lin Feng's help in treating the illness. Chu Yunshen nodded and immediately complied. After the 2 of them finished, as they were about to leave, the old man from the north cried out in pain, brother-in-law, take me away too. Please, I'm in so much pain. Take me to the hospital first. My old bones probably won't last for hours. It's too painful." Chu Wanzhen laughed and said, "You brought this upon yourself. How can I dare to take you with me? I told you before coming, after sending the 3 treasures, just don't go against the little divine doctor. You didn't listen. Yet you blame me. You even wanted to sever our family ties, and now you're pleading with me again. Don't you have the gouts? The 3 grandsons and granddaughters, aren't they coming back from their cultivation on Kunlun Mountain? Handle it yourself. Yunshen, let's go." After saying that, Chu Wanzhen and Chu Yunshen left directly. Chu Wanzhen also felt relieved. Being scolded by the old man from the north made him angry when he thought about it. He had made several trips for Bei Qingwan, Bei Qingfen, and Bei Qingming, trying his best. This wasn't the first time he had advised the people of the North family to stop. In the end, they cursed him and severed family ties, and now they were seeking his help again. It's really ridiculous. Brother-in-law, for the sake of Yulan, don't leave. Please take me with you. I'm dying. I feel like I'm dying. The old man kept crying out, but Chu Wanzan and Chu Yunshan didn't stay, and soon disappeared. Father, what should we do now? Chu Yunshan was driving and asked Chu Wanzan. Chu Wanzan slowly said, we absolutely cannot go against Lin Feng, you know. Do you know who Lin Feng's second sister is? Father, I was just about to bring that up. I feel like Lin Feng's second sister is Gu Haitong, the #1 divine doctor in Huaxia and part of the Gu family in the capital. When this was mentioned, Chu Yunshan was once again extremely shocked. Chu Wanzan nodded and said, that's right, it's Gu Haitong. Lin Feng clearly has a close relationship with Gu Haitong. Gu Haitong, the #1 divine doctor of Huaxia. Lin Feng's medical skills are extremely formidable, even more so than Gu Haitong. So, from now on, never provoke Lin Feng. He has some extremely powerful backers behind him that we can't even fathom. When we return, bring the origin stone, and tomorrow come and ask Lin Feng for help in examining me. My days are becoming increasingly limited. Chu Wanzan coughed up blood again after speaking. Son, should we inform all the members of the Chu family and distribute photos of Lin Feng so they won't provoke him in the future? Chu Yunshan asked again. He had asked this question before, but now he really hoped to spread the message to prevent any foolish members of the Chu family from causing trouble by provoking Lin Feng. There's no need. In the future, whoever dares to provoke Lin Feng will face the consequences. Our Chu family needs to clean up our act, definitely not be like the North family, stubbornly unrepentant. The end result will be complete destruction. Chu Wanzan held firm to his principles and opinions. To be honest, even if it were Chu Yunlan, if he dared to provoke Lin Feng again in the future, Chu Wanzan would no longer interfere. Once, twice, but not a third time. Chu Yunlan had already provoked Lin Feng twice. If there was a third time, it was up to Lin Feng how he wanted to deal with it. If Chu Wanzan interfered again, he could write his own family name backward. On the other side, the old man from the north lay on the ground alone, his cries gradually weakening, his pain easing slightly, but cold sweat still poured down his forehead. The old man from the north continued to make phone calls. Since Lin Feng wasn't there, he directly instructed the people from the North family to prepare in 2 ways. First, I would bring 10 origin stones, then hire even stronger practitioners from the Practitioner Association. Hire to peak-level celestial tier practitioners who upon arrival would enter to deal with Lin Feng. If they couldn't handle it, then let the people from the North family coming and give Lin Feng the origin stones. They must tell the 2 peak-level celestial tier practitioners that after they enter, they couldn't reveal their employer's identity. This way, if Lin Feng could handle the 2 peak-level celestial tier practitioners, he would have no grounds to speak. Currently, the strongest bodyguards that the Practitioner Association could hire were at the peak of celestial tier. Anyone surpassing celestial tier could not be hired. Otherwise, the old man from the north would bring in something even stronger. He was prepared to go to any lengths to settle the score with Lin Feng. The people of the Xia family all rested. Xia Ruolin ran to sleep with Xia Ruoxu. Lin Feng continued to accompany Gu Haitong and kept watch together. Gu Haitong, who was originally told to rest, refused. Gu Haitong also told Lin Feng to rest, but Lin Feng also refused. The 2 of them stood their ground, keeping watch together. As cultivators, they could go without sleep for 7 days without any issues, still full of energy. Sister, how was your day playing with your brother-in-law? Xia Ruolin seemed very curious. Even though the lights were turned off, she still refused to sleep. It was fine. I don't know why, but I feel happy and joyful when I'm with him. While we were out today, instead of you going, he took me and we encountered a large tiger. It was my first time touching the tiger, let alone riding on its back and galloping. This will be the most beautiful memory of my life. Xia Ruoxu mentioned this event with an incredibly sweet smile, feeling happiness within. Oh my goodness, sister, you call him brother-in-law now. You don't object anymore. Xia Ruolin was extremely surprised. Previously, whenever she called Lin Feng brother-in-law, Xia Ruoxu corrected her, but now she didn't object. Have things progressed this quickly between them? What is there to object to? He proposed to me today, and I said yes. Now I'm his fiancé, and he is my fiancé. There's nothing wrong with you calling him brother-in-law. Oh gosh. Sister, have you both blasted off in a rocket with this speed of development? My goodness. Xia Ruoxu just laughed, feeling incredibly sweet inside. The pace was indeed a little fast, but she believed it all happened naturally and smoothly. Sister, can I see your phone and the photos? Show me the tiger pictures. I regret it now. My stomach aches with regret. If I had known, I would have joined you guys. I wouldn't have just touched the tiger, let alone rode on its back. Xia Ruoxu took the phone. Besides taking photos, they also shot videos of both her and Lin Feng riding the tiger, cuddling in Lin Feng's arms and both laughing sweetly. Xia Ruolin, upon seeing these videos, kept expressing surprise and envy, but she felt a pang of pain in her heart. She admired her sister so much. Lin Feng was truly exceptional. She now realized that she also quite liked Lin Feng. She had previously thought that if her sister didn't want Lin Feng, she would try to win Lin Feng back. But unexpectedly, the two of them, through ups and downs, ended up together, and the speed of their relationship was as fast as lightning. It had only been 2 or 3 days, and they were already engaged. Xia Ruolin didn't sleep well that night. Every time she closed her eyes, Lin Feng's figure would appear in her mind. On the other hand, Xia Ruoxu slept soundly, with a smile on her lips. On the Su family's side, at this time, the lights were still on at the Su family, with all the members gathered together. The patriarch of the Su family was extremely furious. Not only was a vital energy stone lost, but the Su family had also lost many cultivators and bodyguards. Even their own grandson, Su Yawei, was directly disabled. After so many years, it was the first time anyone dared to provoke the Su family. What was most terrifying was that they couldn't figure out who the culprit was. Immediately investigate and find out who the other side is. If you can't find out, no one will get any sleep tonight. This insult cannot be tolerated. Daring to make trouble for my Su family is like courting disaster. Even if they are from the other to top-tier families, we must make them pay a heavy price. Investigate now. Immediately. No one dared to speak, and the Su family patriarch were, in anger, pounding the table with his hand in frustration. Everyone nodded and hurried to investigate. They checked from every angle, focusing on the students and teachers who participated in the field trip organized by the Magic Academy. This time, the Su family suffered a heavy loss and were utterly humiliated. The head of the Su family, Su Chanlan, immediately hired over a dozen even more powerful cultivator bodyguards to come and seek revenge. No matter what, they must avenge this grievance. On the side of the Cultivators Association, the chairman was also furious and immediately dispatched dozens of even stronger cultivators to investigate the Magic City and ascertain who the mastermind behind all this was. They, too, were determined to seek revenge. The purpose of the Cultivators Association training cultivators and hiring them out to major families and powers was ultimately to make money. The hiring fees were quite high, and each month they had to pay a significant amount. The Cultivators Association made a considerable profit from this. If a cultivator died, the situation needed to be assessed. If they died in service to their employer without any issues, then the other party had to compensate. If it was due to the cultivator's own recklessness, then the Cultivators Association had to compensate the other party. These rules were never to be violated. Therefore, each time a cultivator died, even with some compensation, the Cultivators Association still suffered heavy losses, like killing the Golden Goose. Now in the Magic City, cultivators from the Cultivators Association were dying continuously. The first time in history, at this many were perishing daily. The Cultivators Association had to take it seriously. On the side of the Magic City, after Ma Xiaomawen was disabled, he reported to the family. He requested that the family send more cultivators to come and seek revenge against Lin Feng. This grudge would not be forgotten by Ma Wen. Lin Feng wanted to remain low-key, but for the only person with no leads and information on the mastermind, they could only focus on the Qian family. The rest were all getting restless. Though the tree wants to stay quiet, the wind refuses to cease. Lin Feng accompanied Gu Haitong. Gu Haitong rarely spoke, but her demeanor was very serious. She had a stunning beauty, with a faint smile always playing at the corners of her mouth. This made Lin Feng understand the true meaning of quiet as a virgin. Gu Haitong was truly captivating, always making Lin Feng unable to help but look at her. Junior brother, Take a break for yourself. Do I look that good that you keep staring at me? Gu Haitong turned around, smiling gently and captivatingly. Lin Feng warmly replied, "It's okay, senior sister. If you need to rest, you should go. You're here to help, and if you keep staring at me, how can I go rest?" Gu Haitong nodded and softly said, "Well, staring at each other like this is boring. Let's chat. Do you know the meaning behind my name, Haitong?" Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Haitong is a kind of flower, pink in color. The symbolism of the Haitong flower is lazy, ambiguous, lingering, and also signifies unrequited love, because the Haitong flower has no fragrance. She hides her feelings so others cannot perceive them." John Ailing once wrote in The Unfinished Dream of Red Mansions that the three greatest regrets in life are a sturgeon with many spines, a scentless Haitong flower, and the unfinished dream of the Red Mansions. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Gu Haitong was slightly surprised. Lin Feng seemed quite knowledgeable. Gu Haitong smiled softly and said, "Junior brother, then can you tell me how exactly the Haitong flower is ambiguous and lingering?" Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "Then let me tell senior sister a little story." Su Dongpo had a good friend named Zhang Xian, who was a famous poet in the Northern Song dynasty, alongside Liu Yang. When Zhang Xian turned 80, he married a young concubine who was only 18. On the day of the wedding banquet, guests and friends filled the seats. Zhang Xian was in high spirits and immediately composed a poem publicly. "I'm 80, and you're 18. You with your beauty, I with my white hair. With you, I feel young again. Just one flower year between us." Su Dongpo couldn't help but stand up upon hearing this and spontaneously composed a poem in response to Zhang Xian. The 18-year-old bride and the 80-year-old groom, with white hair and red attire, like a pair of mandarin ducks, they spend the night together, the pair blossoms towering over the Haitong flowers. After a few words, the whole room burst into laughter. The meaning is simple. The groom is 80, with all his hair turned white. The bride is 18, exquisitely dressed and beautiful, like a pair of mandarin ducks spending the night together, and the pair blossoms towering over the Haitong flowers describe a perfect scene of bridal chamber nights. So, the Haitong flower also carries the symbols of ambiguity and lingering. How do you feel about it, senior sister? Gu Haitong smiled again, glared at Lin Feng, and playfully tapped him with a little fist. Even without such a clear explanation, Gu Haitong understood that with such a clear explanation, there was a hint of ambiguity in the air. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was truly remarkable, being articulate and knowledgeable. Chatting with Lin Feng was truly enjoyable. "Junior brother, it seems like you've read a lot, huh?" Gu Haitong smiled and said. Lin Feng warmly replied, "Not really. The old lecturer once said, it's better not to know how to read than not to know people. I still have a lot to learn. Just studying without experiencing won't be of much use. They say it's better to travel thousands of miles, observe countless people, than to read thousands of books. I'll rely on senior sister to take care of me in the future. You talk too much. Don't worry. With senior sister around, I will take good care of you." Up to this point, Gu Haitong still hadn't mentioned the matter of imposing restrictions on Lin Feng's cultivation. This left Lin Feng feeling puzzled and unable to comprehend. "Lin Feng, you damn beast, come out and face death." Just as they were about to continue their conversation, a furious shout was heard from outside. Zia Jianhui and the others were awoken. They chose to ignore it and continue sleeping, trusting Lin Feng completely. If they weren't worried, there was nothing they could do about it. Two old men in yellow robes arrived outside. Due to the urgency of time, they hadn't even changed into yellow robes. Not changing into yellow robes was a way to clearly indicate that they were from the Cultivators Association, not mercenaries. This was in line with the mindset of the old man from the north. The two didn't greet the old man from the north and continued to conceal their identities. The eldest son of the old man had been outside observing, but he hadn't come in. He wanted to observe first, and if the two old men couldn't handle Lin Feng and were defeated, he would come in with 10 elemental stones. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Senior sister, I need to trouble you to come out with me again. It's not peaceful around here in the middle of the night. There are too many people who want me dead." Gu Haitong reassured, "It's all right. Since you're my junior brother, whoever wants you dead will have to deal with me first." With that, Gu Haitong put on a scarf and handkerchief, and together with Lin Feng, they went out to resolve the situation before returning inside. Upon arriving, Old Master Bei was still lying there, pretending to moan softly. In reality, he hadn't moved at all and could easily endure the pain. In the courtyard, there were 2 additional elderly men in yellow robes, both at the pinnacle of the Sky Step realm. It was evident that this time, Old Master Bei was truly going all out. The cultivation at the pinnacle of the Sky Step realm was truly terrifying, at least for Lin Feng at the moment. No matter what he did, he couldn't resolve the situation. The 2 men didn't pay any attention to Old Master Bei, and Old Master Bei didn't say anything else. Lin Feng smiled and thought that Old Master Bei believed he could make them think that these 2 pinnacle Sky Step cultivators hadn't been brought by him. That was impossible. Lin Feng knew how many people Old Master Bei had offended and realized that who would come to kill in the middle of the night. Lin Feng warmly said, "You 2 old sirs, what are you doing here in the middle of the night making a commotion? Are you preventing people from sleeping? How have I offended you?" One of the old men roared, "You brat, how dare you ask such questions? Our Cultivators Association, how many have died by your hands? You know it well. Now we're here to make you pay in kind." Lin Feng warmly retorted, "Don't play innocent. You were called by Old Master Bei, thinking I wouldn't figure it out. No. Absolutely not. We have no connection with this old man." The 2 men hurriedly shook their heads. The employer had said that without permission, they couldn't reveal their identities. Lin Feng chuckled, still denying it. "I say, how would you know it was this old geezer? It's truly laughable." The 2 men were speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so cunning, quickly unveiling their identities with just a few words. And Old Master Bei was fuming. These 2 old brutes made a direct move on Lin Feng when he appeared. Why didn't they just act instead of talking? A few words with Lin Feng exposed their identities. If they couldn't deal with Lin Feng, the situation would become even more serious. And at this point, since Lin Feng had discovered the 2 old men's identities, Old Master Bei no longer needed to pretend ignorance. He directly shouted, "Take action immediately. Kill Lin Feng and that woman. You fools, why waste time talking? Act now." Upon hearing Old Master Bei's order, North Qinglong, who was observing from the shadows, entered. The 2 old men's identities were exposed, so he had no reason to stay outside any longer. He felt there was no need to observe outside. What strong adversaries couldn't be resolved by 2 at the pinnacle of the Sky Step realm? But Old Master Bei insisted he stay outside, so he had no choice. Now that North Qinglong had entered, a cold smile played on his lips. He wanted to see how miserable the outcome for Lin Feng would be. His 2 brothers, a sister, and even his father had all been dealt with by Lin Feng. This grudge must be repaid, or it would be better to die. Die, you brat, die, you wench. Both old men at the pinnacle of the Sky Step realm roared, unleashing their full strength as they charged towards Lin Feng and Gu Haitong. There was no way Lin Feng and Gu Haitong could stand a chance against them. They were monstrously powerful at the pinnacle of the Sky Step realm. Lin Feng remained still, and in an instant, Gu Haitong moved in front of him. When the 2 old men approached, Gu Haitong swiftly stepped forward, grabbing both of their throats in her hands. Without hesitation, with a crackling sound, she snapped both their necks, before swiftly retreating back to Lin Feng's side. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Old Master Bei and North Qinglong only saw the 2 old men charging and then suddenly stopping. They hadn't seen what happened, as they only saw their backs. They didn't know that blood was gushing from the old men's mouths, nearly dead. Old Master Bei yelled, "You 2 brutes, keep going. Why are you hesitating?" North Qinglong also shouted, "Both of you, attack. Don't hesitate. Show no mercy." But after Old Master Bei and North Qinglong shouted, they saw the 2 old men suddenly collapse to the ground, motionless with a thud. When they had been defeated, Old Master Bei and North Qinglong had no clue. What the heck? Get up! What's going on? Old Master Bei and North Qinglong stood dumbfounded, eyes wide open. They hadn't witnessed any action, yet the 2 pinnacle Sky Step realm cultivators were lying on the ground, motionless. If they were truly dead, what would they do next? Lin Feng warmly said, "Stop whining, you 2 brutes. You aren't worth pity. We had agreed on delivering 10 chest stones, but instead, you brought stronger adversaries to kill me. Can't you keep your word? Now that these 2 old brutes are dead, what's next for you 2? No. No. No." Old Master Bei moaned in pain, trembling, realizing it was truly over. The 10 chest stones had been delivered, but even if they had 10 more, sending others to kill Lin Feng wouldn't guarantee their safety. particularly, and his eldest son would also be dragged into this. The entire family could be ruined by Lin Feng. Oh no, this mustn't happen. The old man from the north is truly desperate, calling to the heavens with no response, calling to the earth with no answer. Now he's truly at a loss, even though he has 3 grandsons and granddaughters who were sent to Kunlun Mountain to learn martial arts. They haven't returned. Distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. At this moment, the old man from the north finally understands the true intentions of Chu Wanzhen. Even after being scolded, everyone advised him not to go against Lin Feng, but he stubbornly refused to listen. And now he regrets it, doesn't he? Is he feeling the despair? Is it all over now? Dad, don't cry, don't lose hope. Don't forget that in our family, we have 3 people sent to Kunlun Mountain to learn martial arts. The 20-year deadline is up. They will be coming out soon. How dare that little beast harm us? At that time we will surely wipe out his entire family. Seeing the North's old man in such agony, Bei Qinglan tried to persuade him a few words. His heart was in anguish. He also threatened Lin Feng, thinking that Lin Feng didn't know about this. Old man Bai cried even more miserably. He had said this before. If these words were useful, his leg wouldn't have been broken. Lin Feng chuckled warmly, saying, I see that you be so lawless and arrogant. You have reached a similar state, saying similar things, threatening to wipe out a whole family. Where is the justice? Where is the moral principle? Be good, as there are gods watching. People can deceive each other, but not the heavens. Being so arrogant, even if no one can control you, the heavens will punish you. Bei Qinglan pointed at Lin Feng, shouting coldly, You little beast, don't be so arrogant. Every word I said is true. If you doubt it, you can check through your connections, your abilities, if it's true. I advise you now, don't push your luck. Let us leave. We can still reconcile our differences. Otherwise, the consequences are something you cannot bear. Threatening to wipe out your whole family is just the beginning. Try it if you don't believe it. Bei Qinglan thought that Lin Feng was scared and didn't know the truth, so he warned Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head in silence and walked away directly. Naturally, Bei Qinglan didn't dare to act. To perfect sky-ranked experts, even don't know how they die. How would he dare to act? Faced with cultivators, he was just an ordinary person, nothing more. If they wanted to kill him, it would be easier than crushing an ant. But Bei Qinglan still stood in front of the North's old man, staring coldly at Lin Feng, even trembling, but never retreating. Little beast, if you dare, come at me. Bei Qinglan didn't believe that Lin Feng would really dare to attack. But when Lin Feng approached, he grabbed Bei Qinglan's hair, raised his hand, and gave him a big slap. Bei Qinglan felt a buzzing in his ears and mind, saw stars in his eyes, and everything became unclear and dizzy. No. 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 Don't. Don Single. The North old man kept screaming in agony, as if his heart was breaking apart. But even at this point, Lin Feng didn't hear a word of apology or a plea for forgiveness from the North old man. Clearly, even at this point, the North old man was not ready to compromise with him, to turn their swords into plowshares. As long as they were alive, they would continue to deal with him. Lin Feng had no intention of letting the two go. Even at this point, they showed no remorse, so Lin Feng would not spare them. The next moment, Bei Qinglan felt himself being violently pulled by Lin Feng, thudded to the ground. Then he heard a cracking sound, and felt his limbs making cracking noises. Oh, what's happening? Bei Qinglan wasn't clear yet when excruciating pain rushed into his mind, causing him to scream, convulse, and foam at the mouth. Within a few moments, Bei Qinglan passed out directly. Lin Feng kicked Bei Qinglan away and picked up the box on the ground. Upon opening it, he found exactly 10 vital energy stones inside. Lin Feng smiled brightly, as these 10 stones would greatly help him. Now he had recovered to the late-stage share refining realm. These 10 stones would boost him up by 2 more levels, directly elevating him to the late-stage profound realm. Compared to his previous strength when he used Bloodburst, he wasn't much weaker. It really felt like old things had passed, and new things had arrived. Seeing Lin Feng smile, Gu Haitong also smiled knowingly. She had to go back and guard the medicinal materials being processed and couldn't leave for too long. She left this matter to Lin Feng to resolve. Lin Feng wasted no time. He immediately held the vital energy stones, 5 in each hand, and quickly practiced to recover. Strength was the most important. Lin Feng had to make the most of his time to recuperate. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Feng had already recovered to the late-stage profound realm. Oh, it feels so good. So satisfying to be in the late-stage profound realm. I'm very pleased. Perfect. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh, feeling extremely excited. He had been in the completed Huang realm all along, then obtained 5 vital energy stones from Master Qian, reaching the completed profound realm. Without fully experiencing the power of the completed profound realm, he immediately used Blood Burst, resetting everything. Now, he had reached the late-stage profound realm again, and Lin Feng was truly satisfied. Seeing Lin Feng so happy, old Master Bei was even more tormented, crying more miserably. Lin Feng looked towards old Master Bei, warmly smiling and saying, "Stop crying. Quickly make a phone call to have someone take you to the hospital, and also have these 2 old animals' bodies moved away. I welcome your grandchildren to come and cause trouble for me in the future, but by then, the consequences will be even more severe. I'm in a good mood now, so I won't bother you anymore." Lin Feng indeed did not continue to bother old Master Bei, as it was meaningless. Cutting off a leg and limbs, or turning them into vegetative state, were all meaningless, unless directly eliminating all the people who already knew of his existence in the Bei family. If not all eliminated or turned into vegetative state, the information would leak. After speaking, Lin Feng ignored old Master Bei and went back directly. Old Master Bei could only call Chu Wanzan, asking Chu Wanzan to send someone to take them to the hospital. Chu Wanzan called for an ambulance for old Master Bei but didn't take care of the rest. No one was willing to send people. Shortly after, the ambulance arrived and took old Master Bei and Bei Qinglan to the hospital. But on the way, old Master Bei kept repeating one phrase, "I will kill you, I will kill you." Bei Qinglan also repeated only one thing, "I will seek revenge, I will seek revenge." They kept repeating it, even if they fainted or were confused, they still repeated the phrase. It was evident that their hatred towards Lin Feng was truly deep, engraved in their bones and marrow. On Lin Feng's side, he continued to stay with Gu Haitong, standing guard together. At 4 in the morning, Lin Feng's phone rang. He checked and saw that it was from Su Jingwen. At this time, everyone was probably asleep, even students, no matter how hard they tried to study, wouldn't be up this early. Lin Feng was puzzled, so he decided to answer the call. But before he could answer, the call hung up. Lin Feng then noticed an unread message from Su Jingwen. He immediately opened the message and saw a long string of words. "Big brother Lin, something's happened. People from the Su family have come to the school. Everyone is resting, but they barged into the girls' dormitory and took all of our classmates who live on campus, as well as teacher Dongfang, outside the school, interrogating us, asking who started the fight, what's their name, and where they live. They were violent and even hit many students. They said if the culprit isn't identified, no one will escape punishment. But no one has mentioned you. They keep hinting for me to inform you in hope that you can help. All students, regardless of who they are, greatly admire Lin Feng, especially the girls. Many have secretly admired him. They never intended to betray Lin Feng. Mainly, they hope Su Jingwen can quickly inform Lin Feng, so he can come and resolve the situation. Otherwise, they won't be able to hold out much longer and will eventually inform the Su family about Lin Feng. However, what they know is limited to the fact that Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu are Su Jingwen's relatives, nothing else. Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly, cursing the Su family for their lawlessness. How could they dare to barge into the school? A school is a place of education, and to directly drag teachers and students out like that, it was unbearable for Lin Feng. What made him even angrier was that Dongfang Zur was a skilled individual herself. If Dongfang Zur intervened, how could the Su family have reached such levels of lawlessness? However, Dongfang Zur had no intentions of getting involved. She just wanted to see Lin Feng and get to know him better. If she had intervened, Lin Feng wouldn't have gone there, especially because he was the cause of the trouble. In her view, where there's a wrong, there is someone responsible. Lin Feng must resolve it himself. It's not her concern. What's wrong, junior brother? You seem angry. Gu Haitong noticed that Lin Feng's expression wasn't right. He was staring at his phone, and softly asked, "This must mean something went wrong." Lin Feng immediately smiled warmly and said, "Second senior sister, it's nothing serious, just that people from the Su family are acting recklessly, actually coming to the school and dragging out teachers and students. That this is a case of inviting trouble upon themselves. If they want to harm me, I have to go and see." "All right then, go take a look. Don't worry, I'll watch over things here," Nothing will happen. You just need to be careful. Ku Haitong nodded, feeling that Lin Feng was always involved in many things. Troubles knocking on the door all the time. Lin Feng left directly and drove to the Magic Capital Academy. Near the Magic Capital Academy, there was a small square. At this moment, Su Jingwen and the others were all brought to the square. The people from the Su family who came over were all men, around 20 of them. In charge of inspecting the school was a young man with yellow hair, Su Yaowei's cousin, Su Yaowen. Su Yaowen looked at Su Jingwen and the others, shouting loudly, "I'm going to count to 10 here. After 10, I want to know who started the fight, their name, and where they live. If I don't get the answers, I'll make you all pay a painful price right here. Women will be sent to the bathhouse, and men will have their limbs broken." 10, 9, 8, Su Yaowen coldly shouted, causing those students to tremble, truly frightened. At this moment, Lin Feng had arrived, but was secretly watching from not far away. His main goal was to see if Don Fangzur would take any action. 1. When Huan Mao counted to 1, no one spoke. Huan Mao directly threw his cigarette butt on the ground, sparks flying. He roared, "Bring me the man. Whoever it is, break his legs first." At this point, the thugs rushed forward, but Don Fangzur remained motionless. "Stop!" Lin Feng shouted loudly, walking out slowly. His roar was piercing and loud, causing the approaching thugs to stop in their tracks. They all turned around to look in the direction of the shouting, gazing at Lin Feng. Upon seeing Lin Feng, dressed in sportswear, they knew for sure it was him, the person they were looking for. But the thugs were afraid, their hearts pounding. They had heard that many people had been sent to the hospital by Lin Feng. What chance did they stand? Only Huan Mao, with two strong gray-robed old men at his side, both at the early stage of Zhuan level, had some confidence. After all, Huan Mao knew that his cousin had sent people to deal with Lin Feng, believing that Lin Feng couldn't even beat someone at the early stage of Zhuan level. However, a woman in ancient clothing had appeared at that time, very powerful, mistakenly saved Lin Feng, otherwise he would have died long ago. Now, with two early stage Zhuan level individuals with him, Lin Feng stood alone. What was there to fear? He could definitely handle it. Seeing Lin Feng appear, Su Jingwen and others breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that as long as they informed Lin Feng, he would definitely come. In their eyes, Lin Feng was a great hero. Knowing this, Lin Feng couldn't ignore the situation. "He's really here, great," Don Fangzur whispered, smiling warmly. Her mood improved greatly upon seeing Lin Feng, although she didn't know why. "Don't be afraid, surround him immediately. This little beast is finally here. Don't worry, this little beast can't beat the Zhuan level early stage. If it wasn't for a woman saving him that day, he would have died a long time ago. We have two early stage Zhuan levels, it's easy to kill him. Don't let him escape," Huan Mao shouted, and the thugs, who had been hesitant, were relieved by his words. They immediately surrounded Lin Feng but dared not act. After all, Lin Feng couldn't beat the Zhuan level early stage, but it would be easy for them to kill him. Lin Feng continued to walk forward, smiling warmly as he said, "Yellow hair, how can you be so arrogant? How can you be so lawless? The school is a holy place of education, nurturing the pillars of the nation. You brought so many people here by force, intending to break someone's legs, ruin their future. This goes against all reason. Do the Su family members not know how to write the word death?" Although Lin Feng was smiling brightly, every cell in his body was filled with murderous intent. These students were the future of China, and Lin Feng couldn't tolerate what the Su family was doing. Well said. Many people cheered loudly. As soon as Lin Feng appeared, they were no longer afraid or fearful. Instead, they were filled with blood and enthusiasm. They felt that as long as Lin Feng gave the command to fight the Su family members, they wouldn't be afraid. Huan Mao, accompanied by the two gray-robed old men, walked to the opposite side of Lin Feng, sneered, and said, "You little beast, savior am I nonsense. Kneel down immediately and surrender, that way you'll suffer less pain. Even if my Su family is targeted, you won't have enough lives to spare. You little beast, have you swallowed a lot of courage and audacity? Daring to be so reckless? But you're definitely seeking death. Even if the Heavenly King appears now, it won't save you." Huan Mao was truly lawless and full of confidence. Just then, as Lin Feng was about to speak, a chilly voice came from behind. "Little beast, no matter how powerful your Su family is, can they compare to the weapons of China? Today, I want to see if your Su family can withstand the might of China's weapons. It was a woman's voice, heavy and impactful. Each word seemed to explode in the hearts of everyone present, with a great sense of shock. The air around them suddenly felt denser. Everyone turned to look to the back. Lin Feng was taken aback, knowing immediately that it was Liu Shengnan. Liu Shengnan, Lin Feng's third senior sister, the head of the War God Temple, and the #1 war god in China. Lin Feng didn't understand why Liu Shengnan would be here. Liu Shengnan had arrived a while ago, but had only just disembarked from the car in the back. She didn't bring many people, just two middle-aged women. The three formed a triangle, advancing with heavy footsteps that echoed. Each step seemed incredibly heavy, their pace perfectly in sync. As they walked forward, they exuded an aura akin to a formidable army. My God! A woman in ancient clothing. Huan Mao saw Liu Shengnan clearly in her ancient attire, frowned, suddenly feeling tense and fearful. This afternoon, his cousin Su Yawei, who was originally able to help Lin Feng smoothly, failed due to the appearance of a woman in ancient dress, which led to a failure. In the presence of the woman in ancient dress, even at the initial stage of the mysterious realm, he was no match. The three of Liu Shengnan walked slowly towards Lin Feng. The people surrounding Lin Feng stepped back one after another, making way for them. They stood aside one by one, trembling. They felt that today they might be doomed. The killing intent brought by the three of them was too heavy. The two middle-aged women behind were dressed in red robes, standing upright. Together with the woman in white ancient dress in front, they were awe-inspiring step by step. This momentum was truly unstoppable. Lin Feng hurriedly went over, clasped his fists and bowed slightly, respectfully saying, "Greetings, seniors." Liu Shengnan had saved him today, so no matter what, when seeing Liu Shengnan, he naturally felt respectful. Liu Shengnan nodded and looked at Lin Feng with some satisfaction in his eyes. At this moment, just past 4 in the morning, it was unexpected that Lin Feng would also come. There was a rule in the Temple of War that cultivators could come to the city, but they were forbidden from entering schools, hospitals, offices, and other places in Huaxia. If found participating or intervening, they would be killed on sight. The people of the Su family were so arrogant that they ran to the Demon Academy and took away the teachers and students, prompting someone to call the police. However, once they received the news of cultivators involved, the authorities would definitely not intervene, so the Temple of War had to step in. The Temple of War was the killing tool of the Huaxia country, used to solve problems related to cultivators from both within the country and abroad. Liu Shengnan said to Lin Feng, "You're not bad. Now join my Temple of War. After joining, you will serve Huaxia and maintain stability in the world." Liu Shengnan did have a good impression of Lin Feng. She had already known that in the past 2 or 3 days, many cultivators in the Demon City had died, mostly because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng qualified to join the Temple of War and was worth her special attention. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Thank you, senior, but I prefer to be free." Even though Liu Shengnan's tone was unmistakable, Lin Feng directly refused. He had absolutely no intention of joining the Temple of War, and it wasn't necessary to join just to do something for the world. "You dare to refuse?" Liu Shengnan's eyes turned instantly cold as she spoke. The requirements to join the Temple of War were very strict. Not anyone who wished to join could do so. Once one joined, regardless of who it was, they would receive strong support from the country. And Lin Feng actually refused. "Thank you for your kind offer, senior, but I won't join." Lin Feng still smiled as he spoke. Anything he didn't want to do, no one could force him. Liu Shengnan smiled and said, "Fine, since you don't want to, then you handle tonight's matter yourself. We won't interfere. Let's see how you handle it." Upon hearing Liu Shengnan say this, Huang Mao breathed a sigh of relief. The two old men in gray robes also relaxed. As long as Liu Shengnan didn't interfere, capturing Lin Feng would be easy. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "If the senior doesn't interfere, then don't interfere." Lin Feng didn't care now, but if it were yesterday afternoon, he wouldn't have been able to defeat his opponents. But he could now with the explosive energy balls. Lin Feng didn't even need to gather his energy now. Facing to mysterious realm beginners, he was more than capable of dealing with them. Liu Shengnan smiled and remained silent, wanting to see how Lin Feng would handle this situation. Yesterday afternoon, if she hadn't saved Lin Feng, he would have died at the hands of the mysterious realm beginners. Now, In less than half a day, could Lin Feng defeat two mysterious realm beginners? That was impossible. Lei Lao, Yan Lao, go break his limbs and drag him away quickly. Go, hurry, Huan Mao said quickly, sounding very anxious. While Liu Shengnan didn't intervene, they wanted to take down Lin Feng. If Liu Shengnan changed her mind and intervened, they would be helpless. All right. The two gray-robed old men no longer hesitated. They immediately exerted their full strength and charged towards Lin Feng. Liu Shengnan couldn't just stand by and let Lin Feng be killed. She would watch closely. Lin Feng was no match, and she would intervene instantly. Saying she wouldn't interfere was just to pressure Lin Feng into joining the Temple of War. The two old men rushed over and, in order not to kill Lin Feng, tried to grab his hands directly. But as they reached for his hands, Lin Feng clenched his fists and struck at both of their faces simultaneously. The two old men only felt a blur before then, and an irresistible force hitting their faces with a loud bang. Instantly, a cracking sound echoed in their heads, and everything went dark because they felt nothing. Dang, dang. The two old men were sent flying, landing 5 or 6 meters away with a loud crash, now lying motionless in a pool of blood. Two beginners of the mysterious realm were instantly killed by Lin Feng. Could it be possible? Liu Shengnan was shocked, murmuring in disbelief. Yesterday afternoon, Liu Shengnan was very clear about Lin Feng's combat power. Now, no matter how much he grows, he wouldn't be able to instantly kill someone at the initial stage of the Profound Realm. Seeing Lin Feng's strength being displayed at the initial stage of the Profound Realm, the speed of his growth, how could it be so fast? Moreover, it is really rare to be able to kill opponents of the same level. No, this is impossible. Huan Mao was dumbfounded and couldn't help but step back a few steps, trembling. Didn't his cousin say that the other party couldn't even beat the initial stage of the Profound Realm? How come now he is killed too at the initial stage of the Profound Realm? Lin Feng looked around, gazed at those thugs, and coldly shouted, "Come here, all of you, kneel down from me." Those thugs obediently came over and knelt down, some of them even wetting themselves out of fear. Those who had fallen into Lin Feng's hands at least had a hand broken. They probably wouldn't fare well, except for Huan Mao, whose trembling hand took out his phone to seek help. He must inform his grandpa, Old Master Su, as soon as possible. But as Lin Feng took a few steps and quickly approached Huan Mao, a punch struck Huan Mao's face, knocking him backward and onto the ground. Then several kicks, breaking all of Huan Mao's limbs. Huan Mao's screams echoed, and Lin Feng inserted a silver needle directly into Huan Mao's head, swiftly silencing his screams. Lin Feng truly didn't give Huan Mao any chance, and directly turned him into a vegetable. Lin Feng then turned to all the students and said, "You've worked hard, not allowing you to sleep well and causing you to be frightened. Now those beasts over there are all kneeling, go up and beat them. Beat them to death or injury. I will be responsible. Vent all your frustrations. There is no need to show mercy to these evil people." After hearing Lin Feng's instructions, Su Jingwen and the others all rushed up without hesitation, attacking the kneeling thugs. It had been several hours since the people from Su family stormed into the Mo Capital Academy. These students had wanted to take action earlier but lacked the courage. Now, Lin Feng had given them courage. They unleashed all their anger. These beasts were really out of line, lawless. Even if they called the police, these beasts didn't fear. Now, they must act on behalf of justice and teach these beasts a lesson. The kneeling thugs kept screaming, but no one dared to retaliate, unless they wanted to die. The only one who didn't act was Dong Fangzur. Dong Fangzur, wearing a thin gauze nightgown, looked even more enticing under the neon lights, twisting her waist as she approached Lin Feng with a sweet smile, her voice as soft as possible, saying, "Mr. Lin, we meet again. I'm delighted to see you. You are the hero in my heart, and I knew you would come." Lin Feng smiled, feeling an itch in his teeth. He really wanted to slap Dong Fangzur to the ground, stomp on her a few times, and then rub her face on the ground. Dong Fangzur was indeed a powerful practitioner, but she did nothing. Lin Feng couldn't bear such passivity, but Dong Fangzur could endure it. She didn't make a move from start to finish. If Lin Feng were a teacher and there were such evil people trying to harm his students, he would definitely chop them to pieces. Lin Feng was truly speechless towards Dong Fangzur, not wanting to say anything. He just nodded and turned to Liu Shengnan. If Dong Fangzur did anything outrageous, Lin Feng would activate Bloodburst again and take down Dong Fangzur at all costs. Dong Fangzur's smile froze slightly, sensing Lin Feng's cold attitude towards her. She knew why Lin Feng was cold to her. Wasn't it because she refused to act? But she really didn't want to act and reveal her identity. How would she interact with these students in the future? And she didn't want to act now. She wanted to wait for Lin Feng to come and see him again. Liu Shengnan looked at Lin Feng, feeling very pleased. Lin Feng's way of handling things really suited her. Liu Shengnan spoke again. Join the War God Temple. I promise you won't regret it. Our War God Temple needs talents like you. If you have any conditions, feel free to propose them. I guarantee to meet them. Lin Feng warmly replied. No need, senior. I hope you can arrest these thugs and lock them up, temporarily preventing the Su family from contacting them. As for Huang Mao, I have turned him into a vegetable, so let him be. Lin Feng was trying to keep a low profile for now, not giving Huang Mao a chance to call for help. He didn't want to escalate the problem all at once. He preferred to take it step by step. The Su family still didn't know he was Lin Feng, so he tried to hide it as much as possible. Your medical skills are incredible. Liu Shengnan's eyes instantly became profound, staring at Lin Feng like that. With just this simple sentence, Lin Feng directly aroused Liu Shengnan's suspicions. Lin Feng claimed to be a disciple of Qingming Old Monster, but Qingming Old Monster was not skilled in medical arts. A disciple of Qingming Old Monster couldn't possibly learn such advanced medical skills, being able to turn a person into a vegetable with just a needle. This required reaching the pinnacle in medical arts. Her junior brother was said to have exceptional talent by their teacher and had also inherited the true teachings of celestial physician Tianji, even surpassing her in some aspects. This moment of doubt made Liu Shengnan instantly suspect that Lin Feng was not a disciple of Qingming Old Monster, but her junior brother. Upon seeing the look in Liu Shengnan's eyes, Lin Feng knew that Liu Shengnan was suspicious of something. Lin Feng's heart trembled, and he warmly smiled and said, I don't have much medical skill, just some superficial knowledge. Luckily, my master Qingming Lao Guai taught me how to use silver needles to turn a person into a vegetable, so I learned a little about that, but I'm not very proficient in other areas. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Are you sure you're not my junior martial brother? Are you sure your master is Qingming Lao Guai and not Xuanji Lao Ran? Liu Shengnan coldly smiled and asked. A woman's intuition is always terrifying. From this point, he was 90% certain that Lin Feng was indeed his junior martial brother, but Lin Feng still didn't admit it. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, No. Why would I lie to you? If I had you as a senior martial sister, wouldn't I be incredibly happy? Is there any need for me to deny it? Honestly, I really want to be your junior martial brother, but I dare not deceive you. Lin Feng already felt that something big wasn't right. By arousing Liu Shengnan's suspicions now, it wouldn't be long before she figured out his true identity. Knowing that he was indeed Liu Shengnan's junior martial brother. Damn it. A little careless move had exposed some information. At this moment, Dongfang Zhu, who was not far away, walked over and said with a smile, Mr. Lin's medical skills are excellent. Yesterday, at the wildlife park, we encountered a big tiger with a leg that had been broken for some time. Mr. Lin effortlessly healed it. This kind of medical skill is truly extraordinary. Definitely not just some superficial knowledge. And yesterday, one of my students was bitten by a 5-step snake, and it was Mr. Lin who saved my student's life. Damn it. As soon as Dongfang Zhu spoke, Lin Feng knew things were going downhill. But he couldn't interrupt her, for doing so would imply he had more to hide. Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. This saying fit Dongfang Zhu perfectly. Moreover, Dongfang Zhu wasn't even Lin Feng's teammate, but this was adding fuel to the fire, making things worse. Lin Feng still maintained a warm smile, seemingly unchanged, but deep down, he wanted to bash this despicable Dongfang Zhu. She couldn't do what needed to be done well. At critical moments, she always messed up, but when it came to causing trouble deliberately, she excelled. Liu Shengnan's smile became even brighter as she stared at Lin Feng and said, Are you still saying you're not my junior martial brother? I just don't understand. Why is it so difficult to admit you're my junior martial brother? Are you afraid I'll take advantage of you? Lin Feng shook his head, smiling warmly, and said, I really am not your junior martial brother. It's a misunderstanding. I truly have never heard my master Qingming Lao Guai mention having a senior sister like you. I'm not lying to you. Among the senior sisters that had appeared, the most feared one in Lin Feng's heart was Liu Shengnan. That's why he dared not admit it. He was truly afraid of Liu Shengnan devouring him, This was no joke. At this moment, Su Jingwen had already approached. She had stopped dealing with the thugs. Her anger had subsided. Su Jingwen arrived near Lin Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She smiled with a hint of reserve but mustered her courage to look at Lin Feng and said, "Brother Lin, it's been a while, and I'm feeling hungry. Unfortunately, I didn't bring any money. Could you please treat me to some food?" As it was past 4 in the morning, most restaurants and diners had closed. However, some roadside stalls might still be open. Lin Feng also wanted to leave quickly. He wouldn't be in the mood to treat Su Jingwen if he didn't. So, he nodded and smiled, saying, "Okay, let's go." "Wait a moment, Jingwen, teacher also feels like eating. Teacher will join you," Don Fangzur quickly said with a smile and followed along. "I'm treating my sister to a meal. I'd rather not had any outsiders disturb us, so I hope you won't follow us." Lin Feng stopped and turned to look at Dong Fangzur, smiling faintly. It was truly a ticking time bomb, and he couldn't beat Dong Fangzur. Otherwise, Lin Feng would always lose control and resort to violence. He had never despised a woman so much. Lin Feng's voice already sounded cold and impolite. However, Dong Fangzur smiled and said, "It's all right, you two can eat amidst yourselves, and I'll have my own meal." "Mr. Lin, is that also not allowed?" Lin Feng was speechless. Dong Fangzur's skin was thick indeed. Too lazy to care about Dong Fangzur, Lin Feng and Su Jingwen slowly walked ahead, looking for a place to eat. Liu Shengnan didn't catch up but instead told a middle-aged woman beside her, "Keep up with him. Don't lose track. Wherever he goes, you go. Even if he goes to the restroom, you follow." "Understood." The middle-aged woman replied promptly and hurried to catch up. Liu Shengnan then instructed another middle-aged woman a few things. She ordered all the students to return and rest, locking up all the thugs that had been caught. Indeed, as Lin Feng had suggested, for now, no one from the Su family should be allowed contact, nor should any outsiders. The thugs would be detained first. De Blondie was sent to the hospital directly, and the bodies of the 2 slain cultivators were arranged for cremation. With these tasks taken care of, Liu Shengnan pulled out her phone and directly called her grandfather. When connected, she said, "Grandpa, do you have Kingming Lao Guai's number? Give it to me. Or, can you call him for me and ask if there is a young disciple named Lin Feng in Shanghai who is skilled in medicine?" Liu Shengnan's grandfather. He was truly extraordinary, the former head of the Shenlong Palace. Kingming Old Monster's contact information. Liu Shengnan's grandfather truly had it. Kingming Old Monster had visited the Shenlong Palace as a guest, and his relationship with her grandfather was also good. If it weren't for the old Sky Master personally wanting to take Liu Shengnan as his disciple, no one else, including the Kingming Old Monster, could do so without the consent of Liu Shengnan's grandfather. However, the old Sky Master was quite impressive, and even Liu Shengnan's grandfather had to address him as a junior. "Shengnan, what time is it now? Do you know? It's 4:50 in the morning. You actually called and woke Grandpa up from a nice dream. And you made Grandpa contact the Kingming Old Monster. What is so important?" "Lin Feng, is it really that important?" "It is important. I need to confirm completely whether he is indeed my junior martial brother. I feel like he is, but he refuses to admit it and claims to be a disciple of Kingming Old Monster instead. So, I must confirm and verify it. You know how important my junior martial brother is to me. I have been stuck in my cultivation for 5 years and only he can help me break the shackles of my practice. Your junior martial brother has finally appeared, hasn't he? All right, I will contact the Kingming Old Monster for you. Wait for a moment. Once I get the answer, I will call you right away." Upon hearing this, Liu Shengnan's grandfather immediately sat up from the bed and promptly contacted the Kingming Old Monster. Once he clarified, Liu Shengnan nervously waited on the other side. Was her feeling right or wrong after all? Regardless, she needed to find out. A few minutes later, the phone rang, and Liu Shengnan's grandfather called. Liu Shengnan answered immediately. "Grandpa, how did it go? Did you find out if Lin Feng is truly the disciple of the Kingming Old Monster?" "Indeed, it has been clarified. The Kingming Old Monster never had a disciple named Lin Feng. On the contrary, 3 years ago, Kingming Old Monster visited the old Sky Master and found out that there was a handsome young man by his side, who was the old Sky Master's disciple, named Lin Feng. The one you encountered might indeed be your junior martial brother Lin Feng. Damn, it's really that kid." Liu Shengnan clenched her fist, her blood boiling. her eyes filled with enthusiasm. In an instant, she smiled charmingly, her beauty shining. She wasn't mistaken. Her junior martial brother was indeed Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng refused to admit it this time, it didn't matter. She was completely convinced that Lin Feng was her junior martial brother and she wouldn't be wrong. Grandpa, that's it. I will go find my junior martial brother. After 5 years, I can finally break through the shackles of my practice. Ha ha ha. Great. This is so great. Liu Shengnan responded, unable to contain her laughter. It was like finding something effortlessly after a long search. Looking back, her junior martial brother was right where the light dimmed, and she had to endure so much to find him. Shengnan, didn't you say before that you had to be with your junior martial brother to break free from the shackles of your practice? Have you truly decided to be with your junior martial brother? This is a lifelong decision and must not be taken lightly. You must truly accept your junior martial brother and then make this decision. Solving the issue of the shackles may take time, but once you make a wrong choice, it may ruin your lifelong happiness. Liu Shengnan's grandfather quickly advised a few words. Seeing Liu Shengnan so happy, he was afraid that she might rush into a relationship with Lin Feng just to resolve her practice issues and achieve a breakthrough. Honestly, Liu Shengnan's grandfather had never met Lin Feng and didn't know what kind of person he really was. It was mainly because the old Sky Master initially trained all his disciples together with guidance. But something happened later, and when the old Sky Master took in his last disciple, Lin Feng, he completely separated him from the other senior brothers and sisters for training since childhood, and they never met each other. They had no in-depth knowledge of each other. Therefore, it was really important to know if the other person's character was trustworthy and if they were compatible with Liu Shengnan. Grandpa, you don't need to worry about this. It's my matter, and I will decide on my own. Liu Shengnan directly replied and hung up the phone to find Lin Feng, feeling exhilarated. She felt that Lin Feng was a good person. Obviously, Lin Feng had known how to solve their practice issues. That's why he was always afraid to acknowledge her, always avoiding her and refusing to admit it when they met. From this, it was evident that Lin Feng was not someone frivolous. Otherwise, Liu Shengnan, with her strength, status, and beauty, is an extraordinary existence. But Lin Feng always avoided her. Men love beauty, and women admire strength. It's human nature. A woman's upper body is alluring, the lower body is a trap. A man's upper body is cultivation, the lower body is essence. Men are often led by beauty, while women are influenced by vanity. But Lin Feng truly stood out as a unique individual. Seeing him continuously avoid acknowledgement and lie, it was clear that Lin Feng's character was exceptional. So, her junior martial brother was indeed worth having. Lin Feng over here had no idea what Liu Shengnan would do next, but he also knew that Liu Shengnan had sent someone to follow him, apparently really suspicious of him. In the future, he would probably be watched closely by them, until it was clear whether he really was Liu Shengnan's junior brother or not. But there was no way around it. He couldn't just get rid of that middle-aged woman following him, could he? And he couldn't either. The other side was quite powerful. Initially, Su Jingwen felt a little annoyed and wanted to walk alone with Lin Feng, find a place to eat something. But, unfortunately, there were two Tagalons following them, so irritating. However, she gradually stopped caring and took the chance to walk with Lin Feng. She really wanted to hold Lin Feng's hand but felt too embarrassed. The wind blew, and it was quite cold. She had only worn thin clothes. Not being a cultivator, couldn't help but hug her arms and glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, paid no mind, not unaware of Su Jingwen feeling cold. But there was no need to take off his sports jacket and put it on Su Jingwen. He was afraid Su Jingwen might misunderstand something. Dig brother Lin, I'm so cold. When I'm at home, and it's cold at night, my mom will cuddle me, Su Jingwen said, and Lin Feng was really clueless. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, nothing I can do. I can't exactly bring your mom here, right? She's probably still sleeping now. How about we go back, find a convenience store, buy some food, and bring it back to the dorm for you? No. I just want to eat something, not from the convenience store. Su Jingwen couldn't help but glare at Lin Feng. Is Lin Feng really a fool, or is it just an act? Even if he didn't hold her, he could at least take off his jacket and put it on her. Following behind them, Don Fangzhe really felt fond of Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't clueless about romantic gestures, he was deliberately indifferent. Men like him were hard to come by, but she was determined to win over Lin Feng. In her view, the harder it was to get a man, the more precious and worthwhile he was. As they continued walking, finding a place to eat at this late hour was proving to be quite difficult. They walked for more than 10 minutes, and Lin Feng remained silent. Su Jingwen was starting to get frustrated, pondering what kind of man Lin Feng was. She could only glance at Lin Feng and say, "Big brother Lin, I like studying physics, and my grades are pretty good. Do you think studying physics is useful?" Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "It is. Let me tell you a little story from back then. The father of modern physics, Einstein, wrote a letter to the authorities. The letter stated, 'Sir, the uranium element may transition into a new and significant energy source in the foreseeable future. A mighty weapon of great power may be constructed. A single piece, if detonated at a port, could destroy the entire port and the surrounding environment.' The weapon described in the letter had unprecedented power. 1 kilogram of coal can only propel a train for 8 meters, whereas 1 kilogram of fission material, when neutrons collide with atomic nuclei, causing fission, the released energy is enough to transport a train from Earth to the moon over 400,000 kilometers away." Einstein was the proposer of the mass energy equivalence formula equals mc, and the authorities had full confidence in his words. They initiated a plan, costing at least the equivalent of $500 billion today, at its peak involving 53.9 thousand people, more than the average employees holding Ph.D. degrees. Finally, they successfully delivered 2 outcomes to the island country, instantaneously ending the war. Study well, no matter what. It won't be useless. The key is how much you learn. Damn. Impressive. After hearing Lin Feng's story, Su Jingwen and some others, including Dong Fangzhe behind them, were all stunned. They had no idea about the specifics. The only thing they knew was where the 2 outcomes were delivered and the extent of the damage caused. Su Jingwen wanted to say something more, but just then, in an alley, they found a BBQ restaurant, still open. There was the sound of people inside, some being loud and enthusiastic, probably having drunk too much. Lin Feng glanced at Su Jingwen and warmly smiled, saying, "Finally, a place that's open. Let's go. I'll treat you to BBQ." As they arrived at the BBQ restaurant, the boss's wife, and a few waiters were sitting at a table, looking drowsy. There was only one table of customers left, a dozen or so men, bare-chested and chattering away. They couldn't just kick them out. Those men had dragon and tiger tattoos on their arms, not easy to mess with. Lin Feng quickly took off his sports jacket and put it on Su Jingwen. By doing so, Su Jingwen wouldn't stand out as much. After all, the sports jacket was wide and large. This was mainly because inside, there were over a dozen men and women, making a lot of noise and acting tough, probably having drunk a lot. Seeing a beautiful woman coming in, if they were looking for trouble, they wouldn't target Su Jingwen. As for Dong Fangzhe, Lin Feng couldn't care less. He hoped someone would deal with her and see if she was pretending to be weak or not. Lin Feng's actions made Su Jingwen unable to help but reveal a charming smile, feeling warm in her heart. As Lin Feng finally felt guilty, she was indeed shivering from the cold, even sneezed, fearing she might catch a cold if it got any colder. As someone came over, the boss quickly invited Lin Feng and the others to sit down. Dong Fangzhe, still shameless, sat at the same table as Lin Feng. The middle-aged woman in the red robe sat at her own table. Lin Feng had Su Jingwen order, "Hurry up and bring the food out after ordering, and leave after eating." Seeing Dong Fangzhe, Lin Feng felt annoyed. As for that table, the men and women chatted animatedly and didn't pay much attention when someone arrived. Upon closer inspection, what the heck? A goddess-level beauty had actually appeared. Suddenly, many pairs of eyes were directly fixed on Dong Fangzhe. Dong Fangzhe, dressed in thin gauze pajamas, with her great figure that couldn't be hidden, appeared alluring. Her skin was also fair and delicate, tall and long-legged. These guys had already had quite a bit of alcohol to drink, and now their blood was even more ignited. Wow. There's actually a beauty. It's the middle of the night, and a beauty shows up. Is she that amazing? Brother Cat, only you can handle this goddess level. Brothers, should we bring her to you? Ha ha. Once Brother Cat sees her, she definitely won't escape the palm of Brother Cat's hand. Brothers, follow me. Brother Cat will have meat to eat, and you'll have soup to drink. Ha ha ha. These guys were all streetwise and their alcohol had made them more fearless. Each of them truly had no reservations, chattering away without a care. Immediately, a middle-aged man with a dragon pattern on his shoulder stood unsteadily, licked his lips, and walked directly toward Lin Feng's table. 5 or 6 other men followed him, but their target was all Dongfang Zhuo, not even giving Su Jingwen a glance. Su Jingwen finally understood the intention behind Lin Feng draping her in a coat just now, but she didn't care, feeling warm enough. When Brother Cat and others arrived, the others surrounded Dongfang Zhuo, admiring her carefully and couldn't help but drool over her beauty. Brother Cat boldly sat down next to Dongfang Zhuo, his large palm reaching over to hug her shoulders and laughing loudly, saying, "Little beauty, lonely in the middle of the night. Tonight, Brother Cat will warm you up." Dongfang Zhuo quickly moved away, shifting her chair to the side, her face cold as she angrily said, "Get lost. My boyfriend is sitting across from me. Dare to touch me and try it." Then she immediately glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Honey, help me get rid of these pests." Dongfang Zhuo felt disgusted, as these guys, huge bellies and all, drunk as pigs, reeked of alcohol. Boyfriend? What boyfriend? You mean that kid? All skin and bones. One punch from me and he'll be searching for his teeth on the ground. Brother Cat looked at Lin Feng, laughing and saying, smiling warmly. Lin Feng said, "Brothers, don't misunderstand. My girlfriend is right beside me. That woman has nothing to do with me. Do whatever you want. Don't mind me. Just leave me alone. I'm really scared." With that, Lin Feng pulled Su Jingwen into his arms. As a strong practitioner, Dongfang Zhuo always remained idle. Lin Feng wouldn't help her this time. If she continued to do nothing and pretended to be weak, allowing these streetwise men to insult her, then she deserved it. But this action instantly made Su Jingwen's face blush a bit, snuggling in Lin Feng's arms, her heart pounding. She laughed even more shyly, but felt extremely sweet inside. She knew Lin Feng was just saying this deliberately, not sincerely, but it didn't matter. Her expectations weren't that high, so she was willing to take it slow. "Ha ha ha, little beauty, see that? That guy isn't your boyfriend at all, yet he dares to say we can do whatever we want. How could you mix with such a loser? Join Brother Cat, and you'll have a great life. No one in the whole city will dare touch you." Brother Cat laughed heartily, saying a few words loudly, pulling the chair closer, and forcefully hugging Dongfang Zhuo again. Dongfang Zhuo stood up immediately, wanting to escape but unable to as she was surrounded by people. Looking at Lin Feng, she exclaimed anxiously, "Honey, are you going to just watch them bully me? Aren't you going to protect me? Are you even a man?" Dongfang Zhuo's voice was a bit hysterical. It would be easy for Lin Feng to deal with these trash, but he truly didn't want to intervene and be a hero to save a beauty. Smiling warmly, Lin Feng said, "Get lost. Don't shamelessly claim on your husband. Who do you think you are? Brother Cat fancies you. You're lucky. Go quickly and entertain Brother Cat. Serve him well. Enjoy the good life. Reach the peak of your life in the entire city." Lin Feng felt he had to force Dongfang Zhuo a bit. If he didn't, this woman would never change, always too soft-hearted. "Ha ha, this kid gets it. Kid, in the city, if anyone bullies you, just mention my name. Brother Cat. I like you. This beauty. Brother Cat will take her first. Ha ha ha, it's exhilarating. Let's battle till dawn tonight." Brother Cat laughed heartily, stood up, kicked the chair aside, shouted a few words, then lunged at Dongfang Zhuo. Su Jingwen felt that Lin Feng really didn't understand how to cherish and protect beauty, and he had gone too far. However, she also felt that Lin Feng hadn't done anything wrong. Previously, Su Shumai had told her that if Lin Feng encountered danger, she should ask Dongfang Zhuo for help. Obviously, Dongfang Zhuo was really extraordinary, but she was too cowardly. At critical moments, she always messed up. Hopefully this time, Dongfang Zhuo would learn her lesson, otherwise letting the bad guys run amok was really not acceptable. And it was not Lin Feng's fault. It was Dongfang Zhuo who was shameless and had little to do with Lin Feng. Yet she insisted that Lin Feng was Dongfang Zhuo's boyfriend, even husband, stirring up hatred towards Lin Feng. Dongfang Zhuo was truly outrageous. This time Dongfang Zhuo had nowhere to escape. There were people all around, and as soon as she tried to escape, she ended up clinging to someone else. "Wait, Cat Brother, don't touch me. As long as Cat Brother knocks my husband down, I'm willing to serve Cat Brother until he's satisfied. Since he's heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Please help me deal with him, Cat Brother." Following such a useless wimp, I really regret my decision. Cat brother, help me teach him a lesson. Beat him until he's down for good. Seeing cat brother coming towards her, Dongfang Zhuo immediately yelled out a few words. Since Lin Feng was unwilling to help her, and willing to act, she would force Lin Feng to act. Would cat brother listen to her or to Lin Feng? Damn it! This woman is truly malicious. Lin Feng was speechless at the sight of this. Dongfang Zhuo was being too malicious, wasn't she? Moreover, she was really cunning, playing another hand against him. She could have dealt with cat brother and the others herself, yet she chose to cause trouble for him. And she didn't even lift a finger herself. How could there be someone like this? Damn it. Even Su Jingwen furrowed her brows, looking at Dongfang Zhuo with narrowed eyes, feeling very angry. Who would have thought Dongfang Zhuo could be so despicable? In Su Jingwen's heart, Dongfang Zhuo's image plummeted. Calling Dongfang Zhuo shameless didn't even do her justice. Could Dongfang Zhuo be any more shameless? Such a shameless person was truly unheard of. After listening, cat brother glanced at Lin Feng, waved his hand, and shouted, Brothers, listen to the beautiful lady. Knock that useless guy down for me. Beat him hard, and hurry to finish him off. I still have a big battle ahead. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, Cat brother, what you're doing is not honorable. Since the woman is yours to play with, do as you wish. Why do you need to involve me? What do you want me to do? It had to be said. Compared to Dongfang Zhuo in terms of ruthlessness and shamelessness, Lin Feng really couldn't match up. He hated Dongfang Zhuo, but he couldn't do anything about it. Such a woman can only be avoided at all costs. Wimp. This beauty here is my sweetheart now. She said she wants to deal with you, so I'll deal with you. Cat brother shouted again, waving his hand and saying, Brothers, don't just stand there. Go beat him hard. Beat him to a pulp. Several men picked up beer bottles and moved towards Lin Feng. In this situation, Lin Feng had no choice but to fight back. He stood up, grabbed Su Jingwen's hand, and ran outside. If there was going to be a fight, they could take it outside and not disturb the establishment. Quick, catch him, beat him to death. Don't let him get away. Dongfang Zhuo shouted anxiously. If Lin Feng took Su Jingwen and ran away, she would be in big trouble next, so she had to take matters into her own hands. Chase him. Don't let him escape. Cat brother also shouted, personally joining in the pursuit. Other men and women followed suit and ran out. What they found strange was that when they reached the alley, Lin Feng had stopped running. If Lin Feng wanted to escape, he would have already done so. But he had promised Su Jingwen to treat her to a meal, so there was no way he could run away just like that. A man's word is his bond, and he had to keep his promise. You're not running now, huh? I'll beat you to death. A bald man yelled and rushed towards Lin Feng with a beer bottle. Lin Feng shielded Su Jingwen behind him, and as soon as the man approached, he kicked him away. With a bang, he flew backward several meters, knocking down several people. Then, he quickly kicked anyone else who came towards him, regardless of who they were, sending them flying as well. In a few simple kicks, apart from cat brother and 5 or 6 scantily dressed women, everyone who had chased them was lying on the ground. Some had their bladders released, and others were vomiting, writhing in agony. Damn it, you can really fight, little rabbit. Cat brother frowned, surprised at how well Lin Feng could fight. With just a few kicks, he had knocked down all his underlings, leaving them writhing on the ground in pain. Lin Feng smiled and approached, making a cracking sound with each step, breaking the legs of those on the ground to teach them a lesson. If they didn't learn from this, walking around proudly in society, bullying the weak and not getting their comeuppance, wouldn't do. Ah, mommy, it hurts, ah. In an instant, the alley was filled with screams of pain, one after another. My God, cat brother's face turned black instantly, his heart pounding, and although he was mostly drunk, he sobered up instantly. This was like kicking iron. Lin Feng is not only good at fighting, but also extremely ruthless. He broke all of his little brother's legs, and the consequences were truly severe. What's even more terrifying is that the strength required to break a thigh bone is extremely formidable, yet Lin Feng seems to do it effortlessly. In this situation, not to mention his 8 little brothers, even if there were 80 little brothers, they would not be enough for Lin Feng to handle. The problem is, even cat brother can't figure it out. Why is Lin Feng so fierce when he seems so timid that even beautiful women would give in to him? He also wants to beat himself up. Clearly Lin Feng had all the beautiful women sent to him, but he doesn't want to provoke him at all. Yet he insists on picking on Lin Feng. This time, feels good, right? Comfortable, right? Cat brother quickly realized, surrounded by women in revealing clothing running away, he can't escape either. Smiling awkwardly, he said to Lin Feng, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have listened to that despicable person. Little brother, rest assured, I will make that despicable person wish they were dead." Lin Feng warmly replied, "Sure, I'm glad you said that. Now go grab that despicable person and beat them to death for me. Remember, beat them to death, and then I'll let you go. Otherwise, your fate won't be much different from your little brother's, perhaps even more tragic." "All right, little brother, just watch. I'll make sure you're satisfied." Cat brother agreed without hesitation. Hitting a woman is like a walk in the park for him. He returned immediately, holding a beer bottle, and in front of Lin Feng and Su Jingwen, he walked over angrily to Dongfang Zhuo, who was sitting there. Cat brother shouted as he walked, "You despicable person! A woman's heart is truly the most poisonous, causing all my brothers to lie outside. Today, I will beat you to death. Damn it!" Lin Feng chuckled and said, "Dongfang Laoshi, if you have the guts, don't act. Maintain your usual style. Don't make me look down on you." Dongfang Zhuo frowned. She didn't expect Lin Feng to leave this one unresolved and come after her again. How could she let Cat brother beat her up? Cat brother, this kind of low-class person, really isn't qualified to lay a finger on her. It seems she must break her vow this time. She had originally decided to come to the city to teach without using violence, but now, without using violence, it's impossible. Cat brother didn't care. He smashed the beer bottle down towards Dongfang Zhuo's head. Dongfang Zhuo moved quickly, smashing the falling beer bottle into pieces. Not shards, but powder scattered. Damn! Another formidable opponent. Cat brother's eyes widened instantly. He was dumbfounded on the spot, feeling as if he were hallucinating. With one slap, the beer bottle he smashed down was turned into powder. Dongfang Zhuo. That's impressive. Dongfang Zhuo was too fast, instantly picking up two pairs of disposable chopsticks from the table, and threw them just like throwing darts. The chopsticks were covered in plastic film, and they pierced into Cat brother's shoulders on both sides with a whoosh, piercing through the shoulder bones completely, with a piece coming out from around the back. Cat brother's eyes widened suddenly. Before he could even scream in pain, Dongfang Zhuo kicked him. This one. Regardless if it was quail eggs or sausages, they were all crushed. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp as he watched. Dongfang Zhuo, this woman, seems meek but would strike back fiercely, unprovoked. No matter what, she refused to use violence. But when she finally did, she was extremely ruthless, turning Cat brother into a eunuch. That kick really sealed his fate. It was terrifying to watch. Su Jingwen, although couldn't see Dongfang Zhuo's actions clearly, also was shocked to see the two pairs of chopsticks piercing through Cat brother's shoulders. It was truly breathtaking to see how skilled Dongfang Zhuo was, easily piercing through the shoulder bones that ordinary people couldn't do. Cat brother's reflex seemed a bit slowed, mainly because Dongfang Zhuo acted so quickly. In less than 2 seconds, Cat brother felt the piercing pain. Collapsing on the ground, he could only hold his head in agony, not knowing where to cover the pain. The tearing pain on both shoulders was excruciating. The pain in his lower body was even worse. Cat brother lay on the ground, trembling with uncontrollable spasms, his face twisted in agony. At first, he didn't even make a sound of misery. After several seconds, the heart-wrenching screams finally erupted from Cat brother. It sounded bone-chilling and terrifying, the kind of pain that makes watching it painful too. Oh my god. The shop owner, employees, and others were all startled. When they initially chased after Lin Feng, they were also surprised, but unable to intervene. The outcome left them extremely surprised. The people who had gone out to fight were all lying outside, screaming in unbearable pain. Unexpectedly, Cat brother had also been struck. It's unbelievable that these three seemingly ordinary people turned out to be anything but ordinary. Although appearing gentle and weak, the way Cat brother was screaming seemed to indicate that he would be left unrecognizable after this lesson. Were his brother Cat crying miserably? Better off dead. Oriental Zhuo continued to sit, appearing relatively calm. Brother Cat is truly in pain at La Lao's house, also the angry La Lao's house. To kill him, even he couldn't imagine. Lin Feng and Oriental Zhuo are both formidable presences. However, the two of them were really going overboard. So why pretend to be weak and submissive when they are actually fierce? At first, show them a little bit of strength, and they won't dare to continue being arrogant. That the two of them behaved extremely frightened, allowing themselves to be exploited. They made them think that both of them were easy targets, easy to manipulate, but in the end, no one could control them. Damn it, can't you be a little honest as a person? Is it interesting to pretend to be weak and submissive to deal with these little scoundrels? Damn it, that's too much. Get out and howl. Don't affect my mood for eating here. Oriental Zur, listening to Brother Cat's miserable cries, shouted. But Brother Cat wanted to climb out, but he was powerless. Right now, he was in so much pain that he didn't know his last name. Oriental Zur got up again and kicked Brother Cat in the stomach. With a bang, like kicking a soccer ball, he kicked Brother Cat more than 10 meters away, slamming him out of the door. After being slammed out, only Brother Cat's last miserable cry was heard. Then Brother Cat became silent, already fainted. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, Oriental teacher, are you not supposed to intervene? Oriental Zur finally took action. As a woman, it's hard to take action at first, but after the first time, the second time is much easier. Oriental Zur rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and laughed, saying, It's all because of you. You're so bad. If you can handle it, you handle it. Be my hero. Let me appreciate you. Why do you have to make me take action? Lin Feng waved his hand, smiling warmly and said, Forget it. Forget it. Don't say these things. I don't need your appreciation. In the future, you stay far away from me. Even though Oriental Zur took action, Lin Feng's view of Oriental Zur did not change at all. In the future, he still needs to stay away from this woman. Oriental Zur dropped the ball, not the first time. It's still the same saying, women like this are too dangerous. Sooner or later they will be harmed to death by such women. Who knows? They seem harmless, but they always have hidden motives. However, Oriental Zur smiled and said, Mr. Ling, encountering each other is fate. We are destined. So, no matter how you try to avoid me, I will find you. How about we start dating today? Hearing Oriental Zur say this, Su Jingwen frowned and couldn't help but say, Oriental teacher, can't you have some dignity? Su Jingwen really couldn't stand it. Lin Feng clearly dislikes Oriental Zur very much, but Oriental Zur always approaches and goes too far, shameless and unreasonable. Can't she have some dignity? Oriental Zur seemed unbothered and smilingly said to Su Jingwen, Jingwen, today Oriental teacher will teach you a lesson. Do you know how to choose between dignity and suffering? The former president of the Pacific Group once said, we who do great things never care about dignity. We can rip off our face, throw it on the ground, step on it, walk away disdainfully. These words from Oriental Zur made Lin Feng realize that this woman's scheming runs deep. She's not as simple as she appears on the surface. Su Jingwen frowned and didn't argue back, mainly because she felt that what Oriental Zur said seemed to make sense. Just like her, knowing that Lin Feng has a girlfriend, she still wants to be with Lin Feng, showing no respect at all. But no matter what, Su Jingwen still couldn't stand Oriental Zur, and Lin Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. No matter what Oriental Zur says, in the future, he will stay far away from this woman. This time there's no way around it. Fate has brought them together. Soon the barbecue was served, and the taste was not that great. Lin Feng just made do and processed his own food to eat. He didn't bother with Su Jingwen and Oriental Zur. However, both of them had sharp noses and caught the scent of the delicious food. Suddenly, both of them were fixated on Lin Feng. Why did Lin Feng's grilled meat smell so much better? Theirs didn't smell as good. Su Jingwen swallowed and looked directly at Lin Feng, eagerly saying, Lin Jie, can I have a bite of your meat? It smells so good. Seeing the pitiful look on her face, Lin Feng took another large skewer of grilled lamb, processed it casually, and handed it to Su Jingwen. Su Jingwen took a bite and cried on the spot. She had never eaten such delicious barbecue in her life. It's definitely not because it was given to her by Lin Feng. The barbecue was truly divine. Oriental Zur, watching her saliva flow, also smiled at Lin Feng and said, Mr. Lin, can you give me some meat to taste too? Get lost. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with Oriental Zur, but in an instant, Oriental Zur was too quick, snatching half-eaten grilled meat skewer from Lin Feng. Taking a bite, she also cried instantly. Her body trembled, her taste buds exploded. It was really too delicious. Hey, Palace Lord. All right, I'll send you the location immediately. He's still here. I've been watching him. Lin Feng was about to say something to Oriental Zur and a middle-aged woman in a red robe sitting at a nearby table answered a phone call respectfully and said a few words. Lin Feng immediately frowned, feeling that it was Liu Shengnan calling. Liu Shengnan is probably about to arrive here. She must have discovered something. Liu Shengnan rushed over anxiously. If everything goes as planned, she should have figured out Lin Feng's true identity. Knowing Lin Feng was actually her junior apprentice brother. Once it's cleared up, it won't be easy for Lin Feng to escape from Liu Shennan's grasp unless he stops hanging around in the Magic City and runs off somewhere else. For now, it's impossible to leave the Magic City. Xia Ruoxu cannot immediately elope with him. She is still working on concocting the medicine and can't leave. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered and just waited to see what Liu Shengnan had in mind. Curry. Give it to me. I want more. Dongfang Zhu finished eating and reached out her jade hand to Lin Feng in a desperate hurry, not feeling satisfied at all. Lin Feng smiled lazily, ignoring her and not eating any more to avoid this woman snatching food from him again. I did wait for Su Jingwen to finish eating and handed her a string of skewers. Dongfang Zhu did not try to snatch from Su Jingwen, but glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Regardless, Lin Feng paid no attention to her, leaving her fuming with anger inside. Meanwhile, outside, Cat Brother and his comrades were slowly recovering. Cat Brother couldn't bear it and directly called his boss to bring in reinforcements. Cat Brother had significant backing, although not representing any specific faction in the Magic City. His background was from one of the top families in the Imperial City, and Cat Brother's boss happened to be his brother-in-law. As soon as his boss heard that Cat Brother had been crippled and his men were injured, he was furious and swiftly brought a team of experts. Their people in the Magic City were not to be provoked, even by the other three top families. They would not dare touch their people. Who dare provoke them? It was simply suicidal. Su Jingwen single-handedly managed all the skewers, eating to her heart's content, but feeling bloated and unable to eat more. Even though she felt the urge to eat more, she couldn't take in any more food. After enjoying such exquisite flavors, Su Jingwen felt content. She thought Lin Feng was truly remarkable. She didn't know how Lin Feng did it. He turned ordinary skewers into exquisite delicacies. It was amazing. If she could be with Lin Feng and enjoy such delicious food every day, how happy would that be? At that moment, a white shadow flashed. Liu Shengnan's speed was so fast, like a ghost. With her feet barely touching the ground, she appeared next to Lin Feng in an instant. A sudden chill engulfed them as Liu Shengnan showed up, startling both Lin Feng and Su Jingwen. Su Jingwen immediately stopped belching, and Lin Feng quickly regained his composure. Liu Shengnan looked at Lin Feng, chuckled, patted his shoulder, and said, "Little junior apprentice brother, any last words? Start your sophistry." Lin Feng smiled warmly and responded, "I am not your junior apprentice brother. I am a disciple of Qingming, the old monster." Liu Shengnan felt like strangling Lin Feng but still smiled as she spoke. "At this point, you're still saying these things to the third senior sister. I know Qingming too. I have his phone number. I called Qingming myself to confirm, and he stated he is no such disciple like you. Moreover, Qingming visited our master, Tianji, 3 years ago and knew that Tianji had a disciple named Lin Feng, who looks just like you. What do you have to say now? Shall I call Qingming right now, and you can confront him directly?" Lin Feng smiled. It turned out Liu Shengnan had Qingming's number. No wonder she quickly learned about his identity. However, what Liu Shengnan said might not be entirely truthful. It seemed like she found someone with Qingming's contact instead of contacting Qingming directly. Otherwise, she would have done it sooner. Dongfang Zhu was truly shocked. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so formidable. A third senior sister who was also the lord of the War God Pavilion. This was serious. She was someone Dongfang Zhu couldn't afford to provoke. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "All right, third senior sister, I am indeed your junior apprentice brother. So what do you want to do now?" Liu Shengnan grabbed Lin Feng's shoulder, smiling, and said, "You'll soon find out what I have in mind. It was so hard for me to find you, but you keep denying it. If I hadn't sought confirmation from Qingming, who knows how long you would have kept hiding. Come with me now. If you don't, I will drag you away forcibly." This made Lin Feng instantly develop a headache. At this moment, Dongfang Zhu quickly interjected, "Miss Liu, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Your junior apprentice brother is really amazing. Ordinary barbecue food, when in his hands, transforms into exquisite delicacies surpassing all worldly delicacies. Are you hungry now? Let your junior apprentice brother prepare something delicious for you first." I'll treat, and let me enjoy some of that glory too. Liu Shengnan sat down immediately, asking for more barbecue. Indeed, she wanted to eat something. It was late at night, and she had been busy with the affairs of the Magic Academy, not getting any sleep until now. Old cat, who the hell dared to touch you? Point them out. Whoever dares to mess with members of the Azure Dragon Society, I'm going to have a full-blown revenge today. Before the barbecue arrived, a harsh voice was heard, and a group of over 10 people walked in. Cat Brother, supported by someone, was basically carried in. It was truly miserable, unable to stand steady at all. Leading the team was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, very thin and short in stature. His hair was dyed green, with ear studs and a nose ring. A scorpion was tattooed on his neck. Despite his small frame, this guy had triangular eyes, a hooked nose, a face full of oblique muscles, looking very sinister and fierce. At this moment, Dongfang Zhu quickly stood up and hid behind Lin Feng. She didn't want to fight anymore. Plus, Liu Shengnan was here, so there was no need for her to act. Lin Feng glanced at the man with the nose ring and the two gray-clothed old men behind him, both at the peak of Che cultivation. Everyone who came was no ordinary person. But Lin Feng could tell just by looking that their background was likely not simple either. It was impossible for those who usually mingled in the underworld to have the ability to hire cultivators. Cat Brother pointed at Lin Feng and Dongfang Zhu behind him, saying, "Brother-in-law, it's the two of them, pretending to be foolish and capable, especially that cheap woman in the Thinga's nightgown. She directly crippled me. Quickly avenge me and kill them, cut their bodies into pieces." The man with the nose ring came over and sat across from Lin Feng. F***K. After taking a look at the people around Lin Feng, his eyes suddenly showed a fanatic light. Unexpectedly, there were 3 goddess-level beauties here. Even Su Jingwen, wearing Lin Feng's sports jacket, looked innocently beautiful. The man with the nose ring was in no hurry. He looked at Lin Feng and the others and revealed a big yellow tooth, smiling. "Which path did you all come from? Tell me. Daring to make a move against my Azure Dragon Society. You guys really have guts." Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Big brother, we are just ordinary citizens. How could we possibly get involved in such matters? But as for your Azure Dragon Society, which great family's force is it under? Why have we never heard of it before?" Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He wanted to figure out where the other side's force came from. The Black Dragon Society that Chu Yunlan founded was practically all hospitalized now. They could no longer come out and act arrogantly or bully others, as Lin Feng had basically disabled all of them. Lin Feng indeed was hearing about the Azure Dragon Society for the first time. He didn't know if it was under the Yi family's influence or the Su family's control. Except for the top noble clans in the Magic City, most first-class families probably couldn't build such a sizable force. Just casually coming out with to check cultivation experts at the peak stage was really not simple. Before the man with the nose ring could speak, Liu Shengnan laughed and said to Lin Feng, "You scoundrel, you really don't know about the Azure Dragon Society. The Azure Dragon Society is a force under the Song family in the imperial capital. Do you understand now?" Liu Shengnan was just reminding Lin Feng. The Song family had a current popular top-tier celebrity, the self-proclaimed #1 beauty in China, Song Hongyan, who was Lin Feng's fourth senior sister. Of course, calling herself the #1 beauty in China was an exaggeration, but as a public figure, being referred to as the top beauty in the entertainment industry was not entirely undeserved. When Liu Shengnan said that, Lin Feng immediately felt that his fourth senior sister, Song Hongyan, was related to the Song family. Otherwise, Liu Shengnan wouldn't have pointed it out. But Lin Feng couldn't care less if it was the Song family or any other family. If their subordinates caused trouble, engaged in wrongdoing, or acted lawlessly, Lin Feng wouldn't turn a blind eye. He would still clean up the mess. "Little brat, so you know that we're backed by the Song family. Seems like you're no ordinary guy. Huh, which path did you take? Little brat, which family are you from?" The man with the nose ring looked curiously at Liu Shengnan. Liu Shengnan didn't even glance at the man with the nose ring. She didn't take him seriously at all. Instead, she looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "How about it? Little scoundrel, now that you know the other side's background, do you dare make a move against them? Anyway, I don't dare to. If you want to act, do it yourself." Liu Shengnan was not really scared to act but rather preferred not to. She would let Lin Feng handle it. Their relationship as fellow disciples wasn't the best. Without Lin Feng, she would have taken matters into her own hands when necessary. With Lin Feng there, she would let him handle it. If the Song family wanted trouble, they could send Song Hongyan to deal with Lin Feng. But how would Song Hongyan fare against him? Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, I also dare not make a move. Cat brother said that it was the woman behind me who castrated him. If you want to make a move, take the woman behind me. Do as you please with her. Lin Feng really wanted to keep a low profile and avoid trouble as much as possible. He was in a more troublesome situation now, his strength recovering slowly, and it was best to consider himself more at the moment. If they decided to target Dong Fangzur, that would be fine. Dong Fangzur should step up more. She was so ruthless. Who else could they look for if not her? Dong Fangzur immediately cried out, Big brothers, don't touch me. How can you bear to hit a woman? There's only one man here. If you want to make a move, start with him. Pushing back and forth, Lin Feng and the others didn't want to fight. But in the eyes of the man with the nose ring, Lin Feng and the others were afraid. His big brother, Cat brother, said that Lin Feng and Dong Fangzur were pretending to be foolish and capable. And my Cat brother had no real skills. In the face of absolute strength, pretending to be foolish and capable was non-existent. Since it had been confirmed, Lin Feng and the others dared not make a move, and the man with the nose ring felt no pressure. After glancing at Liu Shengnan, Dong Fangzur, and Su Jingwen, the man with the nose ring showed his yellow teeth and smilingly said, Since you all don't dare to make a move, it's easy. You three beautiful ladies will come with me. Don't worry, this guy, this weakling, this little guy, won't have an easy time with me. Dong Fangzur immediately said, You can come with me, but first, put him on the ground and break his limbs. This statement instantly angered Liu Shengnan. She could allow Lin Feng to make a move or let the other party deal with Lin Feng, as long as she could solve all problems for Lin Feng. If Lin Feng couldn't beat the other party, she would step in instantly. But why did Dong Fangzur speak like that? Liu Shengnan stood up immediately, looked coldly at Dong Fangzur, and growled lowly, You ignorant woman, do you have the right to say that? Immediately apologize to my brother. If I hear a single disrespectful word towards my brother from your mouth again, I will tear you apart. Liu Shengnan's tone carried a murderous intent. The first time Liu Shengnan saw this woman Dong Fangzur was when Lin Feng encountered difficulties and was unable to beat the opponent, a very dangerous situation. However, Dong Fangzur was strong but did not make a move and just watched from the sidelines. The second time was when Dong Fangzur directly betrayed Lin Feng by praising his medical skills. This was very dangerous. But fortunately, she was Lin Feng's senior sister and not his enemy. If she were Lin Feng's enemy and betrayed him like that, revealing Lin Feng's identity to the enemy, it would have exacerbated the situation and put Lin Feng in even more danger. So Liu Shengnan was very displeased with Dong Fangzur. Now it erupted directly. Liu Shengnan's intimidating or frightened Dong Fangzur, making her tremble and her face pale. She was truly audacious towards Lin Feng. If Lin Feng really fought her, she wasn't afraid, as she couldn't be beaten by him. But with Liu Shengnan, it was different. Liu Shengnan was stronger than her and could easily deal with her if things got physical. Dong Fangzur dared not say anything more and quickly bowed to Lin Feng, respectfully saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lin Feng smiled and said, You finally realize you were wrong. You better solve the upcoming problems. If you can't, I won't forgive you. My sister is here, and I will make you regret it in a minute. Even Liu Shengnan took over and said, Bro, if she disrespects you again, or you find her unpleasant, just tell me, I'll handle her. Dong Fangzur truly felt wronged. Why did Liu Shengnan intervene in her affairs with Lin Feng? When Liu Shengnan intervened, she couldn't resist. Now, Lin Feng, together with Liu Shengnan, restrained her, making her very uncomfortable. Despite feeling uncomfortable, Dong Fangzur quickly said, Leave it to me from now on. Even if she felt uncomfortable, Dong Fangzur still quickly uttered those words. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, This is more like it. You heard that. My sister is covering for me. Don't push your luck with me, or you'll regret it. Even though Dong Fangzur now seemed obedient and docile, Lin Feng's perception of her hadn't changed, and he would continue to stay away from her in the future. The man with the nose ring couldn't stand it anymore, smirked and said to Lin Feng, You bully women. What kind of skill is that? I can't stand people like you. We won't touch that woman. But you. Today you're done for. Go straight to him. Don't touch anyone else. Grab that little scoundrel and break his limbs first. Also, cripple him, turn him into a eunuch directly. Bullying women, what kind of man are you? Don't let him be a man again. The man with the nose ring currently felt sorry for Dongfang's Weir, overflowing with compassion and wanting to protect her. Okay, boss. Immediately, a dozen goons surrounded Lin Feng. While the two cultivators did not move, Dongfang's Weir didn't want to get involved this time. Since it was targeted at Lin Feng, what could she do? She directly rushed over, and the other party didn't touch her but made way for her, continuing to charge towards Lin Feng. Since the other party didn't make a move, Dongfang's Weir also refrained. She thought that Lin Feng and Liu Shengnan could no longer say she was wrong. Before Lin Feng could say anything, the other party, holding sharp knives, directly attacked his back, and Liu Shengnan didn't intervene. How could these weaklings hurt Lin Feng? Lin Feng turned around, kicked two goons away instantly, and then launched a flurry of punches, knocking them all down effortlessly. Several tables were overturned, creating chaos in the room. After a brief fight lasting only a few seconds, the sound of punches and screams echoed non-stop. "Ah," Cat Brother said sorrowfully, "I told you, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Ordinary people can't beat him." He was in pain standing or sitting, tears streaming down his face. He wanted to avenge himself quickly and then go to the hospital, but his brother-in-law was a complete waste. Having already said Lin Feng was pretending to be weak, directing ordinary lackeys to deal with him. Wasn't that a joke? The man with the nose ring was a bit skeptical, but now seeing more than a dozen skilled bodyguards all easily defeated by Lin Feng, he truly believed that Lin Feng was not simple. The man with the nose ring looked directly to old men in gray robes and said coldly, "Go up and kill him immediately. Remember, it's to kill, not just beat to near death." Lin Feng's attacks were really harsh. The bodyguards who were sent flying were writhing on the ground, screaming in agony. Many foamed at the mouth and fainted. The injuries were serious. The man with the nose ring was determined not to spare Lin Feng's life. "Yes," the two old men in gray robes sneered, and quickly walked towards Lin Feng. They were constantly eyeing Lin Feng, stepping on some of the bodyguards without caring. As they approached, the first old man moved the fastest, suddenly lunging forward, throwing a straight punch at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng reached out his right hand and grabbed the old man's fist, squeezing it tightly. At the same time, the other old man threw a punch towards Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng swiftly extended his hand and, likewise, grabbed the fist of the other man with his left hand. The two old men found that they couldn't move their fists back, as Lin Feng's hands felt like iron clamps, firmly holding onto them. They also realized Lin Feng's strength was on par with theirs, as they were both terrifying realm tea cultivators. But even with equal strength, 2 against 1, they should have been able to overpower Lin Feng. And being grabbed, they should have been able to retrieve their fists. Why couldn't they move? They didn't know that Lin Feng's true strength had already reached the profound stage later phase. The two old men found themselves unable to retract their hands, and both yelled out, each kicking towards Lin Feng's stomach. Crack, crack. However, the force in Lin Feng's hands increased at that moment. The sounds of bones cracking were heard. The fists of the two old men were crushed into small lumps, shattering everything within, including bones, tendons, and meridians. Before they could even react, both old men were knocked out. Blood gushed out of the gaping holes in their faces as they lay still on the ground. They were both killed instantly without having the chance to scream or even feel the pain. The man with the nose ring's cold smile froze and his face turned pale with fear. Trembling and paralyzed with fear, he and Mouch were both shocked beyond words. They had not expected to bring to chair-refining realm peak cultivator bodyguards, who were considered invincible to ordinary people, yet Lin Feng had easily killed them. How could Lin Feng be so powerful? The most terrifying part was that with the two bodyguards dead, no one else could protect them. Lin Feng had shown no mercy, and his decisive killings made them wonder what would happen next. The man with the nose ring couldn't understand how Lin Feng, who seemed unimpressive and cowardly, could become so fearsome once he raised his hand. Lin Feng walked towards the man with the nose ring with a warm smile, saying, "I'll give you a chance to call for help. Call the strongest person you can reach. I'll disable one of your legs now. If you can call someone to deal with me, you'll be fine. If you can't, then you'll have to face death." No. Don't hurt me. I'll call for help immediately. I can kneel for you. Please don't hurt me. I'm afraid of pain. The man with the nose ring couldn't stand it anymore and kneeled down in fear. He was truly terrified. especially after hearing the screams around him and the thought of having his leg broken. He was trembling with fear, acting all tough and fierce on the streets, but can't handle the pain. It's downright ridiculous, Lin Feng said with a smile. Then with a wave of his hand, he landed a slap on the man's face, knocking him to the ground, and then stepped on him. With a crack, he crushed the man's left leg underfoot. Ow! The man with the nose ring let out a heart-wrenching scream, trembling in pain, with his heart and head about to explode, his whole body convulsing. Lin Feng knew that since this man was related to the Song family, he would go all the way. It would be best for Song Hongyan to come to Shanghai as soon as possible for a gathering. His martial sisters were popping up one by one, making it hard for him to cope. But sooner or later, they would come. Lin Feng didn't simply help all his martial sisters resolve their cultivation problems. He needed to assess their character and conduct. If any of his 7 martial sisters were truly evil, Lin Feng would clean house in the sect without hesitation. Now Lin Feng's thoughts were somewhat laughable. It was simple. He couldn't even handle a senior sister he randomly encountered now. If there really were senior sisters who were evil, he would be a joke to try to deal with them. But regardless, Lin Feng wanted to quickly meet and interact with all the senior sisters. Among the senior sisters currently present, the eldest senior sister Yi Qingchen, the second senior sister Gu Haitong, the third senior sister Liu Shengnan, and the fifth senior sister Qing Yishan, all gave Lin Feng a good impression. Especially Gu Haitong. Boss, don't worry. No matter how much gets broken, we will compensate you tenfold. These evil beasts must be dealt with. Leave it to us. You don't need to be afraid. Seeing the boss, the waiters, and others trembling in a corner, Lin Feng said a sentence with a smile, reassuring them not to worry. With Lin Feng's words, the boss and others did feel slightly relieved, but their hearts continued to race. They couldn't calm down and were truly afraid to call the police. This was not something they could handle. They could only focus on their own tasks, as they truly couldn't afford the consequences if they did something wrong. After the nose ring man wailed for a while, and things calmed down slightly, he directly called for the leader of the Green Dragon Society. Calling others was probably ineffective. Calling the leader, bringing along the most powerful cultivators to see if they could solve the problem, was the way to go. The leader of the Green Dragon Society originally didn't care about such matters. However, upon hearing that 2 fully cultivated cultivator bodyguards had been killed, the leader immediately took it seriously. He quickly got up, pushed the 2 beautiful women in his arms aside, and rushed over with the strongest cultivator bodyguards. On the Magic City Road, there are 3 major societies: the White Dragon Society, the Green Dragon Society, and the Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society, belonging to the Chu family, were the local powers, but within the 3 societies, the Black Dragon Society ranked last. The most powerful were the White Dragon Society and the Green Dragon Society. These 2 had backgrounds even more terrifying than the Chu family. In the Magic City, the Green Dragon Society truly held sway. Now with the cultivator bodyguards being killed, the leader of the Green Dragon Society took it very seriously. This was like poking a hornet's nest and needed to be handled carefully. Lin Feng and the others continued to wait. 10 minutes later, the grilled skewers ordered by Liu Shengnan were all served. Liu Shengnan looked at Lin Feng and tried to be gentle, smiling as she said, "Younger brother, that woman just said that with your touch, these grilled skewers would become incomparably delicious. Will you let sister broaden her horizons?" Liu Shengnan didn't believe it. How could something be so magical? But Oriental Zhuer had spoken so convincingly before as if it were true, so she asked casually to see. At this moment, Oriental Zhuer was standing not far away and dared not come over to sit down. She was mainly afraid of Liu Shengnan. If Liu Shengnan wasn't around, she could do whatever she wanted, and Lin Feng wouldn't be able to stop her. Lin Feng said with a warm smile, "Third sister, I can amaze you, but can you promise me one condition?" In fact, Lin Feng had already wanted to go back. Deciding to confront the Green Dragon Society of the Song family was also a way of buying time. The impression left by Liu Shengnan in Lin Feng's heart had always been domineering and assertive. Now with no one to stop her, Lin Feng was truly afraid of Liu Shengnan forcibly taking him away. Liu Shengnan nodded, smiling, and said, "Sure, if you can turn these skewers into heavenly delicacies, then sister can agree to one condition." Lin Feng, warm smile on his face, said directly, "All right, third sister, let's make a deal. I'll turn these skewers into delicacies. Within a month, Don't use force against me to unlock my cultivation restraints. After a month, when my strength is restored to its peak, I will assist you in removing the cultivation restraints. You should know that my medical skills are quite good. When my strength has returned to its peak, I'll be able to use the reversal 9 needles to help you directly dissolve the restraints in your danshan. With my current strength, I can't remove them. Lin Feng spoke sincerely, hoping to delay Liu Shennan for a month. Okay. Little brother, you've said this much. What else can sister say? Hurry up. Let sister see your amazing skills. After hearing this, Liu Shennan didn't hesitate and agreed. It was mainly because she didn't believe Lin Feng had such incredible abilities to transform these skewers into heavenly delicacies. It was possible that Lin Feng had some kind of seasoning that made the skewers taste better, but it couldn't be beyond compare. Next, Oriental Zhuir could agree casually but could also go back on her word at any time. After all, Lin Feng's strength was so weak, she could control him at will, making her the one in charge. Lin Feng only hoped that Liu Shennan would keep her promise. If she didn't, what could he do? Lin Feng could only do his best with what he had. With one hand suspended above the table, Lin Feng directed his power towards the large plates of skewers below. In just 2 or 3 seconds, when he retracted his hand, the job was done. Even before Lin Feng spoke, Liu Shennan's eyes had widened. She took a few sharp sniffs and was pleasantly surprised. When the grilled skewers were brought out, they didn't smell extraordinary, but after Lin Feng's touch, an irresistible fragrance wafted over. This aroma made Liu Shennan salivate uncontrollably. At this moment, Liu Shennan was instantly overcome with a strong appetite. Just the scent alone made her unable to resist. The middle-aged woman, in a red robe standing behind Liu Shennan, also had saliva dripping from her mouth and couldn't care less. The fragrance had been making her unable to bear it, tormenting her to the core. She had previously ordered a lot of barbecue, hardly ate any, as the smell of this fragrance made the barbecue in her hand lose its appeal. Lin Feng warmly said, "Third sister, let's get started." Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Liu Shennan had already started without any courtesy. No need for chopsticks, no need for gloves, she didn't need anything. She picked up an Orleans grilled chicken leg and started gnawing directly. With the first bite, she completely lost control, forgot everything. Tears even welled up in her eyes. Stimulated by this delicious taste, she trembled slightly, her heart feeling like it was about to burst, truly unable to bear it. She chewed the chicken leg bones until they crunched and swallowed them. Suddenly, she began to wolf down the food, disregarding any semblance of manners. She even bit her tongue, but Liu Shennan didn't even notice. Lin Feng took some skewers and handed them to Su Jingwen. Su Jingwen, who had eaten too much before, now had green eyes and hesitated to eat. Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged woman behind Liu Shennan and said with a smile, "Elder, sit down and have some food together. There's too much food to finish. After eating, we can ask the boss for more." "Thank you, Master Lin. I'll gladly do as you say." The middle-aged woman immediately agreed and, as she spoke, a large wave of drool poured from her mouth. Hurriedly sitting down, she also picked up some food to eat. Lin Feng was Liu Shennan's junior brother, so if Lin Feng spoke, even if Liu Shennan didn't express an opinion, there would definitely be no problem. As they ate, the middle-aged woman truly cried, tears streaming down her face, trembling uncontrollably. They didn't know how to describe this shock. It felt like a dream they couldn't even fathom. Dong Fang's Weir moved closer, her eyes fixated, continually swallowing saliva, almost crying, but she didn't know how to express it. She really hoped Lin Feng would let her sit down and eat. She couldn't bear seeing Liu Shennan, Lin Feng, and the others enjoying the food so much. "Big brother Lin, why don't you let teacher Dong Fang have some?" Su Jingwen saw Dong Fang's Weir looking pitiful, and couldn't bear it, so she whispered to Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Dong Fang's Weir and said, warmly, "Teacher Dong Fang, order one more of what my third sister ordered, settle the bill, and compensate the owner for 100,000 yuan for the losses. After all, a lot of things were broken because of you. Get this done. Come and eat with everyone. Don't sit there looking like you're about to cry. This is all of your own doing, right?" All right, all right." When Lin Feng said this, Dong Fang's Weir immediately brightened up, excited beyond measure, and didn't care what Lin Feng said. She promptly ordered one more as per Lin Feng's instructions. Then she settled the bill, genuinely compensating the owner with 100,000 yuan for the damages, which moved the owner almost to tears. The broken items totaled at most 2,000 yuan, suddenly compensating 100,000. I'm speechless. This time she really hit the jackpot. Initially, the boss hesitated to ask for compensation from Lin Feng and the others, not even daring to present the bill. Truly feeling that Lin Feng and the others were genuinely good people, the boss immediately served to more portions, as a gesture of goodwill. With these settled, Dongfang Zhuo hurried over at the fastest speed, sat down directly, her hands trembling slightly, no longer holding back, and began eating. This left the boss and others puzzled, unable to comprehend. How could their barbecue be so delicious? But indeed, there was a scent that couldn't be described. Lin Feng and the others continued eating ravenously. The boss quickly prepared more food before they finished, serving an extra portion. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Feng and the others cleaned their plates, feeling satisfied. Lin Feng was fine, but the others were all burping, blushing, and still full of energy. Liu Shengnan looked at Lin Feng with a different expression, smiling endlessly with great joy as if she had discovered a new world. Her junior brother was truly exceptional, too cool. No matter what, in the future, when it comes to eating and drinking, she must look for this junior brother. After experiencing this unparalleled delicacy, anything else, no matter how exotic, would surely pale in comparison. Lin Feng warmly said, "Third sister, don't forget the promise you made me. Just give me a month, Liu Shengnan was about to say something, but a burp interrupted her. Feeling some liquid rising in her throat, she swallowed it back down. Normally, this sensation with stomach acid would be uncomfortable, but now Liu Shengnan felt that this liquid was also delicious beyond words. She didn't feel any discomfort swallowing it, and even if she wanted to vomit, she couldn't bear to. At that moment, a white-haired old man in a white suit, with a big back head, draped in a white coat, smoking a cigarette, wearing black-framed reading glasses, and a green jade thumb ring, slowly walked in. Behind the old man were just two gray-robed elders. The president of the Green Dragon Society had arrived. The leader of the Qinglong gang saw many of his subordinates lying on the ground, in the alley outside, groaning and moaning before even being sent to the hospital. Upon entering, he saw a chaotic scene with many more of his men lying there, also groaning and moaning. Two old men in gray robes lying there lifeless. The Scorpion was also lying on the ground wailing. Not a single one of his men was standing. Amidst the chaos, there was only one table with one man and four women. They all appeared satiated and lazy. The leader of the Qinglong gang didn't rush over. He took a few puffs of his cigar, carefully observing Lin Feng and the others. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Feng and the others didn't seem like easy targets, except for Liu Shengnan, who seemed a bit extraordinary, dressed in ancient clothing, very beautiful with an ethereal air. Wait, damn, the Hall Master of the War God Temple. Suddenly, the leader of Qinglong gang's eyes narrowed in shock. His heart trembled instantly. He stared at Liu Shengnan, examining her carefully, and suddenly realized, damn, isn't that the Hall Master of the War God Temple? He was definitely not acquainted with the Hall Master of the War God Temple, but in their line of work, they often hired cultivators as bodyguards, and the War God Temple focused on hiring cultivators as bodyguards. He was somewhat familiar with the Hall Master of the War God Temple, at least he had seen his picture. Sitting in this position, backed by the imperial capital Song family, if he failed to recognize certain formidable figures, he might really suffer. The leader of the Qinglong gang finally understood why his men were beaten like this, why the two cultivator bodyguards were killed directly. Who would dare cause trouble with the Hall Master of the War God Temple here? The Scorpion had truly met his match this time. Ignorant of the true power before him, even if it was the Song family, they wouldn't dare provoke the Hall Master of the War God Temple easily. What status did their small Qinglong gang have? Moreover, the leader of the Qinglong gang had another task here, which was to keep an eye on whether Song Hongyan's junior brother had appeared. If he did, he needed to report to Song Hongyan promptly. Song Hongyan and Liu Shengnan were fellow disciples, with Song Hongyan being Liu Shennan's fourth junior sister. Now that Liu Shengnan appeared here, and a young man as well, that young man seemed quite ordinary. He needed to pay attention to the identity of that young man. Someone like Liu Shengnan wouldn't be friends with just any ordinary man. Since there was an additional young man, his background might not be insignificant, and it was possible he was Song Hongyan's junior brother. The leader of the Qinglong gang quickly threw his cigar on the ground, stomped it out, bent down and ran over with a smile on his face, addressing Lin Feng and the others. I'm sorry, everyone. It's my inadequate management that has caused trouble for you all. Even if the smile was fake, the leader of the Qinglan gang tried to smile brilliantly and humbly. He truly couldn't afford to offend Liu Shengnan. If he mishandled this matter, his life might be in danger. Lin Feng smiled warmly and asked, "Who are you?" The leader of the Qinglan gang immediately replied with a smile, "I am Lei Zhenchen, the leader of the Qinglan gang. Master, you can just call me Little Lazy." At this moment, Lei Zhenchen didn't dare to show off. The majestic leader of the Qinglan gang, respectfully addressed as Lei Yi, or nicknamed Lei Luo, who was well known in the Magic City. A stomp of his foot would cause ripples in the Magic City. But now, he was truly humble, almost like a dog. Liu Shengnan interjected, saying, "Don't look at us. We have nothing to do with him. He brought this trouble on himself. Let him deal with it himself. We don't know him." Liu Shengnan said this on purpose to test if the leader of the Qinglan gang dared to touch Lin Feng. If he dared, then it would lead to a confrontation. Besides, she wanted to lure Song Hanyan out, and Lin Feng had already shown up. Other fellow disciples would know sooner or later. They had encountered each other, so let Lin Feng and Song Hanyan clash first. Liu Shengnan also realized that the leader of the Qinglan gang might have recognized her, which was why he was acting so obedient. If he hadn't recognized her, the renowned Lei Zhenchen, the leader of the Qinglan gang, wouldn't have acted so subserviently. No one would believe it. Lin Feng continued with a warm smile. "Yes, none of us know each other. It's just that the other tables and chairs are all smashed, so we're just sharing a table. You old man, don't take me lightly. I know that if someone is beaten, they should take responsibility. We can't afford to offend your Qinglan gang. How do you want to deal with me? There's no need to be merciful. I've been itching for a lesson." Lin Feng also understood Liu Shengnan's intentions. Since this old man had brought people, if he didn't act, how could that be? If he didn't act, too, Lin Feng would make sure to get something out of it. If the old man didn't dare touch Lin Feng would definitely not spare him. Once a conflict is sparked, there's no turning back, as grudges can't just be let go. Upon hearing Liu Shengnan and Lin Feng say these words, Lei Zhenchen almost believed them. But based on his experience, how could things be so simple? Why would someone like Liu Shengnan be eating at a small barbecue shop in this alley? If there really was no issue, after getting full and satisfied, she should have left. Why is Liu Shengnan still sitting here, deceiving ghosts? What the hell is going on? Am I Scorpion, Cat Brother, and others all stopped crying out and stared like idiots? It's really incomprehensible. They brought in two powerful practitioners as bodyguards, so why are they acting like fools? This is not their usual style. The title of Lei Leo was not just for show. Usually, when he made a move, it was either death or disability. But now, acting like a fool, they were treating them like two different people. Lei Leo is not someone who likes to act. What's going on here? Still not daring to stand up straight, Lei Zhenchen smiled and said, "I'm sorry everyone. This is not about your identities or statuses. It's my fault for not disciplining my men properly, allowing them to do wrong. They must be taught a lesson." Then Lei Zhenchen stood up and looked at the two grey-robed old men he had brought, and said directly, "Immediately break the limbs of everyone involved in this matter, including those lying in the alley outside. They must be given a profound lesson. If they dare to cause trouble again in the future, they will just disappear." Scorpion, Cat Brother, and the others felt that something was off. Instead of touching Lin Feng and the others, they were going to break their limbs. How could they endure this? Scorpion shouted, "President, quickly stop them. Don't joke around. We were really badly beaten. Both bodyguards are dead." Cat Brother also shouted in desperation, "President, it's not our fault. They deliberately provoked us, deliberately hurt people. You must avenge us. I'm already in a bad situation. Don't joke with me. I can't bear it. President, take action." Lei Zhenchen said coldly, letting the two old men proceed. The two old men were confused and bewildered. This was really not Lei Zhenchen's style. But they had to do as their employer commanded, so they stomped on them mercilessly, breaking their limbs one by one. Regardless of the pleas for mercy from Scorpion, Cat Brother, and the others, it was useless. Soon, it quieted down as they passed out from the pain. Few could bear such pain. After dealing with them inside, they went outside and continued the same brutal treatment. Soon, everything was quiet outside too. Lin Feng realized that Lei Zhenchen was quite extraordinary. How could he be so sure that they couldn't provoke them? He was harsh even to his subordinates. Everything settled, Lei Zhenchen bent down again and approached Lin Feng and the others, saying respectfully, "Everyone has been disciplined. If you are still not satisfied, you may speak up at any time. Even if you want their lives, I, Lei, will not refuse." Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Forget it, old man. The lesson has been enough. Now let's talk. How should we handle this matter next?" Lei Zhenchen smiled and said, "Young master, this is our fault for causing trouble to you. I am willing to compensate you with 1 billion. 1 billion was the maximum that Lei Zhenchen could accept. He didn't offer tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even billions. The status of Lin Feng was still unclear. But Liu Shengnan was someone not to be messed with, so 1 billion was a reasonable price." Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "I'm not interested in money. Since you are so sincere, we can forget about the 1 billion. Do you know about vitality stones? Just give me a few dozen, and that will be enough." Liu Shengnan couldn't help but chuckle. She didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a big appetite, asking for a few dozen vitality stones casually, each of which was worth at least 1 billion. Lin Zhenchen smile stiffened for a moment. He had collected some vitality stones, but only 6 so far. Moreover, the stones were collected for San Hongyan, who could come to take them at any time. Now Lin Feng wanted dozens. Where could he find them? And since the stones were collected for San Hongyan, he couldn't touch them. If he did, would San Hongyan let him off? Lei Zhenchen was now considering taking action. Lin Feng was being unreasonable. Offering 1 billion was still not enough, yet he claimed he wasn't interested in money. And now he was asking for dozens of vitality stones. Wasn't that asking for less? On the contrary, "I have something to do, so I'll leave now. You guys can continue chatting. It's really interesting. Ha ha ha." Liu Shengnan stood up, said a few words with a smile, and left with the old lady in red. But she didn't truly leave, instead waiting nearby, floating and peeking through the window to see what was happening inside. If a fight broke out and Lin Feng couldn't handle it, she would instantly rush in to help. Her departure meant that she had no connection with Lin Feng. Let's see how Lei Zhenchen would act. She seemed to really hope that Lin Feng and San Hongyan would clash. It would be interesting. As Liu Shengnan left, Lei Zhenchen furrowed his brow slightly and stood up straight, feeling somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Lin Feng and Liu Shengnan really have no relationship at all? If they were truly connected, in this situation, Liu Shengnan wouldn't just leave like that. What if a fight broke out and Liu Shengnan was not around? Wouldn't Lin Feng be in a dire situation? Both of you go out and take a look. Lei Zhenchen directly instructed the 2 old men. He wanted them to carefully check whether Liu Shengnan had left or not. If she had left, then he could proceed with his plans without worries. By now, Lei Zhenchen was extremely angry, feeling that he had lost his dignity by acting so foolishly before. Not only that, he had also injured many of his subordinates. If this news got out, it would tarnish his reputation. If others of his standing found out, they would probably laugh at him. The 2 old men nodded and went outside to take a look. They glanced around casually without a thorough search. After a quick look, without spotting Liu Shengnan or the middle-aged woman in a red robe, they returned and reported to Lei Zhenchen. "Lord Lei, she has truly left. We didn't see anyone." Lei Zhenchen smiled, feeling quite pleased with himself. He raised 2 fingers, and one of the old men handed him a cigar, while the other lit it for him. Lei Zhenchen took a few puffs of the cigar before turning to Lin Feng with a smile, saying, "You little brat, didn't expect you to be so bold," making grandfather lose face. Lin Feng warmly responded, "Old brute, you are just being delusional, thinking highly of yourself. You were the one behaving like a child before, not because of me forcing you. And now you are trying to pull the same act on me. Ha ha ha, fresh, truly fresh, what a sight to behold. For me, Lei Zhenchen, who has roamed the demonic world for decades, it's the first time I've heard someone dare to call me an old brute. Ha ha ha." Lei Zhenchen burst out laughing, a laughter that sent chills down the spine of the hotel owner and the waiters, who quickly found a place to hide. Su Jingwen furrowed her brow slightly, feeling very displeased. She had thought Lei Zhenchen was a good person, only to realize he was truly a brute, extremely ruthless. Dong Fangzhou at this moment felt conflicted. With only 2 practitioners left, their strength was undoubtedly not weak. She wondered if Lin Feng could handle them. If Lin Feng couldn't handle them, should she assist him? She didn't know what Liu Shengnan was thinking, just leaving like that. Maybe she hadn't actually left but was nearby keeping an eye on things. However, if something happened on Lin Feng's end and she was far away, Liu Shengnan might not make it in time. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "You truly live up to being an old brute, an old cunning fox who turns hostile faster than flipping a book. Since no one has ever insulted you or called you an old brute, let me do it a few times to give you, old brute, a fulfilling experience." Lin Feng knew that Liu Shengnan must have not left. If she had truly exited, that would have been fine, but he was worried she might change her mind. Nevertheless, Lin Feng wasn't afraid, as both old men were at the pinnacle of the profound realm. Lin Feng himself was in the late profound stage, and if things turned physical, maybe he wouldn't win in a fair fight, but he had prepared the explosive che balls long ago. If the need arose, he could instantly defeat the two old men and leave them lying on the ground. Very well, it is truly admirable to encounter such a fearless youth. Indeed, indeed. Lei Zhenchen appeared still in good spirits. However, the more cheerful he looked, the angrier he felt. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "Old brute, stop lamenting and just start already. Quit wasting my time. If you don't act, as I said, just throw in a few dozen chest stones and we'll call it quits. But if you want to fight, do it now. I don't have time to waste with you." Lin Feng checked the time on his phone, seeing that it was already 5:30 in the morning and the sky was gradually brightening. Once he settled things here, he needed to hurry back to accompany Xia Ruoxu for their morning run. For the past 3 years, they hadn't missed a single day. "All right, for the first time meeting such a fearless individual. Little brat, give me a chance to say a few more words. Tell me, what's your name? Those who die under my command aren't just any ordinary people." Lei Zhenchen continued to speak with a bright smile. Lin Feng stood up, warmly smiling and said, "You, old brute, are not even worthy of knowing my name. Hey, you two old brutes, come over and fight already." I'm busy." Lin Feng was already losing patience. Once he dealt with Lei Zhenchen, he would have to get Lei Zhenchen to have the chest stones delivered, and that would take more time. He needed to hurry back to drive home, fearing he might miss the time for the morning run with Xia Ruoxu. In Lin Feng's eyes, running with Xia Ruoxu was more important than anything else. Truly ignorant. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it either. I've been impatient for a long time. The two old men in gray robes shouted in unison, both finally unleashing their full strength and charging towards Lin Feng. They had been eager to start from the beginning, but Lei Zhenchen's delay had frustrated them. If he still didn't let them act now, they would explode with anger. "Take him from me. Crush him inch by inch into flesh pulp." At this moment, Lei Zhenchen also erupted with a hysterical roar. All the anger, in this moment, exploded completely. Dongfang Zure's eyes turned cold. Without any hesitation, she couldn't care less, instantly stood in front of Lin Feng. She couldn't afford to not act anymore. If she didn't act beside Lin Feng, he would really start to hate her more and more. She also believed that facing to perfect profound realm cultivators, Lin Feng was definitely not strong enough and might be killed instantly. Anyway, since she had already acted once, there was no harm in acting a second time. Step aside a bit. When I let you act, you don't, but when I don't let you act, you want to. Lin Feng directly pushed Dongfang Zhu aside with one hand. The Che exploding ball was already prepared. If he didn't use it, wouldn't it be a waste of his facial expression? Besides, he had provoked the Song family. Lin Feng didn't know Dongfang Zhu's background. Since the other party had targeted him, let him bear the consequences. There was no need to involve Dongfang Zhu. The most important thing was that he could handle it. If he couldn't handle it, Lin Feng would hope for Dongfang Zhu's help. Dongfang Zhu looked at Lin Feng in confusion. She really couldn't understand why Lin Feng wouldn't let her act. Could it be that Lin Feng could resolve it? But before she could finish speaking, two old men rushed over. After pushing her aside, Lin Feng also raised his hand and directly smashed the Che exploding ball towards the two old men. With a thunderous bang, the Che exploding ball exploded between the two old men. A terrifying wave of energy swept out, blasting the two old men to fly out to the sides. When the two old men hit the ground, their heads, arms, waist, and other parts were smashed to pieces. Not even a slight movement, they were already dead. What the hell? How is this possible? Dongfang Zhu and Lei Zhenchen, seeing this situation, widened their eyes in shock and amazement. Especially Lei Zhenchen, he couldn't believe that the two perfect profound realm cultivators he had brought would die so miserably, so quickly. In a flash, it was all over. Lin Feng's action had overturned his cognition. He had seen cultivators fight more than once, but it was always in close combat. When Lin Feng was 3 meters away from the two old men, they were already sent flying. How did he do it? Just how strong was Lin Feng? Liu Shengnan, who was flying near the window, couldn't help nodding and shaking her head slightly. She was really impressed with Lin Feng. Yesterday afternoon, when she encountered Lin Feng, he couldn't even beat a beginner in the Profound Realm. But now, he could instantly kill 2 perfect Profound Realm cultivators. After dealing with the 2 old men without hesitation, Lin Feng immediately walked towards Lei Zhenshin. Lei Zhenshin took several steps back, his face turning pale. Fear flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly said, "Young brother, I'm sorry, I had underestimated you. I was wrong. Young brother, you want the energy stones, right? In all honesty, up to now, I have only collected 1. I will immediately have someone bring it to you. I hope young brother will give me a chance and spare my life." Although Lei Zhenshin was frightened at this moment, he remained very calm. He had 6 energy stones, but only stated 1. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Stop lying to me. Someone like you, how could you have only collected 1? I want 10 stones. If you can't provide them, I will kill you directly. Now, let's start with breaking your limbs." Upon hearing this, Lei Zhenshin's heart trembled, almost scaring him to death. With a creaking sound, he knelt down, tears streaming down his face from the pain, shivering as he said, "Young brother, please don't hurt me. To tell you the truth, I have only obtained 6 energy stones so far. I can bring them all to you." Lei Zhenshin had no choice but to tell the truth to save his own life. Having his limbs broken would cost him half his life. How could he continue in the future? However, even at this point, Lei Zhenshin still didn't mention the Song family. He was very clear that Lin Feng was fearless, and although he knew about the Song family's existence, he still dared to take action. Bringing up the Song family now would be useless. He had to first stabilize Lin Feng and then figure out how to deal with him. This anger must not be endured. Revenge should be sought. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "All right then, 6 it is. It's a bit less, but I'll accept it. Now, pick up the phone immediately and have someone bring them to me within 20 minutes. If they're late by even a minute, I'll break one of your legs." Okay. Young brother, rest assured, they will be delivered within 20 minutes. Lei Zhenshin directly agreed. He had no choice but to agree. Lin Feng was just scaring Lei Zhenshin. He wouldn't truly break his limbs. Since he was a person from the Song family, he needed to give face to Song Hongyan. If he needed to teach a lesson, he would let his 4th senior sister, Song Hongyan, handle it personally. Unless Lei Zhenshin continued to act recklessly in the future, then Lin Feng wouldn't be so polite. Lei Zhenshin immediately made a phone call, asking someone to bring 6 Yuanqi stones over. He instructed them to have his trusted person bring them over, without anyone else tagging along, to avoid being taken care of by Lin Feng. Lin Feng sat down and waited patiently, while Liu Shengnan took a look outside, and decided to leave first to handle some matters. With Dongfang Zhuo around, Liu Shengnan was not worried about Lin Feng. Previously, they were afraid of Dongfang Zhuo taking action. However, now that Dongfang Zhuo was willing to help, it was just stopped by Lin Feng. Waiting like this was quite boring, so Su Jingwen spoke up. "Brother, you are truly knowledgeable. What kind of books do you usually read? Give me some recommendations so I can read them too." Lin Feng noticed that the women around him were all very intelligent. Whenever there were outsiders present who might pose a threat to Lin Feng, no one would easily reveal his identity, regardless of who they were. Liu Shengnan did not call him junior brother. Dongfang Zhuo did not call him Mr. Lin. Su Jingwen did not call him Big Brother Lin, and did not even reveal their last names. Of course, Dongfang Zhuo sometimes really slipped up. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Reading. Naturally, reading classical masterpieces is the most beneficial. The most preserved and read books in the world are all in our China. These books include The Art of War by Sun Tzu, Records of the Grand Historian, 24 Histories, for great classical novels, Records of the Grand Historian, Dao Te Ching, for books and 5 classics. China's literature is vast and profound, unmatched by any other country in the world. Whenever you have time, you should read more. The important thing is to learn the wisdom from the books and apply it." Dongfang Zhuo was slightly surprised again when Lin Feng recommended these books as true classics. However, Dongfang Zhuo smiled and said, "Brother, the books you mentioned piled up would be quite high. After reading so many books, forgetting them afterward. What should we do? Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, reading a book does not mean you have to remember every single word and punctuation mark, because reading is like eating. We consume a lot of things, digest and eliminate them, seemingly useless. However, just like how we grow from a few pounds as a newborn to an adult, absorbing knowledge from books will enrich our minds, and without realizing it, we have absorbed a lot of essence. Dongfang's ear nodded with a smile, feeling warm in her heart, fearing that Lin Feng would ignore her again. It seemed that standing up just now was the right choice. If she had remained passive, Lin Feng probably wouldn't have said another word to her. Previously, she didn't care much about what Lin Feng thought, but now she unexpectedly began to pay attention to it. Su Jingwen smiled, then asked again, brother, is reading really useful? Lin Feng nodded and said with a smile, of course it is useful. The English philosopher Francis Bacon has a famous saying, reading makes a complete man, conference a ready man, and writing an exact man. The Chinese poet from the Eastern Jin dynasty, Dao Yuanming, said in his letter to Xi Yandeng and others, when I open a book, I get to enjoy and forget about eating. Therefore, opening a book must be beneficial. The human brain can store a knowledge capacity of 10 to the 15 power bits, enough to contain all the books in the world's libraries. Do you know about the Jewish people? The Jewish people are considered the smartest race in the world. According to statistics, the average number of books read per person per year is 60 for Jews, 55 for Russians, 47 for Germans, 40 for Islanders, 14 for French, 11 for Koreans, and 4.67 for Chinese. Of course, reading beautifully is done best by the Jewish people. When Jewish children are 2 or 3 years old, they are introduced to books by sprinkling honey on them, allowing the children to smell and lick them first, thus creating a deep impression that books are sweet. Therefore, cultivating good reading habits from an early age is the most important thing. As Lin Feng finished speaking, Dongfang's Weira and Su Jingwen nodded in agreement, once again amazed. They never really took the saying listening to one speech is better than reading for 10 years seriously. Now they realized that it was indeed true. Conversing with Lin Feng was truly enjoyable. They found that compared to their discussions with other men before, it now felt like talking to foolish people. Lei Zhenchen was kneeling there, not daring to get up, his legs numb from kneeling, sweating profusely. However, he listened attentively to the conversation between Lin Feng and the others. At this moment, he truly realized that he had underestimated Lin Feng. This guy, Lin Feng, had a way with words and was definitely not an ordinary person. Talent may not always come with eloquence, but those with eloquence were definitely talented individuals. At this moment, a frail middle-aged man holding a red box swiftly entered the room. Lei Zhenchen's trusted person had arrived, but his expression was serious, feeling uneasy. Outside, in the alley, many members of the Qinglan Society were lying unconscious on the ground, unattended. As soon as he stepped inside, he was shocked to see more than 20 people passed out, including 4 elderly men in gray robes who had died. Lei Zhenchen, the famous Lord Lei, the leader of the Qinglan Society, knelt there, sweating profusely and shivering uncontrollably. This scene is truly shocking. It makes my heart tremble. Looking at the situation here, there are only 2 men and 1 woman sitting there, chatting and laughing. Could it be that the culprits are these 2 men and 1 woman? They don't seem like anything extraordinary. The woman is quite graceful, dressed provocatively in a thin silk nightgown. President, what's going on? How could this happen? In any case, the heart rushed over to help Lei Zhenchen up, not knowing what to say. He couldn't believe it himself until he saw it with his own eyes. Lei Zhenchen kneeling down trembling. Don't help me up. Quickly take the box and send it over. Then can kneel next to me and await the young man's command. Lei Zhenchen wiped away cold sweat and immediately said a few words. It took about a dozen minutes before the item was delivered. The whether Lin Feng would accept it and let them off the hook was hard to say. No matter how powerful or wealthy they were, no matter how many experts they could hire, it was all useless now. Life and death were all in Lin Feng's hands. The middle-aged man nodded and quickly took the box to Lin Feng, bowing deeply and handing over the box with no idea what to say. Lin Feng took the box and opened it directly. Upon inspection, there were indeed 6 pieces of elemental stones inside, all red small beads with a diameter of 1 centimeter. Lin Feng smiled brightly in an instant. Coming out at 3 in the morning this time, there was still some gain. All 6 elemental stones could be used for recovery, enough to restore 6 minor levels, allowing Lin Feng to go from the later stage of the profound realm to the peak of the earth realm. This was truly satisfying for Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the 6 elemental stones in his hand and began absorbing them for recovery, tossing the box aside. This box could fetch at least tens of thousands, but Lin Feng didn't care. The middle-aged man went over and kneeled down with Lei Zhenchen. Even Lei Zhenchen, who couldn't be provoked, didn't dare to offend regardless of the other party's appearance. Lin Feng stood up, looked at Lei Zhenchen, and smiled warmly, saying, "President Lei, get up. Since I've received the items and am in a good mood, I won't hold it against you. Quickly get someone to handle things here. If you dare to come find trouble in the future, be prepared with enough chips. If you can't beat me, I'm sorry. Without enough chips, you'll die miserably. All right, that's it. Take care of yourself." After saying that, Lin Feng, along with Su Jingwen and Dongfang Zhu, left directly. "Quick, help me up. Ah Wu, bring a chair over. My legs have lost sensation. Numb, so painful." As soon as Lin Feng left, Lei Zhenchen immediately had his men help him up, feeling an unbearable pain as his legs couldn't straighten. "President, what's going on? Why did a young man deal with you like this?" "Don't ask. Immediately contact the Practitioner Association and hire the strongest experts. Hire 10 pinnacle heavenly realm experts. Remember the look of that kid and quickly spread the word. Let our brothers hunt him down and find out everything about him." After some recovery, Lei Zhenchen immediately made arrangements. This couldn't be left unresolved. As the dignified Lord Lei, if he was seen kneeling down, how could he continue to exist? His men immediately made arrangements, and Lei Zhenchen took out his phone and dialed Song Hongyan's number. This matter had to be reported to Song Hongyan. The 6 elemental stones had been taken by Lin Feng. Even if they managed to take down Lin Feng in the end, whether they could retrieve the 6 elemental stones was another matter. "Lei Luohu, why are you calling? Didn't I tell you not to call unless it's important?" Song Hongyan hadn't even gotten out of bed yet and was quite annoyed at being woken up by the phone. "Miss, something has happened on my end. The 6 elemental stones we've accumulated were taken by a young man. 2 Pinnacle Profound Realm bodyguards were also killed by that young man. It's a massive loss." "What? What did you say? Which young man is so formidable? Which family? Which power? What's the name?" Song Hongyan was instantly shocked upon hearing this. "I don't know. I'm currently sending people to investigate." "Useless. Why did this happen? Tell me exactly what happened." Song Hongyan's voice turned cold. Other matters could wait, but losing the 6 elemental stones was not a small issue. Although Song Hongyan's current strength couldn't be improved due to encountering a cultivation shackle, which required her junior brother to resolve before she could advance, preparing the elemental stones in advance would allow her to make rapid progress once the shackle was lifted. Lei Zhenchen couldn't hide it and immediately recounted what he knew about the incident. If he concealed any information and things worsened, he wouldn't be able to explain to Song Hongyan. "You're a fool. Clearly, the other party must have some connection to Liu Shengnan. Liu Shengnan left because she must know that the other party can deal with the 2 powerful people at your side. Did you think that just because the other party seems to have no background, nothing special, you could simply handle them at will? Continue with the investigation. Report to me what you find, but don't act recklessly. Next week, I'll be in the Magic City for a tour concert. I came here early today to investigate this matter." After listening, Song Hongyan thought for a moment before giving a few instructions. Suddenly, Song Hongyan had a premonition that her junior brother might have appeared. It's a simple matter. There are not many young practitioners in the entire Huaxia, unless they are sent to Kunlun Mountain to learn martial arts and return. There are also some disciples of old monsters, such as disciples of the Qianji Old Man, but they are very rare. Another point is that it can only be the people of the Temple of War. But if it's from the Temple of War, Liu Shengnan, it is impossible to have such strange behavior. So Song Hongyan must come in person. In any case, it is not that simple to dare to act against the Qinglong Society, knowing that it is behind the Song family. On Lin Feng's side, he reached the parking lot, bid farewell to Su Jingwen and Dongfang Zhu, and drove home. The 6 energy stones had been completely absorbed by Lin Feng, and his strength smoothly reached the late-stage peak of the Earth rank. Returning to the Xia family villa, Xia Ruoxu had just finished washing up. Lin Feng and Gu Haitan greeted her and accompanied Xia Ruoxu for a run. The two ran slowly side by side, chatting while running. Xia Ruoxu smiled sweetly all along. With Lin Feng's company, no matter what they did, Xia Ruoxu felt content. Hopefully, in the future days, things can be calm. Xia Ruoxu just wanted to be with Lin Feng in a simple and calm way, and Lin Feng also wanted to be low-key, cherishing every moment with Xia Ruoxu. After running for more than half an hour, the two returned along the same path and continued to jog. 3 Mercedes-Benz cars passed by on the road at high speed, but suddenly, tens of meters ahead, the first car slammed on its brakes, and the other 2 cars couldn't avoid colliding into it. The first car was flipped over, and the other 2 cars ended up blocking the road. It's early in the morning. Why are they driving so fast? The front car suddenly stopped, and the others rear-ended it. Where are these people in such a hurry to go? Xia Ruoxu was surprised, but then she recovered, looked at Lin Feng, and jokingly said, "Why? Is it because of a beautiful lady?" "Beautiful lady? Where is the beautiful lady? Isn't it you? In this world, there is no one as stunning as you. Birds are startled by your presence. Fish shy away from a lotus. People see you and love you. Flowers bloom at your sight. Cars get flat tires upon seeing you. If it weren't for seeing you, there wouldn't have been an accident." Lin Feng said a few words with a warm smile. Indeed, in his eyes, Xia Ruoxu was the most beautiful woman in the world, incomparable to anyone else. As the saying goes, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. "You're just talking nonsense. Which of your senior sisters isn't more beautiful than me?" Xia Ruoxu laughed even more sweetly and playfully punched Lin Feng. "Them, forget it. How can they compare to you? No matter how beautiful a woman is, they can never match you in my eyes. My eyes only see you." The two joked around. Xia Ruoxu took out her phone to make a call, intending to dial 120. If there were any injured persons, they needed to be sent to the hospital promptly. Seeing such an incident, they couldn't just stand by. She was ready to go with Lin Feng. If there was any need for help, she would lend a hand. However, at that moment, the sounds of crashes came from the front. The door of the overturned car was kicked open, and yellow-robed old men came out from each of the 3 cars. Practitioners? Both Xia Ruoxu and Lin Feng were slightly startled, especially Lin Feng, who furrowed his brows. The yellow-robed individuals were all from the Practitioners Association, and this road led to Xia's family villa. These people running on this road might be headed to the Xia family villa. They suddenly stopped, causing a rear-end collision and an accident. It was highly likely that they recognized Lin Feng and stopped for that reason. Lin Feng had told Xia Ruoxu yesterday that he needed to buy some different clothes and get a haircut. This way, other people wouldn't easily recognize him. However, as of now, the clothes weren't bought, and Lin Feng's hair remained uncut, still dressed in sportswear. 15 yellow-robed old men got out of the 3 cars. Each one of them walked briskly towards Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu. All 15 yellow-robed old men were powerful. The weakest 5 were at the completion stage of the heaven rank. The remaining 10 had surpassed the completion stage of the heaven rank. After the entry of Che Cultivation Realm, there were stages like the yellow rank, mysterious rank, earth rank, and heaven rank as the starting points. Surpassing the heaven rank meant becoming a postnatal stronger. Above the postnatal stronger were the prenatal stronger. Among the remaining 10 old men, there were 2 at the postnatal early stage, 2 at the postnatal mid stage, 2 at the postnatal late stage, 2 at the postnatal peak, and 2 at the postnatal completion stage. Lin Feng was shocked again. With so many high-level practitioners, 15 in total, and all at the postnatal stage, it was astonishing. The Practitioners Association had lost dozens of practitioners in just 2 or 3 days, and it was getting close to 100. Yesterday afternoon, the 10 mysterious rank masters sent to kill Lin Feng had all tragically died. This time, the president of the Practitioners Association was in great anger. He directly sent out a superpowered team and ordered them strictly to bring back Lin Feng's head at all costs. If they couldn't bring it back, then these 15 masters would have no escape. Moreover, all their relatives would be implicated and meet the same fate. The president of the Practitioners Association didn't believe that they couldn't kill Lin Feng this time. They had repeatedly killed their practitioners from the association. Was the association a soft target? The 15 old men were also super confident. In their view, even sending down 1 postnatal completion stage practitioner would have been enough. But the president of the Practitioners Association wasn't taking any chances and needed to ensure nothing went wrong. The president of the Practitioners Association secretly sent them to the Magic City. They didn't take a plane or high-speed rail. They just drove all the way without stopping, heading straight for the Xia family's villa. They couldn't take a plane or high-speed rail, nor could they stop for fear of leaks and being discovered by the Temple of War God. If the Temple of War God found out, they might intervene. After all, with so many powerful individuals mobilized, the Temple of War God couldn't possibly sit idly by. Unfortunately, on the way, they saw Lin Feng. The eyesight of practitioners is much better than that of ordinary people. The old man sitting in the front passenger seat of the first car immediately recognized Lin Feng and stopped the car, causing the accident. Xia Ruoxu was truly speechless. Every time she went out for a run with Lin Feng, something would happen. Couldn't they just have some peaceful days? These old men in yellow robes must be here to kill Lin Feng. In the morning, Xia Ruoxu didn't see Lin Feng. Upon asking Gu Haitong, she heard that Lin Feng received a message in the morning about an incident at the Magic City Academy and rushed there immediately. This time, adding the time for the run, less than an hour had passed, and another incident occurred. It's never calm, day or night. After analyzing the opponent's strength, Lin Feng felt even greater psychological pressure. Although he had advanced to the peak of the Earth stage later period and could use blood burst to kill opponents to major levels below him, he might not be able to take down to late period peak strength opponents of the days after tomorrow. Moreover, it would take about 5 or 6 minutes to drive from here to the Xia family. 5 or 6 minutes was too long. If left unattended for more than 5 minutes, the bone marrow cleansing liquid that had been brewed might be rendered useless. 2 to 3 minutes would be fine. So asking Gu Haitong for help was out of the question. If not Gu Haitong, there was only Yi Qingcheng, who resided in the villa cluster halfway up the mountain. Even if Yi Qingcheng rushed over, it would take at least 6 or 7 minutes. Could these old men give Lin Feng 7 minutes? Of course, Lin Feng was not really scared. If push came to shove, he would fight back and try his luck. If he used blood burst and couldn't kill to late period peak strength opponents of the days after tomorrow, he would hide behind Xia Ruoxu. With Xia Ruoxu's jade bracelet automatically protecting its owner, it could definitely take down the opponent. It was just a pity that the jade bracelet could only protect its owner once with a single power input. If used multiple times, that would be great. But with more than 10 opponents, if using the protective power of the jade bracelet to kill to late period peak strength opponents of the days after tomorrow, they would have to accurately target the right opponents, which was difficult unless the opponents came charging first. Lin Feng was truly speechless. Why was the Practitioners Association so vicious? They wouldn't stop until they killed him, right? Damn it, just when he had finally recovered to the peak of the Earth stage later period, he would have to start all over again after this. One of the leading late period peak strength sneered and said, "Brad, I didn't expect to run into you here before even reaching your den. It seems that heaven wants you dead sooner." Lin Feng clasped his fists warmly and said with a smile, "Uncle, it seems you've mistaken me for someone else, right?" "Mistaken? How could we be mistaken?" Dressed in sportswear, slightly long hair, slightly slender physique, handsome appearance, with a beautiful girlfriend by your side. Which part of you doesn't fit this description? All right, then why are you looking for me? Are you here to kill me? Ridiculous. We're not here to kill you. Are we here to pay our respects to you? Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "With so many of you overpowering the few, shameless indeed. Is the Practitioners Association really so shameless? Can you give me a chance to make a phone call? Give me 10 minutes. I'll also call some people to come, and we can have a chat." "Pratt, you're really daydreaming. This time, we won't give you a chance. We're going to kill nearly 100 practitioners from our association. This time, you're dead for sure." They truly wouldn't give Lin Feng a chance to make a call. Just exchanging a few words with him was already a stretch. Originally, according to the president of the Practitioners Association, upon encountering Lin Feng, he was to be executed on the spot. But they felt that dealing with someone like Lin Feng, a weakling in their eyes, was like using a cannon against a mosquito, a waste of resources. It just didn't sit well if they didn't say a few things first. The weakest of the 5 late period peak strengths, go and get him, execute him on the spot. Twist off his head, take his woman with you. We've been running around, it's time to relax a bit. Another late period peak strength turned to the 5 late period peak strengths, speaking casually. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Don't rush. Since you want to kill me, can you let me die with some dignity? I know I'm doomed, so can you fulfill a small request of mine? Can your two strongest men personally send me on my way?" Xia Ruoxu clenched her fists, her heart racing wildly, filled with uncertainty. But the hearts of the strong only grew more resolute. She had to become stronger and never allow these beasts to do as they pleased while fighting alongside Lin Feng in the future. "Brat, at this point, you're still able to smile. Grandpa sees you as fearless as a dead pig facing boiling water. You five, go and get him. Don't stand there idly. Resolve this quickly with no chances for him." Lin Feng wanted the two strongest men to come forward. Once he dealt with them, he could use Blood Burst and dismiss the other 13 opponents. However, the opponents did not give Lin Feng this chance, showing extreme disdain for him. The two strongest men didn't even bother to lift a finger. "I'll do it." A skinny late-period peak strength practitioner stepped forward and rushed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng tilted his head back, facing the sky, and closed his eyes. It seemed like he was waiting to die, but in reality, he had already reversed his technique, his skin quickly turning red, veins bulging as his blood burst activated. He had no choice. Lin Feng really didn't want this. After finally restoring his strength to the late stage of the Earth Realm, he now had to start all over again. This made Lin Feng very uncomfortable. If he didn't activate the blood burst, combined with the profound techniques he had restored earlier, he would have already restored to the peak of the late stage of the prenatal realm. With all this back and forth, Lin Feng really didn't know when he would be able to restore to his former peak. He really wished for less trouble, but the situation was as such, so be it. Kill. Turn the heavens upside down. The old man had already rushed to a place not far in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's head instantly snapped back, his eyes violently opening. His pupils had turned blood red, shining brightly. The old man kept charging forward and struck a punch on Lin Feng's chest, emitting a muffled bang. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed. This. The old man's brows furrowed, instantly surprised. This punch, delivered with full force, should have pierced through Lin Feng's body. Why was Lin Feng unscathed? Before the old man could finish his sentence and find the answer, Lin Feng slapped the old man's head with a snap, breaking his skull and vertebrae at once. The old man's head cracked, his vision turned dark, and he fell lifelessly in front of Lin Feng, bleeding from all 7 orifices, motionless. How is this possible? That kid's skin has turned red, his eyes too. What's going on? Though his strength showing up is terrifying, isn't he just at the peak of the late stage of the Earth Realm? Why were the peak prenatal realm masters instantly killed? This isn't possible, right? This kid is truly bizarre. No wonder the practitioners who came to kill him in front of us all died at his hands. How eerie can he be? How strong can he get? Let's all attack together. I don't believe we can't defeat him. Hurry. Don't go alone. The remaining old men were shocked and started discussing. However, the 2 prenatal realm masters leading the group remained calm and urged others to move in quickly. Even they were slightly trembling, but they believed that solving Lin Feng was necessary. Bringing back Lin Feng's head to hand it over to the president of the Practitioners Association was their only chance of survival, along with the safety of their loved ones. Kill. The other 12 powerful figures roared together, unleashing their full strength as they rushed towards Lin Feng. They didn't even consider dealing with Xia Ruoxu since she was just an ordinary woman, not worth their attention. If they could manage Lin Feng, Xia Ruoxu wouldn't escape either. Kill. A low growl emanated from Lin Feng's throat. He felt an unprecedented surge of power and strength. It seemed like he could crush a mountain with just one punch. He charged forward as well. Lin Feng's speed was truly astonishing. After a few flashes, he stood facing a dozen-odd old men. In Lin Feng's eyes, their speed seemed like slow motion. Gripping his fists tightly, Lin Feng swung them like heavy iron, striking each old man with tremendous force, sending them flying, crashing onto the sides of the road. Their heads were battered and bleeding from every orifice, motionless. In less than 2 seconds, all 12 experts, including 8 at the late stage of the prenatal realm, had met their demise by Lin Feng's hands. Only 2 prenatal realm masters were left standing. Damn, this kid is not human. How the hell did he become so powerful? This kid is truly terrifying. He must be eliminated. If not, will he become invincible? Prepare for battle. We can surely defeat him. The 2 remaining old men were now filled with fear, their eyes wide, heartbeats racing. They were even trembling slightly. The late-stage prenatal realm was just one minor level weaker than them, yet he easily killed them and left their brains smashed in. What chance did they have against Lin Feng? In their eyes, Lin Feng now resembled a god of war, a god of slaughter, immensely powerful. Despite this, Lin Feng's blood continued to boil with berserk strength, his eyes ablaze with war and determination. Fight! A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips as he swiftly charged towards the two old men. Only through combat would they discern if they could handle him. If they couldn't, Xia Ruoxu remained as their backup. Racing to confront the two old men, Lin Feng swung his fists, pounding their heads. The old men, having no time to think, fought back with all they had. They knew that if they couldn't defeat Lin Feng, death was their only fate. Both men fought desperately. Dang bang. Two loud noises rang out. Two old men barely managed to block Lin Feng's double fists. However, the immense force still caused their arms to crash into their heads, sending both of them colliding into each other. Their heads felt dizzy, arms numb. Lin Feng's strength was truly overwhelming, and his speed was incredibly fast. His fists quickly retracted and then immediately blasted out towards the chests of the two old men. The two old men quickly retreated, but still couldn't avoid the impact. Dang bang! To loud sounds, each of the old men received a punch from Lin Feng, sending them flying backward, landing on the ground and stumbling back several steps to dissipate the force. Both felt a sense of suffocation in their chests, a tumultuous feeling inside their bodies, blood beginning to trickle from the corners of their mouths. Fear filled their eyes as they saw Lin Feng advancing again, causing them to grit their teeth and charge towards him. The three men tangled directly, exchanging blows, the sounds of impacts reverberating continuously. Lin Feng faced off against the two men alone, but still held his ground. While the old men were able to strike Lin Feng, his flesh seemed as tough as steel, minimizing the damage he received. However, every strike that Lin Feng landed on the old men caused them intense pain. As time passed, each second was crucial for Lin Feng. His blood explosion technique could only be sustained for 1 minute. If he couldn't defeat the two old men within that time, he would have to rely on Xia Ruoxu. If he couldn't depend on Xia Ruoxu in time, Lin Feng was afraid there would be no way out for him. He realized that in his blood explosion state, he didn't even feel pain. Therefore, Lin Feng stopped grappling with the two old men and instead focused on one of them, elbowing the man's chest, causing him to fall to the ground. Lin Feng leapt onto him, knees forcefully striking the man's chest and making him cough up blood. Lin Feng's fists rained down on the man's face like a storm, each punch powerful and brutal. After just a dozen punches, the man's face was unrecognizable, his head leaving a large depression on the hard asphalt surface. Die, you old man! The other old man roared and ran towards Lin Feng from behind, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. However, Lin Feng remained unmoved, continuing to pummel the old man beneath him. After tens of strikes, the old man finally couldn't hold on any longer and with a bang, his forehead caved in under Lin Feng's fist. He died a tragic death in an instant. Lin Feng stood up abruptly, taking a punch to his face from the old man behind him and staggering back several steps before charging towards the remaining old man. Oh no, run! Seeing his companion killed by Lin Feng, the remaining old man was terrified, having lost all confidence in facing Lin Feng alone, especially now that he was injured severely. Knowing he was no match for Lin Feng, he turned and fled. Disregarding the orders of the head of the Cultivators Association, he prioritized saving his own life. Escape, not a chance. Lin Feng growled lowly, his eyes red as he swiftly closed the distance. The fleeing old man suddenly hatched a plan, heading towards Xia Ruoxu. He intended to use her as leverage against Lin Feng, knowing that he couldn't escape otherwise. Lin Feng, however, didn't urge Xia Ruoxu to flee. He simply intended to personally deal with the old man. In the worst-case scenario, even if the old man reached Xia Ruoxu, he might end up dead before he could lay a hand on her. With only one adversary left, Lin Feng was no longer concerned. Before the old man reached Xia Ruoxu, Lin Feng leapt from behind, springing up and landing a kick firmly on the man's back, propelling him towards Xia Ruoxu. Xia Ruoxu quickly retreated a few steps in fright. As the old man attempted to get up to target Xia Ruoxu once more, Lin Feng had already closed in, leaping up and landing both feet forcefully on the man's back. With a loud thud, the old man was knocked prone on the asphalt. Tough. The old man spat blood. Lin Feng leapt up again, his knees crashing down on the man's back. Puff. The old man tried to rise, was slammed down once more under Lin Feng's assault, spitting out blood once more. Lin Feng pressed down on the man, delivering a barrage of punches to the back of his head. Stop. Please. The old man was seeing stars, his mind blank, and he begged for mercy. He didn't want to die, but he never had a chance to plead his case. The asphalt beneath his face was a pit, his face a mess of blood and flesh. Lin Feng didn't stop, delivering blow after blow until the old man was no longer able to resist. With a cracking sound, a large depression formed on the back of his head as Lin Feng beat him to death on the spot. At that moment, exactly 1 minute had elapsed. Lin Feng's red skin rapidly receded as the blood explosion technique lost its effect. He stood up, glanced towards Xia Ruoxu not far away, and smiled briefly. Puff. Lin Feng was about to say something when suddenly his body swayed, his face turning red as crimson blood sprayed out in a gush. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt as if the sky was darkening, and he took a few steps back continuously, unable to stand steadily. If he hadn't fought with two great perfectionists of the acquired realm, this situation would not have occurred. During the battle with the two great perfectionists of the acquired realm, Lin Feng was severely beaten by one of them dozens of times. At the time, he was in a state of explosive blood, feeling no pain and seemingly uninjured. But once the state of explosive blood passed, Lin Feng found himself barely holding on to life, with severe after effects. Lin Feng. Xia Ruoxu saw Lin Feng spraying blood. Her face paled, rushed over to try to support him. But before she could reach him, Lin Feng had already lost control of his body and fell straight back onto the road, unconscious. Lin Feng, are you okay? Don't scare me. Xia Ruoxu was almost terrified, immediately came over, holding Lin Feng in her arms, heartbroken and tearful. Lin Feng's mouth was still bleeding, his eyes devoid of vitality, but Lin Feng still had some consciousness. He smiled weakly and said, Ruoxu, don't worry, just take me back to rest for a bit, I'm just a little injured, nothing serious. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng's vision blurred, his head tilted, and he completely passed out. Husband, don't leave me alone. Xia Ruoxu was still in tears, heartbroken, tried to check Lin Feng's breathing, which was still present, then struggled to lift Lin Feng onto her back and quickly ran towards the Xia family villa. Lin Feng was definitely seriously injured, and they didn't know if he would survive. After running to the Xia family villa, Lin Feng's second senior sister, Gu Haitan, was there. Gu Haitan was the top divine doctor in Huaxia and could definitely help Lin Feng. Lin Feng weighed at least 150 pounds and ordinarily, it took about half an hour to run back to the Xia family from there. But Xia Ruoxu, carrying Lin Feng, arrived in just over 10 minutes, drenched in sweat, her lungs almost bursting, never stopping. Second senior sister, quickly check on Lin Feng, he's injured. Xia Ruoxu shouted as she collapsed to the floor with Lin Feng. Dizziness hit her mind. Everything spun. Her breathing was abnormally rapid. Xia Ruoxu felt like she was about to die, but she refused to faint, determined to watch over Lin Feng, to see him wake up. My goodness, what happened? Gu Haitan noticed the blood around Lin Feng's lips, neck, and soaked clothes, unconscious and unresponsive, and was alarmed. Hurrying over, she checked Lin Feng's pulse and condition. This shocked Gu Haitan, her face drained of color, trembling with fear. Lin Feng must not die. If Lin Feng died, their group of 7 senior sisters of Lin Feng would never be able to break free from the constraints of cultivation. Xia Ruolin had gone to school, Xia Jianhuo, Xia Jianglan, and Su Wenjing had all gone to the company early. Only Wang Guifang was left at home. Wang Guifang's face also turned pale upon arrival, at a loss of what to do. Lin Feng had always been formidable, but now he looked as if he were dead, which was terrifying. Wang Guifang couldn't bear the thought of Lin Feng dying, such a good son-in-law. Where else could they find such a good son-in-law like Lin Feng if he died? They would not be able to find one even if they searched with a lantern. After a checkup, Gu Haitong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng's injuries were severe, but his recovery abilities were strong. His pulse was strong and forceful. He was only in a state of unconsciousness for now, and once he woke up, he would be fine. Gu Haitong glanced at Xia Ruoxu, who still had a bright, sweat-soaked face and neck, tears and sweat flowing continuously. She could see that Xia Ruoxu truly loved Lin Feng, so she quickly reassured her. Ruoxu, my junior brother, is fine. just temporarily unconscious. Rest a bit, and he will wake up. You don't need to worry too much." Upon hearing Gu Haitan's words, Xia Ruoxu finally heaved a sigh of relief and felt reassured. She couldn't imagine what she would do in the future without Lin Feng. "Ruoxu, what happened exactly? Why was my junior brother beaten so severely? Who did it?" Gu Haitan asked, her voice cold and filled with unprecedented anger. Although she appeared calm, every cell was filled with fury and murderous intent. Whoever beat Lin Feng like this, she would make sure to crush them into a million pieces. Thank goodness Lin Feng had strong healing capabilities, otherwise, he might not have survived. Gu Haitan was also puzzled. Lin Feng had returned in the morning, having reached the peak of the Earth Tier later stage. His strength was formidable, easily handling ordinary practitioners of the association. Moreover, Xia Ruoxu had the jade bracelet on her hand, and she had infused strength into it. Even those at the Heaven Tier Great Perfection, Acquired Tier Great Perfection, and Pre-Heaven Great Perfection levels would not be able to withstand it. It was really perplexing to Gu Haitan how Lin Feng could have been beaten to such a degree. Was the opponent too powerful? And it really does feel like Lin Feng has faced many hardships. He went out at 4 in the morning just to solve a problem, and came back, then went for a run with Xia Ruoxu, almost losing his life. Lin Feng, are you awake?" Xia Ruoxu spoke, but still staring at Lin Feng. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Lin Feng's eyelids twitch, and then Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, waking up. Lin Feng sat up, and Xia Ruoxu threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly and crying. Lin Feng also hugged Xia Ruoxu tightly, gently patting her back and smiling warmly, saying, "Don't cry, Ruoxu, I'm okay." Thinking back to the previous battle, Lin Feng still felt very excited. Being able to surpass opponents by 2 large levels with a single blood burst, even being able to defeat opponents 1 level higher, he could still take them down. However, he needed to be more careful in the future, trying to avoid being injured by the opponent. Otherwise, once the effects of blood burst passed, he wouldn't be able to bear it. The only downside was that Lin Feng was heartbroken that his power was once again lost, needing to start over. Holding Xia Ruoxu's delicate body, Lin Feng smiled brightly. As long as she was still here, he could slowly recover his strength. But Lin Feng's hatred towards the Practitioners Association deepened. He would have to uproot and destroy this damned association sooner or later. "Is this Xia Ruoxu's house?" At that moment, a woman's voice came from the door. Wang Guifang immediately went over, not knowing who the person was. Gu Haitan waved and said, "Come in, Shaokui." Immediately, a young woman walked in, holding many high-end gift boxes and handed them directly to Wang Guifang. Then, carrying a large box, she went to Gu Haitan, slightly bowing and saying, "Miss, the things you wanted are here." Gu Haitan had ordered her ancient medicinal herbs and chest stones collected over the years to be sent. Early in the morning, they were delivered to the Xia family. "Okay, you can leave now. Be careful on the way." Gu Haitan received them and let Shaokui leave. Shaokui nodded, and the driver was waiting outside. She went out and got into the car to return to the Imperial City. Wang Guifang wanted Shaokui to stay for a meal, but Shaokui declined. "Junior brother, the ancient medicinal herbs and chest stones are here. Hurry up and use them to recover your strength." Gu Haitan handed the big box to Lin Feng. Inside were the ancient medicinal herbs and chest stones she had collected over the years, 3 portions of ancient medicinal herbs and 15 chest stones, all given to Lin Feng without keeping anything for herself. "Thank you, second senior sister." Lin Feng received them with one hand, wanting Xia Ruoxu to get up with him, but she stayed by his side, holding him tightly, using all her strength to hug him. Xia Ruoxu felt that she had no extra strength to get up, and she didn't want to be separated from Lin Feng. She could only feel at ease in his warmth. She had truly been terrified before. Lin Feng could only place the box beside him. Upon opening it, he found 3 portions of ancient medicinal herbs and 15 chest stones. He knew how precious these items were and felt extremely grateful to Gu Haitan. This second senior sister was really good, giving him such valuable treasures without any demands. The 3 portions of ancient medicinal herbs were all ice lotus fruits, not particularly large. Lin Feng picked them up and ate them one by one. He then grabbed a dozen chest stones and immediately began to absorb them for recovery. In less than 2 minutes, all the treasures were consumed by Lin Feng. With 18 treasures, Lin Feng had recovered to 3 large levels and 3 small levels, restoring his strength to the late Earth rank. He was only 1 small level weaker than his previous peak at the late Earth rank. Lin Feng was very satisfied, and once again thanked Hu Haitong. Without her, starting over would have been extremely difficult. These recovery treasures were not easy to come by, mostly in the hands of powerful families or individuals, and obtaining them was not so simple. Ruoxu, shall we get up now? Atilda Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu got up, but Xia Ruoxu suddenly found that her legs had no strength, and even a slight movement caused excruciating pain, a tearing sensation. What's wrong, Ruoxu? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Feng felt a pang in his heart, gently lifting Xia Ruoxu's delicate body like a princess. Hu Haitong said, "Junior brother, it was Miss Xia who carried you back. It was quite a long journey, and her condition was not good at the time. It's just that she insisted, otherwise she might have fallen into a coma by now. Oh my. I need to check on the herbs." Before she could finish her sentence, Hu Haitong quickly rushed to attend to the herbs. She had to slowly add some water and monitor the temperature. It was really a scare. The washing bone marrow and hair removal liquid was nearly ruined. Lin Feng felt incredibly heartbroken now, as his gaze towards Xia Ruoxu was filled with affection. Xia Ruoxu had carried him back from the battlefield, which was really far away. Even running, it would take about half an hour. Lin Feng gently placed Xia Ruoxu on the sofa, then gently untied her shoelaces. When he took off Xia Ruoxu's sneakers, he felt even more heartbroken. Xia Ruoxu's white silk socks were worn through in many places, her feet covered in blisters, and with many areas where the skin had been rubbed raw and bleeding. Moreover, Xia Ruoxu's slender legs were trembling slightly. No wonder just now, Xia Ruoxu couldn't stand steadily, and when she tried to stand up, the pain made her grimace. Her feet were in bad shape. How could it not hurt? Carrying such a woman back recklessly, disregarding everything, how could Lin Feng not feel heartache? How could he not love her? Ruoxu, thank you. Lin Feng looked at Xia Ruoxu, tears appearing in his eyes, full of deep affection. Xia Ruoxu sweetly smiled and said, "Thank me for what? As long as you're okay." Lin Feng nodded. His love for Xia Ruoxu deepened, gently grasping Xia Ruoxu's ankle, infusing his strength to heal her injuries. Although it was just a few cuts and blisters, if not treated, she wouldn't be able to walk. Xia Ruoxu didn't feel much before, but now her feet were burning in pain. With Lin Feng's strength infusion and treatment, Xia Ruoxu's pain rapidly diminished, soon without any feeling of pain. Lin Feng continued to infuse his strength, healing the damage to Xia Ruoxu's legs, restoring them. Then he held Xia Ruoxu's jade hand, continuing to restore strength, erasing all of Xia Ruoxu's fatigue. In just a few simple seconds, Xia Ruoxu was revived as if fully recovered, her body filled with strength. "I'll go take a bath, then I have to get to work quickly. Take care of yourself at home. Don't have any accidents. I'll bring your laundry when I get back from work." Xia Ruoxu felt warm in her heart. Lin Feng was truly like a godlike boyfriend. Lin Feng warmly smiled, then nodded, went downstairs to the washroom, cleaned out, changed into clean sportswear. 20 minutes later, Xia Ruoxu came down, dressed in a black OL professional suit, with a white t-shirt inside, black skirt with black stockings, her hair neatly tied up in a bun behind her head. Graceful and charming, even without makeup. Her fair skin had a rosy flush, her lips red and teeth white. As soon as she saw Lin Feng downstairs, a smile instantly lit up her face. This smile melted Lin Feng's heart, his own smile radiant, unable to conceal his love in his eyes. When Xia Ruoxu came down, Lin Feng immediately embraced her slender waist, holding her delicate body in his arms, his heart racing. "I have to go to work, or I'll be late." Xia Ruoxu's heart was also racing, feeling warm and eager to be with Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed at Xia Ruoxu, whether it was her forehead, eyes, nose, jade lips, and her exquisite face, every aspect was enchanting. Unable to resist, he kissed Xia Ruoxu's jade lips. After a minute or two, Xia Ruoxu reluctantly separated from Lin Feng, taking 3 steps back before waving and heading to work. As the general manager of the family company, there were many things to do on this Monday, and many meetings to attend. "Wait, Ruoxu, take some fruits to eat." There were still some fruits at home. Lin Feng quickly packed them in a bag, processed them, and handed them to Xia Ruoxu. Lin Feng decided not to go out today, staying at home to prepare medicine with Gu Haitong. Going out always led to trouble. After 9 o'clock, Chu Wanzhen and Chu Yunshan came again. Chu Yunshan had a lot of things to do today, many meetings to attend, and many tasks to complete, but he put everything aside to personally escort Chu Wanzhen here. His father's life was the most important thing. When they entered the kitchen led by Wang Guifan, Chu Wanzhen and Chu Yunshan could see clearly. Gu Haitong was indeed the #1 divine doctor in China. At this moment, Gu Haitong didn't hide his abilities. With a faint smile, he carefully watched over the herbal medicine being brewed by Lin Feng. Greetings, Divine Doctor Gu. Greetings, Little Divine Doctor. After a moment of surprise, they quickly greeted him with great respect. Although Gu Haitong couldn't solve the old Master Chu's problem, he prolonged Chu Wanzhen's life, giving him more time to live until now. Gu Haitong responded with a nod, continuing his work. Lin Feng opened his eyes and greeted Chu Wanzhen. Chu Wanzhen handed Lin Feng a box, respectfully offering it, saying, "Little Divine Doctor, please help me take a look. My condition is very serious, not long to live. As long as the Little Divine Doctor is willing to help, regardless of the outcome, I, Chu Wanzhen, will be extremely grateful. This is a small gift, please accept it. If the Little Divine Doctor is able to save an old man like me, there will be a great reward in the future." Chu Wanzhen's voice trembled and sounded desolate. If Lin Feng couldn't help, then he truly faced a dead end. But regardless, he had to ask Lin Feng for help. Lin Feng was the last straw for Chu Wanzhen's life. Without saying much, Lin Feng received the box and opened it to see what treasure was inside. If it was something to restore his strength, he could set aside the grievances with the Chu family and help Chu Wanzhen. Regardless, in matters like this, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Inside the box were 2 energy stones. Initially, Chu Wanzhen thought to take only one, but later decided to take both. Lin Feng had seen many energy stones before, right? Bringing only one over would be disrespectful. Lin Feng directly took to spirit stones and began to absorb them in cultivation. Closing his eyes, he went from the late Earth stage directly to the great perfection of the Earth stage. Chu Wanzhen and Chu Yunshan watched on. Chu Yunshan had no idea what to expect, afraid that Lin Feng would take the benefits without helping him. Chu Wanzhen, on the other hand, was excited as this meant Lin Feng was willing to help him. Just as long as he helped, there was still hope. After reaching the great perfection of the Earth stage, Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled. Looking at Chu Wanzhen, he said, "I can take a look at your condition, but remember, if I help you, you still have to give me more spirit stones." Chu Wanzhen widened his eyes, even more excited, and said, "As long as the Little Divine Doctor can cure me, I will give the Little Divine Doctor 5 spirit stones." Lin Feng nodded and without saying much, he reached out, grabbed Chu Wanzhen's wrist, closed his eyes, and began to examine him. He could diagnose through pulse or directly input his strength to check. Lin Feng chose to directly input his strength, which is faster. After 2 minutes of examination, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, realizing that Chu Wanzhen was poisoned. This type of poison, Lin Feng had never seen before, spreading almost everywhere in Chu Wanzhen's body. Even his internal organs had been infiltrated by toxins. In a few days, this poison would reach his brain, then his marrow, leading to Chu Wanzhen's demise. What frightened Lin Feng even more was that the root of Chu Wanzhen's poisoning was in his vital point. Chu Wanzhen had essentially become a eunuch at this point. With a warm smile, Lin Feng said, "Chu Lao, this poison came from a woman, right? Why couldn't you control yourself? It's been 20 years since you were poisoned. The sins were committed 20 years ago." Chu Wanzhen's face changed in shock upon hearing this. Even when Gu Haitong examined him, she knew he was poisoned but couldn't discern how. Lin Feng not only analyzed it clearly but could even pinpoint the woman he had intimate contact with after being poisoned 20 years ago. The Little Divine Doctor truly is divine. Chu Wanzhen nodded, tears welling up in his eyes. Chu Yunshan, on the other hand, was extremely shocked, especially by the revelation that his father's illness stemmed from a woman. His mother had passed away 20 years ago. After her death, Chu Wanzhen fell ill. Hearing Lin Feng's words, he began to wonder if his mother was killed by Chu Wanzhen. Initially, he thought Chu Wanzhen was simply heartbroken over their loving relationship, and that caused his illness. Now, it seemed things were far more complex. Much of this information came as a shock to Chu Yunshan. emotions rising as he struggled to process what he had discovered. At this time, Gu Haitan also stood aside. Listening to Lin Feng say these words, Gu Haitan also suddenly realized, so that's how it is. But she really couldn't compare to Lin Feng. She also questioned Old Master Chu at the time how he was poisoned. But Old Master Chu didn't say. If he had said, she would have been able to figure it out as well. But Lin Feng didn't need to ask at all. He could just check and confirm. Truly remarkable. However, even if Gu Haitan knew how the poison worked, she could not solve it. The Tan Xinggu poison has no cure. It all depended on whether Lin Feng could resolve it. Woo. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. I'm sorry, Yulan. I'm sorry, all of you. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Old Master Chu was crying bitterly, continuously pounding his chest, tears streaming down, and even spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Chu Yunshan was also in tears, eyes red, fists clenched tightly, body trembling. He really wanted to just directly kill Chu Wanzan, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. His own mother had long passed away, and now only Chu Wanzan remained. If he killed Chu Wanzan, he would have an even harder time bearing it. Just knowing all of this, the internal sorrow was truly indescribable. Lin Feng also sighed. In his heart, the women of the Miao family were deeply devoted in their lifetime. Once they set their heart on a man, they would never change. Chu Wanzan, having a wife and children, still went and provoked others, truly digging his own grave. It's unforgivable. The woman from the other side, if she still hasn't died by now, she must be truly alone. However, the women of the Miao family are truly all beautiful. Lin Feng had read a saying that in the land of the Miao family, there is a Di Li Riba every 3 steps, a Gu Li Na Za every 5 steps, and Tali Yahanai every 7 steps, which might not be an exaggeration. But no matter what, a man must keep himself in check. If he really got involved with someone, he must take responsibility, not deny it. After a while, Lin Feng directly said, Old Chu, stop crying and wailing. At this point, I'll ask you one question. Do you want to cure this poison? If you don't want to now, then you can leave. Lin Feng was speaking the truth. In Old Master Chu's current state, he didn't want to help. But since he took something from him, if Old Master Chu still wanted to live, then he would help. In his view, Old Master Chu had no real reason to continue living. Having hurt 2 women, one dead because of him, and the other possibly still suffering, the sins were indeed grave. Debts of love are the hardest to repay. Thank you, little doctor. I'll go back and consider it. Chu Wanzan said, feeling his wounds being exposed by Lin Feng. He truly wished he was dead. Before his wounds were exposed, they were always buried deep within him, and he still wanted to live. Chu Yunshan also thanked Lin Feng and escorted Old Master Chu away. They were overwhelmed with grief, unable to accept it, so they decided to go back, calm down, and figure out what to do next. Junior brother, you're really amazing. Our master said your medical skills were superb, but you truly exceed my imagination. Gu Haitan admired Lin Feng, sincerely acknowledging his abilities. Lin Feng smiled and said, It's nothing. Chu Wanzan is truly despicable. He made a mistake 20 years ago, and who knows if he left behind a poor child in the Miao family. On this point, Lin Feng was indeed correct. It probably won't happen. If the other party really got pregnant and Chu Wanzan ran away, she probably would have chosen to abort the child. Lin Feng's expression turned slightly serious as he spoke slowly. If that's the case, then Chu Wanzan's sins would be even greater. A woman aborting a child for a man, that man owes her a lifetime of guilt. She's the one bearing the burden of the mistakes of 2 people. My child perished before it was even formed. How beautiful the world is, yet you never had the chance to see it. In this world, perhaps only his mother knew he existed. After saying these words, Lin Feng was overcome with emotion, tears glistening in Gu Haitan's eyes as well. Gu Haitan truly felt that if it had been true, then the sins of Chu Wanzan in his lifetime were truly immeasurable. Gu Haitan also noticed that Lin Feng's values were quite righteous. Nowadays many young men and women didn't care about such matters. Under her care, she managed several hospitals and clinics, but she never accepted women seeking abortions unless it was absolutely necessary. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. He saw it was from Zia Ruoxu. Instantly, his mood improved. Hello, Ruoxu. Lin Feng, we just finished our meeting. My grandmother and the others have arrived. Thanks to the 10 million matter being resolved smoothly. Tonight is also my grandmother's 70th birthday celebration. She will be inviting some relatives and friends to join us for a celebratory banquet at Waiting Restaurant. After work, I'll bring you the washed clothes and pick you up at home. Xia Ruoxu naturally didn't mention that the 10 million was given by Lin Feng. Maintaining a low profile, she didn't want to invite any more trouble. Lin Feng recovered his memory, realizing that in these past 2 or 3 days, so many things had happened that he couldn't even count them all. Best to stay calm. Xia Laotai mentioned having a celebratory banquet for Xia Ruoxu mainly due to the smooth resolution of the 10 million matter, subtly highlighting to Xia Ruoxu that she valued her. Xia Ruoxu didn't even ask for the million from him. She didn't bother with it, simply taking out tens of thousands to hold a birthday banquet, bringing together family and friends for a gathering, the most important thing being her 70th birthday. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately knew that this banquet was not held to celebrate Xia Ruoxu's accomplishments. It was Shalaotai's birthday banquet. The celebration banquet should have been separated. Holding it together with Shalaotai's birthday banquet naturally made the birthday banquet the main event. It seemed that the Xia family still did not value Xia Ruoxu. They just treated her as a tool, right? Lin Feng still agreed and said he would accompany Xia Ruoxu at the time. Xia Jianhua's family, come out and meet your doom. Just as Lin Feng was about to say something to Xia Ruoxu, a roar came from outside. This roar was so loud that even Xia Ruoxu across from him heard it and quickly warned Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, be careful, don't get into trouble." If trouble comes to Lin Feng at home, Xia Ruoxu wouldn't be too worried as Lin Feng's second senior sister, Gu Haitong, was there. Lin Feng hung up the phone and went out with Gu Haitong to take a look. Currently, the only ones in the villa were Lin Feng and Gu Haitong. Wang Guifan had gone out to buy groceries and fruits. Upon coming outside, they saw 5 or 6 people standing in the yard. 2 of them were elderly men in gray robes carrying a stretcher. Lin Feng did not recognize them, but when he saw the person on the stretcher, all bandaged up with bald limbs and a head wrapped in gauze, he instantly understood. Was this Ma Wenkai? The cultivation protectors gathered from Yao City had finally arrived. Leading the group personally was Ma Wenkai's elder brother, Ma Wenwu. Seeing his younger brother, completely disfigured, limbs broken and irreparable, Ma Wenwu was consumed with indescribable fury. At this moment, Ma Wenkai was being carried on a stretcher, already limbless and bandaged on the head. They had found the Xia family's villa based on Xia Jianhua's address on the identification card. Brother, it's him. He's the one who ruined me. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Ma Wenkai saw Lin Feng, his weak howls full of intense desire to eliminate him. In his final moments, his only remaining conviction was to dismember Lin Feng and obliterate his bones. Lin Feng smiled, feeling he had been too lenient in his previous encounter with Ma Wenkai. But back then, he did not have his silver needle. Today, he must render Ma Wenkai a vegetable. The fact that they had assembled for cultivators from Yao City to the Xia family's villa so quickly showed they were prepared to go all out. If they did not succeed, they could not blame Lin Feng for not being merciful. It's up to you. I'll watch over here, Gu Haitong said before turning back. The 4 gray-robed men who had arrived were nothing to write home about. Of course, their strength was not weak. All 4 were at the profound stage perfection level, but Lin Feng had already reached Earth stage perfection, a whole tier higher than them. How could they possibly handle Lin Feng? They had come to meet their demise. Backwoods fellow, you're responsible for my brother's condition. Do you know what kind of existence the Ma family is in Yao City? A top-tier aristocratic family. You dared to do this to my brother. Your whole lineage will soon vanish from this world. Ma Wenwu pointed at Lin Feng, his eyes red with rage as he shouted. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, just based on that statement, you will soon end up just like your brother, lawless and unbridled. If heaven won't take you, I will. Bring it on. Lin Feng had wanted to keep a low profile, but when others insisted on seeking death, he was bound to oblige. Brother, kill him, kill him. Ma Wenkai continued to cry out weakly, though his voice was barely heard due to his extreme frailty. He should have been recuperating, but he insisted on coming to witness Lin Feng's demise. Immediately go up and crush that little beast's limbs inch by inch for me. Ma Wenwu exploded with rage, having no patience for further words with Lin Feng. The 2 elderly men gently set down the stretcher, and all 4 immediately charged towards Lin Feng. However, just as they reached him, one of them received a powerful strike from Lin Feng, sending him flying into different directions. motionless on the ground with his head flattened from the impact. Ma Wenwu's smile, once full of malice, gradually froze. He stood stunned, his heart racing as he trembled. How could this happen? These four profound stage experts were considered powerful in his eyes, yet they were easily defeated by Lin Feng. Had he been mistaken? Ma Wenwu glanced at Ma Wenkai, feeling a deep sense of anger. What kind of existence had this beastly creature provoked? How could it be so powerful? Hadn't it caused his own misery as well? Perplexed, Ma Wenwu struggled to raise his head, anticipating seeing Lin Feng's demise, but all he saw was the four cultivators Lin Feng knocked out lying still on the ground. Instantly, he fell into despair, resigned to his fate. He wanted to die. Smiling, Lin Feng walked slowly towards Ma Wenwu, his every step making Ma Wenwu tremble uncontrollably, utterly at a loss. The situation was not in their favor in the Demon City. Their territory was in Yao City. Their men had been easily defeated, and it was too late to call for reinforcements. As Lin Feng approached, Ma Wenwu immediately knelt down in fear. I was wrong. Big brother, please spare me. We won't bother you again. My second brother is just like you, also a cultivator. I hope you won't continue fighting with me. Let's make peace. Ma Wenwu knew about his second brother, who was sent to Kunlun Mountain to train 20 years ago. Typically, such matters are kept secret by ordinary families, but the Ma family happened to be one of those that did not keep it a secret. The whole family knew. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled wryly, feeling somewhat speechless. He had not expected another family, the Ma family, to have someone sent for training at Kunlun Mountain. This added pressure on Lin Feng, as the 20-year deadline was approaching, and those sent for training would likely come back soon to visit. This brought him quite a bit of trouble. All right, you can take away the corpses of those old folks, take your brother back with you, and we will make peace. From now on, don't bother me again. I really don't want to deal with you. But if you must cause trouble for me again, the next time I see you, you definitely won't have it easy. Considering that their identity had been exposed in the Ma family, Lin Feng did not take any further action. Basically, the Ma family would not let things go so easily. But if someone in the Ma family was wise enough to understand the situation and see that Lin Feng's actions were not unreasonable, and decided not to cause any more trouble, that would be preferable. It's better to part ways amicably, and to hold grudges. Thank you, big brother. Don't worry, we won't cause any more trouble. Ma Wenwu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. Now, it seemed that he was trapped and couldn't even resist if Lin Feng wanted to harm him. Lin Feng left directly, and as soon as he did, Ma Wenwu slowly stood up, his eyes turning incredibly malicious. Ma Wenwu exerted a great deal of effort to lift Ma Wenkai onto the carriage and whispered to him, Wenkai, don't worry, our third brother only said those things earlier in self-defense. He will definitely not let the country bumpkin go. The third brother will immediately contact the family and hire the most powerful cultivators to seek revenge for you in the Devil's City. Ma Wenkai's eyes lit up with flames again. He would wait and make sure to witness Lin Feng's death in his own eyes. Meanwhile, Ma Wenkai reported the deaths of the four cultivator bodyguards. The Cultivators Association quickly got wind of this news. The head of the Cultivators Association felt something was amiss. Hadn't he sent 15 powerful individuals to kill Lin Feng? How did these cultivator bodyguards end up dead at Lin Feng's hands? He urgently contacted the 15 cultivators, but no matter who he called, he couldn't reach them. Finally, when he did reach someone, it was an old man who rudely explained, "What do you want? The bodies have been cremated. If it's family, hurry up and collect the ashes. If you don't pick them up within 3 days, I'll feed them to the fish. Lately, you guys have been restless. I'm burning bodies day and night, even in the late hours. Constantly receiving them is exhausting me." Damn. You old man, why are you so rude? Do you know I can make you die in ways you can't even imagine? Tell me immediately. Did 15 men in yellow robes come in a row? Who sent them? How did they die? Who killed the 15 men in yellow robes? The head of the Cultivators Association was furious. At the same time, he was puzzled and unable to understand how the 15 cultivators had died. They were secretly sent to the Devil's City by him, where he knew the Temple of War had pawns by his side. But the Temple of War was totally unaware of this matter. Besides the Temple of War, who else could have wiped out those 15 strong cultivators? Additionally, the old man at the crematorium was too arrogant. Did he even know who he was talking to? How dare he speak to him in such a manner? The crematorium senior yelled, Old man, keep talking trash.